Xiaowanwan found herself inexplicably thrust into the pages of a book. Upon her birth, she was tragically drowned, and the male protagonist assumed her identity, receiving the tender nurturing of her mother. After achieving academic success, he caused his mother to perish from grief and orchestrated the downfall of her entire family. The male protagonist brought his father's mistress back to the Marquis residence as the main matriarch, forming a blissful family of 3. Xiaowanwan lamented, "Oh, elder brother, after toiling for years to attain scholarly merit, only to be usurped by the male lead promptly, her elder brother immersed himself in study, quickly attaining a prestigious position that could not be supplanted. Poor second brother, he fell in love with the same woman as the male lead and, unable to match him in strength, was tragically slain. The second brother dedicated himself to martial training and inadvertently rose to the rank of general. Little cousin, the male lead has taken a liking to you, having murdered your mother and stripped you of your virtue, leading to the downfall of your entire family. The little cousin, terrified, clung to Xiaowanwan's leg and wept. As Xiaowanwan expressed her grievances, she realized with astonishment that her entire family was defying fate. To her surprise, her mother had managed to subdue the male lead's entire family. Even before she had fully matured, she found herself destined for the royal family. Chapter 1. The Ancestors' Rebirth. Xiaowanwan had been reborn. As a master of metaphysics from the 21st century, she was shattered into pieces in an explosion within a cauldron. Upon awakening, she felt an unseen force pushing her outward, as the faint voice of an elderly woman echoed, "Madam, the child is born." "Madam, what has happened? Why have you fainted?" In terror, she gazed at her feet, hearing the women exclaim, "Quickly, while the madam is unconscious, send the infant away." "Right, where is Mrs.'s child? Hurry, bring him here." Another maid responded, "He is waiting at the back door. I will fetch him at once." The woman on the bed had pale lips, weakened to the point of unconsciousness. The elderly woman continued, "Luwan, I am sorry, but the master's wishes are to switch the children. This boy is also of the master's bloodline. Only under your name can he be recognized as the legitimate heir of the Jing'an Marquis, entitled to inherit the title. As for this girl, the master wishes for her to be drowned." Xiaowanwan's eyes widened, her chubby little hands flailing desperately. Luwan, Jing'an Marquis, the master. Wasn't this the plot of a novel she had previously read? The first wife of the Xia family, Luwan, had given birth to a daughter, only to have her swapped for a son born of the master and his mistress. Luwan, wise and dignified, tirelessly managed the Marquis, pouring her heart and soul into nurturing her child for 16 years, only to fall ill from exhaustion. Yet her son, Xia Huaishan, upon achieving success, paraded his mistress and her child before her deathbed, leading Luwan to realize that her life's efforts had ultimately benefited others. Xia Jinan elevated Su Ruru to the position of the Marquisite's matriarch, while Xia Huaishan acknowledged only Su Ruru as his mother, blaming Luwan for their family's disunion. Each family member harbored a deep animosity towards her, ultimately causing Luwan to die from rage. After her demise, Xia Huaishan sought to gain favor with the court, tarnishing the Lu family's reputation by accusing them of murdering a princess. The entire Lu family was annihilated. Now, Xiaowanwan had become Luwan's newly born daughter, doomed to die shortly. "Where is the young master? Why is he not acting quickly?" urged the matron. Xiaowanwan felt suffocated, desperately waving her little hands, but someone covered her mouth, rendering her voiceless. What strength could a mere infant possess? "Mother, please wake up. Mother, I do not wish to die. I have only just reincarnated here. Please awaken. Mother, save me." The faint cries of the infant stirred Luwan, causing her eyelids to flutter. When the maid carrying the infant entered, Xiaowanwan closed her eyes in despair. At that moment, Luwan suddenly opened her eyes weakly. "Where is my child? Bring her to me." The matron and maids were immediately thrown into a frenzy. "Who is speaking? Return my child to me." Luwan, summoning an unexpected strength, staggered to rise from the bed, her gaze fixed intently on the child in the matron's arms, startling everyone present. Pan Chun, returning with hot water, witnessed the scene and dropped the basin, swiftly snatching the child from the matron's grasp. "Madam, the child is nearly suffocated." Pan Chun, with great strength and swiftness, held the infant before Luwan. "Wah, mother, you scared me to death," Xiaowanwan wailed. Luwan, her face stern, surveyed the unfolding situation and commanded that the matron and maid be restrained. "Madam, spare me. I only acted in your best interest. If your child were a legitimate son, it would bring you great honor. A daughter will only be trampled upon. She should not be kept." The matron knelt, trembling with fear. The maid, also captured, opened the basket revealing a male infant. "Madam, please spare us. Mother, do not let them go. They wish to kill me." It's so terrifying hearing the trembling voice. Luan gazed at the child in her arms. Her child awakened her. She could hear the child's thoughts. "Who gave you the audacity? What of a daughter? She is still my flesh and blood. Who allowed you to act without my consent?" Though weak, Luan's commanding presence as the head matriarch was unmistakable. "It was for your own good, madam. Please consider our loyalty," the matron begged, but was swiftly taken away for punishment by Luan's orders. Exhausted, Luan collapsed back onto the bed. Pan Chun inquired, "Madam, what shall we do with this boy?" Considering the innocence of the infant, Luan ordered him to be sent to the elder matriarch for judgment. After an indeterminate period of rest, feeling somewhat rejuvenated, Luan finally held her daughter, whose fair skin and bright eyes sparkled as she suckled on her own chubby fingers. Utterly adorable, such a precious child had nearly perished. Luan felt a pang of dread. "Mother is so beautiful, mother. Kiss me." Luan smiled, leaning down to plant a kiss on her daughter's soft cheek, before asking, "Pan Chun, can you hear her speaking?" "Ah, who is speaking? The young lady?" Pan Chun looked bewildered. Luan only smiled more joyfully, gently tapping the infant's tiny nose. What a clever little one. Only speaking to her mother. "Thank goodness mother saved me. Please do not raise that baby. He is a wicked child, born of father," and the mistress Xiaowanwan hummed cheerfully, her eyes sparkling with laughter. Her mother was so beautiful and gentle, she did not want her to raise a bad child. Luan frowned, her hands trembling slightly. That boy was clearly brought in by the servants. How could he possibly be her husband's son? She turned to Pan Chun. "What does the elder matriarch plan to do with that boy?" Pan Chun lowered her gaze. Hesitating, the elder matriarch said the child is pitiable and suggested finding a wet nurse to care for him for a while. Luan felt a sense of certainty, her heart sinking. What of the master? Mother is so pitiful, being deceived by father. He is in the 10-mile alley keeping the mistress company, while her child is 3 days older than I am. Luan trembled slightly. Find a reliable woman to investigate in the 10-mile alley. Ensure no one learns of this. Yes. The following day, madam. Perhaps they are merely close relatives. It doesn't necessarily mean what you fear. Pan Chun spoke, though even she doubted her own words. Yet Luan had already come to a grim conclusion, her heart heavy as ash, her lips trembling, even forgetting to nurse her child. It was no wonder her husband had not attended the birth. He was with another woman, and that boy, was he truly her husband's child? Her heart felt like it was being torn apart. After 5 years of enduring the torment of medication and hardship to nurture the family line, what did it amount to? At that moment, the old matron entered her room, accompanied by a boy. Luan made a concerted effort to compose herself, yet her expression remained icy. In Chapter 2, the adopted male lead, Luan finally took a look at the infant boy cradled in the matron's arms. To her surprise, he bore a striking resemblance to her husband, particularly in the shape of his nose and eyes, as if he were carved from the same mold. It was evident that he was a few days older than her daughter. Suppressing the wave of grievance swelling within her, she remarked, "Since his biological parents have not been found, how can the Marquis' residents adopt him without informing them? If he learns of this when he grows up, he will surely harbor resentment towards us. The Marquis' residence has provided for him. He will not hold any grudges," the old matron interjected without hesitation. So she was indeed aware of this matter. Luan felt a sharp pang in her heart. After 5 years of pouring her heart and soul into managing the Marquis' household, they had all kept this from her, forcing her to raise the child of her husband and his concubine. "Madam, the Marquis' residence is a noble household. If any child of unknown origin can be adopted under the mistress's name, how many more children will be abandoned here in the future? Everyone knows of your kind-heartedness and would expect you to care for them. What will become of the lineage of the Marquis' residence?" The old matron was momentarily taken aback. But the matron said that when this child was found, his attire did not resemble that of a destitute family. Luan could not help but smirk internally. The child of the concubine had evidently not suffered at all. Yet her own daughter had nearly a shocking conspiracy suddenly flashed through her mind, sending chills down her spine. If he is not from a destitute family, his parents must be in a great hurry. Perhaps we should send him to the authorities. Ah. The old matron was caught off guard by her reasoning. In the cradle, Xiaowanwan let out a small yawn, spitting up as she began to cry. Wah! Wah! Mama, I want milk. Luan hurriedly picked up the little one, cradling her in her arms. Madam, I can barely take care of this one. My milk is only sufficient for my own child. Xiaowanwan eventually ceased her wailing, gazing up at Luan with her tear-streaked eyes. Wanner, I am considering your future, the old matron said with urgency. You have had difficulty conceiving after 5 long years, finally giving birth to this girl. A daughter alone cannot secure your position. Having this boy at your side would be advantageous. You don't care at all, nor does your entire family. Mama, don't listen to her. This old woman is quite wicked. Mama's 5 years of barrenness stem from the illness that arose when you jumped into the water to save her. Xiaowanwan let out a little spurt of milk, forming a tiny bubble of snot, reaching out to grasp her mother's collar, fearful that she might agree. When the old matron fell into the water, Luan was the only daughter-in-law who leaped in to save her. It was autumn, and the cold wind howled. Upon returning, she caught a chill and fell ill, never expecting that 5 years of infertility would be the consequence of that illness. 3 years ago, the old matron had chosen 2 adopted sons for her to raise, a clear indication of her dissatisfaction. Now, after finally giving birth, she was subjected to such humiliation. She could not swallow this indignity. Luan offered her pinky to little Wanwan to hold. Now that you mention it, I can understand your perspective. However, 3 years ago, you had just given me Zimu and Zixing, and at that time, the youngest was already 3 years old. Indeed, the youngest must be 3 years old and willing to be adopted. Zimu and Zixing are merely adopted, the old matron continued. This child is merely a few days old. Claiming him as your own would be better for you. What if your husband were to take a concubine and father a legitimate son? What then? So they were indeed vying for a legitimate heir. Luan lowered her head, her resolve hardening. She could tolerate any injustice, but she could not allow a child to replace her daughter to remain by her side. Mama, we cannot raise that wicked child. He will bring harm to you and our maternal family. Her daughter's voice echoed in her ears, and as she saw the little legs kicking in distress, Luan recalled the near abduction of her daughter during her birth, her gaze becoming resolute. Is the old matron already selecting a concubine for Jinan? Luan asked. The old matron hesitated, her gaze wavering. No, you've just given birth. How could I possibly arrange for him to take a concubine? Luan laughed coldly. Then let him take a concubine. What do you mean by that? After giving birth, the daughter-in-law is physically weakened and may not be able to serve her husband for a year. If he were to take a few concubines, it would not be unfair to raise this little boy with them. In the future, if the concubines help the Marquis' residence expand its lineage, it would be beneficial. Luan smiled faintly. The old matron stared in shock for a long moment before stammering her agreement. She never anticipated that Luan would prefer her husband to take a concubine rather than accept this child. How had Luan changed? Days passed and Luan's health improved. Pan Chun brought Zimu and Zixing to meet her. First to enter was Zixing. Zixing was lively and bold, constantly smiling, his eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Mother, can we see our sister? Zixing blinked, hearing the giggles of the baby from the crib, curiosity evident in his voice. Of course, Luan said, intending to change her clothes. She asked Pan Chun to look after the child and retreated into the inner chamber. With permission granted, Zixing leaned forward, but due to his small stature, he found the crib's railing too high. His little hands flailed in desperation, nearly in tears. Pan Chun chuckled, lifting him to see his sister. His sister was truly beautiful, the most exquisite child he had ever laid eyes upon. Meanwhile, Xiaowanwan, still blowing bubbles, suddenly spotted the adorable little boy, her eyes widening in delight. What a cute little boy. I want to play with him. He. Zixing was startled into tears, hiding in Pan Chun's embrace. Wah! Sister's talking. She's just a baby. How could she be speaking? Don't cry, Pan Chun said, smiling wryly as she comforted him. Realizing she was just an infant, Xiaowanwan smiled shyly, revealing her toothless grin. Utterly adorable. Don't cry, it's not time for tears yet. Your future will be even more pitiful. You will fall in love with the same woman as the male lead, yet be no match for him. ultimately meeting a tragic end at his hands, blood spilling far and wide. Only then will it be appropriate to cry. He he he. Chapter 3. The neglect of an unworthy father. Zixing cried even louder, lamenting his unfortunate fate, his eyes reddened with tears. Please don't cry, second young master, asked Panchun. The teacher will arrive soon, and we still need to practice martial arts. Panchun chuckled, recalling how the second young master had often slacked off during training. It was unusual for him to be so upset. She quickly called for someone to take him outside. Zimu, the elder brother, though only 7, exhibited a surprising composure in his round, expressive eyes, and his delicate features bore an air of cold elegance, indicative of an excellent family background. He pursed his lips, standing on tiptoe to gaze at his sister without uttering a word. Xiaowanwan kicked her legs joyfully, waving her hands even more excitedly upon seeing Zimu.
What?
Big brother is so handsome, she exclaimed. Big brother is amazing. He has always been filial. It was hard-earned for him to gain a reputation. But then the male lead replaced him and sent him to the battlefield. He never even saw mother before he died. How tragic. I don't want my brother to die. Suddenly, Zima's outstretched hand froze. A chill coursed through him as he thought he might be imagining things. He gazed intently at his sister's tiny face, her large eyes glistening with tears, reflecting only joy. Big brother achieved great feats in battle. Yet all the credit went to the male lead, who prospered at home. But there might still be a way to resolve this. Big brother can protect mother. How can I protect mother? He blurted out, startling Panchun, who hurried to inquire. Zimu felt anxious. How can I protect mother?
Please tell me.
At that moment, the infant yawned. Xiaowanwan is super amazing. Let me have a look. But I'm so sleepy. Don't sleep yet. Tell me how to protect mother. Just then, Luwan emerged, having changed her clothes. Zimu, what's the matter? You can touch your sister, she said gently. Really? Is it true? A flicker of light appeared in the depths of Zimu's dark eyes. He cautiously touched his sister's soft cheek. She was truly beautiful. Her eyes drooping with sleep, her skin fair and pristine. Indeed, the most exquisite child in the world, like a little fairy. Seeing that time was running short, Zimu bowed respectfully. I won't disturb mother any longer. I'll go practice martial arts with my brother. Luwan nodded in agreement. As Zimu turned to leave, he added, Mother, please wait for me to grow up. Luwan smiled softly in response. Xiaojinan entered, appearing weary yet refined in his elegant robe. The scent of nursing from the woman's chamber soothed him, reminiscent of the aroma clinging to him. Luwan trembled slightly, her heart heavy with grief. In the past, he would have appreciated her efforts, asking her to prepare soup and pamper him, hoping for her comfort. But now, she was painfully aware of everything. Mother, he is manipulating you. He is with the mistress, a soft voice echoed in her ear. Luwan replied, I do not blame you. It is all of my own making. That is good, that is good, Xiaojinan mused internally, admiring her grace as a noblewoman. He cursed the maid and servant for their audacity and planned to punish them soon. Luwan let out a cold laugh. Her heart was nearly shattered. Xiaojinan's eagerness to eliminate witnesses revealed his vile nature, contrasting sharply with the virtuous man she once knew. This. Xiaojinan slapped his forehead, realizing he had spent days with Ro considering a name for their son, yet had neglected to think of a beautiful name for their daughter. Does the lady have a name in mind? Luwan sighed softly, shaking her head. Let it follow my name. After all, she is my daughter, and I will love her most. Mother, please don't be wronged. Mother. Hearing this, Xiaowanwan immediately felt wide awake, her heart aching for her mother. Thankfully, mother loved her. She was so beautiful, and that scoundrel was truly blind. The hands of the mother and daughter met. Yet Xiaowanwan could feel the chilling tremor in her mother's hand. Her stunning mother was enduring great sadness, which pained her deeply. Xiaojinan clapped his hands, exclaiming wonderful. Let us add your name. We'll call her Xiaowanwan. All right. Xiaojinan approached with a smile. Xiaowanwan, come give your father a hug. Luwan hesitated, her hand still hovering protectively over the infant. Suddenly, Xiaowanwan burst into tears. Scoundrel. You stink. Don't touch me. I don't want to leave, mother.
Wah.
Amidst her cries, she unexpectedly punched Xie Jinan in the face. Though the infant's strength was minimal, the impact on his nose was still painful. Xie Jinan dismissed it as childishness, playfully poking his daughter's cheek. Truly beautiful. Wana, you have given birth to such a lovely child. Recalling the boy born to Ro. Here marked, that child was bought by a servant. It's rather pitiful. How about we raise him together with our Wanwan? I wouldn't mind having another son. Luwan's expression darkened. This matter has already been discussed with the old lady. There is no need for you to worry. Xie Jinan was about to say more when he suddenly felt warmth in his hands. Yellow liquid spilled over, soaking his robe. Indeed, as his grandmother had said, a girl was of little use. Luwan instructed Panchun to take little Wanwan away, adding, the old lady has agreed to allow you to take several concubines. If you find suitable candidates, you may discuss it with her. I will oversee it when the time comes. Really? Xie Jinan suppressed his excitement, realizing he was overly enthusiastic. Let us discuss this once you recover. Your health is paramount. I care only for you, regardless of concubines. Luwan nodded, maintaining a neutral demeanor as she exchanged pleasantries before making an excuse to send him away. At present, she had no desire to see him. Xie Jinan soon changed his attire and headed to the charity hall to discuss the matter of taking concubines with the old lady. The old lady spoke earnestly. What about Huaishan's background? He is my son. How can he be considered illegitimate? Huaishan was the name he had chosen for his son, symbolizing a heart that embraces the world and aspirations to stand atop the mountains. Xie Jinan had not anticipated the failure of the swap. The midwife had tampered with the medicine Luwan consumed. How could she have awakened at such a critical moment? Chapter 4. Titled Zhaodi. Xie Jinan found himself perplexed by Luwan's charitable and compassionate nature, as he could not fathom why she would refuse to adopt a male infant. He had promised Ro to provide their child with the finest name and love. Luwan's own biological son would undoubtedly receive the best resources. How dare you bring this up? If it weren't for that old woman begging me on her knees, I wouldn't have known you could actually exchange a legitimate child, she scolded. And your paramour, she is equally shameless, bearing a child before marriage. It is already a misfortune for him. If it weren't for the sake of blood ties, it wouldn't be unreasonable to rid the world of both that woman and her child. The old matriarch was infuriated. It seemed her grandson had been spoiled from a young age, leading to such an act of rebellion. The reputation of the Ho residence could be tarnished. Were it not for Luwan's difficulties in conceiving, having endured years of treatment to give birth to a daughter, she would not tolerate the presence of that wretched Ro and Xie Huaishan. After all, Xie Huaishan was the only legitimate male heir of the Ho family in his generation. Xie Jinan was anxious. Grandmother, but Ro is a great benefactor to our family. I promised her. The old lady cast him a solemn glance, and he immediately understood that this matter was non-negotiable. How could Luwan not accept her own son? If she refused, what would happen to the child? What about Ro? The old lady stated, at your age, you should be more discerning. If Luwan does not accept him, he can only be a bastard. There is no room for discussion. Moreover, you must also put in some effort to ensure Luwan takes care of herself and gives birth to a son. That would be the most legitimate course of action, and it would prevent further complications. Xie Jinan lowered his head, acknowledging his grandmother's words. When it came to the subject of a son, the old lady suddenly remembered something and asked, has Luwan named the girl yet? Listening to Wanner, she wishes to name her Wanwan, he replied, puzzled. The old lady continued, the next must be a boy, and this girl shall be named Zhaodi. Many families name their daughters Zhaodi, anticipating a younger brother to follow. Youngsters like you may be oblivious, but we elders possess greater wisdom. Xie Jinan trembled slightly, wanting to voice that he and Luwan had already decided on a name, and changing it would be inappropriate. Yet, the words remained unspoken. After all, it was merely a girl. The name held little significance. He conceded very well. The old lady nodded, expressing approval that no conflict was preferable. After Zhaodi's full moon banquet, you may bring Ro into the household. That way, mother and child will be legitimized. However, Huaishan's health is already fragile. This ordeal may have worsened his condition. Having said this, she felt it was improper and removed a jade pendant from her wrist. This is a gift for Huaishan's full moon celebration. News of the full moon gift soon reached Luwan. The wet nurse sent by Pan Chun was clever and loyal, having come from Luwan's maternal family. Pan Chun was furious upon learning the child's origins and exclaimed that jade pendant was bestowed by the late emperor upon the noble lady of the Ho residence. It is said to possess dragon energy that promotes health and well-being. Now, it has fallen into the hands of the old lady, who cherishes it as a treasure, never allowing anyone to touch it. How could she so easily bestow it upon the child of that wretched woman? A disgraceful item, like, that has no right to claim the late emperor's jade. Pan Chun's indignation grew, her fists clenched tightly as she felt tears welling up. Luwan's expression was grave, though not as furious as Pan Chun. She had anticipated the old lady's bias since the moment she gave birth to her daughter. Cradling her child, she reassured herself, no matter how they treat Xiaowanwan, I will always love my daughter. Xiaowanwan is the legitimate daughter, and that is enough for me. Little Xiaowanwan giggled in her mother's embrace. Mother, do not be sad. That jade pendant is not a good thing. It harms people. She recalled how that trinket had nearly brought ruin to the male protagonist and his mother, which delighted her. Little Xiaowanwan chuckled softly. Luwan raised an eyebrow, a spark of inspiration igniting within her. At that moment, a maid entered to announce, Madam, the old lady has sent something for the young miss. Luwan's heart lightened. Thankfully, the old lady was perceptive enough to understand that she could not show favoritism openly. For Xiaowanwan, that was sufficient. She instructed the maid to bring in the items, and upon seeing them, she felt a surge of anger rising within her gentle demeanor, tempted to smash the object publicly. It was a silver longevity lock, intricately engraved with her daughter's name, Xiaodi. Clearly, the old lady wished for her to bear a son. A wave of suffocation washed over her as she recalled the arduous journey to conceive Xiaowanwan. For 5 years, she had not ceased her treatments, depleting her health significantly. To bear another child could be fatal. She had tirelessly managed both significant and minor affairs of the Ho residence, ensuring her husband, the old lady, and even her in-laws enjoyed a life of ease and comfort. But what of them? Not one had ever cared for her feelings. Not a single person had inquired about her health, not even her husband. With her eyes reddened, Luwan felt her strength drain away as she swept the account books sent by the servants that morning to the floor. The accumulated grievances of years could no longer be contained as her shoulders quaked, and she wept softly. Pan Chun tossed the longevity lock beneath the bed, deeming it a cursed object. Such silver, the treasury has plenty. It is an utter humiliation for the young miss. Mother, do not be saddened by these vile people. You are the esteemed legitimate daughter of the minister's household. Should the sky fall, Xiaowanwan will be here with you. They will not enjoy good fortune. I can even tell fortunes, you know. Little Xiaowanwan ceased her laughter and tears, quietly listening to her mother's sobs, feeling a deep ache within her heart. Anger bubbled within her, her tiny fingers fidgeting as her round face puffed up in indignation. That old woman! How dare she name her Xiaodi, humiliating her mother? She resolved to calculate when that old woman would meet her end. Chapter 5. Meeting the prince consort. As soon as she had the thought of consulting the divination, a wave of drowsiness washed over her. Luwan heard her daughter's silent plea and turned to look at her. The infant in the swaddling cloth had already fallen asleep. She reached out to check the baby's breath and sighed in relief. She understood clearly that no amount of sorrow would change her circumstances. She needed to gather her strength and not allow them to manipulate her. The following morning, she sent someone to summon the old matriarch and Xie Jinan to discuss the banquet for the baby's first month. Why schedule the banquet for the 6th day? Did not Xiaodi give birth on the 9th? Xie Jinan's tone was somewhat harsh. Huaishan was born on the 6th. We cannot have him managing affairs at the Ho residence. Are we to disclose matters best kept hidden? The old matriarch, more composed, asked, why hold the banquet in advance? This is an excellent opportunity for the Ho residence to connect with the royal family. The old matriarch's eyes suddenly brightened. Is it true? Will the 5th princess truly come? The 5th princess, being the daughter of the empress, was cherished by His Majesty and the princes. It was said that the largest coral in the realm was bestowed upon her by the emperor, adorning her palace as a wishing tree. Such a person had taken an interest in Luwan's brother. She glanced at her grandson. Jinan was not lacking in looks either. However, this was indeed a splendid opportunity to align with the royal family, as visits from the royals were rare. Indeed, it is true. My brother has already consented, Luwan affirmed, her gaze lingering on the old matriarch and Xie Jinan. Xie Jinan's expression darkened, yet he recognized the honor it would bring to the Ho residence if the royals were to visit. Luwan pressed on, by the way. Why did the matriarch not inform us earlier about changing Wanwan's name? Before your longevity lock was sent, I had already sent a letter to my brother. And now the entire Lu family knows my daughter is named Wanwan. The old matriarch was momentarily taken aback, her lips moving without sound. Luwan continued, I suspect my brother has informed the fifth princess as well. The old matriarch's expression soured, but she chose not to express her displeasure too openly. Since the name was already known, it was too late to change it. Wanwan would remain Wanwan, and at the 100-day banquet, she could bestow a few nicknames for the little one to play with. Mother, please don't. That old matriarch surely wants me to be called Zhao Di, Pan Di, or something like that. Mother, be strong and keep Wanwan's name. The swaddled infant began to coo, her tiny hands balled into fists, as if preparing to strike. Luwan offered her pinky finger to little Wanwan, saying to the old matriarch, Very well, I shall ask my brother and sister-in-law to invite Master Chen, the crown prince's tutor, to write a few auspicious characters for Wanwan.
Yay!
Mother is wonderful. Uncle is amazing. Little Wanwan's eyes sparkled as she opened her tiny fingers, waving as if to clap. The old matriarch glanced at her, a hint of disdain crossing her features. She's just a girl. Why go to such lengths to invite Master Chen for calligraphy? Such favors may hold value in the future. Luwan smiled. This is a favor for my brother, not the Ho residences. The old matriarch was momentarily speechless, caught in her thoughts, feeling quite unsettled. Xie Jinan, finding the situation satisfactory, remarked, If Master Xia can come to write, that would be splendid. Let him write for the young masters in the household as well, thereby bringing honor to the Ho residence through the crown prince's tutor. The old matriarch's eyes twitched, casting an unhappy glance at Xie Jinan. He turned away. Is that not a good idea? The old matriarch had no choice but to concede, though she remained irritated. If Wanwan were not to be called Zhao Di, how could Luwan ever bear a son? It appeared Luwan had no intention of having more children. Upon returning to the charity hall, Xie Jinan wrestled with his thoughts, insisting to his grandmother that Huaishan should not be wronged. The old matriarch countered, Who is the fifth princess for you to arrange? If she comes, it would be for the best. What of your brother's engagement to Wanner? For your future, you should heed your grandmother's counsel. Disheartened, Xie Jinan nodded and departed. Watching her grandson's handsome figure fade from sight, the old matriarch's drooping eyelids flickered with a glimmer of resolve. She secretly contemplated that Huaishan's grievances would be temporary. He deserved a mother of higher status. On the 6th day, Luwan emerged from her confinement. Though it was 3 days early, she felt it inconsequential. Little Wanwan was dressed in a tiny coat, her round face rosy and brimming with joy, clearly well cared for. Anyone who saw her would be compelled to shower her with affection, and Luwan had lost count of how many times she had done so. I am 1 month old, he. How fast it has gone. I hope to grow quickly and protect mother. Seeing her little one clenching her tiny hands, Luwan smiled tenderly. Pan Chun held little Wanwan as the matriarch instructed her to care for the child while she went out to greet guests. Unable to resist, Pan Chun secretly kissed the baby and remarked to the other maidens, The young lady is adorable. Her skin is so soft and smooth. The other maids gazed enviously at little Wanwan. Little Wanwan turned her neck and shrank slightly. Xie Zimu and Xie Zixing, 2 young boys, wore their favorite new clothes. Standing guard beside their sister, Xie Zimu stared at the baby, lost in thought. The front courtyard was filled with visitors, many of whom were esteemed officials and nobles closely associated with the Lu family. The old matriarch's expression darkened. It was not until the royal carriage arrived at the entrance that the old matriarch donned a smile and went to welcome the 5th princess. To her surprise, the first to disembark was Luwan's brother, Lu Yi, a young and poised magistrate whose stature attracted the gazes of many women. Truly, a future prince consort. Lu Yi respectfully assisted the 5th princess from the carriage, his gestures measured, first greeting the old matriarch before acknowledging Luwan. Upon seeing Luwan, the 5th princess felt a sense of familiarity and affection as her future sister-in-law. She presented Lu Wan with a splendid set of jade hairpins and a pair of solid gold bracelets, along with a longevity lock for little Wanwan. These are merely tokens of our meeting. Do not stand on ceremony, sister. The fifth princess clasped Lu Wan's hand affectionately. Such a dignified and beautiful Lu Wan was soon to be her sister. Xie Zimu and Xie Zixing were summoned to greet the fifth princess, who gifted them each 2 pounds of gold. Sister has raised these 2 children splendidly. They will surely achieve great things. Indeed, with their decorum and filial piety, anyone who met them would be fond of them. The old matriarch's expression grew sour. She attempted several times to interject but found herself outmatched by her lower status, unable to find common ground. Seeing the fifth princess's generosity, she felt a twinge of frustration. How wonderful it would have been if such gifts were bestowed upon Huaishan. Chapter 6. The Full Moon Banquet and the Disgrace of Old Deng Lu Wan called for Pan Chun to bring little Wanwan over. Upon seeing the resplendent and beautiful fifth princess, little Wanwan was completely captivated. The fifth princess smiled softly, cradling little Wanwan in her arms and playfully engaging with her. This child was so strikingly beautiful. She was truly the embodiment of the princess's dreams. This is my aunt, indeed worthy of being a princess. She exudes such nobility. Later, my aunt had a lovely cousin, both beautiful and spirited, but alas, she was seized by the male lead, turning her brother, Zixing, into a rival. The male lead is truly despicable. In his quest to possess my cousin, the male lead caused my aunt's demise, framing it upon my maternal family, which enraged the emperor, leading to the execution of my entire maternal lineage. Sob. Such a beautiful aunt. Wanwan wishes for her to be safe. Sob. Little Wanwan gazed at the fifth princess with a look of pity. The fifth princess felt a pang of unease. Why wasn't little Wanwan smiling? Instead, little Wanwan looked up with tear-filled eyes at Lu Wan. Mother. Auntie is so unfortunate. I sensed a dark omen upon her, a sign of calamity. Mother, please save my aunt. Lu Wan was equally anxious, her fingers trembling. If something were to happen to the fifth princess while in their residence, it would be disastrous. Mother, do not let my aunt. Do not approach the water's edge. Uncertain if her mother had heard her, little Wanwan grew increasingly frantic, her gums reddening with urgency, almost on the verge of speech. Lu Wan's parents inquired, Wan heir, the hour is nearly upon us. Where is the child's father? Where has Jinan gone? Indeed, amidst the bustle, it was curious that the young master of Jing and Ho had yet to make an appearance. The fifth princess turned to Lu Yi, seeking an explanation. Though they were not yet wed, the warmth in their exchanged glances was palpable. The elder matron discreetly observed, and then quietly withdrew. Lu Wan produced a silver longevity lock, saying, No need to wait for father. I shall place this longevity lock on Wanwan now. Upon seeing the object, the elder matron hurried to intervene, insisting, with the princess present, it would be better to have the one gifted by her, allowing Wanwan to bask in royal blessings. The fifth princess graciously replied, I am but a mere outsider. You should adhere to your customs. Lu Wan looked between the elder matron and the fifth princess, pondering that acquiring royal blessings should not be difficult. Why not ask the fifth princess to adorn Wanwan with a longevity lock? The fifth princess smiled in agreement. However, upon receiving the longevity lock, her smile faltered. The quality of the silver was decidedly ordinary. Even her personal maid would find it unworthy. And the engraving of Zhao Di only added to her discontent. She inquired, Zhao Di? Indeed, a name with auspicious connotations, but who among your rural elders gifted this? As these words were spoken, the entire Ho residence fell silent, for she had retrieved it from beneath the bed just that morning. The elder matron's face turned various shades of blue and purple, more mortifying than a public slap. The princess, upon her first visit, was accustomed to receiving gifts of gold and jade, while she, as the child's great-grandmother, had presented this trivial silver Zhao Di, a gift that paled in comparison. Lu Wan had not anticipated that this would be presented publicly for the child. Madame Lu Shangshu, displeased, took the item back to return to the elder matron, declaring, For Wanwan's full moon banquet, such a crude item might harm her delicate skin. She should wear the longevity lock bestowed by the princess. The elder matron, embarrassed, accepted it, glancing at it before exclaiming, "Li Mama, do you see this? Hurry, bring forth the full moon gift I prepared." Li Mama knelt to accept the item. "Mistress, I took the wrong thing. This was meant for a distant relative. It is entirely my fault." "Nonsense. This was clearly delivered to you a month prior," Pan Chun muttered, only to be interrupted by Lu Wan. The fifth princess, with a knowing smile, continued, "Very well, let's not dwell on trifles. Do not let this delay our auspicious hour. Bring forth the longevity lock and solid gold bracelet I have prepared, and I shall personally adorn Xiaowanwan." The elder matron wished she could vanish. The members of the Lu residence cast her peculiar glances. The guests present began to whisper among themselves. He. Auntie is so impressive. Xiaowanwan is raising a banner for her auntie." As the banquet commenced, Xiaojin and hurriedly emerged from the inner courtyard, still bearing the scent of a woman's milk. Lu Wan frowned, retreating slightly while cradling her daughter. "Earlier, I prepared a surprise for Xiaowanwan in the inner courtyard. She shall see it shortly." Xiaojin and attempted to take the child from Lu Wan's arms. Hesitating momentarily, Lu Wan finally relented. "Mother, let father hold her." She surrendered the child. Little Xiaowanwan took a deep breath in her father's embrace. This scent, father must have been with the mistress. Mother's milk doesn't tea smell like this. "Mother, the mistress and her child are in the inner courtyard." Lu Wan felt a profound disappointment, and upon hearing this, her expression darkened. Her eyes filled with disappointment as she gazed at Xiaojin. How could he bring the mistress into their home? Clenching her fists tightly, she tried to suppress her anger, wondering what surprise the young master had prepared for Xiaowanwan in the inner courtyard. "In the Lotus Pavilion. Come with me, and you shall see," Xiaojin said with a warm smile. To outsiders, their marital bliss seemed harmonious, a perfect match. The people of the capital praised Lu family's daughter for marrying well, and Lu Wan almost believed it too. However, upon hearing of the aunt's plunge into the water, Lu Wan froze, disbelief washing over her as she looked at Xiaojin and the elder matron. They dared to plot against the fifth princess. As expected, the gathering of women began to murmur with curiosity. The fifth princess turned to Lu Yi and whispered, "Aren't you curious about what your brother-in-law has prepared for Xiaowanwan?" She felt a twinge of envy for Lu Wan's seemingly perfect family, wishing only that the elder matron could be removed from the Ho residence. Lu Yi pressed his lips together, sensing something sinister about Xiaojin's intentions. "Take care of Wan heir," the fifth princess smiled, following Lu Wan into the inner courtyard. Suddenly, the little one in Lu Wan's arms burst into tears, wailing inconsolably, making it nearly impossible for Lu Wan to hold her. "Xiaowanwan must be hungry. Ladies, please proceed to the warm pavilion while I attend to my child. I shall join you shortly." The women, understanding the challenges of motherhood, smiled and departed to wait for her. Upon entering the room, Lu Wan whispered urgently to Pan Chun, emphasizing, "It must be made clear that it is the young master who has taken an interest in her." Chapter 7. The incident at the Lotus Pond. After a brief nod, Pan Chun left. Noticing that the little one had ceased her crying, Lu Wan lingered in the room a while longer before finally stepping out. As she exited, she faintly overheard them discussing how the old matriarch favored males over females and was deliberately neglecting the newborn, Xiaowan. A smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Within the charity hall, Su Ruru was gently coaxing Xia Huaishan to sleep, tears of grievance streaming down her face. "My dear Huaishan, my humble status as your mother prevents me from providing you with a grand celebration for your full moon, a privilege that should rightfully belong to you. Your father assured me that after today, you would have a better standing, rendering today's grievances insignificant. Yet, even so, how could he bear to separate us, mother and child?" She lamented the bitter irony of being reduced to the role of a wet nurse for her own child, despite having known Xiaojin for many years. Having grown up together, she still felt he did not regard her with genuine sincerity. The more she pondered, the more her tears flowed. Outside, the hushed voices of the maidservants reached her ears. "Did you hear? The heir has set his sights on a lady of higher status than the madam. If this girl were to fall into the water, and the heir were to rescue her, wouldn't our household gain another mistress?"
"Who told you that?"
"Why would a well-off lady fall into the water? Don't let the housekeeper hear you." The whispers dwindled further. "Oh, dear sister, would I ever deceive you? The old matriarch has arranged for someone to push that girl into the water, and the heir will surely jump in to save her. That girl is destined to marry him and become the mistress. Su Ruru clenched her teeth. Her standing was still uncertain. How could Xie Jinan consider marrying another? What would become of her and Huaishan? No, she had to investigate. She flung open the door and dashed outside. By the lotus pond, Luan led the ladies along the corridor to the pavilion. The signboard was draped in red cloth, and the corridor adorned with red ribbons, creating a festive atmosphere. A maidservant smiled and handed one end of the red cloth to Luan, saying, "This is a surprise prepared by the heir for the young lady. Please unveil the plaque, madam." Luan pulled away the red cloth, revealing the words Iwan Pavilion. Inside, maidservants emerged bearing various items, and Luan lifted the cloth to reveal an array of valuable gifts, particularly a box of vineyard land deeds, all intended for Xiaowan. The onlookers expressed their envy, praising Luan for marrying a good husband. Little Xiaowan rubbed her eyes, thinking, what is so great about this? In the end, these are all gifts for the male protagonist. And this Iwan Pavilion? My worthless father prepares a villa for the male protagonist, but merely names a pavilion after me. How biased. Luan's expression stiffened. She had anticipated that these seemingly fine gifts were not as impressive as they appeared. Xie Jinan and the old matriarch were likely offering these to Xiaowan in hopes of gaining something greater in return. Suddenly, a cry rang out, "There's a snake." The ladies scattered in panic, some losing their composure, chaos erupting. Luan's expression darkened as she spotted a green viper slithering from the grass. In the midst of the turmoil, a maidservant near the fifth princess suddenly collapsed toward her, and Luan reacted swiftly, pulling the princess aside. The maidservant lunged toward the water's edge and was bitten by the snake. Luan cradled Xiaowan in one arm and grasped the fifth princess with the other, decisively ordering, "Quickly, escort the ladies to safety." Just then, someone outside shouted, "Oh no, a lady has fallen into the water." The women gasped in shock and hurriedly retreated under the protection of the maidservants. Indeed, someone had fallen into the water. Upon Luan's arrival, she witnessed a figure leap into the water to effect a rescue. "Isn't that Xiaowanwan?" Luan exclaimed. "Why is he jumping in to save someone?" It appeared that a woman was in the water. What on earth is happening? Life was at stake, and there was no time to waste. The crowd watched anxiously until Xie Jinan emerged, drenched but triumphant, having rescued someone. "Forgive me, your highness," he began, but upon seeing the pitiful face of the drenched Su Ruru, his expression turned pale. How could it be Su Ruru? She should be in the room nursing the child. Panic surged within him. When the old matriarch arrived, she saw the fifth princess standing unharmed beside Luan and Su Ruru, who was shivering and soaked. Her vision blurred, nearly causing her to faint. "Oh dear, matriarch, you mustn't be overwhelmed. This lady, having been touched by the heir, has surely lost her reputation. Indeed. We must handle this matter discreetly. It cannot escalate." The ladies chimed in with caution. Panting heavily, Pan Chun rushed forward, exclaiming, "Isn't this the wet nurse the old matriarch brought to care for the young master?" "Nurse? How is it that you fell into the water?" The crowd was struck dumb, stunned into silence. "Nurse? Xiaowanwan has been involved with a nurse? And who is this young master?" Little Xiaowan, giggling and shaking her fists, thought to herself, "Look who has appeared, the little mistress. Mother, quickly expose her." The atmosphere turned quiet. Her laughter was jarring, yet as a child, no one could reproach her. Luan smiled and explained, "Ladies, please forgive the confusion. The old matriarch rescued a baby boy last month from a beggar and, feeling pity, has kept him in the household. This lady is the wet nurse for the young master." Luan approached and grasped her daughter's hand, a flicker of concern in her eyes as she asked, "Old matriarch, how did this nurse come to be in the water?" The old matriarch was nearly speechless with anxiety. What could she say? She had orchestrated this incident. The fifth princess looked at her with curiosity, but the old matriarch could not utter a word. I hurried to nurse the young master and, in my haste, stumbled and fell into the water. I am finished." Su Ruru suddenly broke into tears, her delicate features disheveled and dripping with water, rendering her most pitiful. Luan handed Xiaowan to Lu Foran and removed her outer robe to wrap around Su Ruru. "Where are you from?" What of your husband? Husband? Su Ruru looked up and discreetly glanced at Xie Jinan, who still bore an angry expression. Lu Wan, her heart softening, said, You are still young and have become a wet nurse. Surely your husband has passed away? And what of your child? Has he also perished? Chapter 8. The male protagonist resembled a horse stall. Lu Wan spoke with profound regret, her gaze filled with compassion that evoked no sense of rejection. The sound of a child's laughter echoed nearby. Mother, you have such a knack for striking at the heart. If you have ominous words to share, please do so liberally. Observing Su Ruru's pallid complexion and encouraged by her daughter, Lu Wan turned to the gathered ladies and explained, It appears she is a widow. Truly pitiful. Clearly, she is bereft of her husband, yet my own husband has become entangled with her. What am I to do? She too felt a sense of grievance. The ladies approached Lu Wan, offering their consolation. Su Ruru gritted her teeth in fury, her fists nearly crumpling with rage. How could she curse Jean and to death? And her own child too. Turning in desperation, she noted that Xie Jinan's expression was hardly more favorable. He trembled with anger, glaring not at Lu Wan, but at her. What had she done wrong? She merely sought a legitimate status. She wished to prevent others from entering the household, yet she found herself drowning instead. Lu Wan felt torn and went to consult the elderly matriarch. The matriarch, having taken a calming herbal remedy, awoke with a weak expression. Since she is a widow, she cannot be casually accepted into the Marquis' residence as a concubine, being involved with Jean and raising the young master. It would be prudent to grant her a title that allows her to live decently in the inner chambers. This was a carefully considered approach to quell the whispers of the crowd. Lu Wan agreed, stating that if this young widow had a mother-in-law, they should negotiate with her family to grant her a title. However, there was concern that she might be an orphan, truly pitiable. It seemed she was indeed alone, which rendered her status as a concubine slightly lacking. Lu Wan sighed, clearly humiliating Roro. Is the heir angry? Lu's lady inquired. Of course, marrying a widow would infuriate him. Which respectable family would take a widow? Mrs. Chun added. Indeed, if any son of the Chin family were to marry a widow, the entire family would lose face. It's understandable, Mrs. Chun reiterated. Lu Wan approached Xie Jinan, assuring him, Do not worry, my dear. I will handle this matter. Surprisingly, Xie Jinan felt a wave of relief, and Lu Wan's demeanor softened. The others nodded in agreement, praising the matriarch's generosity and kindness. Had their husbands sought to marry a widow, they would have found it impossible. At that moment, a maid hurried in with a baby. No, so. The young master is crying terribly. I could only bring him to you. The maid's gaze swept the room, and she fell silent. Why were there so many ladies in the inner courtyard? Hadn't someone instructed her to find the nurse with the young master? Mrs. Lu suddenly asked, still cradling the little girl, Xiaowanwan, who wore an expression of eager anticipation. Oh, what a splendid move by mother. Father and the child of the third party have finally made their appearance. Alas, he is truly unattractive. Xiaowanwan nearly burst into laughter, reaching out to applaud, only to be swiftly restrained by Ban Chun. The ladies had intended to offer polite compliments, but Mrs. Lu had already taken the exquisitely crafted Xiaowanwan to examine. Comparing the two children, the boy was indeed like a horse stall. Xiaowanwan exclaimed within her mind. Lu Wan's lips twitched as she furrowed her brow, scanning the surroundings, catching sight of a pale blue garment at the artificial hill. After the maid had presented the children to the ladies and the elderly matriarch intervened, she was about to take the child away when the fifth princess halted her. Wait! What is this? She extracted a jade pendant from the baby's swaddling, and the crowd gasped in shock. Isn't this the jade pendant bestowed upon the Marquis matriarch by the late emperor? Such a precious item. How could it be with a child? It was said that this jade pendant could ensure safety. It should have been passed down through the generations of the Marquis family. The fifth princess was enraged. Xie matriarch. How could my grandfather's jade pendant be with an adopted son? Connecting this to the full-month gift given to Xiaowanwan by the matriarch, the ladies quickly understood. Xie matriarch's preference for sons had evidently reached a point where a legitimate daughter was deemed inferior to an adopted son. Or perhaps this child was indeed the illegitimate son of the Marquis' concubine. Mrs. Lu's expression darkened further. What is the origin of this child? Why has such a valuable item been given to him, while your own granddaughter, Xiaowanwan, only received a silver lock? Woo woo woo. Yes, yes. Who is the rightful heir? Grandmother, please take charge. Grandmother is formidable. Could it be that this little boy is also of the Marquis' bloodline? Deliberately finding a nurse to conceal the truth? Mrs. Lu pressed on relentlessly. Luwan was utterly bewildered. She had never discussed this with her mother. Xia matriarch, perhaps you should clarify. This matter extends beyond your household and concerns the dignity of the royal family. Indeed, even if this child belonged to the Marquis' family, according to custom, only legitimate sons and heirs were entitled to the late emperor's possessions, determined solely by the matriarch. How could this be so muddled? Some began to counsel the matriarch. At this moment, her mind was blank. What has happened? Who brought the little Huaishan out? This is a misunderstanding. I did not give the jade pendant to an adopted son. A misunderstanding? The fifth princess raised the jade pendant in her hand, clearly still hanging from the baby's swaddling. The princess would only believe what her own eyes had witnessed. As for this matter, you must explain it to His Majesty in the palace. With a flick of her sleeve, the fifth princess departed with her maid. Su Ro was left in a daze. She had never seen such a fine item before. Believing it to be a token of the matriarch's favor towards Huaishan, unaware that it held such significance. That was the late emperor's possession. Fifth princess. Fifth princess. Xia Jinan chased after her, drenched and appearing utterly disheveled, yet he could not halt the fifth princess's departure. The lady sighed and left the inner courtyard one after another. The elderly matriarch collapsed to the ground, her lips trembling. What shall we do?
Wanneer.
What are we to do? The matriarch's pleading gaze turned to Luwan, who had always been the one to resolve such issues. Luwan took Xiaowanwan for Mrs. Lu, affirming, the truth will reveal itself. If the matriarch did not bestow it, then we shall have peace. To deceive the emperor is a grave crime. Xia matriarch, I have taught one heir to act with integrity. A woman can also possess the qualities of a gentleman. Now that your family's reputation is in disarray, do not drag my daughter into this. Our minister's residence is not easily trifled with. Should I discover that one heir has suffered grievances here, our minister's residence will be the first to object. Although Mrs. Lu's expression was grim, she maintained her composure, her words resonating deeply. Chapter 9. The mysterious gift. Madame Lu whispered a few words to her daughter before leading her companions away. The excitement in the inner courtyard dissipated rather unhappily. The guests in the front courtyard had nearly finished their meal when they observed the fifth princess, her countenance grim, exiting the duke's residence. Shortly thereafter, they noticed officials from the Ministry of Rights hastily pursuing her. No one dared to utter a word. Out of respect for the duke's household, they followed protocol and dispersed. Luwan's expression remained tranquil as she pinched the cheek of little Xiaowanwan, expressing her sympathy. I apologize for the distress caused. I'm not distressed at all. If it weren't for Mother, today would have been the male protagonist's full moon banquet. Mother is wise, and Wanwan loves you. Little Wanwan sucked her thumb, gazing longingly at her mother. How beautiful she was. If only she could grow up to be as lovely. Such a beautiful mother deserves a better father. No, she deserves a better husband. Xia Jinan changed his attire and hurriedly exited the inner courtyard to see off the guests. At that moment, a small figure in bright yellow startled him. Your Highness.
Sure.
The young prince was accompanied only by a eunuch, who gestured for Xia Jinan to remain discreet. I am merely passing through, and have brought something for the young lady of the duke's household. The youthful face of Xia Qianlin bore the innate solemnity and authority of royalty, despite his tender age of 7. Xia Jinan bowed and led the way, relieved that Luwan was still holding the sleeping child in the front hall. Upon seeing the prince, everyone quickly prepared to kneel in reverence. Xia Qianlin halted them, saying, There is no need for such formality. I shall be leaving shortly. He then produced a dragon-patterned jade pendant and presented it to Luwan. This is a rare black jade gift from one of my elders to Miss Xia for her full moon celebration. Please ensure its safekeeping. Luwan accepted the pendant, feeling its warmth. Which esteemed elder from the royal family has bestowed such a precious gift? She inquired with astonishment. Simply accept it, madam. It is not wise to question the matters of the royal family, Xia Qianlin replied before turning to depart. Xie Jinan, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words. The young prince climbed into a carriage that soon halted in a shadowy corner. Your Highness! From another carriage, a man with an exquisite visage and indifferent eyes slightly lifted a curtain. Thank you for your trouble, nephew. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the duke's inner courtyard. Su Ro knelt in the charity hall, her face swollen from a slap delivered by the old matriarch. The matriarch, trembling with anger, pointed at her. You shameless woman! I bestowed such a precious imperial gift upon your child, and this is how you flaunt it? Do you realize the disgrace you have brought upon the duke's household? Su Ro's eyes reddened, fear rendering her weak. It was not I, someone pushed me into the water, and as for Huaishan, I do not know how that girl, Yin Lu, managed to bring him out. Old madam, I never intended to harm the duke's household. Having come from the countryside, she was unfamiliar with such grand occasions and did not comprehend the rules. Had she known there would be so many noble women outside, she would never have dared to venture out. Yin Lu, equally terrified, interjected, Old madam, I heard young master Huaishan crying fiercely, his body all red. I didn't know what to do. The ladies in the house said he should be taken to find a wet nurse. That's why I. Upon hearing this, the old matriarch sank into a wooden chair, gazing at Su Ro. If you had remained obediently in your chamber, how could you have been pushed into the water? Su Ro covered her face, uncertain of what to say.
Speak.
It was I. I heard someone would fall into the water, and I intended to go out to sea. The old matriarch's expression darkened, and she dismissed all the servants and maids from the courtyard. Only celebrated Mama remained. Who did you hear this from? Celebrated Mama asked Su Ro coldly. The Duke's residence was vast. How could she know which maid it was? She had fallen into someone else's trap. No wonder the old matriarch was furious. I cannot recall, but I have always shared your sentiments. Old madam, I too have been wronged. They deliberately told me these things. Su Ro stammered, clinging tightly to the old matriarch's leg. For Huaishan, I am absolutely on your side, old madam. The old matriarch lost her grip on her cane, and it fell. A chill ran down her spine. That was the fifth princess's virtue at stake, far more serious than the jade pendant incident. And now, not only had it been discovered, but it had also been orchestrated like a play. If even a whisper of this came to light, the Duke's household would be doomed. Celebrated Mama hesitated. Old madam, could it be the main lady?
Impossible.
She cannot possibly know about the connection between Huaishan and Ro, and besides, she is sensible and aligned with the Duke's household. She would never harm it. The old matriarch pondered, ruling out Luwan, who was blissfully unaware, but could not fathom who had orchestrated this scheme. Fortunately, the plot had failed. As for the maid who had attempted to push the fifth princess into the water, dealing with her would suffice. Just then, someone outside reported, Old madam, the heir has arrived. Why is he so late? Couldn't he the guests in the front courtyard have been sent off by Wanner? The old matriarch inquired. Grandmother, it is the prince. The old matriarch's legs trembled. Could it be about the fifth princess's incident? Or the jade pendant? He has come to deliver a gift to Xiaowanwan and will leave after. The old matriarch breathed a sigh of relief. The prince indeed took such an interest in this little girl? Luwan's maternal family was formidable. It seemed she could save the Duke's household. Yes, she must have a way. After all, the old Duke had once saved Lu Shangshu. Now that Luwan was the head of the household, she would not allow the establishment she had nurtured to face disaster again. That little girl had the prince's backing. She could no longer be touched. To protect Huaishan, Luwan must take action. Summon Wanner to me, the old matriarch commanded. Su Ro collapsed to the ground, feeling as though she would be punished before she had even gained anything. Just then, Yin Lu entered, cradling Xia Huaishan, who was crying uncontrollably. Old madam, Su wet nurse, no matter how we soothe young master Huaishan, it is futile. He vomited after being fed milk, and now he has developed a rash. What shall we do? Chapter 10. Seeking maternal affection, the elderly matriarch gently unwrapped the swaddling cloth, discovering the red rashes on the infant's skin, which tugged at her heartstrings. She urgently summoned the household physician. However, Su Yuru intervened, asserting no need, my lady. The child shall be entrusted to me. With a slight stagger, Su Yuru took the child into her arms, turning her back to the matriarch as she breastfed the infant. Once she finished, the child ceased crying, and the skin returned to its normal hue. She explained, "It is a hereditary skin condition in our family. The nourishment from the mother's milk suffices for healing, and the affliction will not recur after weaning. My lady, I am fully aware of my grave mistake. For the sake of Huaishan, I implore you to grant me this one leniency. If punishment is to be meted out, it should at least await the child's weaning." The matriarch inquired, "Can you guarantee that this hereditary ailment will not affect Huaishan's future health?" "Indeed, it will not. Our family has always been this way," Su Yuru replied, her eyes flickering momentarily. The matriarch sighed heavily, still feeling uneasy, and insisted on having the physician examine the child before she could relax. Luwan arrived, cradling little Wanwan. Upon entering, she saw Su Yuru soothing Xia Huaishan while sitting beside her, appearing quite pitiful. "Waner, you have finally arrived. Please take a seat." "Oh my, let me see little Wanwan. She is truly adorable." The matriarch warmly beckoned Luwan to sit, yet the little one showed no interest, burying her head in Luwan's embrace. Flattery without cause is either deceit or theft. Be cautious, mother. "Please, my lady, state your concerns directly," Luwan urged, while still comforting the infant in her arms. "You are aware of today's events. I must admit, I have become muddled in my old age. I intended to prepare a golden jade necklace for little Wanwan, but that foolish wet nurse mistakenly took the wrong one. You bear no resentment toward your grandmother, do you?" Luwan pursed her lips, her expression laden with meaning. "This is not a grave matter." The matriarch presented the golden jade necklace brought by a servant, intending to adorn little Wanwan with it. Yet, the infant's chubby hands grasped it tightly, glaring at her with indignation. The matriarch's expression froze before she forced a smile, saying if little Wanwan likes it, she can play with it. As the child pouted and swung her tiny hands, she tossed the necklace aside.
Clang.
The matriarch and Mama Qing's faces turned ashen, as if they had tasted something foul, both stunned in place. Su Yuru stifled a laugh from her seat, realizing that the girl had already made enemies from birth, ensuring that the Marquis' household would dote on her and Huaishan even more. Children are prone to accidents. Do not blame the matriarch for this, Luwan instructed. Pan Chun, procure a new one for the matriarch for my dowry. Pan Chun complied, saying, "Certainly, madam. Your dowry contains an abundance of such necklaces. Which one shall I choose for the matriarch? Select one of equal or superior quality and craftsmanship." "Understood."
Pan Chun exited,
covering her mouth to stifle her laughter. The matriarch, her countenance darkening, seated herself and remarked, "You have witnessed today's events, Waner. As the mistress of the Marquis' household, your fortunes are intertwined with theirs. According to our laws, the bestowal of imperial gifts upon an adopted son indeed tarnishes the royal image, and I, a mere woman, cannot bear the emperor's wrath. Have you not considered this?" Luwan furrowed her brow, countering, "My lady, have you not thought ahead?" "I do not intend to jeopardize the Marquis' household." The matriarch paused, tears welling in her eyes as she confessed, "I did not intend to give him away. I merely saw that the child was frail and ill, and thought it best to nurture him for a time. His Majesty will not believe me, Waner. Only you can save the Marquis' household." The matriarch clutched Luwan's hand tightly. "What do you propose, my lady?" The matriarch replied, "You should adopt Huaishan as your own. This way, he would be considered a legitimate son, capable of bearing the honor of imperial gifts, thus safeguarding the Marquis' household. I knew your intentions were not pure. You seek to leverage maternal resources to elevate the male protagonist. How despicable." Little Wanwan lifted her head and spat, forming a bubble before resuming her play. "My lady, I have stated before that not everyone is worthy of being the Marquis' legitimate son. The previous candidates, Zimu and Zixing, were chosen from the Xie family, who have a reputable lineage. You cannot simply pity a child of unknown origin and bestow imperial gifts upon him. If he is not of the Marquis' bloodline, I find it difficult to comprehend your reasoning." Luwan's tone remained calm as she surveyed the room. Xie Jinan clenched his fists nearby, realizing Luwan's astuteness. She was not naive. Her intelligence allowed her to manage the Marquis' household with precision, revitalizing its fortunes. The foolishness lay with the matriarch and Su Yuru, whose motives were all too clear. Had they been forthright, Luan might have considered the greater good and assisted them. As Xie Jinan contemplated speaking, the matriarch suddenly burst into tears. Wanner, at this juncture, I must not conceal the truth from you any longer. Huaishan is indeed of the Marquis' bloodline. He is the only legitimate son of this generation. The Marquis' household cannot lack heirs, for its sake. You must save him. Luan's expression softened slightly as she turned to Xie Jinan. Is he your child? Xie Jinan's gaze faltered. The matriarch interjected, no. He is not Jinan's. He is the fourth young master-s. Luan's heart sank. She had overestimated them. Xie Jinan was the eldest with 3 younger half-brothers. The fourth young master, Xie Jinqiu, was merely 16, frail, and had never left home. He was betrothed to a merchant's daughter. How could he have fathered a child? What of the child's mother? The matriarch glanced at Su Yuru, closed her eyes, and lamented, she has passed away. Luan's anger ignited. Still deceiving me. Overwhelmed, she stood and stated, if you wish to protect this child, you must personally enter the palace to plead for forgiveness. As the mistress of the Marquis' household, I will not stand idly by and am willing to accompany you. The matriarch was taken aback. Xie Jinan and Su Yuru were equally stunned. Luan continued, this child is of questionable origin. It is appropriate for him to be raised by his wet nurse. Should word of this leak, he may only be recognized as an adopted son of the Marquis' household. After a moment of contemplation, Luan addressed the matriarch. Since the wet nurse has already been compromised by Jinan, let us arrange for a concubine as well. The wet nurse shall be considered one. Perhaps my lady or Jinan can find another suitable candidate later. As for the position of the wet nurse, the matriarch inquired. This child is, after all, of the Marquis' bloodline. We cannot slight him. Su Yuru, if you are willing to take this child as your own, you may elevate her status to that of a concubine. If not, she may serve as a secondary maid. Luan's arrangements left everyone in agreement. Mother is truly formidable. Securing the child's status, the male protagonist shall forever remain an inconspicuous adopted son, not even worthy of the status of a legitimate son. Dream on if you think you can rise to greatness. Ha! Chapter 11. A self-fulfilling prophecy, Xiaowanwan muttered to herself, gazing in bewilderment at the bubbles of saliva at the corner of her mouth. Luan smiled faintly. Even if Xie Huaishan's mother held a prominent position, it could not be acknowledged that they were truly mother and son. Otherwise, he would merely be the offspring of a second marriage, born of a lowly concubine, with an even more disgraceful status. The old lady silently accepted this arrangement. Xie Jinan hesitated, for the web of lies had grown increasingly convoluted. Were it not for Luan's intervention, the situation might have spiraled out of control. However, time was on his side. He would eventually secure a better future for Ro and her child. Yet, today as events. Xie Jinan's gaze fixated on Su Ro, a surge of anger bubbling within him. After Luan departed, he followed Su Ro into the chamber, shutting the door with a dark expression. Run away? Did I not promise you the best? Why do you distrust me enough to consider fleeing? Do you have any idea what would happen if even a whisper of today's events were to leak? He pushed her away, and she fell onto the bed, the roughness of his actions sending a chill through her. His eyes, shadowed with darkness, were truly terrifying. Xie Jinan was handsome and refined, and Su Ro felt an inexplicable thrill at the sight. And Lang, I realize my mistakes. I should not have listened to others' instigations. I could forsake any title or wealth. As long as your heart remains with me, I would have no regrets in this life. Su Ro reached out her foot, wrapping it around his calf, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Xie Jinan's heart softened slightly. He had spent a few years living in the border town with his father, growing up alongside Su Ro. Their childhood bond blossomed into mutual affection. In their youth they had played house, with Su Ro always taking the role of his wife, and they had even performed the wedding rites in the fields, inadvertently crossing the line from play to reality. Despite being only 12 years old, Xie Jinan felt that Su Ro had given him her entire heart. Marrying Luan was not his desire. He only did so to leverage the Lu family to save his father. By chance, his father had once rescued Luwan's father. Fortunately, Luwan was dignified and intelligent, managing the Marquis exceptionally well, which left him somewhat content. With such a wife, what more could he desire? If he could also have Su Ro Ro, his childhood sweetheart, by his side, living harmoniously with his wife, it would be even better. He was lost in thought for a while, only to notice that Su Ro Ro had changed into a sheer garment. The fabric was translucent, and she had brought a candle, kneeling before him to offer her apologies. Xiaowanwan cast aside the affairs of the Marquis, lifted his robe, and sat at the edge of the bed. Ban Chun laughed. Fortunately, during your confinement, I sought out the sisters at the charity hall, and that third child is truly shameless, even going so far as to fall into the water for the sake of a title. Luwan raised an eyebrow, puzzled. She fell in on her own? Was it not you who orchestrated this? Ban Chun's expression stiffened. How could I dare to do such a thing? I merely intended to test her capabilities to see if she was worth my involvement. It seems I need not interfere. As for the water incident, I do not believe she would be foolish enough to gamble her life. Luwan pondered for a moment, realizing that as a wet nurse entering the Marquis, the old lady had taken measures to conceal her identity. She would not be so eager to expose herself. At most, she might just come to check on things, preventing Xiaowanwan from betraying her. Moreover, madam, the incident with Yin Lu holding the child was not orchestrated by me. Ban Chun quickly clarified as she noticed Luwan deep in thought. Luwan replied coolly, understood. After some contemplation, she decided to summon the two young masters. Mother, look at me. Wanwan will perform a trick, as if awakening from a dying illness.
Ah.
She rushed over to pick up the child, her forehead twitching in alarm. The infant, barely a month old, could sit up on its own. Was that normal? A self-fulfilling prophecy. Little one, do not use such verses. Luwan gently tapped her forehead, nearly toppling the little one over. A self-fulfilling prophecy. A self-fulfilling prophecy. This is Wanwan's most powerful skill. Whoa. Little Wanwan shook her head, her chubby hands grasping her mother's finger, her smile radiant. Luwan could only smile helplessly. The two young masters arrived, as Ban Chun announced. Zimu and Zixing entered the room, obediently bringing their homework. Luwan said she would check their studies, and Xia Zixing's face beamed with pride. He was still young and about to begin his formal education, practicing both martial arts and calligraphy. And he had managed to write out his name in a somewhat crooked manner. Luwan nodded, the little one's eyes sparkling. Mother, I have also learned other characters from my teacher. Saying this, he wrote the characters Xia Ri Mian on a blank sheet of paper. Xiaowanwan, sitting in the cradle, saw the 5 characters and covered her eyes with her fair hands. That is not my name, not my name. Mother, that is Wanwan's younger sister's name. Am I not clever? Hee hee. Xia Zixing, who had just lost a tooth, looked bright and adorable as he laughed. Luwan could not help but chuckle, patting his head. Wanwan will like this. You can play with her for a while. Okay. Xia Zixing nearly bounced with joy, his eyes sparkling as he looked at his sister. Zimu, come with me. Luwan led Xia Zimu to the study. Once the study door was closed, Xia Zimu lowered his head. Mother. Zimu, you have been under my care for over 3 years now. How far have you come in your studies? Luwan inquired. Luwan nodded, feeling gratified. Mother believes you are capable, and the teacher has said you can already compose a few verses. Mother asks you. The master said. The gentleman focuses on the fundamentals. Suddenly, he raised his head and met his mother's gaze, instantly grasping why she had posed that question. He knelt down, Mother. Zima knows he was wrong. What was your error? Chapter 12. The deceit of a rogue father. Zimu overheard his sister's heartfelt thoughts and stumbled upon his great-grandmother's scheme to drown the 5th princess. It was he who instructed a servant to push the wet nurse into the water, and he devised a way for Yin Lu to carry his brother to safety. Xia Zimu was consumed by guilt, his gaze heavy with sorrow. His intentions were to aid his mother. During the full moon banquet, he had secretly listened to his sister's tirade in his mother's absence, piecing together the troubling situation. Should the 5th princess fall victim to their father, their mother would lose her standing within the inner chamber, allowing Xia Huaishan to elevate his status. Thus, he undertook these actions, remaining in the outer courtyard to avoid detection. To his dismay, his mother was already aware. You have assisted me, Zimu, Luwan said, not lifting him up, but continuing. My anger does not stem from your help. You are the legitimate eldest son of the Marquis, and a student raised under my guidance. I hope you will grow into an upright gentleman, a man who stands tall in this world. You must look towards broader horizons, wielding your strength outwardly while protecting those behind you. Behind you stands your mother. Matters of the inner chamber are for her to handle. If you wish to enter a career in government, you must keep your hands clean of this filth. Her tightly pressed lips and solemn expression only deepened Zimu's tears. As Luwan exited, a servant announced, Madam, you are summoned by the palace. Xie Zixing's eyes were red, a heap of paper scattered on the table, all inscribed with Xie Rimian. Clutching Luwan, he lamented, Mother, my sister says my handwriting is ugly. I don't know how, but it just gets worse. Little Wanwan remained seated, sucking her thumb, her round eyes fixed on Luwan. Mother, my brother's writing is so ugly. I don't want him to write my name. I'm still so little. How can I say anything to him? Luwan chuckled wryly, comparing Xie Zixing's early attempts at writing with his recent scrawls. Indeed, they had grown increasingly unsightly. At that moment, she recalled Wanwan's prophetic words. A glimmer of doubt flickered in her eyes. How many surprises did her daughter still hold? Pushing aside Xie Zixing, who clung to her leg, she lifted Wanwan into her arms. Wanwan, say something kind, and your brother will stop crying. I want to say something, but I can't. The little one whimpered. Luwan found it difficult to bear the child's complaints. Once, she had been a formidable force, a master of metaphysics, unaccustomed to such grievances. Seeing Luwan's gaze upon her, Wanwan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Zixing's writing is really good, she declared. Xie Zixing, startled, looked up in confusion. Did you praise me? Yes. Wanwan grinned, revealing her gums in delight.
Zixing.
Write once more for your mother to see, Luwan urged, suddenly realizing that Wanwan's thoughts could resonate with her brother's as well. Xie Zixing ceased his sobbing, wiped his tears with his sleeve, and picked up the brush again. As he wrote, his strokes improved significantly, ultimately crafting the characters for Xiaowanwan beautifully, enough to make him forget his tears. Luwan was filled with joy. Wanwan was indeed her little miracle. Qing Chun. Prepare Wanwan and take her to the palace with you.
Yay.
The dragon energy of the palace will help me grow. Mother, let us hurry. Wanwan exclaimed, giggling and waving her tiny hands in the air. Xie Zixing dashed out with the paper, tripping over the threshold but quickly regaining his footing, disregarding Luwan's instructions as he headed towards the scholars' quarters. Outside, the old lady anxiously climbed into the carriage. Luwan arrived with Wanwan, yet she found no sign of Xie Jinan. Where is the heir? The old lady inquired. He is still at the charity hall. He will come soon. You ought to pay more attention to your husband's whereabouts, she added, her irritation palpable. The old lady was taken aback by the response.
Luwan,
who had always been dutiful and respectful, had grown bolder in recent days, likely due to the Marquis's reliance on her. I see my father coming. He looks weak and needs to lean on the wall, the little one chimed in, her voice ringing in Luwan's ears. Turning, Luwan beheld Xie Jinan, trembling as he approached, supported by a servant. Is the heir injured? She wondered, noticing the red marks concealed beneath his collar, her expression cold, yet her heart ached. Surely, he had been entangled with Su Ro for too long. No, it's nothing. I rushed here and stumbled. My leg is a bit numb.
Come.
Let us get in the carriage, Xie Jinan replied, smiling. As he reached for Luwan, she instinctively recoiled, instructing a servant to summon her own carriage. Mother, father smells of the wet nurse's milk. Yours is so much nicer. He must have exhausted himself with her. Luwan gasped and covered Wanwan's mouth in fright. The little girl blinked, puzzled. But she doesn't talk. You're just a little one. You wouldn't understand, Luwan said, gradually lowering her hand. I don't understand. But that woman has been with father since she was 12. When father is away, she plays house with so many others. Father must be blind to forsake a pure mother for a mistress. He truly doesn't know what's good for him. And how much more beautiful her mother was than that mistress, even from her daily perspective. Luwan's hand froze, her eyes widening as a heavy stone settled upon her chest, making it hard to breathe. When Xie Jinan was 16, He had knelt at the gate of Lu Shangshu's residence, pleading to marry her. Aware that Xie Ho had saved her father, she had married him in gratitude. Though Xie Jin was somewhat timid, she believed that with her support at home and her family's backing, he would surely carve out a place for himself in the court. Had she been barren since their marriage, it might have soothed her heart to think he sought companionship elsewhere. But now, knowing he had been involved with someone for years before their marriage, she felt like a fool. He had deceived her not just in marriage, but for a lifetime. Suppressing her emotions, Luwan dug her nails into her flesh, a tear escaping as she turned her head away to conceal it from her child. The carriage soon reached the palace. The old lady and Xie Jin hurried into the imperial study, kneeling to plead for forgiveness. Among those present was the fifth princess. Upon seeing Luwan, the fifth princess immediately pulled her aside, her gaze burning with intensity as she focused on the little girl in Luwan's arms. The old lady, kneeling on the ground, tearfully explained that the jade pendant was merely lent to the child for her health, also asserting that the baby was an illegitimate offspring of the Marquis. Yet her words seemed tinged with grievance, as though blaming the emperor for misunderstanding her. The emperor's fury erupted, flinging the edict at both of them. Xie Jin, picking it up, paled at what he read. It contained accusations against the Marquis for favoring sons over daughters and further allegations that he sought to take advantage of the fifth princess. How could this be? How could anyone know of his grandmother's machinations? The weight of the edict suffocated him, and his already trembling legs felt utterly weakened. What is it, Jinan? What is wrong? The old lady noticed Xie Jin's sudden silence, puzzled, as she picked up the edict to examine it herself. Chapter 13. Old Deng's confinement. The elderly matriarch nearly rolled her eyes back in fainting disbelief. How could they have thought that the emperor would remain unaware of their desire to involve the fifth princess? The old lady cried out in protest, but soon saw the princess's attendants bringing in two maidservants, one of whom had been bitten by a snake. Were they not dealt with by Mama Qing? The old lady trembled uncontrollably. With two witnesses brought forth, their attempts to argue were rendered futile.
Vanya.
You said you would accompany us to the palace to plead for mercy. Quickly, kneel and beg. The old lady grasped Luwan's sleeve, hoping for her to speak a few kind words. If she did, the fifth princess might choose to overlook the matter out of respect for her. Luwan coolly brushed off the old lady's hand. I agreed to accompany you to the palace. As for how the emperor decides, we as subjects must obey. She had intended to intercede, yet she had discovered that Xie Jin had been involved with someone before their marriage. The entire Ho family was aware of it, keeping her in the dark. Your Majesty, my father is currently fighting for the nation, his life uncertain. My grandfather died saving the late emperor, and now my grandmother is too old and confused. If I truly wished to be involved with the fifth princess, I would not have jumped into the water to save a wet nurse. Xie Jin's voice trembled with emotion. Your Majesty, this was all arranged by me. Jinan was unaware. Had he known, he would never have jumped into the water to save someone. He is a kind-hearted child. If punishment is to be meted out, let it be upon me, the old lady implored, bowing deeply. The emperor's lips pressed tightly together. The last time Xie Jin caused a disturbance, he had been imprisoned, and the Ho family had invoked the late Marquis' favor. He was weary of their incessant pleas. With the Marquis currently at war, if he were to execute his mother, what would become of the family? After a moment's contemplation, the emperor declared, in light of the Marquis and late Marquis' merits, I shall spare your life. The imperial authority is immense. Should the Ho family dare to provoke, I shall eradicate them all. Do you understand? The old lady felt entirely paralyzed, trembling uncontrollably. I understand. I understand. Xie Jin shall have his salary penalized for a year as a warning to others. The old lady collapsed to the ground. Confinement meant stripping her of her authority. Henceforth, the Ho family would be governed by Luwan. She could not accept it. Yet, shortly after, she was led away by the palace attendants. Luwan stood frozen, cradling the infant, her heart racing. As the lady of the Ho family, it was only natural for the emperor to impose penalties upon her. Mother, the emperor is so fierce. Let me see him. Little Xiaowanwan was so excited, she nearly leapt from her mother's arms, her large eyes fixated on the stern figure on the dais. It had been a long time since she had seen someone so intimidating. It was truly remarkable. In her life, who had not treated her with utmost respect. She had never encountered such ferocity. The emperor was momentarily taken aback. Had he lost his senses? Wow. Xiaowanwan hasn't seen someone so fierce in ages. It's quite extraordinary. Why are his frown lines so deep? I wish I could smooth them out with an iron. Ah, he must lead an unhappy life. The emperor's brow gradually unfurled as he noticed the infant in Luwan's arms, piquing his curiosity. How amusing it was that he could actually hear the infant speak. Those large, grape-like eyes were scrutinizing him, and she was blowing bubbles and poking with her tiny hands. What a curious little creature. He would certainly inform the Empress Dowager later. Lu family, your efforts in saving the fifth princess have not gone unnoticed. The Ho family will depend on you in the future. Do not let others' lack of regard for your daughter lead you to self-pity. Luwan bowed respectfully, understanding that merit is more significant than position. She believed that as Xiaowanwan grew, she would understand that garnering attention from others was not her concern. Her focus should be on growing up safely and joyfully, maintaining her self-respect even in obscurity. Very well. It is rare to find such an insightful individual in the Ho family. In light of your service to the fifth princess, I bestow upon you the title of third-rank lady with a royal jade pendant as a gift. The white jade pendant, adorned with gold edges, symbolized the royal esteem. Luwan handed the child to the fifth princess and knelt to receive the honor. The little one giggled, her gums visible, clapping her hands. The emperor, upon hearing this, silently turned his gaze towards a nearby screen. Cough, cough. The emperor discreetly signaled to the fifth princess, who looked puzzled as she pointed to herself. Cough, cough, cough. The emperor's cough grew more pronounced. The fifth princess suddenly understood. Oh, I shall keep them here to dine. Luwan was bewildered, and the little one looked at the fifth princess. Sister, my wedding with the prince is set for next month. There are many things I still do not understand. Could you help me? The fifth princess smiled innocently. Auntie is not deceiving. She knows so much already. She's been pregnant with a little baby for 2 months. And it's a girl. It was all my uncle's doing. Luwan was drenched in cold sweat. The emperor stood frozen in shock. Luwan hurriedly took the child back and, after bowing in farewell, left with the fifth princess. In the emperor's study, he glared at his daughter's departing figure. His teeth clenched in anger. His cherished flower, nurtured for so many years, had been plucked by Lu Yi. How could he have been so oblivious for so long? No wonder his daughter had come to plead for a marriage, and the date was so hastily arranged. Fuming, the emperor clenched his fists tightly at his sides. He decided that the following day, Lu Yi would be dismissed for stepping into Chaoyang Hall with his left foot first. Your Majesty. A figure in dark robes emerged slowly from behind the screen, tall and imposing, with an air of maturity and distance. Ninth brother, I finally understand your feelings. The emperor sighed deeply. His daughter had become someone else's. How could he not be furious? Xia Siheng smiled slightly. Thank you, brother. However, with Luwan's perceptiveness, I believe this day will not be far off. You may not realize how long I have understood this. The emperor nearly spat blood. His ninth brother, though young, spoke with piercing honesty. By chance, he witnessed the old lady's attendant leading people to eliminate the threat. Xia Siheng raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. Ha, you can fool others. But do not attempt to deceive me, brother. The emperor scoffed, choosing not to dwell on the treachery. After all, his ninth brother commanded an army and was willing to assist him. As emperor, he would not lower himself to squabble with a child. After leaving the emperor's study, Luwan intended to inform the Ho family not to wait for her. At the palace gate, she saw the old lady being supported, on the verge of collapsing. Xie Jinan looked up at her, his eyes bloodshot with barely concealed rage. I never expected you to be so cold-hearted, Luwan. You deliberately exposed the items given by our grandmother in front of everyone, allowing the maidservant to carry Xia Huaishan, leading to our grandmother's reputation for favoring males over females. What have you gained from tarnishing the Ho family's name? Indeed, after years of hard work, he had only recently been promoted to a fifth-rank official, yet now faced punishment and his grandmother's confinement. If his father were to suffer defeat, he could scarcely fathom the fate of the Ho family. All of this was Luwan's doing. Chapter 14. A change of father, how shameless, how utterly shameless. A worthless father, a grown man, so cowardly and devoid of dignity. Little Xiaowanwan silently grumbled. Mother, now that you are a third-rank noble consort, I wholeheartedly support your decision to find me a new father. Her current father was so easily provoked, always turning to her mother for help, and when things went awry, he would become enraged. It seemed that the entire family was composed of worthless individuals. She spat in contempt, producing a bubble from her mouth, and silently extended her hand, raising a middle finger in defiance. Isn't the custom for the full moon celebration to wear the gift from a revered elder? Luan retorted calmly. Since the old matriarch has given me this item, it is understood that I am to wear it. Wasn't he that jade pendant intended for the concubine? Why do they blame me? Whenever trouble arose, they sought her assistance, and now that they had faced setbacks, they turned against her. Why didn't you plead for mercy? Even kneeling before the emperor would have sufficed. Given your status and your relationship with the fifth princess, he would hardly have punished us so severely. Xie Jinan clenched his fists, astonished that Luan, who typically prioritized the greater good, would refuse to support them this time. Luan had no intention of lingering, offering a slight bow and preparing to depart. Who permitted you to leave? Xie Jinan interjected, blocking her path. You must abide by the duties of a wife. I do not consent to your departure. He fears that my mother's status will continue to rise, worried that he cannot control her. Little Xiaowanwan thought. What a useless father. Attempting to resort to violence, infuriating me to no end. I cannot bear it. Why doesn't someone break his hand? Fuming, Xiaowanwan clenched her teeth, almost forgetting that she had no teeth, making her gums sore and red. She glared furiously at Xie Jinan, her round face flushed with anger. This was right at the palace gates. Luan was momentarily taken aback, her expression darkening as she turned to face him. Before Xie Jinan could finish his words, a guard seized his arm and twisted it back. With a crack, a searing pain shot through him, and he almost collapsed to the ground, clutching his hand. The guard stepped back to stand beside Xia Siheng, admonishing Xie Jinan. How dare you be disrespectful to a third-rank noble consort? Noble consort? Xie Jinan looked up in disbelief at Luan. His wife had been granted such a title. What a useless father. Inept yet fond of play, bringing his own downfall. Little Xiaowanwan mused. His eyes must be green with envy. Humph. She continued her silent mockery while raising her middle finger. Luan glanced at Xia Siheng and quickly curtsied. Greetings, your highness, the ninth prince. Seeing the newcomer, Xie Jinan's legs buckled, and he found himself kneeling, unable to utter a single harsh word. Xia Siheng cast a casual glance at the group and departed without a word. Xie Jinan remained on the ground, clutching his injured hand, rolling in pain, filled with regret. Madam, how do you know the ninth prince? It is said that he is over 26 and still unmarried. Both the Grand Dowager and the Empress are frantic. Ban Chun chattered away as they walked. My aunt was close to the ninth prince's mother. When my aunt brought me to the palace, she had a few encounters with him, but alas, my aunt passed away 5 years ago from a grave illness. Hearing this, Ban Chun felt a shiver run through her. The ninth prince, oh my, the greatest antagonist of this tale has appeared. Mother, the book says that the ninth prince can manipulate the male lead at the height of his power. His mother is not his biological mother. He was abandoned in the cold palace by the late emperor and was adopted by the Grand Dowager. Little Xiaowanwan reflected. Mother, do you recall the jade pendant my aunt left behind? It could be used to request a favor from the ninth prince. Xiaowanwan has finally encountered the great antagonist. This is extraordinary. Mother, your fortune is on the horizon. Little Xiaowanwan's mouth fell open in shock. Luan felt a rush of memories. She recalled how the Grand Dowager had once been troubled by her lack of children. Her aunt had suggested adopting one for future support. The jade pendant given by the Grand Dowager was a cherished token. The Grand Dowager still resided in the palace. But Luan had not checked on her due to her own status. Never mind, I will gradually inquire about these matters later. Luan decided as she followed the palace attendants to the splendid palace. The reputation of the fifth princess, Xia Zhao, for her affection was indeed well-deserved. The The splendid palace was exquisitely decorated, resplendent with gold and brilliance, and was the closest palace to the Empress Dowager's chambers. Upon seeing the large coral tree in the front courtyard, even Lu Wan, who had seen much of the world, was taken aback. The bright red coral towered higher than the building, adorned with numerous red silk ribbons and wooden plaques, all filled with the wishes of the princess and the palace attendants. Mother, mother, what an abundance of earthly energy! Quickly, let me down, mother. The little one cried excitedly, her legs straightening in anticipation. Down? You want me to place you on the ground? Lu Wan's eyelids twitched. Was she to let such a small child play in the dirt? Mother, please place me under the tree. I want to play in the mud. With no other choice, Lu Wan set her down beneath the coral tree. To her surprise, the little girl sat up immediately, grasping at the leaves and soil, engrossed in her play. Xiao emerged to instruct the palace attendants to watch over Wanwan and not to interfere, then led Lu Wan into her chambers. Oh no, your highness. Madam. The young lady, she has buried herself. Xiao jumped 3 feet in the air, her voice rising. What did you say? Lu Wan had already dashed outside. Bury. Little Wanwan scooped up dirt and piled it over herself, having dug for a long time. She lay there, feeling the rich earth nourishing her body, her round eyes closing in contentment, utterly blissful. Ah, whose child is buried here? A resplendent voice inquired, and little Wanwan opened her eyes to see a regal woman squatting down, examining her. Lo and behold, not dead. This little one is truly a rarity. Quickly, dig her out. I have not seen such a peculiar child in ages. I worked so hard to bury myself. Please don't dig me up. Little Wanwan internally wept, her frantic protests only amusing the Empress Dowager further. Chapter 15. The beautiful woman's affection. How could your aunt be so beautiful and yet dig me up? Little Wanwan was on the verge of tears. Heaven knows how long she had been scrambling in the dirt. Though it was said she was buried, the pit had already existed. She merely tossed some soil onto herself. She opened her mouth to wail in protest, but ended up tasting the earth, her face smeared with grime and her eyes brimming with tears, evoking sympathy from those who beheld her. The Empress Dowager dug her out and held her in her arms, just as Lu Wan and Xiao emerged from the palace. Lu Wan turned pale with fright. This is Lu, your humble servant, paying respects to the Empress Dowager. The little one immediately ceased her crying, staring blankly at the Empress Dowager, who cradled her. Ah, it's the Empress Dowager. So young and beautiful. May Wanwan give her a kiss? Lu Wan looked at the Empress Dowager in horror. In her past life, Xiaowanwan had developed an irresistible habit of wanting to kiss beautiful women. The only advantage of being a baby was the lack of a novice protection period. She could kiss anyone she desired. Lu Wan's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. How was she to address the Empress Dowager? Such an unreasonable request. Kissing. Little Wanwan gazed at the Empress Dowager with pitiful eyes, her tiny hands covered in mud, reaching out to touch the Empress Dowager's face. Lu Wan was alarmed and rushed forward to intervene. Your Majesty, this little girl has soiled your garments. I beg your pardon. She had neglected to ponder why a child barely a month old could articulate her desires. It was said that the Empress Dowager was capricious and notoriously difficult to please, and Lu Wan had even envisioned her own burial site. To her surprise, the Empress Dowager approached with a look of disdain. Just a quick one. Do not soil my face. Little Wanwan cheered, her muddy hands cupping the Empress Dowager's face as she planted a kiss upon it. The Empress Dowager's visage was so blessed that it made little Wanwan's hands appear even smaller. Wanwan has achieved greatness, even bestowing a kiss upon the Empress Dowager. Oh my. Lu Wan trembled violently. The Empress Dowager, exclaiming in surprise, returned the dirty little Wanwan to Lu Wan, her face marred with reluctance as she wiped her own. I have heard that you are the sister of the Duke, come to offer counsel to the princess? Yes, it is an honor for this humble servant, Lu Wan replied, bowing her head. Is this your daughter? The Empress Dowager inquired. Yes, her name is Xiaowanwan. The Empress Dowager nodded coolly before striding into the princess's quarters. She had been informed by the emperor that Lu had brought in an extraordinarily beautiful girl, currently residing in Zhao's chamber. She had not even had the chance to taste the beggar chicken in the princess's chamber before hastily lifting her skirts to rush over. Upon entering, she was met with the sight of a delicate little girl, buried in dirt, as tranquil as if in slumber. It startled her greatly. When the little one opened her eyes, the Empress Dowager's heart swelled. Even in her filthy state, she was enchanting. What would she look like clean? Having never encountered such a stunning yet peculiar child, the Empress Dowager felt intrigued. She longed to uncover the thoughts swirling in this child's mind. Luwan took little Wanwan to change into a fresh outfit. However, as only palace garments were available, she had to dress her in the exquisite attire that Xiaozhao had prepared for the little princess. Beautiful and refined, she appeared just like a princess within the palace. Xiaozhao was taken aback. When will this princess ever bear such a lovely child? If by chance I had a son, would I not have to cast him away?
Cousin.
Little Wanwan stared at her, eager to speak. Annie has given birth to a little cousin, right? Are you saying that this princess could bear beautiful daughters? Xia Zhao's face lit up with joy. Luwan was taken aback. How could the princess hear her? Grandmother, listen. Wanwan says I can have a daughter. The Empress Dowager felt as though a flock of crows had flown overhead, her gaze fixed intently on little Wanwan. If only this child were a princess, she would keep her in Sinang Palace and witness the wonders she might unfold. Such a delightfully eccentric child was her favorite. Luwan breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the princess was oblivious. She cradled little Wanwan again, preparing to assist Xia Zhao in examining her dowry. Yet the Empress Dowager interjected, if you are here to assist, why bring along a burden? Leave the child here. I shall keep watch. Luwan could not refuse and had no choice but to enter the room with Xia Zhao. Once they had departed, little Wanwan wished to descend to the ground. She was now capable of sitting up and, having received nourishment, felt she could clumsily crawl. Thus, she twisted her body like a wriggling worm. Making her way toward the grand coral, she reached out, tumbling over the threshold and nearly falling headfirst, letting out a few pitiful cries as she crawled toward the tree below. The Empress Dowager followed behind, her expression one of astonishment. Noticing the Empress Dowager still watching her, little Wanwan awkwardly shifted her position, pointed at the pit, and then at the Empress Dowager. You, Barry. She scooped up a handful of dirt and eagerly offered it to the Empress Dowager. Thank you for the invitation, but I do not wish to be buried. The Empress Dowager shook her head, squatting beside her, curious to observe little Wanwan. Little Wanwan lay back down in the pit and pointed at a small mound of dirt. Help, help. Oh dear, speaking was so challenging. When would she be able to articulate her thoughts fluently? The Empress Dowager understood her intent and extended her hand to help cover her with dirt. The little one beamed with satisfaction, peacefully closing her eyes. Upon waking, she found the Empress Dowager still gazing at her, curiosity etched upon her face.
Dirt.
Mortal, do you have a wish? I, Wanwan, can grant you one. Do you wish to be a princess? Would you like to be a princess?
Speak.
If that is your desire, I shall petition His Majesty to bestow upon you the title of princess. The Empress Dowager grasped little Wanwan's shoulders with excitement. Such an eccentric child would bring endless amusement in the palace. She would surely awaken in laughter even at midnight. Little Wanwan appeared bewildered, accustomed to sucking her thumb while pondering. Bitter. All dirt flavor. She spat it out. The Empress Dowager's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Such a peculiar child. I adore you even more. Wanwan cannot fulfill that wish. Wanwan has a mother whom she loves dearly. You may as well give up on that notion. However, a father can be replaced. 1, 2, 3, or even 10, for my mother deserves the best. Little Wanwan's inner musings were overheard by Luwan, who had come looking for her. Luwan felt a chill run down her spine and hurried over to extricate her from the dirt. The tiny body was easily lifted, and the dirt fell away, leaving her in a state of disarray. Had she known that the Empress Dowager would indulge her whims, she wouldn't have bothered with a change of clothes. On their way back, the Empress Dowager even gifted little Wanwan the phoenix hairpin from her head. Little Wanwan clutched the golden pin, beaming with delight, and even took a bite out of it before the onlookers, staring in confusion at the drool upon it. Why are there no bite marks? Chapter 16. The unruly father seeks reconciliation. Could this possibly be a ruse? Luwan gently retrieved the gold hairpin, careful not to prick herself, exclaiming, You have yet to grow teeth. Oh, I forgot, the little one mumbled, her head hung low, a picture of shyness. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, the elderly matriarch clutched Xie Jinan's other arm, weeping as she lamented, "Does your hand hurt? Allow your grandmother to take a look." Alas, Luwan's elevation in status has only rendered her more indifferent towards you. Even after your grievous injury, she shows no concern. Xie Jinan pressed his lips together, replying, "She cannot be bothered. The 9th prince is the emperor's brother, and even the emperor must extend him a certain deference. We cannot afford to offend him. You still speak on her behalf. She is but a barren wretch, daring to treat you so. With Luwan's rising stature, you must not allow her to wield full control over the Marquis, lest you become a mere sponge. Grandmother, you are mistaken. Wanner has achieved the title of a noble consort, indicating that the Marquis still has a chance for redemption." Xie Jinan retorted while nursing his injured hand. "Were it not for your actions, we would not be in such a predicament. Are you blaming your grandmother? Do not forget that all she has done is for the sake of your son. If Luwan were to discover that he is your child with a concubine, how would she deal with them?" The old lady trembled, knowing that after her foray into the palace, Luwan was no longer someone they could easily manipulate. Xie Jinan's gaze faltered. Indeed, what will become of Ro and Huaishan? Ever since his father went off to war, their mother has been consumed with worry and has since sought blessings at Jinshan Temple, not returning home for several years. Upon returning to the Marquis, night had already fallen. Xie Jinan, with his bandaged hand hanging from his neck, had a rather grim countenance and spoke rather harshly. Luwan, however, did not take offense. Forli was her mother-in-law, and she could not refuse. "Mother, I'm hungry," the little one whimpered, prompting Luwan to ask Pan Chun to prepare a pot of milk before they set out together. "In this state, when I go to fetch my mother, she will surely feel pity for me. However, I shall explain that this matter has nothing to do with you. Wanner, we are husband and wife. Let us not quarrel as we do now," he implored. Initially, he had thought Luwan merely to be a capable housekeeper, adept at managing the family business. Now, as she had been bestowed the title of a third-rank noble consort, it was clear that the Marquis's prospects for revival hinged upon her. During these past few days, he had taken refuge in Su Roro's quarters to avoid burdening Luwan with his care. Xie Jinan believed himself to be a considerate husband. Thus he seized the opportunity today to speak privately with Luwan. Ah, how absurd! It is clear that father is to blame, yet he places the burden upon mother. Mother, this matter is inherently unrelated to you. Do not let him manipulate you. Ugh, that scoundrel, he reeks of milk. Surely, he has been sleeping with the third one. Ah, ugh. Little Xiaowanwan emitted a milk burp, spitting out a mouthful of milk. Xie Jinan cast her a glance, then turned to Luwan, who displayed an unyielding demeanor that left him feeling stifled. Her perpetual coldness and reserve never sought to please him, nor did she tend to him with any warmth. Her demeanor was strictly conventional, rendering her utterly uninteresting. Unlike Su Roro, who, while seemingly gentle, was quite the opposite, flattering him and incessantly praising him, which instilled in him a sense of masculine achievement. As for Luwan, he thought, since she is skilled in managing the household, all he needed to do was keep her by his side. Ah, how repulsive! How dare he, a man of infidelity, lay a finger on the pure mother? Scoundrel, begone. Little Xiaowanwan glared at her legs, mimicking a classic gesture. In 5 years of marriage, he had only touched her twice. The memory of her conceiving Xiaowanwan remained vague, and recalling it left her achingly sore. On their wedding night, her husband had merely held her and kissed her for a moment before declaring the deed done, then promptly fell into a deep slumber. She felt nothing, assuming that such was the nature of marital relations. Neither the old lady nor her mother-in-law had witnessed any signs of blood, which led them to harbor some disdain towards her. Each time she reminisced, Luwan felt a sense of guilt, uncertain where the fault lay. Your husband can rest anywhere. You might consider visiting Su Rumu, Su Yinyang's place more often. After uttering these words, Luwan felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Mentioning Su Roro darkened Xie Jinan's expression. It was indeed she who had pushed him towards that. He could not be blamed. Luwan remained silent, her countenance muted. The carriage soon arrived at Jinshan Temple, Initially intended to fetch her mother-in-law, Luwan seized the opportunity to pray for little Wanwan's safety and ventured alone. Li resided in the back courtyard of the guest quarters. Upon seeing her son with his hand wrapped in white cloth, she instinctively pulled him into an embrace. "Mother, your son has missed you dearly." Xie Jinan inhaled the comforting scent of his mother, feeling a profound sense of security. Throughout his childhood, he had never been apart from her. Even before their marriage, he struggled to sleep without her by his side, fanning him throughout the night. Sometimes, upon awakening, he would find her asleep at his bedside, exhausted from her vigil, which made his heart ache. Luwan would never treat him in such a way.
Now,
After such a long separation, he longed for his mother's company. Li stroked his head, her previously furrowed brows now softened with concern. "Is it because of Luwan that you were injured? How has she cared for you?" Xie Jinan felt a pang of grievance as he spoke. He had been strong and resilient on his own for many years, but now, in the presence of his mother, he felt no need to maintain the facade of masculinity. Li trembled with anger. How dare she? Why would the ninth prince assist her? What is their relationship? Xie Jinan was taken aback. Indeed, the ninth prince was known for his indifference to trivial matters. Such an arrogant figure seldom regarded even the emperor. What could possibly compel him to intervene on behalf of Luwan? Chapter 17. Escorting down the mountain. Upon this realization, Xie Jinan felt a surge of frustration. No wonder Luwan had been so indifferent to him despite his attempts to be amicable. On their wedding night 5 years ago, her expression had clearly been one of joy and shyness, a stark contrast to her current demeanor. In an effort to spare her feelings, he had consummated their marriage that night, feeling a sense of pride in his actions. Yet, Luwan had neither praised him nor uttered any affectionate words. She had not even roused herself in the middle of the night to care for him. He had let it slide, only to discover that she had been involved with another man. Xie Jinan was furious. The kindness he had shown Luwan was met with such ingratitude. Lady Li, while speaking, instructed her maid to gather their belongings in preparation for departure. Falling petals? Xie Jinan furrowed his brow, recalling the time he and Su Ruru had first tasted wild fruits. He had likely overlooked it in the thick of the fields. Su Ruru was indeed a wonderful person. "Mother, it has been a long while since Ruru visited you. I shall bring Huaishan to see you in the coming days. Will you bless them?" If she had not, he would take it upon himself to pray for them before leaving. Ruru was considerate. She had cared for him monthly over the years, even visiting frequently during her pregnancy with Huaishan. "This child is good. You must not let her down." After saying this, Lady Li produced a relic from her bosom. "I have prayed for an entire day and night. Master Yuan Tong from the temple informed me that our Marquis will soon be graced with a noble child who will elevate our status." Not long after, Huaishan was born, and this is a gift from Master Yuan Tong for him. Please keep it safe. It was touching to see how understanding his mother was. This was nothing compared to the hardships endured during winter at the temple, where fetching water was frigid and firewood heavy. The maidservants could not manage it, so Ruru had her brother come to the temple to assist their mother. For years, this strong man had been hauling wood and water for her. The Su family truly cared for them. Lady Li sighed, reflecting on Su Xinhua's industriousness. "As you say, mother," Xie Jinan thought, having more laborers in the household was inconsequential as long as it pleased her. With tender smiles, the mother and son packed their belongings and mounted their horses. Lady Li's days in the Marquis were numbered, and Ban Chun had little memory of her. The mountain path was treacherous, and even if their shoes were worn thin, it would take an entire day to descend. Ban Chun's eyes reddened with anger as she bit her lip and glared at the pathway ahead. In her arms, a miniature version of her rage, the infant Xiaowanwan, shared her indignation. "I shall expose that vile woman and her despicable man." The little one clenched her fists, her chubby face flushed with fury, babbling in baby talk that, though incomprehensible to Luwan, sounded quite offensive. Luwan sighed, taking Xiaowanwan from Ban Chun's embrace. After discerning the child's sentiments, she was taken aback. What sort of language is this for a respectable woman to hear? Well then, since that is the case, she would not feel compelled to spare Lady Li's feelings any longer. Just as Ban Chun departed, a light drizzle began to fall upon Luwan's face. Suddenly, a deafening clap of thunder resonated across the sky, striking the descent path. A carriage along the mountain road was struck by lightning, charring it and scattering fragments everywhere. Xiaowanwan and Lady Li lay entangled in the scorched remnants, gasping as they expelled black smoke. Alongside them was Su Ruru's brother, Su Xinbua. The three were caught up in a sudden gust of wind, rolling down the mountain. The maidservants cried as they chased after them, but one of them accidentally kicked the trio, sending them tumbling faster down the slope. The maidservants wept, "Oh heavens!" Luwan sought refuge from the rain at Jinshan Temple, startled by the thunder, just as she considered whether Xiaowanwan had summoned it. Yet, she found her daughter asleep in her arms. It seemed that this ominous prediction was exhausting Wanwan's energy, and she couldn't help but hold her daughter close, feeling a pang of maternal concern. With such extraordinary abilities, she vowed to guide her upbringing carefully, ensuring she did not stray from the right path.
Why?
Luwan frowned slightly. The sky was darkening. If they did not descend soon, they risked encountering wild beasts or ill-intentioned individuals on the mountain road. They said they wouldn't rent to a woman. It was utterly unreasonable. Ban Chun, hold on to Wanwan. I shall speak to him. Luwan approached the carriage driver, her brow furrowed. However, the driver was not one to reason with, his coarse voice adamantly refusing her request. As she turned to leave, a strong male voice questioned the driver. Why shouldn't this lady be given a carriage first? The driver protested, if I rent it to you, are you even satisfied? This is quite absurd. Luwan turned to see the voice belonged to the guard, Jingwu, who had interrupted Xiaowanwan at the palace gate days prior. Jingwu placed a hand on the driver's shoulder, applying a bit of pressure. One must adhere to the principles of fairness, you understand? The driver nearly knelt, realizing he had encountered someone formidable. I understand. This lady. Then I shall rent it to you. Luwan felt a wave of gratitude toward Jingwu. Thank you, young sir. Jingwu respectfully gestured toward a luxurious carriage nearby. My master has a strong aversion to the mistreatment of women. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be the 9th prince? Chapter 18. The three coal spirits have awakened. As she approached to pay her respects, Xia Sihong's voice interrupted her, urging her not to be overly formal. In the presence of strangers, such rigid adherence to etiquette could arouse suspicion. His cool tone revealed to Luwan that the 9th prince preferred to keep his identity concealed. She expressed her gratitude, stating that if there were any way she could assist in the future, he could send someone to the Xia residence. Xia Sihong merely nodded indifferently and lowered the carriage curtain. The rented carriage was modest, yet despite its unassuming exterior, the interior was crafted from exquisite wood and fine fabric, devoid of any unpleasant odor, resembling the conveyances of respectable families. Luwan couldn't help but feel a twinge of wariness. However, upon seeing the 9th prince's carriage descend the mountain behind her, her heart settled considerably. The two carriages parted ways at the city gate. Outside, the streets teemed with an influx of refugees, victims of a flood from a nearby town. Luwan felt a pang of compassion upon witnessing their plight. The murmurs of the crowd grew louder, their conversations animated and fervent. Pan Chun discreetly lifted the curtain and, with a smile, relayed the news to Luwan. Madam, it is said that a coal spirit rolled down from the mountain road by Jinshan Temple today, astonishingly splitting into 3 bodies. The citizens of the entire capital have come out to witness this marvel. Remarkably, they rolled smoothly from East City to West City despite the absence of wind or slope, and many have come to make wishes to them. Luwan was taken aback, having never encountered such absurdity in her 20 years of life. Recalling the thunder she had heard earlier and her daughter's sentiments, an ominous premonition washed over her. Surely, those 3 coal spirits could not be her mother-in-law and husband. As expected, the trail of black marks left by the coal spirits led directly to the Marquis' residence. A multitude gathered at the gate, hands clasped in prayer, even offering tributes and lighting 3 incense sticks, bowing in reverence. Shortly thereafter, a steward, accompanied by servants, dispersed the crowd. What a bunch of lunatics! Why come to the Marquis' residence instead of Jinshan Temple? Such a string of misfortunes. Just send away 3 bedraggled wanderers, and now this crowd of crazies. The burly steward,
Kingda, grumbled vehemently.
Just then, a carriage arrived, and Luwan descended with her entourage. Qingda greeted her with a broad smile. Earlier that morning, he had witnessed the young master and madam depart in the same carriage, a testament to their affections, which he took pride in. It's not like anyone is causing trouble. This evening, 3 individuals resembling coal blocks demanded we open the gate. Seeing their uniform darkness, I presumed they hailed from afar and, not wishing to engage, I sent them away. Yet one man persisted, shouting that he was the young master, while a woman claimed to be the lady of the Marquis, threatening to sell us all. I couldn't believe it. Do they take us for fools? With their different skin tones? I have no patience for such impostors. I had them beaten and handed them 2 buns before sending them to the authorities. Before long, a throng of citizens gathered, intent on worshipping the coal spirits right at our doorstep. Displeased by this ill omen, I had them sent away. Qingde recounted, pride evident in his eyes. He nodded and bowed, permitting Luwan to enter. The young master was quite the handful, so delicate, yet so quick-tempered. If not for Madame S' intercession, he would have languished in prison. However, Madame was exceptional. She dined lavishly, 9 meals a day. Is Madame planning to rescue the young master and lady? Pan Chun inquired, puzzled. No. I intend to save Qingde's life. The following day.
No.
It was 3 individuals. Qingde clutched his head, letting out a piercing scream. Oh no, madam. The authorities have come. Luwan's hands trembled as she held her child, while Pan Chun stepped forward, scolding, what is the meaning of this uproar? You dare disturb the madam? Luwan intended to calm the situation, but Qingde waved his hand dismissively. This negligent young master has dragged the madam into this. Truly unacceptable. Xiaowanwan stirred awake in her mother's embrace, yawning and blinking her eyes. Oh, it's you, Qingde, she whimpered. Such a loud voice. Luwan smiled gently and settled into the pavilion. What is it? Please, speak at your leisure. Qingde was nearly beside himself with anxiety. Madam. Qingde is a man of gratitude, but alas, that unseeing woman dismissed him from his position and gave it to the 3rd young master's brother. To make matters worse, our 3rd uncle has sullied Qingde's daughter, sending both father and daughter off to the border. Xiaowanwan listened, her heart heavy with sympathy. Chapter 19. The discontent within the Marquisate. Qingde had served the Marquisate as a loyal servant for 3 generations, ever grateful and dutiful. Yet he ultimately met such a tragic fate. Truly, a life squandered. According to the original storyline, after the demise of his mother due to the male protagonist's actions, the Marquisate neglected to give her a proper burial. After paying respects, Qingde's own health deteriorated, and he perished at his mother's grave. Luwan felt a pang of sorrow. How could it be that Qingde's entire family, having served the Marquisate for 3 generations, had fallen to such depths? If the Marquisate managed its servants in such a manner, ruin was surely imminent. Qingde scratched his head in confusion. Why are you standing around? Hurry up.
Pan Chun urged.
Qingde dashed off, knowing that the lady's actions were always justified. Soon, the front hall of the Marquisate was bustling with people. Even the 2nd uncle, Xiejin Qian, who had not appeared during the full moon banquet, along with the 3rd uncle, Xiejin Zhao, and the 4th uncle, Xiejin Qiu, had arrived. Waiting there too was Su Ro, cradling her child, accompanied by her cousin from the Li family, Li Duo, alongside the Marquis's concubines and illegitimate children. The gathering comprised over a dozen members of the household, a rare assembly indeed. It was Xiejin Qian, the 2nd uncle, who spoke first. A gentle man with outstanding looks. He was the tallest among his brothers. 5 years ago, when Luwan married into the family, he had not yet reached such heights. Indeed. Where have my aunt and cousin gone? Sister-in-law, what transpired yesterday? Why did you return alone?
Lady inquit.
Her brow furrowed as she glanced at the girl in Luwan's arms, subtly distancing herself from Su Ro's child. Oh, how noisy. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's the 2nd uncle and little cousin, Xiaowanwan said, her eyes glistening as she looked at them, sucking her thumb. Is this how you speak to my mother? Be careful, or I shall hit you. Luwan swiftly restrained her hand and addressed the crowd. Actually, I summoned everyone for a reason. All eyes turned towards her as she recounted Qingde's words from the previous day. Qingde re-entered, animatedly repeating the account, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. What does this mean? 3 rogues dare to impersonate the masters of the Marquisate? How outrageous. Do they think the Marquisate's people are fools? Third uncle Xiajin Zhao scoffed, casually dismissing the matter. A few imbeciles attempting to impersonate the Marquisate's masters? Did you report them to the authorities? I say. It would be too lenient. We should teach them a lesson first so they understand that the Marquisate is not to be trifled with. Fourth uncle Xiajin Xiao, with a serious expression, coughed into his handkerchief, supported by a servant. Luwan nodded, adding, "This concerns the dignity of the Marquisate. If today it's vagabonds impersonating us, tomorrow it could be beggars. If word spreads, the citizens will surely mock us, and we would lose all face." The crowd exchanged glances, nodding in agreement.
So, sister-in-law,
How do you intend to handle this? Xiajin Qian inquired. Those who resort to such deception must be wretched souls with no other recourse. To prevent such incidents in the future, I propose that we establish a porridge stall outside the city in the name of the Marquisate. This would not only uphold our reputation but also draw the emperor's attention. Luwan declared. The others readily agreed. Luwan continued, however, our household's resources have dwindled significantly, and undertaking this endeavor would require a substantial sum of silver. If we draw from the accounts, it would necessitate deductions from each of your allowances. I suggest that we voluntarily contribute, and as the matriarch, I shall donate 100 taels. The crowd hesitated, remaining silent for a while. Su Ro, cradling her child, spoke up pitifully, "Madam, my allowance hasn't been issued this month, so I cannot contribute." With her leading the way, others found their voices. Li Duo sneered, "Sister-in-law, if you wish to play the benefactor, why drag everyone else into it? If we all contribute silver, the good reputation will be yours alone. Isn't this a form of moral coercion?" Luwan ignored their remarks and turned to the younger uncles. "What about you? What are your thoughts?" Xiajin Zhao remained silent, shaking his leg, while Xiajin Xiao, pale and retreating, covered his mouth with a handkerchief. In the name of the Marquisate, this course of action could garner the emperor's attention, which would benefit the household, yet no family had yet established such charitable practices outside the city. "Sister, our monthly allowances are meager. You're donating 100 taels in one go. We cannot match that," Xiajin Zhao protested, arms crossed as he chewed on a dried plum. "Sister, my medical expenses exceed my income." Cough, cough, Xiajin Xiao added weakly.
Ah.
I now understand the plot. The hearts of the Marquisate's people are scattered. Mother need not be upset. In a few days, there will be flooding in the neighborhood, and the emperor will send officials for disaster relief. If Mother establishes the first porridge stall, surely she will receive praise and rewards. This vast wealth, the people of the Marquisate are unworthy of. Luwan sighed heavily. The situation within the Marquisate was deteriorating, and as the matriarch, she was striving to salvage what she could. Yet she found that no one in the household seemed to possess any understanding. Mother, respect others' choices. Mocking others' fates is unnecessary. Do not sigh. They are unworthy. Xiaowanwan clutched her mother's garment tightly, her small face pressing against Luwan's. Luwan came to a resolution, stating, "In that case, the Marquisate shall not proceed with this matter. However, Qingda's wisdom and loyalty are evident to all. It is only fitting that I reward him. Of course, we all agree he has done nothing wrong," Xiajin Zhao affirmed, and the others nodded in agreement. Luwan continued, "Then I shall transfer Qingda to the second courtyard to take over the managerial position there, along with the reward of silver coins." The managerial role in the second courtyard was a step above Qingda's current position, though the monetary compensation was similar. It could yield many advantages in the presence of the masters. No one opposed this decision. At that moment, a servant ushered in officials from the government, who were followed by 3 individuals, their skin as dark as coal, with an even, glossy sheen. One of them bore a filthy white bandage on his hand. Chapter 20. Hilarious. This firewood stick is my wretched father. Wow. This firewood stick is indeed my unworthy father. Oh my, who has turned my father into this? What a splendid job. Woohoo. You abandoned my mother and isolated her. Now the retribution has come. You deserve it. Xiaowanwan clapped her hands with excitement, laughing unabashedly. She thought to herself that it was all right since it was all part of a novice protection period. Yet, Pan Chun swiftly grasped her hand, her round eyes filled with confusion. Pan Chun's gaze seemed to ask, "Miss, can you not see that this is a sorrowful tale?" Xiaowanwan stared at her, tilting her head in puzzlement. "Aunt Pan Chun, could you please lower the corners of your mouth before speaking to me? Only officials are allowed to set fires, while commoners must not even light a lamp, right?" The two exchanged glances, and Pan Chun reflected on all the sorrowful events of her life, but still could not help but chuckle at the sight of the three coal-like figures. She led the way, and soon the entire hall erupted in laughter. They all recalled their saddest moments countless times, yet they could not suppress their laughter. The women in the hall laughed more delicately, while the men unabashedly roared with laughter until their stomachs hurt.
Ha ha ha.
What foolishness is this, resembling three firewood sticks? How could anyone be this dark? It's absolutely hilarious. Are you the ones impersonating the Lord of the Marquis? The constable's face turned green as he struggled to suppress his laughter, stating, "Well, we, the officials, uphold the law and demand evidence. These three individuals claim to be the son and lady of your Marquis. We cannot recognize them. You must identify them yourselves." Ha ha ha. How could these three firewood sticks possibly be our masters? They look more like hammers. Xie Jinzhao remarked. "No, that isn't my brother. My brother isn't this dark." Cough cough. Xie Jinxiu covered her mouth, laughing uncontrollably. Li Duoduo scrutinized Li Shi for a long time, and though she hadn't seen her aunt in years, she knew without a doubt that her aunt was a genuine citizen of the great Xia dynasty. She couldn't possibly be this dark. Su Ruru stepped forward to take a look, but her smile faltered as she recognized one of them as her brother. His eyes, always rough and robust, were unmistakable, and the one beside him was that not Li Shi. And Xiejinan? Panic filled her gaze. How could they have ended up like this? The constable smiled wryly, saying, "My lord, my lady, see for yourselves. Even your own people cannot recognize you. We are merely officials. How could we possibly know you?" Xiejinan's face shifted between shades of green and white, though the darkness obscured it. He kicked the constable, shouting, "Get lost." At this proclamation, everyone froze, their smiles abruptly vanishing, for that voice was unmistakably Xiejinan's. The one beside him with the lifeless expression was indeed their biological mother, Li Shi. And who was the other? Su Ruru, with tears in her eyes, asked with genuine concern, "Brother, who has done this to you?" Brother? The brother of Aunt Su? A buzz of confusion swept through the crowd. Had something monumental transpired during these days? Eager ears perked up, akin to hares in a field of melons. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Not a single person can recognize them. Who on earth is this wise judge who has turned them into this? It's absolutely deserving of a grand temple. That wretched father, with his delicate frame, resembles a firewood stick. Ha ha. Luan could have held her laughter, but when she heard her daughter's adorable giggles, she simply could not contain herself. Her mind was filled with thoughts of firewood sticks. Luan made an effort to regain her composure and inquired. Xiejinan was unable to swallow his anger. For the first time in his life, he had been beaten by a servant, leaving him bruised and battered, his darkened face unable to hide the swelling. His mother was in no better shape. Her face so swollen she could scarcely speak, reduced to merely glaring at others. He refrained from mentioning how they had tumbled down to the Marquis' gate, unable to separate from one another. Such humiliation. The mountain path was treacherous, with stones and dirt embedded in his wounds. His back was riddled with injuries, causing him excruciating pain. Su Xinbo was no better off, sharing the same plight. They had thought that once they reached the Marquis, everything would be fine. But who would have expected to be reported to the authorities by the blind servants?
Ha!
No one could fathom how they endured the night in the prison. The food was spoiled, and just when they managed to clean their faces, the authorities learned he was the son of the Marquis of Jing'an. Yet upon awakening, they found themselves with faces as black as coal, uniformly dark, as if someone had smeared ink on them during the night. Li Shi, having practiced Buddhism for so long, was utterly terrified. No one could comprehend their suffering. No one. Xiejinan gritted his teeth, fixing his gaze on Qingda. He kicked out, declaring, I will sell you, you wretched slave, daring to strike us, and to report us to the authorities. My suffering is all your fault.
King da verstund.
Kneeling in fear, not daring to retaliate. My lord, perhaps you should take a look in the mirror. In your current state, how could we possibly recognize you? Even your own masters. Xiaowanwan delivered another kick. Qingda thought to himself, chuckling. Ha, so soft and weak. This doesn't hurt at all. Such little strength, yet such a big temper. My lord, you should calm down and handle this matter rationally. Qingda was merely doing his duty. Luwan interjected. Her calm tone managed to soothe Xiaowanwan considerably. Others also voiced their agreement. Qingda truly hadn't done anything wrong. Very well. Once I've cleaned myself up, I shall deal with you, you wretched slave. Xiaowanwan nodded through clenched teeth. Someone, prepare hot water for the young master to wash up, and summon the physician. Luwan commanded. She then turned to Li Shi to inquire if she needed anything. Li Shi shot her a glare. Luwan coldly laughed. Since this lady has chosen silence, then she requires nothing. No need to prepare anything for her. Without waiting for any further insults, Luwan cradled Xiaowanwan and gracefully left. Since Li Shi had shown her no respect, she felt no obligation to extend any courtesy in return. Li Shi's chest heaved violently. Trembling as she pointed at Luwan's retreating figure, she gasped for breath and fainted. The hall erupted into chaos. Chapter 21. Mother punishes the youngest. She had never been this rebellious throughout her growth, yet this instance brought her a sense of exhilaration. Mother is so amazing and cool. Now that woman knows you are not easily bullied. The little one sat on the bed, hands on her hips, wearing a serious expression. She opened her mouth, babbling in a messy manner, uttering quite a few profanities. In the end, she formed her lips to shout, "Mother." Luwan was taken aback, squatting by the bed and gently tapping her daughter's forehead with her fingertip. "What did you say? Say it again." Little Wanwan opened her mouth, struggling to control her tongue. Taking a deep breath, her belly puffed out, and with all her might, she shouted, "Mother." Oh no! The spiritual energy she had absorbed in the palace was rapidly depleted by that shout. Perhaps she should wait until she grew a bit older before attempting to speak. Luwan was overjoyed, showering her with kisses. Standing up, she had not anticipated that her brother would smear ink on the faces of Xiaowanwan and his companions, ink that could not be washed off. Lu Shi had also acted in such a manner because I told him not to worry about saving face. Though his position in the Dali Temple was not significant, such cleverness promised a bright future ahead. Luwan sighed lightly, filled with pride. Her father was the highest-ranking official in the Lu family, a minister. And thanks to his success, her elder brother had become a governor at a young age and even married a royal princess. As for her second sister, she was herself, and her third brother was also quite clever. Although he had not advanced further, due to failing the imperial examinations, he chose to remain in the Dali Temple. And the people there treated him well, considering her father and brother's influence. Luwan decided to focus on preparing for the porridge stall. And then you brought up that third child in the residence along with the male lead. Little Wanwan sucked on her thumb, staring blankly at her mother. If that scoundrel father regained his footing, the first thing he would do would be to elevate that concubine. Alas, this would be detrimental to her mother. She had to find a way to prevent this. But being just a child without the powers she once wielded to capture spirits, how could she assist her mother? Luwan smiled softly, sitting at her desk to draft an expense list for the porridge stall. Huan Chun, take this to Li's residence and tell them it's my idea. She then called in another maid, handing her a similar list. Wang Xia, deliver this to my family home and give it to my father, saying it's my idea. Wang Xia accepted the letter and withdrew. This series of clever maneuvers left little Wanwan astounded. What was her mother up to? Oh dear. Her newly developed brain was not functioning well. Just then, a maid reported that Qingda was seeking an audience with Luwan in the second courtyard. Luwan took the little one along. As soon as Qingda arrived, he knelt down, exclaiming, "Madam, you have saved my life. I shall dedicate my entire being to you." Initially, he had been too dense to comprehend the situation, but upon hearing his wife's analysis of the matter, he finally understood that everything Madam did was to protect his life in front of the heir and Li family. As long as others did not perceive him as at fault, he would not suffer the heir's wrath. What a close call. After realizing this, he broke into a cold sweat. How wonderful! Now my mother has gained a capable assistant. Little Wanwan grinned at Qing de Qing de looked over.
Why are you staring at me?
My teeth are just too hot. They need some fresh air. Oh ho. Not right, she had no teeth. Oh well. It didn't matter. No one could know what she was thinking anyway. Luan called Qing to back up. From now on, you will manage the second courtyard. It will make it easier for me to assign tasks to you. By the way, your daughter works in the Marquis' residence, correct?
King Da nodded.
Confirming she worked as a maid in the third master's courtyard. How skilled is your daughter? Luan inquired.
King Da replied.
She has grown up helping me with heavy tasks, lacking any martial skills but possessing great strength. She can carry a full water tank from the west courtyard to the east. Once, a small cow charged at her, and with one punch, she sent it flying. Now that she is 18, we have not dared to rush her into marriage. Luan raised an eyebrow. I happen to need a strong maid to carry water. If your daughter is indeed as you describe, it would be a perfect fit. Yes, yes. Thank you, madam. I will arrange it right away. Qing Da's eyes brightened with excitement as he bowed and exited. Luan remained in place, reflecting on the situation. If only she could possess such strength as a woman. She was not the only one astonished. Little Wanwan, sitting on the bed, was equally stunned.
Wow.
A single punch to send a cow flying. This person must be born under the sign of the ox and possess innate strength. Mother has struck gold. With Qing Da's daughter around, I can grow up worry-free. Luan smiled softly and called for the old matron to summon Sururu. Upon arrival, Sururu, holding a child, was quickly separated from the baby and made to kneel. An hour passed, and she was nearly fainting from the sun's heat when Luan finally emerged. Her demeanor calm as she gazed at her. Do you know why you are being punished? Sururu's delicate face was glistening with beads of sweat as she looked up at Luan, resentment evident in her eyes.
Why?
Is it not deliberate harassment? After the incident of nearly drowning, she had tried to be more compliant, hoping that once Huaishan grew up, he would protect her. Yet, she had worked so hard to diminish her presence. Luan had still chosen to make things difficult for her. I am unaware of what I have done wrong. Sururu protested, her cheeks burning from the sun, turning crimson. As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes, making her appear pitiful. You have yet to undergo the formal rites of entering the household, yet I have granted you the treatment of a concubine. Strictly speaking, you are still merely a wet nurse. Today, in the front hall, I proposed donating money for the porridge stall. You had no right to oppose it, yet your actions caused chaos throughout the Marquis' residence. As the head of the household, you have disrespected my authority and challenged my dignity. Tell me, do you deserve to be punished? Chapter 22. The charred grandmother Sururu lowered her head, acknowledging, yes, madam, you are absolutely right. The reason she had initially spoken up was indeed due to her own lack of financial resources to contribute. She had not considered this aspect, and it was her oversight. However, it was not her leadership that caused the chaos in the Ho residence, who could have known that everyone else would be unwilling to donate. Clearly, Luan was employing moral coercion, which left others feeling resentful. What did this have to do with her? Luan commanded, I am aware of your discontent. But when living in a noble household, one must remember that the first bird gets shot. You shall kneel here until sunset. I will ensure that Huaishan is sent to the fourth master's courtyard. Sururu raised her head, pleading, Madam, Huaishan cannot be separated from me. His skin condition will flare up again. If others were to discover that this child has a hereditary illness, it would surely raise suspicions. Moreover, my brother has also entered the Ho residence. I cannot simply ignore my brother.
Sunani.
Luan's tone intensified as she reminded her, remember, you are merely the wet nurse of the young master, not his biological mother. Do not speak such words in the future. The Ho residence cannot afford the disgrace of your actions. Furthermore, he is the master and you are the servant. While the child is still young, it is natural for him to seem dependent on you. But as he grows, he will undoubtedly care about his reputation and will not recognize you as his mother. Focus on fulfilling your current role. Luan's words left Sururu momentarily speechless, her complexion shifting between red and white, her lips tightly pressed together, trembling visibly. Luan was right. Huaishan would not acknowledge someone like her as his biological mother. Why should she not have that right? She was the childhood companion of Xie Jinan. She was indeed the mother of her own son. All she desired was for their family of 3 to be united. How could that possibly tarnish the Ho residence's reputation? It was clear that Luwan's position rightfully belonged to her. Frustrated, she scoffed and was about to rise when a stern voice echoed from outside the courtyard. Who has not fulfilled their duty? Su Ruru lifted her gaze to see a dark-haired woman with hair resembling a messy bird's nest, adorned in luxurious attire, striding toward her with an austere expression. The contrast of her disheveled appearance against her opulent garments was striking, yet no one dared to laugh. For the woman was Li Shi. Wonderful. Su Ruru felt as though she had seen a savior, rising unsteadily from the ground and stumbling toward Li Shi. Luwan's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. You are? Mother-in-law? Huh. How fortunate that you still recognize me. Just now in the front hall. Were you not disrespectful toward me? Luwan, do you realize that disrespecting an elder constitutes a serious offense? I could very well have Jinan divorce you. Li Shi's teeth clenched as she sneered. Due to Luwan's orders, the maids had not prepared her for bathing. While her face had reduced in swelling, the ink stains remained stubbornly embedded, impossible to wash away. Enraged, she had smashed the courtyard in frustration, unable to swallow her anger, and had come to confront Luwan, only to find her scolding Su Ruru. Mother, this blackened pickled egg is your mother-in-law, so ugly that one wouldn't find her even with a lantern at night. Little Xiaowanwan, cradled in a maid's arms, clenched her tiny fists and bared her teeth at Li Shi. She is so wicked. Not only indulging the third uncle in tarnishing the reputation of the Qing family's daughter, but also scheming to sell the entire Qing family. Li Shi caught the child's scrutinizing gaze and glared back. Bastard. Just a nuisance. Luwan shielded her daughter, remarking, earlier, mother-in-law remained silent in the front hall. And Jinan did not mention you. It is only natural for the daughter-in-law to not recognize you in such a state. What brings you here? What brings me here? Li Shi scoffed, raising the list in her hand. Is this your idea? You know full well that the Ho residence is currently facing financial difficulties, yet you propose such measures. Are you attempting to use the Ho residence to enhance your own reputation? Let me tell you, do not even think about it. Not only do I disagree, but ask anyone in the household. Does anyone support this? Luwan, how have you managed the household these years? Allowing the once illustrious Ho residence to struggle even to maintain appearances? Li Shi tore the list into shreds. In the midst of their heated exchange, she felt as though her head were about to ignite from her fury. Wow. Grandmother is so angry she's about to combust. Mother, look. Is the sun treating her like a charcoal egg? I wonder, if she gets angry enough to explode, will she emit sparks? I really want to see the charcoal-roasted grandmother. Luwan's initially serious demeanor cracked, unable to suppress a smile as she addressed Li Shi. Is it true that the entire household opposes this matter? Of course. Li Shi nearly lost her mind, the smoke from her head intensifying. The smirk on Luwan's lips was a painful sight for her eyes. She could not allow Luwan to proceed with this plan. She would strip her of her authority over the household and see how arrogant she could remain. Upon receiving her answer, Luwan smiled slightly. Very well. Then the Ho residence will not proceed with this matter. Mother-in-law, is there anything else? Luwan pressed her lips together, noting that her daughter-in-law was weak after childbirth, and thus expressed her gratitude for Li Shi taking on these responsibilities. Since the daughter-in-law is unwell and cannot withstand the wind, I will have Pan Chun deliver everything to your courtyard shortly. Having said that, she coolly commanded, turned, and closed the door with a resounding bang. You! How dare you treat me like this, Luwan? Li Shi, infuriated, stomped her foot, her hands trembling, gritting her teeth in rage. Madam, your hair is on fire. Someone come and put it out. The maids shrieked in alarm. Her hair, already a mess, now threatened to ignite completely. And she covered her face, crying out for help. Madam, the water vat in the main wife's courtyard is empty. It is truly on fire. Good heavens. It is like burning weeds, completely out of control. What shall we do, madam? Li Shi, scorched and panicked, lamented. What do you expect me to do when my scalp is singed? The courtyard erupted into chaos, with everyone in a frenzy. Luwan and little Xiaowanwan stood by the window, both exclaiming in astonishment. Wow. A maid carrying Xia Huaishan trailed behind Li Shi, exclaiming, Oh no. The child is crying again. Heaven help us. Suddenly, the maid's hand brushed against something warm and wet. It was Huaishan's urine. Wonderful. Madame's hair is saved. Chapter 23. The entire Marquis' residence is filled with the male protagonists, sycophants quickly. There's still hope, cried the personal maid of Lady Li. The old woman immediately yanked off Xia Huaishan's diaper and stepped forward, draping it over Lady Li's fiery head. The motion was seamless. A pungent odor, mingled with the stench of excrement, wafted from Lady Li's crown. The flames were extinguished. However, droplets of liquid continued to fall upon her face, streaming down, prompting her to lick her lips and subsequently regurgitate. What is this? She dared not utter a word, fearing that the vile substance would trickle into her mouth along her cheeks. The maid, witnessing the scene, turned pale with fright. Why does that diaper seem so heavy? It's not merely damp. It appears to contain more than just moisture. Now, it was all upon the lady's head. She exclaimed, "It's Master Huaishan's doing." Lady Li's countenance softened slightly, though it was too dark to discern. Only the faint trickle of yellow liquid cascading down her head was visible. Truly, my dear grandson, you know how to save your grandmother in a moment of crisis. Suddenly, a lump of yellow substance fell from her head. Lady Li retched.
Indeed.
The stench was unbearable. Su Ruru approached with concern. "My lady, are you all right?" She quickly covered her nose, striving to appear unbothered. Lady Li shook her head, gesturing for assistance to leave. Despite knowing it was the excrement of her beloved grandson, she simply could not endure it. She had no idea what Su Ruru had fed the child, but the output was far more pungent than that of other infants. The maids hurriedly assisted Lady Li out of Luwan's courtyard, holding their noses as they helped her along. Xiaowanwan, clutching her mother's garment, was nearly beside herself with laughter. The entire Marquis' residence is filled with the male protagonist sycophants, even praising his foul excrement. I am utterly astounded. What sort of author could craft such a narrative? This woman, bald and dark, can no longer face the world. Finally, no one will come to harm my mother. Hooray! I wonder how my father, the firewood stick, is faring. Upon hearing this, Luwan ceased her smile and glanced at Pan Chun. Pan Chun was in the room, holding her belly and rolling on the floor with laughter. It was simply delightful, beyond compare. Even the heavens could no longer tolerate Lady Li's misdeeds. It was truly a cathartic moment for the lady, liberating in every sense. My lady. It was merely that the water jar was empty. It was not my intention to cause this chaos. Pan Chun explained, wiping tears from her eyes. Luwan remarked, I have arranged for Xia Huaishan to be sent to the fourth master's courtyard. I am still the mistress here. So go inform Su Ruru that I permit her to accompany him. Pan Chun's expression shifted. Ah, my lady, why would you? Yet she did not press further, leaving to convey the message to Su Ruru. Su Ruru, brimming with pride, believed Luwan had conceded to Lady Li out of fear, and thus happily took the child to the fourth master's courtyard. Xia Jinan was not faring much better. He submerged his face in water, scrubbing so vigorously that his skin was raw, yet the darkness seemed to cling to him as if it were a part of him. The blackness was laced with red, and despite all his efforts, it would not wash away. In a fit of rage, he kicked the footbath away and struck the servants and the physician who had brought water. Useless. All of you are worthless. How can this heir face court tomorrow? How can I show my face to anyone? He had already been penalized with a salary reduction. Now, in this state, he risked losing his official title if he failed to attend court. Which celestial being had he angered to deserve such treatment? After the events of yesterday, a day and night of pent-up fury finally erupted. He longed to rush into his mother's embrace and weep. At that moment, another dark figure entered. Su Xinbo consoled him for a long while, then said, I fear we have attracted some malevolent force. Xia Jinan shuddered, thankful that his brother-in-law was present. We must summon Master Yuan Tong. He is a revered monk and surely can assist us. Very well, I shall inform my lady.
Su Xinbo si that?
Xia Jinan retrieved the relic his mother had given him, thinking, I will take this to Huaishan. No matter what happens to us, the child must be safe. After all, this was his only son. Eagerly clutching the relic, he headed to the charitable hall to find Su Ruru, only to be informed by a servant that they had gone to the fourth master's courtyard. Xie Jinan's face instantly darkened. He then sought out the matriarch. The matriarch was already aware of Xie Jinan's misfortunes and was sincerely praying in the Buddhist hall. May the Buddha protect my grandson and daughter-in-law from the wrath of the thunder god. I am willing to serve you for a lifetime. Upon finishing her prayers, the matriarch turned to see a pitch-black man approaching her with a stern expression. She immediately fainted, muttering, "Oh, Thunderlord, I mean no offense. Please seek my daughter-in-law for any matters." As night fell, word came from the minister's residence that preparations were complete for the next day's charity event outside the city, with Lady Lu and the third young master personally attending. Luan felt a sense of relief and smiled gently. My mother is indeed a sensible person. Her eyes glistened with emotion. Today, all account books and the mistress's jade token had been handed over to Lady Li by Pan Chun, freeing her from the burden of those troublesome finances. Her dowry was more than sufficient to support those in her household. Little Xiaowanwan let out a sneeze and awoke. This time, she rarely found her mother unoccupied, stretching out her arms and calling out for a hug. "Mother! Mother, your little baby is awake. Come hold her." Luan went over and picked up little Xiaowanwan, playing with her on the bed. In a nearby box were treasures sent by the fifth princess, the Empress Dowager, and the Crown Prince, including plenty of gold. Little Xiaowanwan picked one up, playing with it joyfully. Any one of these could make the male protagonist green with envy. I must keep them safe for future use in the palace. Just then, Pan Chun hurried in. My lady, something terrible has happened. The young master and concubine Su have gotten into a quarrel." Little Xiaowanwan sat up straight, suddenly alert. "What? What is going on? That scoundrel and the third young master are fighting? What is the scoop? Hurry and tell me. Isn't the life of a melon just as important?" Chapter 24. The born strong and socially awkward Madame Su was reluctant to serve the young master, leading him to suspect an affair between her and the fourth master. Their argument escalated until the matriarch awoke, exclaiming her regrets, only to faint once more. The quarrel grew even more intense. Luan sighed, questioning whether Madame Su had not mentioned that it was her suggestion for the child to visit the fourth master. Pan Chun, with a conflicted expression, confirmed this, explaining that it was primarily Madame Su's unwillingness to serve the young master that incited his anger, compounded by the fact that the fourth master seemed quite fond of young master Huaishan, often asking Madame Su to bring him over for visits. Thus, it seemed that Xie Jinan was feeling jealous. His own child and concubine were being coveted by his younger brother, and seeing Su Ruru so joyful only fueled his suspicions. Su Ruru's happiness stemmed entirely from the fact that Luan was being suppressed by the Li family, which only added to Xie Jinan's disgruntlement. Indeed, the maid eagerly awaited the unfolding drama. Pan Chun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Meanwhile, the infant on the bed, astonished, gaped at the scene unfolding before him. "Oh my, what an impressive mother I have," he thought. But that third young master is quite the esthetician. It's only natural she would reject a scoundrel of a father, who would want to lie next to a pitch-black man, unable to see him even at night. Oh dear. Tonight the third young master won't be able to find her scoundrel father without a lantern. Little Xiaowanwan chuckled, reveling in the gossip, momentarily forgetting the gold in her hands. As she clapped her hands in delight. "Madam, there's more to follow." The lady heard of their quarrel and personally brought Madame Su's brother to mediate. After much effort, the matriarch was revived by the estate doctor, only to faint again upon seeing three dark figures attempting to break up the fight, exclaiming in shock, "Why are there three Thunderlords?" The physician warned that the matriarch was becoming increasingly difficult to treat, and if she did not awaken soon, they would need to summon the palace physician. Pan Chun was taken aback, as was Luan, who took a moment to process the situation. "What happened in the end?" she inquired. "It seems the ink will take at least 10 days to wash away, so they will likely remain subdued for a while." Luan replied with a subtle smile. The following morning, the steward arranged for the daughter of Lord Qing to come to Luan's courtyard. She was an 18-year-old girl, delicate and bashful, unable to lift her gaze upon meeting Luan. "Madam, I am Qing Sheng and I can do any task," she stammered, biting her lip and nervously tugging at her clothing, clearly reluctant to engage with others. "My goodness, She possesses a physique of extraordinary strength yet suffers from social anxiety. Little Wanwan sighed, clutching her mother's garment tightly. Luwan offered her little finger for play, while observing the refined girl, struggling to reconcile the image of this delicate maiden with that of a warrior capable of lifting a bowl. Thus, she refrained from further questioning, instructing Pan Chun to reward her with silver melon seeds. As you are new here, begin with some labor and Pan Chun will arrange your accommodation. Qing Sheng timidly raised her head before quickly lowering it again. Yes, right. Luwan called out to her, continuing, do not easily accept food from others. And refrain from visiting the third master's courtyard. All right, I will heed the madam's advice. Qing Sheng nodded, hastily following Pan Chun. Pan Chun arranged for her room and assigned her the task of fetching water. As a maid was drawing water from the well, Qing Sheng found the task cumbersome and decided to move the water tank beside the well instead. Just as the maid managed to lift a bucket, she looked up to see the water tank miraculously appear beside her, rendered speechless. Nervously, Qing Sheng approached, rolled up her sleeves, revealing bulging arm muscles. The maid was left in shock. Qing Sheng let out a fierce roar. Who? Then, bending slightly, she effortlessly lifted the full water tank. She had actually lifted it. My goodness, that tank was nearly as tall as she was. The maid's mind was in turmoil, unable to comprehend what she had just witnessed. Quick, sister. Catch up. Qing Sheng called out in a timid voice. The maid, stunned, screamed in disbelief and rushed to inform Luwan. Luwan, usually composed, was left agape. Watching Qing Sheng work from the window, with a single flick of her wrist, she could turn the stone mill several times before it came to a halt. Tasks that would take several people days to complete were finished in mere half a day by her. Observing the brimming water tank, neatly arranged flour, freshly laundered clothes, and repaired rooms, Luwan realized she might have unwittingly acquired a remarkable talent. On this day, the Lu family provided free porridge to refugees outside the city, earning the admiration of the populace. A few days later, heavy rains flooded several areas in the neighboring county, prompting an influx of refugees to the capital. Fortunately, the Lu family had prepared in advance, ensuring the situation was managed orderly, preventing chaos in the capital. Xie Jinan, having heard that the flood was manageable, submitted a request to assist in disaster relief. However, he took leave without personally attending, feeling unworthy of the task. Su Ruru approached him, noticing his gentle demeanor from behind, and hugged him. And Lang, I was inconsiderate the other day. Knowing you were upset, I should have explained myself better.
Please don't ignore me.
In truth, after their quarrel, Xie Jinan had calmed down and explained his feelings to her. However, she still hesitated to serve him, finding it difficult to engage with his dark, brooding head. Thus, Xie Jinan had been distant with her these past few days. Now, having heard from Li that Xie Jinan had voluntarily gone to assist with disaster relief, and that completing the task might earn him a promotion and a better status for her, she continuously reassured herself that he was still the same scholarly gentleman she had once known. Embracing him, she wished he would not turn around. But, Chapter 25, Whom Did I Offend? Xie Jinan, with a gentle expression, cradled Su Ruru's face in his hands and gazed at her tenderly. How could I ever blame you? You are the great benefactor of our Ho residence, having given birth to Huaishan, who in turn saved my mother. That day, I acted impulsively. He continued, if the emperor assigns me to aid in disaster relief, you must take good care of my mother and grandmother at the Ho residence. As he spoke, his hand playfully lingered at her waist. Su Ruru trembled slightly, unable to meet his gaze. Yet, the warmth of his hand at her waist conveyed his intentions clearly. Taking a silk ribbon, she blindfolded herself and bound her hands, softly declaring, all right, as an apology, I shall submit to your wishes and Lang. Xie Jinan intended to lift her onto the couch, but found himself lacking the strength. Instead, he guided Su Ruru toward the couch. Moments later, he kissed her forehead, and after she praised him for his prowess, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. Xie Jinan felt a surge of pride, believing he had thoroughly exhausted Ruru. After ensuring she was comfortably settled, he departed. Today marked the arrival of Master Yuan Tong, who was to exorcise malevolent spirits, and he could not neglect this duty. Once he left, Su Ruru slowly opened her eyes and let out a long sigh. After performing rituals in various residences, Master Yuan Tong noticed the state of the Li family and was aware of their recent misfortunes. He remarked, "Have you been involved in any ill deeds recently? It seems you have angered a deity you cannot afford to offend." He felt a pang of regret for his involvement in this situation. "Master, considering my sincere devotion to the Buddha over the past 3 years, please save us. We truly have not committed any wrongdoings. Whatever it takes, we are willing to offer." Li wept, her hair nearly gone, her face a ghastly shade of black, wrapped in a white scarf, an eerie sight indeed. She could not fathom which deity had been offended to such an extent that even Jinshan Temple was beyond their reach. Master Yuan Tong chanted a sutra, affirming, "A monk speaks not of money." He cast a glance at her, his gaze drifting to her hands. Quickly, he tucked a banknote into his robe and said, "I shall offer guidance to the young master. A few days ago, if the relic had been placed upon the precious infant of the Ho residence, fortune would surely have favored them." He then produced a clay doll, instructing them to bow thrice daily to beseech forgiveness from the deity, ensuring their safe passage through this calamity. "If any further misfortunes arise in the future, you may also pray." Xie Jinan accepted the clay doll, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. Li felt a weight lifted from her heart and promptly ordered that the doll be enshrined. Master Yuan Tong departed the Ho residence, unable to suppress a smile. He had discerned some causal relationships. Aside from the lightning incident, the rest of the troubles were due to the young master's actions. The clay doll, crafted by a beautiful infant shortly after her birth at Jinshan Temple, was a peculiar creation. Finding it amusing, he had kept it, and now it had been sold. As long as the Li family could be expelled from the Ho residence, the deity would be appeased. Thus, he considered it an indirect means of helping them avert disaster. And the banknote was not a futile gain. After making his decision, he visited the imperial palace. In the imperial study, the emperor listened as several officials reported on recent events in the capital, his brow furrowing deeper. Suddenly, Master Yuan Tong arrived, announcing a few days ago, a coal spirit rolled from Jinshan Temple all the way to the Jing'an Ho residence, defying the absence of wind or slope, and yet it continued to roll. After the refugees prayed, the rain indeed ceased. He suggested, "Now that there's a flood in Anyuan County, perhaps your majesty could send the 3 coal spirits there to be venerated by the people." The great Xia dynasty held a firm belief in spirits and deities, respecting such supernatural occurrences as long as they benefited the court and the populace. Aware of the situation, Minister Lu found it difficult to maintain his composure. Indeed, it is said that the coal spirit reached the Jing'an Ho residence. "Your Majesty, why not send someone to seek it out? Even if we do not find it, the Ho residence itself is a good omen." The emperor nodded. "I have just received a petition from the young master of the Jing'an residence, volunteering to assist in disaster relief to atone for past mistakes. I also believe sending him forth is a wise course." Minister Lu bit his lip, troubled by personal matters. The emperor continued, "Since we have decided, does anyone have recommendations for individuals to send for disaster relief?" The ministers exchanged glances, ultimately turning to Minister Lu. Recently, his residents had been distributing porridge outside the city, gaining a commendable reputation. "Perhaps," suggested Minister Qian from the Ministry of Revenue. "Yes, Minister Lu's actions are truly noble," added Minister Deng from the Ministry of War. "Having Minister Lu go would be commendable." Minister Wu from the Ministry of Justice concurred. Minister Lu was drenched in sweat. This was a task his daughter and wife had undertaken together, unable to bear the sight of the refugees suffering from hunger. Being an old official, he preferred not to overshadow the younger generation. The emperor interrupted, "I ask all ministers to send individuals to aid in distributing porridge. Your 3rd son, Lu Shi, shall receive the imperial decree to assist in disaster relief." Minister Lu expressed his gratitude. The emperor added, "Your wife and daughter have shown such great compassion, preemptively alleviating much trouble for the court. I shall bestow upon your wife the title of 3rd-rank noble consort, and as for your married daughter, she shall receive a separate reward." "Thank you, your majesty." Minister Lu bowed, elated by the honor. The other ministers felt their eyes well up with tears. Why was his wife a noble consort, and his daughter too? Had they known, they would have joined in the porridge distribution as well. With the imperial decree issued, The entire capital buzzed with excitement, particularly within the Jing'an Ho residence. After several days of recuperation, Li's complexion remained dark, and her anger was almost comical. She stormed into Lu Wan's courtyard, witnessing the splendid gifts bestowed by the emperor. Gold, silver, jewels, and fine fabrics being moved into Lu Wan's storeroom one after another. Her eyes turned red with jealousy. The entire Ho residence gathered before Lu Wan's courtyard, having just heard the imperial decree of rewards, regretting their choices deeply. Chapter 26. Mother's wrath at the Marquis. After the palace officials departed, Lady Li wasted no time berating Lu Wan. The several younger uncles present, Xie Jinzhao, Xie Jinka, and Li Duo, exchanged peculiar glances with Lu Wan. Lu Wan was acutely aware of the benefits of her actions, yet instead of securing them for the Marquis, she relinquished them to the Ministry of Rights. Now, these rewards were bestowed upon her by the emperor in the name of the ministry, leaving the Marquis with nothing. Clearly, these honors were rightfully the Marquis's, belonging to all. Indeed, elder sister-in-law, how can you act as the head of the household in such a manner? We initially withheld our consent simply due to our ignorance of the matter's implications. Knowing what you do, why did you not clarify things for us? Had we been aware, we would surely have contributed. Xie Jinzhao remarked with a disdainful twist to his lips. Such words cannot be spoken. Came the soft, languid voice of Xie Jinka, who covered his mouth with a handkerchief. This situation is indeed our fault. However, elder sister-in-law's actions lack propriety. After all, as the matriarch of the Marquis, every honor ought to enrich the household. Though I am not a direct member of the Marquis, your actions seem rather petty. Now, as you benefit from within, do you expect us to stand idly by while your rewards are paraded before us? Li Duoduo's tone was sharp, her gaze never straying from the pile of jewels. The Li family was hardly a renowned lineage. They had never encountered such treasures. Initially, when you requested financial contributions, we declined. Now that there are advantages to be had, everyone wishes to partake. On what grounds? This shameless crowd, their audacity surpassing that of city walls, even daring to moralize against my mother, infuriates me. Xiaowanwan clenched her fists around the hem of Pan Chun's garment, her teeth gritted in frustration. Her pink gums nearly bled from the pressure, and she felt as if she might leap from Pan Chun's embrace to confront them. Bullying my mother. They should wait until I grow up to challenge me one-on-one. Lu Wan's head buzzed with turmoil. She furrowed her brow and stepped forward. Xie Zimu and Xie Zixing stood sternly before the rewards, alongside a graceful young lady brandishing a large iron rod. The atmosphere grew palpably tense, as if familial bonds had turned into deep-seated enmity, swords drawn. Lu Wan turned to Lady Li. Why speak in such a manner? When the idea first arose, did I not promptly prepare a list for you to review? You came to my quarters and tore it to shreds, accusing me of seeking to use the Marquis for my own glory. You claimed no one in the entire Marquis would consent, insisting this matter had nothing to do with us. Was that not your assertion? Now, over a mere handful of rewards, you elevate this to a matter of me bestowing merit upon outsiders? Outsiders? That is my family, who raised me. The ministry has supported the Marquis generously over the years. As the saying goes, those who eat from another's hand are beholden to them. You have profited yet still seek to slander me and my family. How many years have you spent cultivating your conscience, only to lose it so completely? Were it not for the 9th prince, I dare not imagine what might have befallen my daughter and me on the road. Since you have chosen to sever ties, do not blame me for my lack of respect. Regret washed over her. Had this been a venture of the Marquis, her mother's title would have rightfully belonged to her. What a glorious position that would have been! Yet, this glory had been bestowed upon another, her most despised mother-in-law. Lu Wan let out a cold laugh. I am now a lady of rank. According to the law, you have slandered both me and my family, which constitutes a crime. As the esteemed matriarch of the Marquis, you cannot even govern your own tongue. You dare to defy your elders.
Lu Wan,
You have committed 2 acts of disobedience. Even if I were to have Jean and divorce you, the law would not concern itself with you. Lady Li, her head wrapped in a scarf, was visibly enraged, her finger pointing at Lu Wan, instructing the matron to punish her. Yet before the matron could approach Lu Wan, Qing Sheng brandished the iron rod, taller than most men, stepping protectively in front of Luwan.
I
see you all. Who dares to touch the lady? She asserted, her tone resolute yet her expression betraying her anxiety. Qing Sheng, do not resort to violence. Luwan cautioned. Qing Sheng nodded and dropped the iron rod. Then she squatted down, effortlessly lifting two matrons and tossing them behind Lady Li, sending them sprawling several feet away, startling everyone present. The matron's old bones felt as though they might shatter. Qing Sheng immediately covered her face with her hands, embarrassed. I threw them too far. Lady Li gasped, as did the others. What? Xiaowanwan exclaimed. What the? Ignoring Lady Li, who was stupefied with rage, Luwan pointed at Xie Jinzhao and said, You step forward. Did I not mention that this action might attract the Emperor's attention? You clearly heard me, yet refused to contribute. Now that I have donated funds to secure this outcome, you begrudge me my success, blaming me for not explaining myself? Third uncle, you truly embody the duplicitous, irate type.
You.
Xie Jinzhao, his thoughts laid bare, felt his face flush crimson, rendered speechless. Luwan then turned to Xie Jinka, fourth uncle. I understand your illness requires funds for treatment. Even if you are unwilling to contribute, I will not impose upon you. However, you must acknowledge that the current head of the household is now Lady Li. My rewards have no relation to the Marquis. If you believe my possessions should enrich the Marquis's coffers, then why not utilize the century-old ginseng in your pharmacy to save your grandmother? At its core, selfishness reigned. Xie Jinka bowed his head in silence. He indeed possessed several precious century-old ginseng roots, invaluable and irreplaceable, meant for his own survival. How could he casually offer them for the Marquis's charity? Luwan's gaze turned sharply towards Li Duoduo, who was hiding behind Lady Li. What are you hiding for? This is the Marquis. Do you, an outsider, have any right to speak here? What am I to you, a petty person? These rewards are mine, and I have every right to bring them into my quarters. After her words, Li Duoduo's face flushed with humiliation and anger. She bit her lip, tears brimming in her eyes, desperately holding back her emotions. Yes, she regretted her actions. She had thought that by joining the crowd and pressuring Luwan, she might secure a share of the spoils. Little did she realize Luwan possessed such courage to disrespect her elders and the male members of the family, exposing her petty thoughts before all. She could feel the eyes of those around her, gazing at her as if she were a monster. Even the lowest-ranking maid held back laughter at her expense. Lady Li trembled with rage, exclaiming, This is an outrage. I never imagined that after my 5-year absence, the daughter-in-law brought into our family would be such a shrew. Luwan sneered. Who are you calling a shrew? Chapter 27. With such laughter. There's melon to eat. Who are you calling a shrew? You.
Li turta furiously.
Upon hearing this, the servants on Luwan's side stifled their laughter, gazing at Li Shi as if she were a curiosity. Mother's fighting spirit is at its peak. Xiaowanwan glared at her little legs, her mouth stretched into a grin reaching her temples. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Shi was overwhelmed with shame and indignation, nearly losing consciousness. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed 2 dark-clad men rushing toward her, and she truly collapsed, supported by the servants. Xie Jin and, along with Su Ruru and her brother, hurried over. Upon seeing Li Shi in such a state, Su Ruru quickly entrusted the child to the nanny and went to assist Li Shi. With tears streaming down her face, Li Shi lamented, Your father is foolish. How could he allow you to marry such a daughter-in-law who bullies her mother-in-law like this? The several concubine-born sons spoke up for me, yet they were all berated by your wife. Jin and divorce her. Su Ruru, hesitant to speak ill of Luwan, gently comforted Li Shi. Madam, please take care of your health. In contrast to Luwan's aggressive demeanor, Su Ruru appeared much more understanding. Xie Jin and clenched his teeth and stepped forward. Luwan, my mother has raised me with great difficulty. She is, after all, your mother-in-law. How dare you? What your mother has endured has nothing to do with me, Luwan replied coolly. You have changed. You were never like this before. You have disappointed me greatly. Xie Jin and had never encountered such defiance from Luwan. In his 5 years of memory, she had always been gentle, virtuous, and well-mannered, enduring grievances in silence. What had changed since she bore a daughter? Divorce. Divorce her? Li Shi was nearly spitting blood, outraged that Luwan would dare to confront her husband so boldly. It was utterly improper. Xie Jin's fist tightened, his masculinity utterly crushed by Luwan's indifferent expression. Yet he recalled his grandmother's words. They could not lose Luwan. Ultimately, he released his tightly clenched fists. Mother, let us speak cautiously about this.
Li Shi girittet her tit, slallowing her immense grievanges.
Luwan, having lost her patience, cast a dispassionate glance at them before instructing Qing Sheng and the others to move their belongings to the courtyard. Xie Zimu, standing beside Luwan, clenched his fists tightly and looked up. Mother, you won't abandon us, will you? Xie Zixing's large eyes brimmed with tears, nearly on the verge of crying. Luwan smiled gently, stroking the heads of her two sons. Just then, Qingde rushed in from outside, breathless, addressing Li Shi and Luwan. Madam, eldest madam, a decree has arrived from the palace, stating that the heir must go to receive it. Upon hearing this, Xie Jin's eyes lit up with excitement. Surely the emperor had agreed to send him for disaster relief. Without hesitation, he strode toward the front courtyard. Li Shi seemed to guess the news. A smile breaking across her face, Luwan, just wait. You're not worthy of my son. With that, she too, with the assistance of Su Ruru and her brother, made her way to the front courtyard. Almost everyone followed suit, leaving Luwan slightly puzzled. Her father had clearly resolved the matter. Why had this duty still fallen upon Xie Jinin? Xie Zimu and Xie Zixing, having not seen their mother for quite some time, remained behind to dine. The two children sat silently, burdened with thoughts, unsure of what to say. Luwan picked up a piece of meat for Xie Zimu, only for Xiaowanwan's small hand to dart out and snatch it. I want to eat meat too. I want to eat braised pork. Ever since I was born, I haven't eaten any. Mother, give me some, please. The little one clutched the meat, desperately trying to stuff it into her mouth, unstoppable. Luwan had no choice but to set down her chopsticks, prying the meat from her tiny fingers. You're not even 2 months old. You can't eat this. Huan Chun, fetch the milk bottle. Xiaowanwan burst into tears. Huan Chun, however, chuckled. They say the fastest hands in the world belong to infants. And it seems that's true. After feeding Xiaowanwan with the bottle, she gazed tearfully at her mother. Mother, you have changed. You don't love your little baby anymore? Luwan gently tapped her head, allowing Huan Chun to hold her on the couch. She then served Xie Zimu and Xie Zixing each a piece of meat. Thank you, mother. Thank you, mother. The two children spoke in unison before falling silent. After recounting the events of the past few days, Luwan sighed. Since marrying into I have exhausted myself, toiling day and night over household matters. Now that I no longer manage them, I feel much lighter. Yet the helplessness in her words could not escape the discerning eye of Xie Zimu. Xie Zimu composed himself. Mother, you have done what is right. This place is too unfair to you. He understood. If his mother chose to leave, he would support her. He was not afraid of abandonment. He feared his mother suffering daily indignities. Luwan's maternal love over these years had become a cherished luxury for him. Xie Zixing could not comprehend these matters. He simply stated, they often speak ill of mother in my ear. But I know that father and grandmother do not like me and my brother. Only mother and my sister care for us. I will work hard to earn money and protect mother when I grow up. Xie Zimu inquired, Brother, who told you that mother is bad? It's my new servant. I've already given him a beating. Xie Zixing clenched his fists, his round face filled with indignation. The previous servant had been better. He had taken leave to care for his sick parents back home. Luwan and Xie Zimu exchanged glances. At that moment, Wang Xia burst in, laughing uncontrollably.
Oh.
With such laughter, there must be some juicy gossip. Stop laughing and tell us. Xiaowanwan set down her milk bottle, suddenly losing interest. Her tear-streaked lashes blinking as she looked at Wang Xia. The heir, the lady, and Su Ruru's brother, all three dark-clad men, have been taken away by the emperor's men. Xiaowanwan's milk bottle rolled onto the couch with a thud as she exclaimed, Ah! Luwan responded, Xie Zimu and Xie Zixing chorused, Huh? What's going on? Chapter 28. The young master led astray. When Wang Xia spoke of this, she couldn't help but chuckle again. When the steward entered with the imperial edict, both the young master and the lady were beaming. serving tea, and massaging the steward's legs. But can you guess what the edict contained? It stated that the 3 coal spirits had arrived at the Marquis' residence a few days ago, and the Marquis was to take them to Xiaowanwan County for the people to offer sacrifices, hoping to dispel the natural calamities. After the steward read the edict, upon seeing the 3 dark figures, he immediately recognized them, exclaiming that the coal spirits had descended, and commanded people to tie them up and send them to Xiaowanwan County as auspicious tokens. It seems they would be gone for at least 10 days or half a month, but ultimately, it is still the lady of the house who calls the shots. Luwan was utterly astonished. Is it really possible? Xiaowanwan stretched her neck to listen, nearly tumbling off the couch. How absurd! How could father turn into a coal spirit out of the blue? Xiaowanwan flung the milk bottle from her hand to the ground.
Huh?
Why couldn't she get a divination? It was a relief they were leaving for a while. It was rare to have some peace. Both Pan Chun and Wang Xia nodded in agreement. Xiaowanwan twirled her fingers, observing the milk bottle upside down on the ground, lost in thought. Wang Xia went to relay a message to Su Ruru's courtyard. Aunt Su, the lady of the house wishes for you to take young Master Huaishan to visit the 4th master, as he is gravely ill. After all, young Master Huaishan is the 4th master's illegitimate son. The last time you brought the child over, the doctor reported that the 4th master's health had improved significantly. Now that there is no one to manage the household, the lady hopes the 4th master can recover quickly to take charge of family affairs. Really? The affairs of the Marquis' household will be entrusted to the 4th master? Su Ruru's eyes sparkled. She could naturally deduce that the 2nd master was elusive, the 3rd master was reckless, and although the 4th master was somewhat frail, he was an educated man who knew when to advance and retreat. With the Marquis' residence lacking a strong leader and Luwan unwilling to take charge, it was only natural that the 4th master would be summoned to manage the household. Of course, my lady is no longer the mistress. Aside from the 4th master, who else can manage the rear courtyard? Luwan smiled slightly. At that moment, Xia Zimu rushed in. Mother, you guessed right. That little servant indeed took my brother to cause trouble. Oh dear. That servant was sent by grandmother to distract the 2nd master from his studies. Once grandmother has disposed of him, she will surely turn her attention to the eldest brother. Mother, they may be at the gambling house. Xiaowanwan was even more anxious than Luwan. Having just finished her milk, she babbled away. Luwan handed the child to Pan Chun and asked Xiazimu, do you know where they are? We must go now. Without hesitation, Luwan donned her cloak and prepared to leave. Pan Chun stopped her. My lady, the flower lane is a den of vice. If you go unaccompanied, it will surely tarnish your reputation. Luwan was taken aback. So this was Li's intention. If she didn't go, Zixing would surely be ruined. If she did go, her own reputation would be in jeopardy. Regardless of her involvement, Li's purpose would be fulfilled. Contemplating this, she clenched her fist, regained her composure, and commanded, summon Qingda. Qingda, who had been trailing behind, nearly failed to catch up. My lady, what is it? Luwan instructed. Take a few capable servants with you to the flower lane and capture 2 individuals for me. In the flower lane, the small gambling house was dimly lit, and graceful women twisted their bodies to entice customers to place bets. A young servant bent low, protecting his young master. Young master, this bet is sure to win. He exchanged a knowing glance with a charming dealer. The dealer, flattering him, rolled the dice, and he won tenfold. Xia Zixing was overjoyed. For the first time, he realized how effortlessly money could be made. This young master, barely 6 or 7 years old, had won 9 consecutive games, something unseen in their gambling house for years. Truly remarkable. Indeed, I've been gambling for over a decade and have yet to match a 7-year-old prodigy. The flattery made Xia Zixing, who struggled with his studies and had faced countless reprimands from his teacher, feel elated. He thought to himself, if he could continue earning such sums, would his mother be proud of him? He wagered the 5,000 taels he had won on the table, tenfold. I bet small. Such audacity for one so young. The crowd marveled at his courage. Yes, this young master is clever and quick-witted, a true hero. Hearing the praises around him, Xia Zixing felt an overwhelming sense of pride. His servant continued to flatter him while signaling to the dealer. It was a cue to catch the net. Xia Zixing's heart raced. eyes glued to the dice cup. The outcome hinged on this moment. When the cup was opened, all 3 dice showed 6. He panicked. How could this be? He had won all along. Why was he losing now? Confused, he looked at the dealer, who casually adjusted her slipping garment and replied, "In gambling, there are wins and losses. It is perfectly normal. Young master, you've won so many times. Surely, you wouldn't mind losing this once. Winning 9 games is already a feat. You won't lose the next round. How could a genius lose?" Yet, Xie Zixing was frightened. He no longer dared to gamble. The 5,000 taels he had won were gone, and now he owed 50,000 taels to the gambling house. If he lost again, how could he repay such a sum? Surely, the Marquis' residence would not provide him with such a large sum to settle his debts. He feared that he might not even be able to remain his mother's son. He waved his hand to the servant. "Let us leave this money. We must go." But the gambling house had already summoned thugs, surrounding him and his servant. The dealer sneered, addressing him. Xie Zixing was alarmed. Previously, every visit had ended in victory. He had never experienced defeat. Chapter 29. The 2 choices of the second brother having lost so much money. What was to be done? No. He could not let his mother know. If she found out, it would be the end for him. He was not even a true descendant of the Ho family, and no one would come to his aid. What would he do if even his mother abandoned him? "Young master, are you planning to default?" The woman at the gambling house inquired. His allowance was merely a couple of taels of silver per month. How long would it take to gather 50,000 taels? "This won't do, young master. Our gambling house does not extend credit. Perhaps you should try your luck in another round. If you win, you won't owe anything. Surely, you will win." Xie Zixing shook his head vehemently. "No, I will not gamble anymore." Regret washed over him. If you refuse to pay, then teach him a lesson. Beat him, and take him to the Ho residence to collect the debt. The woman smirked coldly, issuing her orders. A group of thugs surrounded him, and before he could employ the martial skills he had learned, he was pressed to the ground and beaten. His mother would surely no longer want him. What was he to do? Waves of pain coursed through his face and body. Suddenly, the door of the gambling house was kicked open, and the burly Qingda rushed in with several attendants. I brought the young master out and immediately sent someone to report to the authorities. They arrived swiftly and sealed the gambling house. Those spectators were all hired by the gambling house, Qingda stated, casting a disappointed glance at Xie Zixing before stepping aside. Although Lu Wan's expression remained neutral, the fury in her eyes was unmistakable. "Mother, I understand my mistake," Xie Zixing lamented, his once innocent face now marred with tears as he clung desperately to Lu Wan's leg, sobbing uncontrollably. "The gamblers cheated me. I should not have fallen for their tricks. If it weren't for Qingda's timely arrival, I might have been beaten to death, left with no dignity. Xie Zixing, you have been under my care for 3 years. I have invested in your education and sent you and Zimu to the finest academy in the Daxia dynasty. Not with the expectation that you would become the top scholar, but in hopes that you would grow into a respectable gentleman, well-versed in literature and propriety. I never imagined you would skip classes to associate with such filthy individuals, disregarding my teachings and intentions. You have truly disappointed me. Had it not been for today's revelation, how much longer would you have intended to deceive me?" Lu Wan's eyes brimmed with disappointment. A place like that was one where even those of high standing dared not tread. Once discovered, one would be utterly disgraced. He was just a child. How could he dare? "Mother, I know I was wrong, please." Xie Zixing cried out, realizing he had let his mother down. He turned to Xie Zimu, "Brother, please plead with mother for me." Xie Zimu pursed his lips and turned away coldly. Lu Wan then glanced at the trembling attendant beside Xie Zixing, "Speak." Who led the second young master to the gambling house. The attendant's legs buckled, and he fell to the ground, repeatedly banging his head in a plea of innocence. "Mother!" It was this attendant. He was placed beside the second brother by Lady Li to lead him astray, to make him a useless gambler, so that Xie Huaishan could become the most outstanding child of the Ho residence. It is because the second brother wasted his days in idleness that he was struck down by Xie Huaishan without a chance to resist. It is this attendant. I am not wronging him, mother. Please deal with him swiftly. Xie Zixing stiffened in disbelief, turning to the attendant. "It was you. You led me astray. Mother. He is the one who corrupted me. The attendant begged for mercy, but Luwan coldly commanded, Qingda, take him away for punishment. Let all the servants witness the consequences of leading the young master astray. The attendant, trembling, protested, You cannot kill me. The madam will not agree. But before he could finish, Qingda covered his mouth and dragged him away. Such a threat was insignificant to Luwan. Soon, the outer courtyard was filled with servants, including Xie Jinzhao, a seasoned scoundrel and gambler, who expressed indifference to the situation. He exchanged a few words with Luwan. Sister-in-law, that seems excessive. It is not my turn to inherit the title. What is wrong with indulging in pleasure? Moreover, this attendant does not deserve death. Our whole family has a reputation. If we disregard life, it would not reflect well on us. Xie Jinzhao's expression darkened. He was aware of his own shortcomings, but why should Luwan lecture him? He had tolerated her remarks before, but this time, he could no longer endure it. A sister-in-law is like a mother. Does the third master speak back to his own mother in such a manner? This attendant has corrupted my son, and if you wish to protect him, I must question your motives. Could it be that this matter involves you? Luwan's demeanor remained cold, her tone authoritative yet composed. Xie Jinzhao's face turned pale, understanding that if he spoke another word, he would be suspected of ulterior motives. But this attendant was a pawn of his biological mother, Lady Li.
He could not stand by idly.
Chapter 30. The memories of the elder brother Luwan shouted, Hit me. Luwan, do you dare? Dare to harm those beside the mistress? Ultimately, he could not bring himself to voice the truth, fearing the wrath of Li Shi, knowing full well it would lead to dire consequences for him as well. Helplessly, he watched as the young servant was silenced and beaten until his flesh was raw, ultimately lifeless. The timid maidens fainted from fear, while the bolder young servants learned a profound lesson. Luwan publicly rewarded Qingda with 100 taels of silver, declaring that anyone who sincerely served their master would never be wronged by her. The household staff dispersed, but the events of that day lingered in their hearts for a long time. Xie Zimu sat by the bedside, tending to his younger brother's wounds. His youthful visage displayed an unexpected maturity as he silently pursed his lips, offering no words of consolation to Xie Zixing. Brother, dear brother, I know I was wrong. Please, help me plead for our mother's forgiveness. I promise to study diligently and train hard. Xie Zixing's round face was marred with bruises, his eyes swollen from crying. He truly understood his misdeeds. He wished to excel in his studies, yet he always felt overshadowed by others, especially his brother. The tutor was strict, monitoring him closely as he memorized texts and practiced his calligraphy, while also expecting him to train in martial arts. He was utterly exhausted, which had inadvertently provided an opening for the wicked. With a confused expression, Zixing nodded, recalling that their family often went hungry. I was 5 when I came to my mother's side. Before that, my stepfather's house had a leaky roof, the bedding was hard and cold, and we often faced days without food. Xie Zimu recounted his past, continuing, later, my stepfather squandered all my mother's money on gambling and drinking. Our home was dilapidated and frigid, and when he could no longer provide, he forced my mother to sell me. When she refused, he brutally killed her before my eyes. I was covered in her blood, witnessing her death right before me. Xie Zimu's eyes welled with tears, his body trembling. He had been sold into the hands of human traffickers, nearly ending up in a brothel. Fortunately, a kind official, seeing his plight, introduced him to the old matriarch of the. Among the group of children, he was the eldest, yet his good looks and calm demeanor caught the matriarch's attention, leading her to present him to Luwan. He had never dreamed that this noble lady would choose him as her son, yet Luwan resolutely selected him. He began to live a life he had never dared to imagine. It was a revelation to him that some children lived carefree lives, focusing solely on their studies without worrying about the daily necessities. Luwan meticulously guided him, sewing clothes for him, and all her affection was quietly etched into his heart. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not betray his mother's expectations. He turned to Xie Zixing. Do you have any idea how much I treasure being chosen as a child of my mother? This is an opportunity many children yearn for. You are still young and have not yet strayed from the right path. I hope you remember this lesson, and our mother's hopes for you. Xie Zixing wept profusely, feeling sympathy for both his brother and himself. Their mother wished for them to grow into honorable gentlemen, yet he dreamed of pursuing an official career, for his own future and for their mother's sake. After speaking, Xie Zimu relaxed his tightly clenched fists. Xie Zixing leaped off the bed, grasping his brother's hand. "Brother, I understand. I will strive to do better. Please don't give up on me." Zimu gently ruffled his brother's hair, his dark eyes narrowing slightly, determination spreading across his face. He had made a decision. Since his examination results at 18 would be replaced by Xie Huaishan, what if he accelerated this process by 10 years? Fate, no matter how absurd, could not allow an infant to usurp his position. Luwan remained indifferent toward him. Qing Sheng was busy in the courtyard, and Xie Zixing approached to help him with tasks, not only gaining strength, but also receiving rare praise from the tutor. He merrily went to Luwan to share his accomplishments. "Mother, the tutor gifted me a pen, and now I can write hundreds of characters in a day. Mother, let me recite a poem for you." Luwan, wherever she went, was followed by a small figure babbling incessantly. Suddenly, she caught sight of an unfamiliar shadow outside the courtyard. Placing Xiaowanwan on the couch, she said to Xie Zixing, "Mother knows you are a good child, but remember, your studies are for yourself, not solely for me, so." Xie Zixing's round eyes flickered with disappointment. Then, suddenly brightening, he nodded eagerly, his voice rising involuntarily. "All right." Luwan affectionately patted the little fellow's head and headed outside. In the courtyard, Qing Sheng held a bag of pastries, beaming brightly. He paused upon seeing Luwan approaching, feeling more at ease around her, and sweetly greeted Grandma. Luwan smiled. "Was that your friend?" Qing Sheng, slightly embarrassed, nodded. "Her name is Xiaogua. She was my sister in the third master's courtyard. Today, she brought pastries for the third master and made an extra portion for me. You must try it, Grandma. Xiaogua's skills are praised frequently by the third master." Luwan agreed and led her to a gazebo to sit down. She inquired, "Why doesn't your sister, with such talent, work in the kitchen as a head maid? It seems a pity." As Qing Sheng unwrapped the pastries, she replied, "She doesn't even want to be by the old lady's side. She only wishes to stay with the third master." "Yes, she is quite loyal." Luwan nodded in understanding. Qing Sheng offered the pastries to Luwan first. Luwan accepted the exquisite delicacies, savoring their delicate flavors, and asked, "Since you're off duty tonight, do you have time to help me with something? My flower pot is quite heavy and delicate. It can only be moved at sunset." Qing Sheng hesitated, remaining silent. Luwan smiled gently. "It's perfectly fine if you're busy. You don't need to feel constrained with me. It's not that I'm trying to avoid it, Grandma. Xiaogua is teaching me how to make pastries. She, too, is only free tonight." Qing Sheng glanced at Luwan. "I'm afraid it would be rude to cancel." Luwan sampled the pastry in her hand, exclaiming, "Indeed. It is a refined and delightful flavor. If you can learn, I shall also be fortunate." Qing Sheng smiled. "Such skills are rare. If you master them, who will you cook for first?" Luwan engaged her in light conversation. Qing Sheng pondered, her eyes sparkling. "I'll cook for you." Luwan shook her head. "I am not the most important person in your life." Qing Sheng suddenly realized, "Then I shall let my father taste it. He has never had such fine food." Luwan was taken aback for a moment, then nodded with a smile. "Why not take your father along and let him try it once you've learned? I believe no parent would refuse to sample their daughter's first culinary creation." Qing Sheng considered this, beaming, "You're right."
Thank you, Grandma.
"I'll take my father with me tonight." Chapter 31. Qing Da's resounding defeat of Uncle Sen. One evening, Qing Sheng and Xiaogua arranged to meet in the small kitchen of Uncle San's courtyard. Qing Sheng turned to her father and said, "Oh, you really shouldn't come in. Xiaogua might feel embarrassed." Qing Da scratched his head, grinning foolishly. "Well, once you're done, regardless of how it tastes, be sure to let your father have a taste. This will be my first time trying a snack made by my daughter. I understand, just wait for me." Qing Sheng whispered, when suddenly Xiaogua called from inside. "Qing Sheng, is that you? Who are you talking to?" Qing Sheng pushed the door open, offering an awkward smile. "It's me. I'm not speaking to anyone. Let us get started." The candlelight flickered dimly. Seeing that Xiaogua had prepared the ingredients, Qing Sheng followed her lead. However, Xiaogua's strength was overwhelming. The flowers she molded appeared excessively forceful, reminiscent of Dayu pulling the willow. The flavor of the pastries could be similar if the ingredients were correct, but to achieve finesse, one must practice diligently. As Xiaowanwan instructed her on the flour ratio, she guided her in shaping the flowers. After numerous attempts, the result was a collection of oddly shaped, unsightly creations. Qingsheng chuckled awkwardly. It's all my fault. I was too heavy-handed. Xiaowanwan realized that they need not stick to making flowers exclusively. You could try shapes you are more comfortable with. Even a simple square cake will taste just as good. Inspired, Qingsheng seized a handful of dough and declared, "All right." Xiaowanwan sighed and handed her a cup of fruit wine, saying, "I brewed this. Give it a taste and let me know how it is.
Next time,
I'll teach you how to brew it." Qingsheng accepted it without hesitation and took a sip. Xiaowan's eyes sparkled momentarily as she chuckled, crouched down, and clutched her stomach. "Oh dear, my stomach hurts. You keep experimenting here. I'll be right back." Qingsheng expressed concern. "Did you eat something bad?" Concealed in the shadows, Qingda watched as Xiaowanwan clutched her stomach and left, feeling puzzled. With no outsiders around, he thought he would check on how his daughter was doing. Upon entering the kitchen, he was greeted with the shocking sight of his daughter collapsed on the ground. Startled, he dropped the lantern and rushed to her side. The dim light in the small kitchen was extinguished by the wind. Just then, Qingda heard someone enter. But before he could speak, a man embraced him from behind. "My dear, I've missed you terribly. Do you know how long I've liked you? If you submit to me, I'll make you my concubine." Sensing the person in his arms still struggling, Xie Jinzhao chuckled. "Don't be shy.
I'll treat you well."
"No one will know about this. So just agree to my proposal." Qingda's face darkened with fury. Realizing his embrace was not reciprocated, Xie Jinzhao planted a kiss on his shoulder and began to grope him. "Xiao Shengsheng, it's only been a few days since you left my courtyard, and you've become so muscular." His tone reeked of lewdness. Qingda trembled with rage. Xie Jinzhao mistook Qingda's silence for consent, releasing his hold and beginning to remove his trousers. "I'm tired of the usual charms. I find your muscular physique incredibly appealing. Come to me, my darling." With that, he lunged toward Qingda. Xie Jinzhao licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, a wicked smile spreading across his face, such a wild little cat. Even under the influence still so fierce. "Come, strike me hard, don't hold back." He began shedding his clothes, climbing back up. Qingda, unable to endure any longer, kicked him out of the small kitchen, shouting, "Perish, beast." His daughter, whom he had cherished since childhood, had even trained with him to ensure she could protect herself. If he followed her, this beast would have ruined her. Xie Jinzhao finally took a moment to process the situation. The towering man stepped out of the kitchen, and under the moonlight, he looked up, his smile freezing on his face. How is this possible? He had just been embracing and kissing someone he thought was Qingsheng, only to find it was her father, the roughest steward in the household. The color drained from his face as he glanced down at his own shameful state, exposed and still wearing his shoes and socks. His cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and rage. Thankfully, Qingda had knocked some sense into him, or the situation could have escalated further. Xie Jinzhao attempted to retrieve his clothes but was forcibly pinned to the ground by Qingda, who unleashed a barrage of blows. "I know I was wrong. Please don't hit my face." Not there, please." Under the moonlight, Xie Jinzhao shielded his face with one hand while protecting his modesty with the other, receiving a merciless beating. His pitiful cries soon attracted the attention of the servants, who rushed in with lanterns. Drawn by the spectacle of a muscular steward pummeling a bare man, the sight was shocking.
"Ah!"
The maid covered her eyes, while the young lad felt a chill in his loins. Someone rushed to report to Luan. However, Luan dismissed the matter, claiming she wasn't the mistress of the household and had no authority over others' affairs. The stewardess, bewildered, ran to Fourth Master's residence, pulling the ill Fourth Master from his bed to adjudicate the situation at Uncle San's courtyard. Unbeknownst to them, after they left, Su Ro emerged from behind a screen in Fourth Master's room, looking pale and clutching her child. The inner courtyard was in disarray. After being restrained, Qingda's eyes burned with fury as he shouted to Fourth Master for justice. "This beast lured my daughter here, drugged her, and sought to defile her purity. Xiaowanwan, the most trusted friend of my daughter, How could you do such a thing? If I hadn't followed her, this scoundrel would have succeeded. He mistook me for my daughter, embracing and kissing me. I feel utterly humiliated. Not to mention, my daughter is a shy young girl. If he had laid a hand on her. Beast. Each word from Qing struck the ears of those present like a bombshell. Coupled with the shocking image of Uncle San being brutally beaten, they were left in stunned silence, their thoughts momentarily halted. Who could have imagined that while Uncle San intended to tarnish Qing Sheng's reputation, he inadvertently sullied Qing Da's? Fourth Master Xie Jinqiu, pulled from his sickbed, was equally astonished. Damn. Third brother has his pants down and still claims to be wronged? This is utterly disgraceful. He ordered someone to fetch clothes for Xie Jinjiao. Just as Su Ro rushed in, her face flushing crimson as she turned to cover her child's eyes. Good heavens! Are all the brothers of the Ho family so diminutive? Chapter 32. The scheming fourth uncle Xie Jinqiu did not wish to escalate the situation. Thus he summoned the individuals involved to the front hall for resolution, encircling the onlooking servants. Everyone stifled their laughter, afraid to express their amusement aloud. Qing Da animatedly recounted every word and gesture of Xie Jinjiao, wishing fervently to land a punch on him. You, a mere dog servant, dare to strike me. Even if I had some connection with your daughter, what of it? I am the master, and she is but a servant. Being favored by me is her fortune. This is the Marquis' residence. How could a mere servant presume to challenge me? Dressed and more resolute, Xie Jinjiao spoke with newfound confidence. He had been caught off guard previously, momentarily forgetting his status as a master. However, upon uttering those words, Qing De pointed at him and shouted to the crowd, "Listen." He admits it. Xie Jinjiao's complexion darkened. Had there not been so many witnesses, he would have lunged at Qing De and ended him. The humiliation of being seen in such a vulnerable state was excruciating, yet it ignited a strange thrill within him. Xie Jinqiu interjected, "Third brother, you are being foolish. You indulge in debauchery outside. What type of woman do you lack? Why must you set your sights on a maid from the Marquis' household? In my view, you are in the wrong." Xie Jinjiao smirked, "Fourth brother, we are both born of concubines. What right do you have to dictate my actions? My sister-in-law has entrusted me with managing the household, thus I shall handle this matter." Xie Jinqiu's expression darkened. His third brother had always looked down upon any siblings born outside the primary line. Having ingratiated himself with Lady Li, he had long acted with impunity in the household. Manage the household? Are you a heir apparent? Do you possess the jade pendant of the matriarch? Xie Jinjiao sneered. Xie Jinqiu was momentarily rendered speechless. Third brother, do you truly wish to disgrace the Marquis' estate and yourself? Just a couple of servants. What disgrace could befall me? The inner court lacks a manager. If Qing Sheng is willing, I shall elevate her to the status of concubine. If she refuses, then I shall expel her and her father from the Marquis' estate, silencing them forever. Let us see who dares to spread another word. At this proclamation, all the servants were left in stunned silence. The managing matrons exchanged incredulous glances at the fourth master. Qing Da's eyes bulged in fury, glaring fiercely at Xie Jinjiao. Even if my daughter and I were to perish, I would never consent to her marrying a beast like you. Xie Jinjiao curled his lips in a mocking smile. Fourth brother still dreams of dealing with his elder brother. Xie Jinqiu's voice, usually gentle, was now laced with coldness. It was not merely his brother's actions that displeased him, but the public humiliation he faced at the hands of Xie Jinjiao. The following morning, he visited Lu Wan's courtyard. Upon learning of the situation, she invited him in. "Sister-in-law, grandmother often said that the Marquis' estate cannot do without you. Now I truly understand the depth of that statement. I should not have contradicted you before. I was wrong. The inner court is in disarray due to this incident. I implore you to take charge of the situation." Having spent the night in turmoil over the matter, Xie Jinqiu felt restless. Once, he had believed that the women of the inner court were inferior to scholars like himself, who ventured forth to carve out their destinies. Yet, now that he faced the intricacies of inner court affairs, he realized the challenges his sister-in-law faced and admired her ability to manage every aspect of their household. Lu Wan smiled slightly, about to offer him guidance, when the childish voice in her mind interrupted. "Oh, dear, it's my fourth uncle. How can he pretend to be so well-behaved? Luwan furrowed her brow, holding her daughter, Xiaowanwan, tightly. The little one, with her round eyes, scrutinized Xie Jinxiu intently. Fourth uncle looks so gentle, yet in the story, he is cunning. He deceived everyone by feigning illness, then used fourth sister-in-law's money to purchase influence to elevate the male protagonist. The protagonist, in gratitude, arranged a position for him, but poor fourth sister-in-law was cast aside, and the protagonist even had her tongue cut out. My mother is even more unfortunate. I heard that the merchant girl is spoiled. Mother once advised fourth uncle for his own good, but alas, fourth uncle, driven by greed for the merchant girl's wealth, suspected mother of wanting to ruin his marriage and secretly replaced her medicinal supplements. Unexpectedly, he continued to drug mother after marrying fourth sister-in-law, leading to her untimely death at a mere 30. As Xiaowanwan pondered, her gaze towards Xie Jinxiu transformed. Noticing Luwan's silence and the child's scrutiny, he smiled warmly. I quite like Wanwan. She is truly beautiful. Is not Huaishan lovely as well? Luwan returned a slight smile. Xie Jinxiu, avoiding her gaze, replied, yes. She does bear some resemblance to me. Thank you, sister-in-law, for keeping my secret. He then shifted the topic. As for this matter, I shall rely on you to take charge. Luwan coldly smiled, realizing that the entire Marquis' estate was conspiring against her. Do not concern yourself with him. He seeks to harm you. Xiaowanwan babbled excitedly, nearly spitting with enthusiasm. After some thought, Luwan decided she should not wade into murky waters and suggested, why not take them to the old matriarch for disposition? You know your stepmother will undoubtedly support your third brother. Xie Jinxiu considered this and recognized the wisdom in her words. If grandmother intervened and assigned him authority over the inner court, there would be no further doubts about his position. The old matriarch awoke languidly, despite being confined and stripped of her powers by the emperor. The children still owed her the respect due to their lineage. She addressed Xie Jinxiu, you are foolish. In the history of the Marquis' estate, has there ever been such disgraceful conduct as selling off servants? If you disregard your brother's counsel, will you also dismiss grandmother's words? Xie Jinxiu broke into a cold sweat. The old matriarch was the mother of the Marquis. No matter how rebellious he was, he would not dare defy her. Upon learning of the recent events in the household, the old matriarch sighed deeply. Your stepmother is also misguided. For years, the Marquis' estate has relied on Luwan's dowry to remain afloat. If she withdraws her support, she will not contribute any further. Jinxiu's marriage is approaching. If these foolish actions of yours become public and the wealthiest family in the capital, the Zhong family, comes to disrupt the engagement, I wonder how you will account for it. Only by marrying the Zhong family's daughter can the Marquis' estate maintain its dignity. The Zhong family is a merchant family. The nobility looks down upon them. Were it not for the Marquis' financial difficulties, they would never have had the chance to ascend socially. The dowry and properties from the Zhong daughter would sustain the Marquis' several sons for over a decade. Chapter 33. Either drown the pig in a cage or accept money. Xie Jinxiu felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. He understood that once his sister-in-law married in, the entire Ho residence would flourish, and he would have more silver to squander. The old matriarch advised him to heed his brother's counsel, for he would soon take charge of the household. He was to go apologize to the father and daughter of the Qing family, offering them silver to silence their tongues, as they could not afford to offend them in the future. Indeed, Xie Jinxiu replied, casting a defiant glance at Xie Jinxiu. What if the Qing father and daughter refused his grandson's apology? Jinxiu, you shall speak to the Qing family. Qing Sheng's reputation is already tarnished. Either he drowns in a pig cage or accepts money to settle the matter. Xie Jinxiu felt a surge of pride. This time he was in charge, and when his wife arrived, she would become the rightful mistress. Surely he would have his chance to rise. Upon exiting the charity hall, Su Ruru awaited him, cradling their child. Fourth master, Huaishan has been crying for you. Xie Jinxiu glanced at the child and gently touched the relic around Huaishan's neck, inquiring, did Master Yuandong truly say that Huaishan is a noble child of the Ho family, destined to elevate our status? If so, then accepting Huaishan as a son would not be in vain. As a mere illegitimate child, without the assistance of a destined individual, he would never ascend. Indeed, Master Yuandong is the only revered monk of Jingshan Temple, and every prophecy he utters comes to pass. He once foretold that the current emperor is of divine destiny. And indeed, the emperor ascended the throne. Su Ruru spoke softly, casting a furtive glance at Xie Jinqiu. Among the male members of the Ho family, the fourth master was the most handsome. Apart from his slightly pale complexion, his face, smooth as jade, surpassed even Xie Jing'an's beauty. In her mind, Xie Jing'an remained a mere lump of coal. Yes, I am aware. Grandmother deceived my sister-in-law, claiming Huaishan is my illicit child. I have wronged you. After so many years with my brother, you ought to be my sister-in-law. Xie Jinqiu sighed and gently caressed Huaishan's face, unable to bear looking at him any longer. At merely 2 months old, Huaishan's gaze was anything but childlike. It exuded a shrewdness that was disconcerting, as if a prodigy had been born. Su Ruru lowered her head, softly expressing her gratitude. Thank you, fourth master, for your willingness to assist us. I will ensure Huaishan remembers your kindness. Xie Jinqiu smiled gracefully. Bring him around more often. Oh, little sister-in-law, your hairpin is askew. He reached out to adjust Su Ruru's hairpin, smiled, and turned to leave. Su Ruru's heart raced in his absence. This moment did not go unnoticed by a shadow lurking in the distance, which soon vanished. Wang Xia arrived at Lu Wan's courtyard, whispering a few words to her. Lu Wan smiled slightly, turning to face a chubby little face gazing up at her eagerly, babbling in discontent. Mother, is there more gossip? Why won't you tell me? I want to hear too. Is there anything that my esteemed VIP cannot hear? Speak up, and I shall grant you membership. Why can't the little baby speak? The baby deserves fair treatment too. Little Wan could now sit up, her hands on her hips, her face puffed in indignation and flushed with embarrassment. The tiny creature stared at Lu Wan, who picked her up, and she turned her little face away. Her cheeks adorably puffed. Madam, the Qing father and daughter wish to see you, Wang Xia announced. Very well. Lu Wan entrusted the little one to Pan Chun and went to meet the Qing family. What gossip? Little Wan squirmed in Pan Chun's arms, wailing, I want gossip. I want gossip. Seeing her uproar, Pan Chun embraced her as well. As soon as the Qing father and daughter saw Lu Wan, they knelt, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, madam, for saving my daughter's honor. If it weren't for your guidance, Qing Sheng would have been defiled by the third master. Your foresight is remarkable, and Qing Sheng is willing to toil in your service. Qing Sheng's eyes glistened with tears, reflecting her past suffering. Otherwise, she would have been reduced to a concubine of that beast. Lu Wan regarded Qingda, her action serving as a repayment for his past kindness.
Rise.
What is the outcome of the matter at hand? Madam, please do not blame me for speaking out. If you do not manage the household, the Ho residence will inevitably descend into chaos. Qing Sheng lowered her head, tugging at her father's sleeve to silence him. Qingda, uncomprehending, patted his daughter's hand reassuringly. Do not fear. If need be, I will confront him again. We must not bow to evil forces. He turned to Lu Wan. I know that you alone will not harm us, madam. We seek your counsel. Lu Wan smiled slightly. Since the third master has offered an apology, why not request a greater sum of silver? Chapter 34. The indulgence of a jiao cake. Both individuals stood in stunned silence. Lu Wan then remarked, a gentleman's revenge is not to be sought until 10 years have passed. As long as one is alive, there remains an opportunity, does there not? Indeed. If Qing Sheng were to perish in a pig cage, what significance would there be in fighting for a breath? Moreover, if this matter is not resolved, Xie Jinqiu, or the old matriarch, would not permit the father and daughter of Qing to live. Qing tightened his fists and nodded, acknowledging the wisdom of the elder matriarch. They left behind local specialties from their hometown. Wang Xia exclaimed, this is exquisite a jiao cake. It appears far superior to what is sold outside. It resembles something homemade. I've heard that homemade jiao is rich in ingredients and more nourishing than store-bought. Lu Wan paused for a moment, recognizing the thoughtfulness behind this. Little Wan, sucking her thumb, gazed longingly, having only known milk since birth and now craving everything she sees. Lu Wan checked on Zixing and Zimu's schoolwork. Zixing had been punished and made to stand outside the room for breaking the vase their father had gifted to their mother. Meanwhile, a small figure sat in the corner, seemingly sucking on something. Curiosity piqued. She approached, and the child turned, revealing a face smeared with brown juice, hastily concealing whatever was in her hands. "What are you eating?" Luwan inquired. Little Wanwan shook her head vigorously. "I did not steal any Ajao cake, Mother. I merely tasted it. I couldn't bite into it." Luwan was taken aback, contemplating the brown juice on her face. "Did you steal some Ajao cake?" Little Wanwan shook her head fiercely, clinging to her mother's leg, her voice frantic.
No. No.
"How did you know, Mother? I hid it so well. Is it perhaps that we share a bond?" Luwan responded. "Would you like to see what you've smeared on my clothing?" The little one continued to shake her head. But suddenly, a rush of warmth flowed from her nostrils, and she stared blankly at the blood staining her mother's garment. "Oh, dear, this is bad. I've overindulged." Yet she had indeed taken a few bites. "Oh no, so much blood. Am I going to die?" Luwan, alarmed, scooped her up and instructed Pan Chun to summon the physician. After examining the little one, the physician prescribed medication to reduce the heat and finally staunch the flow of blood. Little Wanwan sat on the bed, her head bowed, stealing glances at her mother's expression before looking down again. Luwan retrieved a damp piece of cake from her little pocket and fixed her gaze on her. In a silent standoff, the two exchanged unspoken words. Ultimately, both Little Wanwan and Xia Zixing found themselves standing outside in punishment. The only difference was that the little one sat upright, staring dazedly at her brother. "Brother Zixing, did you also steal a Jiao cake?" "Sister, you are but a few months old. All you need to do is be adorable and drink milk to please our mother. She only needs me, her useless son." Xia Zixing quietly crouched down to adjust her pacifier. Little Wanwan whimpered softly. "Brother Zixing, what did you steal to be standing for so long? I truly am unfortunate. In the past, I could have easily gotten away with being cute." Xia Zixing replied. "You ask what I have stolen? I have stolen nothing." Little Wanwan thought to herself. Indeed, she and her brother share a unique understanding. Xia Zixing continued. "I merely broke the vase our father gifted to our mother. Father was sent away as a good luck charm to Anyuan County, and I feared that seeing the vase would remind our mother of him. Hence I broke it on purpose." Little Wanwan responded. "You truly are something else. The first troublemaker and still a little crybaby, breaking things and yet not learning your lesson. If not you, then who should be punished?" Xia Zixing was taken aback. "Does father have a mistress? But that mistress truly is something. She raised a son who surpasses Brother Zixing. How tragic." Xia Zixing's scalp tingled as he reflected on the male protagonist his sister had mentioned, wondering if he was indeed the son of that mistress. He clenched his fists, resolving that tomorrow he would practice his swordsmanship until his hands bled, and would destroy everything his father had given to their mother. Inside the room, Luwan examined an invitation on the table and said to Pan Chun, "In a few days, my brother is getting married. We shall first go to the palace to assist the princess with her dowry preparations, and then attend the wedding banquet at the princess's residence. After marrying, a princess typically receives a residence, and it is likely that my brother and his family will live there. Conveniently, the princess's residence is quite close to the Marquis' estate. As for why we must enter the palace, it is because I overheard little Wanwan's yearning to go." Wang Xia nodded and departed. Upon reaching the door, she noticed Xia Zixing gazing at her expectantly, while the little one, sitting on the ground with her pacifier, also looked up at her, seemingly hoping for her to say they could end their punishment. Wang Xia shook her head, sighed, and walked away. Suddenly, a maid rushed in, exclaiming, "Oh dear, madam. The Zhong family has come to call off the engagement." The Zhong family, the wealthiest in the capital, was the family engaged to the fourth master. Luwan inquired, "Did they state a reason?" The maid replied, "Madame Zhong claims that the fourth master has been unfaithful, fathering a child with a mistress, and is making a fuss about canceling the engagement." Little Wanwan perked up her ears, intrigued.
Wow.
Who leaked this information? What a masterful job. Xia Zixing mirrored her curiosity. Indeed, fourth uncle is quite the disgrace. From within, their mother's voice resonated. "I had initially opposed this marriage. I now have no authority to intervene. Let fourth master handle this himself. Whether the marriage proceeds is their affair." Upon learning of fourth master's actions from her daughter, Luan found herself wishing that the girl would not marry into their family. Though spoiled, she was still a treasure to her parents. How could she be married into a family that would drain her? Indeed, shortly after the maid departed, Xie Jinqiu arrived in haste at Luan's courtyard. He began to plead with her. In such a serious moment, a small figure crawled over the threshold. Luan felt a sudden rush of anxiety and scooped her up. Seeing this, Xie Zixing imitated his sister, crawling through the doorway and looking at Luan with wide eyes. Luan commanded, "Go stand outside."
Oh!
Xie Zixing crawled back out, feeling despondent. Why the difference in treatment from mother? I did the same thing as my sister. He felt a wave of tears well up. Mother, you are so unfair. Little Wanwan covered her mouth, giggling. Indeed, I am still Mother's most beloved little darling. I've come to watch the spectacle. Fourth uncle, do tell. You are of the third rank. If you come forward to vindicate your brother from the stigma of the illegitimate child, they will surely believe you.
What?
You want me to use my mother's reputation to vouch for you? Chapter 35. The Curse of the Old Dangon Mother. I rebound, fourth uncle. Do you have no shame? If you don't want it, I'll just toss it to the dogs, Xiaowanwan exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. She was not inclined to let her reputation be tarnished on their behalf. Moreover, you have already admitted that Huaishan is your son. You cannot hide the truth forever. When you committed this act, did you not consider the consequences? Luan added. Xiaowanwan looked at Xie Jinqiu with astonishment, eager to witness the unfolding drama. This time, she was determined to feast her eyes on it. Xie Jinqiu's expression darkened. Indeed, he regretted acknowledging the son of his elder brother. But how could this matter? Known only to his sister-in-law, have reached the Zhong family? Marrying Zhong family's second daughter would benefit both him and the Ho residents. If his sister-in-law wished him ill, did she not also desire the downfall of the Ho family? Were you afraid that after Zhong Youyan's marriage, your position in the household would be threatened? Sister-in-law, I never imagined you to be such a person. Coughing, Xie Jinqiu covered his mouth, spitting blood onto the white handkerchief, a stark contrast. Luan remarked, I too am concerned for the Ho family and your well-being, which is why I oppose this. The Zhong family is obsessed with their pride. If the Ho family were to forcibly take the girl, their financial resources could easily dismantle the Ho family's economic foundation. Mother, Zhong Youyan is indeed petty and capable of inflicting pain with her martial skills. Such a person would never tolerate having other women around her husband. Luan felt a sense of relief. After all, she would stand firm. If the Zhong family withdrew from the engagement, the girl would avoid a disastrous fate, benefiting everyone. If the engagement could not be annulled, and the Zhong family sought to create chaos for the Ho family, she would not intervene. She had no desire to embroil herself in such troubles. However, sister-in-law, I have already invited Madame Zhong to your courtyard. It would be improper for you not to meet our guest. Xie Jinqiu smirked, first heading to the reception room, claiming Luan was unwell, and then inviting Madame Zhong to discuss the annulment of the engagement in Luan's courtyard. Luan's maternal family held the position of Minister of Rights. She could not dismiss a guest without appearing rude. She found herself in a predicament. I told you, this fourth uncle is not of noble character. There is not a single decent man in the Ho residence. Luan summoned Qing Sheng, instructing her to tell Madame Zhong that she was unwell and could not meet her, expressing her support for the Zhong family's decision, as it would preserve the dignity of both families. Qing Sheng nodded, preparing to leave, only to be stopped by Xie Jinqiu's men. Yet, they could not hinder Qing Sheng. She shyly lowered her head, tossed the two servants aside, and ran off, exclaiming in embarrassment, how humiliating. Xie Jinqiu's complexion turned pale. Luan remarked, if you can negotiate this matter, it would indeed showcase your abilities. All right, good sister-in-law, I assure you, I will marry the daughter of the Zhong family. Xie Jinqiu weakly declared, turning to leave, but not before adding, no wonder my brother dislikes you. A tedious and stubborn person like you is unworthy of being the matriarch. Luan's expression darkened further. Shortly after, the elderly matron of the charity hall summoned her. She replied to the messenger, the matron has been confined by the emperor and holds no authority. As a third-rank noblewoman, she is not entitled to summon me. The messenger departed in tears. The matron nearly fainted with rage. She had been praying diligently at the Buddhist hall, wishing ill upon Luwan. Xiaowanwan observed her mother exude a hint of ominous energy. That old hag dares to curse you. But I am still so young, and I cannot draw charms. What should I do? As fate would have it, I shall help mother rebound the curse. Xiaowanwan sighed with relief. It turned out that her skill could be activated with heartfelt intentions. How splendid. The elderly matron murmured in the Buddhist hall, "You little wretch. You do not wish for the whole family to prosper, do you? I curse you to fall ill and be unable to rise. You cherish cleanliness, do you not? I curse you to be soiled with filth, with no one to tend to you. Your children are said to be filial? I curse you to be alone and neglected, scorned by your descendants. Your maternal family is wealthy, is it? I curse your family to face ruin." Upon uttering these curses, her ominous energy intensified. Then, a gust of wind swept through, and she collapsed to the ground, stricken by a stroke. The maids gasped in horror, covering their faces and screaming. How did the matron fall ill so suddenly?
Quick.
Call for the physician. By the time the physician arrived, the matron was already unconscious. A strange odor filled the room, left unattended. Xie Jinzhao scolded the maids. How could you serve the matron like this? While her illness is not your fault, you should have cleaned her up. Your monthly allowance will be deducted by fourth brother. Reflect upon this. The maids immediately protested, covering their mouths. You think you are above us? Go attend to the matron yourself. They claimed they simply had not had time to clean, not that they had neglected it. Xie Jinzhao's immediate deduction of their allowances earned him their disdain. A few maids stormed off. Furious, Xie Jinzhao held back his anger and entered the matron's room, only to be repelled by the foul stench. Grandmother, it is not that I disdain you. I will find the ladies to attend to you, he retched. Thus, he sought Luwan and Su Ruru, but the two women caring for the children had no time to spare. He then approached Xie Jinxiu, who, disgusted, covered his mouth and nose. Third brother. As men, how can we do such a thing? They then turned to find servants. But upon learning that serving the matron would result in a month's allowance being withheld, they all averted their gazes and walked away. Feeling a wave of helplessness, Xie Jinzhao instructed the physician, "Please check on grandmother first. I will go outside and hire someone to clean." The physician, wrapping his face with cloth, entered, took the matron's pulse, and prescribed medicine, using every precious herb that fourth master could provide. By nightfall, the matron finally stirred, but she could not rise. At that moment, a maid rushed in, handing the matron a letter. Chapter 36. The scandal of the Zhong family. Upon witnessing the chaos, the matriarch of the Zhong family gasped, her eyes rolling back in despair as she lamented, "My family, how could it be that we are utterly bankrupt? We have lost every single coin." As her sobs intensified, she struggled to catch her breath, her vision blurring before she fainted. The family doctor, covering his face, emitted a sharp cry of alarm. The news of Luwan's opposition to the marriage soon reached the Zhong family. "I must thank her then. Has the engagement been called off? I refuse to wed a man of such disreputable character, one who, before marrying his legitimate wife, has already taken a concubine. My daughter cannot endure such disgrace." Dressed in a crimson gown, Zhong Yuyan held her head high, her expression one of disdain. She had no desire to marry a frail man. But her father insisted that the Marquis represented an esteemed family, and marrying into it would elevate her status and bring glory to their lineage. Otherwise, she would have never consented, especially not in light of the scandal surrounding Xie Jinxiu's infidelity. She was proud and could not accept a husband who would bring such humiliation. Her mother had met with the matriarch of the Marquis, who assured her that with some time, Master Xie would uncover the truth behind these rumors. Madame Zhong sighed heavily. In truth, Luwan's stance spoke volumes. As the daughter of the Minister of Rights, her reputation in the capital was impeccable, and her beauty was among the finest. More importantly, she was a third-rank lady bestowed by the emperor. She would not engage in actions that could tarnish her reputation, and her words carried considerable weight. However, she yearned to ascertain whether Master Xie was indeed innocent. Does this mean the engagement remains intact? Mother, you must be mistaken. This information originated from within the Marquis. Surely, it cannot be false? Zhong Yuyan was at a loss for where to direct her anger, her frustration boiling over as she grasped her whip. If he is innocent, why does he not speak up immediately? I shall confront those two maids at the Marquis. Madame Zhong, alarmed, intervened. Her daughter, with her fiery temper and accustomed to a life of luxury, had a tendency to resort to violence without considering the consequences. With their wealth, they believed any problem could be solved with money. If not, they simply needed more of it.
This time,
Upon seeing her daughter produce a considerable sum of 1,000 taels, Madame Zhong felt a chill. She could hardly believe that such wealth would pry the truth from the maid's lips. Unbeknownst to them, these maids were connected to the matriarch of the Xie family and had previously been involved in resolving the issue of a captured maid. They had shared everything they knew, which led to the spread of rumors about Master Xie's concubine. After a heated argument, the two maids had gone out to circulate the news, only to be silenced and captured by the Zhong family. Zhong Yuyan commanded her maid to strike the mouth of the captured maid, Qing Mama. Will you speak? Will you? With her mouth gagged, Qing Mama could only whimper in response. The maid, undeterred, continued to hit her, demanding answers. Zhong Yuyan, exasperated, turned to her maid. Do you think removing the rag will make her spill the truth? Qing Mama nodded vigorously, desperate to speak. The maid, after some hesitation, removed the gag. Will you speak?
Ha! Will you?
Qing Mama, unable to contain her anger any longer, cried out, Ask away. I was the one who spread the news. She had intended to reveal everything. This young girl had hit her so hard that her face was swollen and bruised. Zhong Yuan tossed a handful of silver notes, declaring, If Master Xie truly has a concubine and a son, this money is yours. Qing Mama, formerly a maid to the matriarch, was well known among the prominent figures of the Marquis and would not lie. It was only under pressure from Lady Luwan that the matriarch disclosed that the child was not an adopted son but Master Xie's own blood, the only legitimate male heir of his generation. That is all I can say, Qing Mama added. She was instructed to reveal the matter of Master Xie's concubine, and that was the extent of her knowledge. As for Su Ruru and the heir's affairs, she dared not speak further. Who else knows of this? Zhong Yuyan demanded,
her eyes narrowing.
Qing Mama gestured towards her old friend, bound nearby. She knows as well. The old friend, gagged and glaring, was visibly furious. Zhong Yuyan discarded the silver notes and set off to find her mother. Trouble is brewing. The Zhong family has thrown excrement at the Marquis's gates. The stench has permeated the entire street. Thankfully, she had managed to evade the filth, or she would have been drenched in it. What a scandal. I want to see it. Mother, are you really going to do nothing? Little Wanwan tugged at her mother's garment. Luwan teased her, asking, Has Master Xie not taken care of it? Wang Xia, looking downcast, replied, He went, but was scolded to tears by the maids summoned by the Zhong family. He was even doused in excrement and has since collapsed in anger. What shall we do, madam? The news of Master Xie's concubine is now the talk of the entire capital, and the Marquis is being vilified. The matriarch has fallen ill, and Master Xie is also unwell. The heir and his wife have been sent away as scapegoats, while the second master is nowhere to be found. Only the third master remains to speak for us. Luwan smiled gently. I have said I will not intervene. Send someone to find the third master. We cannot allow the Zhong family to create such chaos, lest this matter reach the emperor's ears. The third master? Can that scoundrel handle it? His reputation is worse than Master Xie's. Wang Xia scoffed. However, Pan Chun shot her a look. Foolish Wang Xia. It is precisely because he cannot handle it that we need him. The bigger the mess, the more entertaining it becomes. Chapter 37. The escalating chaos of filth. Pan Chun smiled, hoping to involve the entire Marquis' residence. The eldest lady merely needed to sit back and reap the benefits of the ensuing chaos. Wang Xia chuckled and hurried downstairs to summon people. As anticipated, Xie Jinzhao arrived with several servants at the front gate. Who dares to act insolently before the Marquis' residence? He proclaimed. The Xie family's willingness to ally with the Zhong family through marriage is a blessing earned through 8 generations of devotion. It is not something you can simply withdraw from at will. A group of commoners, fickle in their words, now dares to throw filth at our door. They deserve to remain merchants for life. How utterly foul. Xie Jinzhao believed they would not dare to be too brazen, yet upon his arrival, he was overwhelmed by the stench. Not only the gate, but even the steps and the stone lions were encrusted with years of old filth. The unmistakable odor indicated that the Zhong family had resorted to using fermented excrement. The entire street reeked. A crowd gathered outside, pinching their noses and shielding their faces with cloths, eager to witness the spectacle. Several fiery women hired by the Zhong family shouted, "Your family's reputation is in shambles. My daughter is betrothed to them, yet before she even arrives, the fourth master has already taken a concubine. How can she endure such humiliation? We came to seek an annulment, but the Marquis' residence refuses. We are left with no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Fellow villagers, tell us, how can such a person be married? Our Zhong family has a respectable daughter, yet before she even enters the home, she is made to be a mother to a concubine's child. How can one endure such disgrace?" They implored the villagers, if your daughter were to face such an affront, could you swallow your pride? As the women continued to shout, the townsfolk began to voice their support for the Zhong family. What respectable family would allow a concubine before marrying their legitimate wife? This fourth master Xia is truly not a man of good character.
Indeed.
Any family of standing would never allow such a thing, and yet this is the Marquis' residence, leading the disgrace. You may not know, but the Marquis of Jing'an was imprisoned for treason years ago during a battle. Had he not married the daughter of the Minister of Rights, his family would have fallen into ruin. Since then, he has been sidelined by the emperor and sent to the border for military service. The Marquis' residence is but a fade. Although the Marquis of Jing'an has since been released, the reputation of the Xia family is worse than that of a fallen household. Xia Jinzhao's face turned ashen as his steward, Qingda, watched the chaos unfold with a grin. "Third master, do you hear their words? Why not take them all down a peg?" Xia Jinzhao shot him a glare, while a close servant suggested, "We cannot allow them to speak further. Otherwise, the Marquis' dignity will be lost, and the Zhong family does not seem inclined to negotiate." The fiery women continued their tirade. Which shameless woman is entangled with the fourth master? What a sickly man who cannot keep his hands to himself. That woman must be devoid of shame, not fearing the consequences of bearing a child with him. Xia Jinzhao could no longer tolerate the insults and ordered his men to apprehend them all. The townsfolk were incited, declaring, "The Marquis' residence has lost its decorum." They dare to act without fear of reproach. As the situation spiraled out of control, Xia Jinzhao commanded Qingda and others to retrieve weapons and disperse the crowd. Clever Qingda seized the opportunity to target a well-dressed young gentleman, delivering several blows. He recognized him as Qin Yan, the son of official Qin. As Xia Jinzhao witnessed the scene escalating beyond his control, he ordered an immediate cleanup of the front of the residence. After considerable effort, he finally brought the women in for questioning. With such filthy mouths, they deserve a beating. Initially, Xia Jinzhao contemplated punishing them severely, but he reconsidered. Knowing his younger brother would still need to marry into the Zhong family, an idea began to form in his mind. The women exchanged glances, relieved that the Marquis' residence was finally addressing their grievances. Just as they agreed, a servant rushed in, exclaiming, "Not good. The officials have come. What madness is this? This is our family matter. Who dares to report us?" Xia Jinzhao fumed as he stepped outside, only to be met by a young man with a grimy face glaring at him. "Father, it is he. Not only did he have people assault me in the street, but he also kidnapped the women from the Zhong family seeking justice." "Father, kidnapping is a serious crime." Qin Yan rubbed his sore backside, feeling wronged. "How dare Xia Jinzhao allow his men to strike common folk and use clubs on me?" Xia Jinzhao's smile faltered as he faced the wrath of Qin Darren. "You misunderstand. Sir, I did not command anyone to strike your esteemed son, nor to abduct the women from the Zhong family. Your denial is futile. The entire street witnessed it. You ordered your servants to disperse the crowd with violence." Qin Yan retorted, his teeth clenched, turning to point at Qingda and his companions. "It was you. You are the ones who attacked me." Qin Darren's expression darkened as he called forth several townsfolk, who corroborated the young man's account. Unable to refute their claims, Xia Jinzhao insisted, "I merely sought to avoid escalating the situation. I only wished to disperse them and did not intend to harm your son. I apologize for any misunderstanding. We are reasonable people, yet my son bears the bruises of your actions." A mere apology cannot suffice. Could you compensate for a life taken with just words? Qin Darren, who cherished his son deeply, was incensed. This was his only child, whom he had never struck. To come merely to witness the spectacle, only to have the Marquis' residents act so thoughtlessly against him, was intolerable. Xie Jinzhao's conciliatory demeanor faltered. Allow me to send 100 taels to your esteemed residents, as compensation for young Master Qin's medical expenses. Should the Marquis' residents ever be of assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Surely, this is a fair offer. However, Qin Darren was not a man in want of money, and found no reason to arrest Xie Jinzhao at that moment.
Qin Yan interjected, fine.
While your assault is a minor issue, do you not realize that kidnapping is a grave offense? He was determined not to let this matter slide. Xie Jinzhao, perplexed, replied, Kidnapping? I did not kidnap anyone. Bring forth the women. Let the officials see that I have not abducted anyone from the Zhong family. Eagerly, Qingde leaped into action, hastening to the still-bound women, hastily gagging them with rags.
Perfect.
Out you go. Chapter 38. Uncle San has been taken away by the authorities outside. Xie Jinzhao was still calmly explaining that he had not kidnapped the members of the Zhong family. In the next moment, he turned to see the three women bound tightly, like Zongzi, their mouths gagged with strips of cloth. The atmosphere became instantly awkward. He forced a smile and addressed the servant. How can you treat guests this way? Quickly, untie them. The women shook their heads in despair, emitting mournful whimpers. Xie Jinzhao, you have disregarded the law, beaten the common folk in public, and kidnapped them. Now you are caught red-handed. What do you have to say for yourself? Lord Qin's expression was grave, his reprimand silencing everyone present. But, my lord, I did not bind them. I invited them in for a discussion.
Not you?
Then did they tie themselves up? I am wronged. Words cannot clarify my innocence. Lord Qin paid no heed to his protests as the officers seized him. As he turned, he was met with the grinning face of Qingde, and he instantly understood. You vile servant. This is your revenge. Ah, it hurts. Before he could finish, an officer struck him on the back with a whip. Hurry up, don't delay us from finishing our shift. What a stroke of misfortune. Of all people to attack, he chose the son of Lord Qin. All he came for was to witness the spectacle. Did it necessitate violence? Bah, vile man. Thus, the farce concluded with Xie Jinzhao being taken away. Not far from behind the artificial hill, several figures were hiding. Luan held Xiaowanwan in her arms, her eyes wide with astonishment, while at her feet, a little boy named Xie Zixing peered out curiously. Wow, how exciting, mother! I hope there will be more events like this in the future. Be sure to call me. The melons mother brought us are truly filling. However, that Uncle San is truly foolish. Having treated Qingde and his daughter in such a manner, he still expects them to assist him.
Alas.
Lord Qin is also quite scheming. He accepted money from the Zhong family to capture him. No matter what Uncle San claims, he is doomed. Money can indeed move mountains.
Ah.
Luan stifled a smile, gently tapping the foreheads of the two little ones. Her daughter truly understood everything. Within Xie Jinqiu's courtyard, Su Ruru was tending to Xie Jinqiu while holding the child, her head bowed in guilt. Fourth Master, please do not blame the eldest lady. She has her own hardships. After all, we deceived her from the very beginning. This is all Ruru and Huaishan's fault. Xie Jinqiu sighed deeply. Feigning ignorance is not a solution. It is not your fault. As the wife of the heir, she must assume responsibility for even if she is not the mistress. If she does not step forward, she will inevitably become the sinner of We cannot withdraw from the marriage with the Zhong family. Without a mistress to manage the inner court, if I do not take a wife, the will descend into chaos. Su Ruru understood. She gently asked, if fourth master marries, she will assume the role of mistress. How could Zhong Yuyan be so ungrateful as to refuse the position of mistress of the while causing such a ruckus? Once she is married, we can explain Huaishan's identity to her. However, Zhong Yuyan was unwilling. She felt a twinge of reluctance. She came to for the sake of. Xie Jinqiu thought likewise. Regardless of Zhong Yuyan's protests, he would marry her first and then explain his circumstances. Surely, she would understand his plight. However, with the Zhong family causing such an uproar, How could he possibly bring her in? At that moment, a servant entered from outside, presenting a letter to Xie Jinqiu. Fourth Master. Third Master has been captured by the authorities. This is a letter he managed to obtain, stating that if you follow his instructions, your marriage will proceed smoothly. Xie Jinqiu raised an eyebrow, leisurely opening the envelope. Upon reading its contents, his expression darkened considerably. His brother was right. Sururu holding the child to explain would only exacerbate matters, and if the eldest lady found out. The only solution was to consummate the marriage. 2 days later, Xie Jinqiu awaited Zhong Yuyan at Suiyan Tower. The woman before him was striking and full of disdain. With a scoff, Zhong Yuyan demanded, "Speak. What must the do to annul the engagement? Is 50,000 taels of silver sufficient?" The feeble man before her was far from her type. The dark guards she commanded were all robust, towering men with impressive physiques. With a mere word, her sisters could each claim 2 of them. Xie Jinqiu gracefully poured a pot of tea. "Miss Zhong, I understand your feelings upon hearing this rumor, but I have my reasons. That child is not of my blood, nor have I raised a concubine." Zhong Yuyan sat on a nearby stool, resting her hand on her knee. "Oh, and then? What are your reasons? You accept a child that is not yours?" She did not believe that a man would sacrifice his own and his family's reputation for another's child. Xie Jinqiu replied, "If you are willing to drink this cup of tea, I will reveal to you." Zhong Yuyan, impatient, sighed and stood, kicking over the stool she had just occupied. "Speak if you wish. I do not compel you. Produce the marriage deed." Xie Jinqiu's face paled. She indeed did not wish to hear an explanation. "The marriage deed is in this box." He pointed to a nearby box, and Zhong Yuyan approached it. As she opened it, a cloud of powder billowed forth, causing her eyes to widen before she slowly collapsed. Xie Jinqiu swiftly rose to catch her, a smile playing on his lips as he reached for her waist. However, no one responded to her. A sense of foreboding washed over her. She banged on the door, pushing against it, but it was locked from within, immovable. Desperate, she stomped her feet and shouted downstairs, "Something's wrong. The young lady is in trouble." The innkeeper and all the attendants rushed up the stairs. A group of men burst through the door, and then the little fortune star cried out for someone to summon the Zhong family to take charge. On the bed, the 2 were entangled, their clothes disheveled. Zhong Yuyan was revived by the doctor, her eyes bloodshot as she glared at Xie Jinqiu. As she exited the private room, her gaze fell on a tall dark guard, tears glistening in her eyes. That night, Zhong Yuan, gritting her teeth, made a decision, torn between tears and laughter. "Well then, if you wish to force me into marriage, then I shall marry." Little Fortune's star watched her mistress in silence, fearful to speak. She had never seen such a pitiful yet terrifying version of her mistress. The Jing'an was bound to face calamity. Chapter 39. Is it wonderful to be the princess of AI family? When Luwan learned of the matter, she vehemently berated Xie Jinqiu for his absurdity, exclaiming that he could stoop to such shameless and despicable acts. Ban Chun hurriedly closed the door, urging, "Madam, please lower your voice. Now that the 4th Master is in charge, regardless of how outrageous his behavior may be, we must remain detached and not get involved." The more Luwan pondered, the more she felt pity for the daughter of the Zhong family. Initially, she had advised the 4th Master to reconsider due to the girl's arrogance. But now it seemed that the Zhong family daughter was also a victim. It was the 4th Master, this hypocrite, who was unworthy of her. A perfectly good girl had been ruined by him. As she spoke, a deep sense of regret washed over Luwan. She felt remorse for not stepping in earlier to assist the Zhong family in breaking off the engagement. Xiaowanwan tilted her head, gazing at her mother. "Mother, do not blame yourself. Some consequences are predestined and beyond your control. Whoever does wrong must bear the consequences," she added. "Mother, let us focus on living well ourselves. When your little baby grows up, we'll leave this place together. This place is too filthy. It does not befit you, mother." To comfort her mother, she offered her thumb, still wet from her mouth. Luwan couldn't help but chuckle in annoyance, replying, "Thank you, but I shall not partake." Xiaowanwan looked at her in confusion, then at her own thumb. "But it tastes quite good." Luwan then inquired of Wang Xia what happened later. "How was the matter resolved?" She recalled the disdainful gazes of the servants and masters in the Zhong household, the palpable animosity that seemed to wish death upon the fourth master. Just the thought made Luwan feel that the Ho residence would no longer hold its head high. With a deep sigh, she contemplated the situation. At that moment, a woman from the charity hall arrived, announcing that it was Luwan's turn to attend to the sick. Luwan smiled slightly, saying, "Today may not be suitable. For tomorrow the fifth princess is marrying, and we have been ordered to enter the palace for the day. I shall leave this matter to Aunt Sue." The woman was momentarily speechless. Ban Chun and Wang Xia quickly gathered their belongings in preparation to enter the palace, their spirits high. The little one in Luwan's arms was particularly excited, flailing her limbs and babbling cheerfully. "Oh, we get to go to the palace again. Mother, bury me deep beneath the coral tree. I want to grow strong."
Yay.
After a while, the carriage halted at the palace gates, and the group entered under the guidance of the eunuchs. As they walked along the palace paths, Luwan caught snippets of conversation among the palace maids regarding the illness of the grand consort. She discreetly slipped some silver to a eunuch, asking, "Sir, the grand consort is a close friend of my aunt. I have not seen her in quite some time. How is she faring now?" The young eunuch glanced around cautiously and whispered, "The grand consort's leg ailment has worsened significantly. 2 years ago, she could still walk, but with winter approaching, she can hardly move at all. The imperial physicians have been at a loss for solutions, and the ninth prince has been seeking renowned doctors, without success." Upon hearing this, Luwan's brow furrowed with concern. "It's not merely a leg ailment." The little one yawned, her long eyelashes glistening with tears as she looked at her mother. Luwan, curious, slowed her pace to hear her child's words clearly. "The grand consort is haunted by a ghost. That ghost has no legs. That ghost has trapped the grand consort's legs. No matter how many renowned doctors come, it is of no use. The only one who can save her is." Luwan leaned in, eager to listen, but the little one seemed to lose interest, her scalp prickling, pondering what kind of deity her daughter might be to speak of ghosts. Before she could ponder further, they arrived at the fifth princess's chamber. As soon as Xiaowanwan spotted the large coral, she danced with joy, exclaiming. The Empress Dowager was already seated beneath the tree, waiting for her. "Zhaoer wishes to see you. You may go in. Leave Xiaowanwan here. I shall keep her company." Luwan had no choice but to bow and enter. Xiaowanwan and the Empress Dowager exchanged curious glances. She pointed at the tree, her large eyes blinking, her small face beaming with joy. The Empress Dowager chuckled, instructing the palace servants to step aside, revealing a large pit of earth before them. Xiaowanwan's eyes widened, and she kissed the Empress Dowager in delight, who laughed heartily. "How do you like this pit? Come, lie down and try it." With that, she placed the little one within. Ban Chun gasped in alarm. "Your Majesty, my young lady is still a child. If she has offended you in any way, punish me instead. Please do not bury her alive." The Empress Dowager cast a languid glance at her, while a nearby maid explained, "You misunderstand. The Empress Dowager played with her in the same manner last time." Ban Chun could hardly believe anyone would entertain a child this way until she witnessed the Empress Dowager lying down in the pit herself.
Ban Chun.
The Empress Dowager even instructed for the soil to be filled in. Ban Chun. An old and a young one lay in the pit, their bodies covered with earth, leaving only their serene faces exposed. Ban Chun struggled to comprehend. When Xiaowanwan awoke, she rubbed her face and sneezed, smudging her little face with dirt. Is it time to get up?" The Empress Dowager slowly opened her eyes, and the maids rushed over to clear the dirt from them. She sat up, feeling remarkably refreshed. Even her long-standing leg pain had vanished, leaving the maids astonished as they gazed at her.
"What?
Is there something on my face? Your Majesty, you look beautiful." Ban Chun swallowed hard, pondering if lying in the earth could indeed enhance one's beauty. A maid brought a bronze mirror, and the Empress Dowager examined her reflection for quite some time. Although her face was still dirty, her skin appeared noticeably firmer and smoother, erasing the fine lines of time, as if she were 20 years younger. She turned her astonished gaze toward the little one, who was now playfully putting dirt into her mouth. "Xiaowanwan, ah." Then, meeting the Empress Dowager's gaze, she shyly smiled. "Oh, what a beautiful sister. Where has the Empress Dowager gone? Sister. Sister. Xiaowanwan stammered. The Empress Dowager was almost moved to tears as she scooped Xiaowanwan up, cradling her like a precious treasure. You are truly a rare gem. I shall declare you a princess. Wanwan, would you like to be the princess of AI family? Xiaowanwan. Her little face, with wide eyes, sought help from Ban Chun. You must say you want to be a princess. Hurry. But my mother won't agree. Fear not, your mother will consent, the Empress Dowager replied, her gaze fierce, fixated on the lifted little one. The child gasped, opening her mouth. But, my father. He won't agree either. Your father? What does he count for? If he disagrees, I shall have the emperor fabricate any charges and imprison him. Chapter 40. Let your mother marry into the palace. What about your grandmother and great-grandmother? Have they grown too comfortable in their lives? Should they dare to oppose my will, I shall order the confiscation of your Marquis, and let us see who would dare to object.
Xiaowanwan, huh?
Goodness, the Empress Dowager is truly a benevolent person. How endearing. In just a few words, I have been rendered destitute, have I not? Have you considered what would happen to Mother if the Marquis is lost? Fortunately, no one could hear her thoughts. The Empress Dowager pondered for a moment and then declared, one cannot act so impulsively. What if we were to seize the Marquis of Luwan? Xiaowanwan. Oh dear, the Empress Dowager is finally using her intellect.
Indeed.
If your mother were to remarry and enter the palace, you would become the little princess of my household. But to whom shall she marry? The emperor is far too old and self-absorbed to be worthy of a daughter such as you. Perhaps I shall find a prince, after all. Your mother is only a few years older than them. A woman 3 years older brings prosperity. Luwan is indeed fortunate. I shall allow her to choose among the princes of the emperor. Xiaowanwan. Ah, mother, your romantic prospects are coming. Ban Chun, upon hearing this, was so frightened her legs nearly gave way. Empress Dowager, do you not know that the crown prince is merely 14 years of age? The eldest lady married into the Marquis at 15 and is now over 20. Her child, Xiezimu, can already be considered a companion to the crown prince. Is this not too absurd? The Empress Dowager found every option lacking and thus stated, I shall take you to see the emperor right away. We shall see what means can be employed to coax this little one into the palace. She disregarded the little one's consent and proceeded directly to the emperor's study. Empress Dowager, do take care of your image. The palace maids trailing behind were nearly in tears. The Empress Dowager was covered in mud, her face disheveled, and the little one in her arms resembled a small clay figure. To present oneself before the emperor in such a state is utterly disgraceful. Oh heavens, save us. Once the Empress Dowager departed, the palace maids in the princess's chamber hurriedly rushed to lie in the pit beneath the coral tree. The rumor that the pit could enhance beauty spread swiftly throughout the palace. Even Xia Zhao was eager to try it, pulling Luwan to join her in the pit. Luwan, where is my daughter? The maid replied, the Empress Dowager has taken her to play with the emperor. Luwan breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaowanwan, still in a daze, was carried into the emperor's study. The emperor was discussing disaster relief measures with the ministers. The Minister of Revenue remarked, Your Majesty, you may not be aware, but since the young Marquis of Jing'an and his coal experts arrived in Anyuan County, the rain has diminished day by day. Those 3 coal experts are akin to divine beings. The Ministry of Revenue hardly needs to allocate substantial funds, as the disaster has been quelled. Indeed, Your Majesty's wisdom is a blessing for the people, chimed in the Minister of Works. Minister Liu appeared conflicted. The emperor slammed the table. Then let the young Marquis of Jing'an and his companion stay a few more months. What harm could it cause? Your Majesty is indeed sagacious. Mighty. Long live the emperor. The emperor faintly smiled, revealing a charming jawline, but then furrowed his brow, rubbing his forehead with a wry smile. He mused, I shall proclaim myself the most handsome man in the world. Truly, I am a wise ruler, a once-in-a-millennium sage. At that moment, an inner servant announced, Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager has arrived. The Empress Dowager entered the study, cradling a small muddy figure. The little one stared wide-eyed at the assembly. Mother, where did you find this clay doll? So lively. How did you get it in such a state? The emperor rose. observing the usually pristine and dignified Empress Dowager now appearing as if she had just emerged from a mud pit, lost in contemplation. Minister Lu also looked astonished. The child was quite lovely, and yet somehow familiar. The Empress Dowager glanced at Minister Lu, then cleared her throat, signaling to the Emperor. The Emperor, puzzled, asked, "Are you unwell?" "Foolish Emperor, she wishes for you to send away my grandfather." Upon hearing this, both Minister Lu and the Emperor were left speechless. They exchanged glances, and the atmosphere grew awkward. Minister Lu, "Is this my little Xiaowanwan?" The Emperor, "Is this the little one born of Luwan?" Minister Lu, "You may withdraw." Minister Lu looked at his granddaughter, then scrutinized the Emperor and the Empress Dowager. "Why do I sense their intentions are not benign?" Nevertheless, he exited. A dignified minister of rights being observed by his colleagues eavesdropping by the door. Several ministers shook their heads, lamenting the degradation of decorum. Within the study, Xiaowanwan giggled, reaching out to tug at the Emperor's dragon robe. "Uncle Emperor, you look quite handsome when you are not frowning. Let me bask in your auspicious aura. Hee hee." The Empress Dowager set her down, brushing the mud off her clothes. "Your Majesty, allow me to inform you how precious this little one is. I merely shared a pit with her for an afternoon nap, and look at my complexion." The Emperor finally noticed the Empress Dowager's skin, though stained with dirt, appeared smooth and delicate, devoid of wrinkles, looking at least 20 years younger. He sighed gently, "Mother, please change into clean attire first. I shall have someone clean this little one before bringing her back." The Empress Dowager eyed him suspiciously. "You wish to send me away? To play with a child alone? Unthinkable." She snorted, picking up Xiaowanwan again and heading to a side room of the study. Upon their return, now clean, the Emperor gazed longingly at them. "Mother, are you truly my mother? Otherwise, I would think you were one of the enchanting concubines from my harem." The Emperor laughed heartily. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the plump little one in the Empress Dowager's arms. Xiaowanwan, now clean, sucked her thumb, reaching out to smooth the Emperor's furrowed brow. The Emperor ceased frowning, and Xiaowanwan revealed her toothless grin. "Giggle, Uncle Emperor, you look quite handsome without that frown." The Emperor, "Did you hear that?" She said, "I am handsome. Did you hear that?" The nearby inner servants and the Empress Dowager looked at him in confusion. The Emperor laughed even more raucously. "Haha, you cannot hear Xiaowanwan's thoughts. Only I can hear them." He was not done reveling in his amusement when the Empress Dowager interjected, "Emperor, I have come to request that you bestow the title of princess upon Xiaowanwan." The Emperor's smile faltered. The Empress Dowager continued, "If the young Marquis of Jing'an disagrees, simply find a charge to imprison him." The Emperor's expression grew grim. The Empress Dowager added, "If the elders of the Jing'an Marquis object, then confiscating their estate is not out of the question." The Emperor's humor evaporated. The Empress Dowager concluded, "If the Xie family is unwilling, we shall eradicate them entirely." Chapter 41. The Living King of Hell. Xiaowanwan. I have encountered living bodhisattvas, but this is my first meeting with the living King of Hell. Alas, Your Majesty, with just a few words from the Empress Dowager, the entire Marquis has vanished. Is this how the late Emperor envisioned your reign? You truly are a virtuous soul. This script could reach its grand finale, with the male protagonist slain to the point where not even the title remains. The Emperor and Xiaowanwan exchanged glances, their eyes locking in a silent confrontation. The Emperor, brows knitted in contemplation, expressed, "Mother, I cannot bestow upon her the title of princess. Once she bears such a title, she would be acknowledged as my daughter. Should the 9th prince discover this, would he not rise in rebellion, seeking vengeance?" Though he yearned for such an amusing little one to be his daughter, he deemed it unethical to usurp another's child, especially that of the 9th prince. The Empress Dowager, gazing at him intently, questioned, "Why not? Does Xiaowanwan not deserve it?" "I believe she is far more deserving than those trifling concubines of yours, who merely scamper about." The Emperor averted his gaze. "I find myself in a dilemma. Regardless, trust in me, Xiaowanwan shall eventually belong to our family." The Empress Dowager placed Xiaowanwan on the table, reaching out to pinch the Emperor's ear. "Ouch, Mother. Please be gentle. I have my reasons." The Emperor howled in protest. The Empress Dowager inquired, "Are you coveting another's wife and daughter? Have you taken a liking to Luwan?" Do you wish to eliminate the heir of the Marquis Jing'an and marry Luwan instead?
Let me assure you.
Abandon such thoughts. Look at your age. You could very well be Luwan's father. Do you truly believe you are worthy? Alas, I am the son of heaven. What is there that I am unworthy of? The emperor lamented, his countenance filled with despair. Fortunately, they were alone. Otherwise, his regal and austere image would have been utterly tarnished. Unbeknownst to him, outside the door, Minister Lu was drenched in cold sweat, his legs trembling uncontrollably, supported by several colleagues. How terrifying! Utterly terrifying. In the span of mere words, the Marquis Jing'an's household is decimated. The emperor seeks to seize my daughter and eradicate the entire clan of the Marquis Jing'an. He regretted eavesdropping, fearing for his own life. As his colleagues assisted him away from the imperial study, they asked, Minister Lu, you look ghastly. What have you heard? Minister Lu covered his head, shrieking, Ah! Do not inquire. I know nothing. I have heard nothing. His colleagues, baffled, questioned, What on earth has driven you to such madness? What did you actually hear? Inside the imperial study, the emperor had endured a beating, his face bruised as he clutched Xiaowanwan beside him. Mother, you should inquire with the 9th prince regarding this matter. I dare not speak. Seeing his stubbornness, the Empress Dowager turned away, but suddenly recalled something and attempted to take Xiaowanwan from the emperor's embrace. The emperor held the little one tightly, unwilling to relinquish her. With that, he turned and departed. Left alone with Xiaowanwan, the emperor smiled joyfully at the little one. Wanwan, how did you make the Empress Dowager so beautiful? Can you also make me handsome? Xiaowanwan replied, but the emperor was beaten by the Empress Dowager. Is this royal secret something I may witness? Why is speaking still so laborious? I long to grow up. If only the emperor could hear my innermost thoughts. I would tell him that the Empress Dowager buried herself and me in a pit, and upon waking, transformed into a beauty. The emperor's excitement surged. You mean a pit? A dirt pit? Xiaowanwan opened her mouth. Indeed, conversing with intelligent individuals is truly effortless. The emperor's eyes sparkled. Very well. I shall take you to my chamber to be buried together. Should we prepare 2 coffins, or shall we be interred alive? Xiaowanwan pouted, utterly speechless. You are rather kind, you know. You even understand the need to avoid being buried alive. The emperor summoned Eunuch Yu. Go, prepare 2 coffins. Eunuch Yu, his eyelids twitching, stammered, Your Majesty, your face merely bears a few bruises. It does not detract from your handsomeness. There is no need to be so despondent over such a trivial matter. The emperor touched his bruised face, wincing in pain. Mother truly does not spare my dignity. Prepare the coffins. Your Majesty, do you truly not intend to seek treatment? Eunuch Yu trembled, kneeling on the ground. Prepare them according to my size and that of Wanwan. 1 large and 1 small will suffice. The emperor commanded. Eunuch Yu nearly fainted from shock. You wish to drag the little one into your demise? This is madness. She is but an infant. Eunuch Yu was assisted away to select 2 coffins from the Ministry of Internal Affairs to be delivered to the emperor's chamber, tears streaming down his face. Eunuch Yu was prepared to announce the emperor's demise at any moment, instructing his godsons to don white mourning bands. On the way, he encountered Luwan, who was heading to the imperial study. Eunuch Yu sobbed uncontrollably. Madam, you should refrain from going to the imperial study. They are in His Majesty's chamber. What has transpired? Eunuch? Why are you dressed thus, and why the coffins? Upon seeing the small coffin, Luwan was overtaken by a sense of foreboding. Eunuch Yu implored, You must hurry to find the 9th prince. He is your only hope for saving His Majesty and your daughter. With that, he continued to weep as he departed. Luwan stood frozen, her strength drained, her mind blank. How could one have offended the emperor? Xia cried out in despair. What shall we do, madam? Where is the 9th prince? Luwan leaned on her for support, her voice trembling. Quick, to the Dowager Empress. The emperor cradled Xiaowanwan in his chamber, gazing at the large and small coffins, saying, These are prepared for you. Xiaowanwan. Huh? She pointed at herself, then at the coffin, realizing it seemed rather fitting. The emperor replied, Indeed, lie down and see if it suits you. If not, I shall have it altered. Xiaowanwan rolled her eyes. No. No need. This is made of Wangwali wood. worth 500 taels of silver per pound. Xiaowanwan pondered, lie down. Since it was Wangwali wood, perhaps it would not be so bad. The palace servants dug a pit, placing the coffin inside as Xiaowanwan lay atop it, before obediently climbing into the coffin herself. Truly, this Wangwali wood was exquisite. She felt enveloped by the ethereal energy of the universe. A gentle aura surrounded her, and Xiaowanwan closed her eyes in comfort. Seeing this, the emperor also lay down in the coffin, exclaiming, "What are you waiting for? Bury us together." The servants complied, placing a few handfuls of earth atop the coffin as a mere formality. They removed their royal garments, revealing mourning attire, white cloth bands tied around their foreheads, all weeping and wailing under eunuch Yu's guidance. Not long after, Xia Siheng burst into the emperor's chamber with Lu Wan. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Wan nearly fainted. Chapter 42. Kicking off the emperor's coffin lid. Grandmother. Wang Xia hurriedly supported her. Lu Wan disregarded the palace servants' attempts to stop her and rushed to the small coffin. In a state of panic, her hands trembled, and suddenly, a chubby little hand emerged from beneath the coffin lid, followed by another. A delicate little head peeked out, 2 round, glistening black eyes darting around. Mother. Buried. She pointed at the coffin, and then at her mother. Lu Wan's heart, which had been in her throat, finally settled. She reached out and lifted the little one from the coffin, cradling her closely while inspecting her carefully. Upon confirming the child was unharmed, she recalled how her own daughter and the Empress Dowager used to play in this manner. With a composed expression, she softly scolded, "You scared your mother to death. You mustn't play like this again. Burying is one thing, but bringing a coffin into it? Whose wicked idea was this?" The crowd's gaze slowly turned to the larger coffin. The emperor inside, eyes closed, appeared serene, yet his toes were already tapping against the coffin board. What to do? How could the 9th prince bring his biological mother into this? What about my own mother? With so many witnesses, how could I save face? Xia Siheng, upon seeing the little one was fine, let out a sigh of relief. He glanced at Xiaowanwan several times and reassured Lu Wan, "Do not worry. As long as I am here, nothing will go awry." His demeanor was uncharacteristically decisive, landing with a steadiness that stirred the air around him. He coldly commanded, "The emperor seems troubled. Retrieve him. I shall persuade him." Eagerly, Eunuch Yu nodded in agreement and called for people to dig the emperor out. Meanwhile, he wondered why the usually aloof 9th prince would personally kick open the emperor's coffin lid. To spare the emperor some dignity, Xia Siheng first ordered that Lu Wan and her daughter be taken to a side hall. Once they were alone, he lifted his robe and sat beside the emperor's coffin. "Rise, no one is here." The emperor suddenly opened his eyes and sat up, nearly startling Xia Siheng into a fall. He pulled out a small copper mirror from his robe, admiring his reflection. "9th prince, do you notice how I've grown more handsome?" Xia Siheng. He wished he could toss both the emperor and his coffin aside. "What are you doing with my daughter? Wanwan, pretending to be buried here? If you wish to die, find your concubine to accompany you in death. Do not set your sights on them." The emperor chuckled. "I heard from the Empress Dowager that being buried alongside Wanwan would enhance my beauty. Look, I was once over a decade older than you. How could I not take care of myself now?" Xia Siheng rolled his eyes. "What nonsense! Have you not always been handsome?" Flattered, the emperor shifted in the coffin. "9th prince, try it for yourself. You will see. Wanwan is truly a divine gift to the great Xia dynasty. The bruise the Empress Dowager left on my face has vanished. Her name is Xiaowanwan," Xia Siheng remarked. Fine, Xiaowanwan it is. But you must put in more effort. The Empress Dowager wants me to bestow her the title of princess."
Ouch.
"Do you dare hit me?" The emperor clutched his head, gazing at him with a mournful expression. How could this emperor feel so oppressed? Was everyone allowed to strike him? Xia Siheng replied, "If you dare to make her a princess, I will turn your palace upside down. As for whether Lu Wan knows, that is my affair. She is not yet divorced, and her ties to the Jing'an Marquis remain. It could lead to endless troubles. While I care not for reputation, they cannot bring shame upon themselves. The Jing'an Marquis's reputation is already in tatters, and that day is not far off." After speaking, Xia Siheng rose from beside the coffin, dusted off his robe, and slightly turned. "By the way, your majesty, when I kicked over your coffin just now, Did it not look impressive? The emperor replied. Do you wish to hear what you just said? Fine, fine, you are lofty and magnificent. You kicked over my coffin lid for the sake of showing off. Upon entering the side hall, Luan wished to bow upon seeing him. He raised his hand gently to stop her. I happen to be in the palace. You are a guest, and I cannot allow you to be in danger. With that, his cold gaze rested upon the little one in her arms. Suddenly, all traces of coldness dissipated, replaced by warmth and affection. Thank you, ninth prince, for coming to our aid once more. This kindness Luan shall remember, and if ever there is an opportunity to return the favor. Luan, under Xia Sihing's gaze, took a step back. She had always refrained from being alone with men, even family members, without servants present. With her attendants waiting outside, she felt the need to maintain distance to avoid scandal. You have said this before. Xia Sihing smiled lightly. Luan's retreat undoubtedly pricked his heart. Observing her unfamiliar and reserved demeanor, it appeared she truly had no recollection of that night. Luan nodded, momentarily at a loss for words. The great villain. Wahoo, I finally encountered the great villain. The book describes Xia Sihing as cunning and loathsome. While his appearance is somewhat acceptable compared to the male lead, he is worlds apart, akin to a celestial being among mere mortals. Now it seems, the author is clearly spouting nonsense. Xia Sihing is evidently tall and handsome, with a refined visage and sharp brows, clearly a divine being untouched by worldly affairs. How could he possibly compare to that inferior male lead? Author, come out. Why not make him my father? I see throughout the book, he is the only one worthy of being my father. Little Wanwan stared at Xia Sihing, biting her finger and laughing joyfully. How could her mother not feel a spark of attraction towards such handsomeness? Xia Sihing was momentarily taken aback. Where did that voice come from? Was it the little one in Lu Wan's arms speaking? Because he was a bit distant, he vaguely heard the infant call him loathsome and cunning. Lu Wan was startled, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she forced a smile. Ninth prince. How is the health of the noble consort? Aside from not being able to move about, she is well. However, she frequently mentions you. So please do me a favor and visit her this time in the palace. A chat would be most welcome. Chapter 43. Even ghosts must call me ancestor. The Empress Dowager had lived her life without children. If it weren't for your aunt, Lady Susu. With this thought, Xia Sihing paused. Had he spoken too much? He was taken in by the Empress Dowager from the cold palace. Your Highness, I understand, Luan replied. Her lips slightly pursed. The sky was growing dark. If there was nothing pressing from the fifth princess, the Empress Dowager wished to invite you for dinner. It appeared the Empress Dowager missed her friends, unable to eat, and this had caused the prince much concern for her health. As Xia Sihing spoke, his tone grew heavy, tinged with a hint of melancholy. I too wish to see the Empress Dowager. I shall send someone to inform the fifth princess and the Empress. Luan nodded, cradling the little one as she departed. The child bit her finger, peeking over her mother's shoulder at Xia Sihing. A smile played at the corners of Xia Sihing's lips. No wonder the Empress wanted to bestow her with the title of princess. The Emperor regarded her as a treasure. It seemed this little one was no ordinary child. Pride filled his gaze. Luan soon arrived at the Empress Dowager's palace. Upon entering, a chill swept through, sending shivers down her spine. Remembering her daughter's words upon entering the palace, that the Empress Dowager was haunted, she felt a twinge of fear. However, upon seeing the Empress Dowager's gentle and warm smile directed at her, her courage was somewhat rekindled. Xia Sihing had been waiting by the Empress Dowager's side. Mother has much to say to you. Please give the child to me. I shall take her to play, he said. Luan handed little Wanwan to him, only to have her hand grasped by the Empress Dowager, who, with tear-filled eyes, exclaimed, Wana, you have not visited in so long. I have missed you dearly. They then reminisced about old acquaintances, causing Luan's eyes to grow warm. She recalled her aunt's words, advising her to seek the Empress Dowager for assistance during difficult times. Reflecting on her close relationship with her aunt, she felt guilty for not visiting in years. Xia Sihing carried little Wanwan outside, placing her on a stone table where they gazed curiously at each other. Wanwan offered her half-sucked finger to Xia Sihing, mumbling F. Dirt. Xia Sihing shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, But you're only 2 months old. How could you possibly speak? Though he had never raised a child, it seemed far too early for her to be talking. Not. Wanwan insisted, shaking her little head vigorously. Oh dear, I've been suspected. Is it so strange to speak at 2 months? If I told him there are ghosts in this palace, he would surely be terrified. Alas, poor Empress Dowager. If the ghost is not driven away tonight, she may not see the dawn. Xia Sihing's hand trembled as he turned to her. What if she thought of it later? He lowered his voice. I shall share a secret with you. Little Wanwan immediately straightened, climbing onto Xia Sihing's shoulder, eager to hear. She adored gossip. Really? Xia Sihing exclaimed, his face a mask of horror. There are ghosts here. Oh. Wanwan's head drooped as she considered escaping. What kind of gossip was this? She already knew. Xia Sihing continued, unfortunately, I do not know how to expel this ghost. Even Master Yuan Tong would find it a challenge. I wonder how Mother became entangled with it. If only I could drive it away, I would offer anything. Such as becoming my father? Wanwan pouted. Isn't that simple? Leave me here for a night, and all the ghosts would greet me as ancestor. Xia Sihing smiled slightly. During dinner, he brought her before the Empress Dowager, who sat in a wheelchair, holding the little one with affection. This child is truly beautiful. She is the prettiest girl I have ever seen. The Marquis' household is truly fortunate, the Empress Dowager remarked, her eyes darkening momentarily. That fortune should have been hers. Though little Wanwan was still young, she had yet to blossom and could hardly be compared to the royal children. Luwan responded politely, if she resembles you even a fraction, she is already stunning. Moreover, Lord Jing'an's heir is not lacking in looks, however. It seemed little Wanwan bore no resemblance to Lord Jing'an, which must mean she resembled you greatly. She will undoubtedly be a beauty in the future. While the Empress Dowager teased little Wanwan, she picked up a piece of food. Luwan observed closely, noting that her daughter did indeed resemble her. But it was said that daughters often took after their fathers. Her daughter bore no resemblance to Xie Jinan at all. Xia Siheng, who had been silent, added, I too believe she resembles her mother greatly. The eyes of the three turned toward him. Xia Siheng smiled nonchalantly. I find her strikingly like her mother. The Empress Dowager shot him a glance, as if to say, do you really need to say that? With a playful smile, she served Luwan some food. When she offered a piece of braised meat, it was swiftly seized by a pair of little hands. Little Wanwan grabbed the meat, shoving it into her mouth at an astonishing speed. Luwan gasped, rushing to stop her, but it was too late. The baby could only suck on the meat juice, unable to chew without teeth. Luwan attempted to take it away, but Wanwan, feeling wronged, hid in the Empress Dowager's embrace. The Empress Dowager's heart melted as she assisted Luwan in soothing her. You cannot eat meat yet. You can only taste the flavor.
Come, Wanwan.
Let us try some other dishes. The Empress Dowager offered her some greens. Xia Siheng, who usually bore an icy demeanor, appeared warm and gentle. This was the essence of home. The group chatted for a while, eventually discussing Luwan's aunt. Xiang'er likely does not know. When Wana was that small, I was with Susu when we passed by the cold palace. Wana insisted on going in to take a look. Upon entering, we found you. The Empress Dowager's eyes glistened with tenderness as she recounted the memory. Xia Siheng had been frail and thin, dressed in scant clothing, fainting in the snow. Had they not arrived in time, he might have perished. It was later revealed that his mother had been a spy sent by a rival nation and had been executed by the late emperor, leaving him to fend for himself in the cold palace. Thankfully, Susu had suggested that she adopt him. Initially, the late emperor was reluctant, but the Empress Dowager had assured him she would nurture him well, which allowed him to live a better life. Xia Siheng paused, clearly unaware of this past. He raised his gaze to Luwan. Chapter 44. Riding the head of a female ghost, Luwan met his gaze and felt a sudden flutter in her heart. Lowering her head to continue eating. That year, she had indeed been playful and had gotten lost in the palace, eventually arriving at the cold palace. It was a dilapidated place, starkly contrasting with the grandeur of the palace, where several young eunuchs were bullying a small boy. The little fellow, bruised and battered, did not cry. He only ceased to be beaten when he heard that a noble was passing by. He did not notice her. Curiosity piqued. She followed them and discovered that the windows of the cold palace were broken, and in the dead of winter, there was no charcoal fire. The small boy huddled in a corner, using a piece of old cloth to cover his tattered shoes, eating stale bread. Fortunately, the Empress Dowager had taken her and her aunt past the cold palace, prompting her to insist on going in to take a look. Upon opening the door, she found the boy buried in the snow, on the brink of freezing to death. It was merely a coincidence. Lu Wan smiled faintly. Yet, Xia Siheng continued to stare at her, his dark eyes burning with an intensity that was hard to articulate. He pondered how it could be mere coincidence. Lu Wan had always been obedient and gentle. She would never create a scene before her elders unless it was intentional. He had thought that his relationship with Lu Wan was solely rooted in gratitude towards Lady Su Su. However, as his feelings of pity for Lu Wan grew, Xia Siheng continually reassured himself that it was merely gratitude. No one anticipated that from the very beginning, they were destined for one another. It was Lu Wan who had pulled him from the abyss. A bitter smile crept onto Xia Siheng's lips as he secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, on that fateful night when she was harmed, he had broken his own principles to save her. It was fortunate that the bond between him and Lu Wan had resulted in a child. Everything was not yet too late. However, it was also fortunate that Xie Jinan regarded her well, and the title of the Marquis' household was barely fitting for her. Back then, he had intended to speak on behalf of his son at the Lu household. Mother, that is all in the past. Xia Siheng interrupted the Empress Dowager. Why bring this up now? Not to mention Lu Wan, as a married woman, would feel embarrassed. He did not wish for anyone to know of the events from years ago. A few years back, the royal family had sought out noble young ladies for him, but he had not taken a liking to any, stubbornly waiting for Lady Su Su to arrange a match for him. Perhaps he had not seen her from the very beginning. In this lifetime, he might never see her again. Xia Siheng's heart tightened with a tinge of regret. He should have acted sooner. After their meal, the stars began to twinkle outside. The moment Lu Wan left, the Empress Dowager collapsed onto the couch, convulsing. Mother, what is wrong? Quickly summon the imperial physician. No, fetch Master Yuan Tong. Hurry. A chill ran down Xia Siheng's spine as he turned to see a woman in white, her long hair covering her face, floating without feet. He recalled the whispers of the little girl and narrowed his eyes, intending to move the Empress Dowager. I shall see if you possess such power. With that, he placed a dark jade pendant, given to him by an elder at the foot of Tianshan Mountain during his expedition, onto the Empress Dowager. It was said to ward off evil and protect the wearer from harm. Initially skeptical, he had come to believe in its power after it saved him from an arrow, shattering into 2 pieces. He had taken it to the Golden Mountain Temple for purification and had it made into 2 pendants, one for the little girl and one for himself. Master Yuan Tong had said this object was a divine gift, capable of repelling all evils and thwarting calamities. Now, as he placed the pendant on the Empress Dowager, a faint white light enveloped her. The female ghost could not approach, emitting mournful wails. If she could not claim the life of this woman tonight, she would be reduced to ashes. Xia Siheng scoffed coldly and dashed out without a second thought. Do not leave yet. Allow me to borrow this child for a moment. Lu Wan. Xiaowanwan understood that something had happened to the Empress Dowager. Oh, I forgot to tell Mother that the Empress Dowager is being haunted by a ghost and may not survive the night. I do not want anything to happen to the Empress Dowager. She was the first to give me meat. But if Mother is willing to hand me over to the villainous uncle, perhaps the Empress Dowager could be saved. Lu Wan trembled and instinctively thrust the little one into Xia Siheng's arms. She unconditionally trusted her daughter and believed that, given the character of the 9th prince, he would certainly not let her daughter come to harm. When her worry persisted, she was supported by Pan Chun as they hurried to keep up with the 9th prince's pace. Madam, it is getting late. If word of this incident spreads tonight, it may tarnish your reputation, Pan Chun advised as they walked. Madam, we must hurry. Something must have happened to the Empress Dowager. Reputation is secondary. The young lady and the Empress Dowager are of utmost importance. Pan Chun nearly lifted Lu Wan to run. Yet no matter how fast they moved, they were merely women and could not compete with Xia Siheng's agility. Discovering that the ghost was no longer in the room, he immediately set the child down and rushed to the Empress Dowager's side. Xiaowanwan twitched her little nose, her eyes lighting up as she crawled outside. Outside the chamber, the sounds of wailing akin to slaughtering pigs echoed, sending the palace maids into a panic as they sought refuge. What did they see? They witnessed a small baby crawling onto the head of the ghost in white, then removing it. Xiaowanwan rode the ghost's head, crashing it to the ground, then climbed back up, tugging at the ghost's hair as if playing a game of horse. Giddy up, giddy up.
What?
This ghost is utterly useless. Why won't it leave? She was nearly in tears, looking at the ghost's body with a pitiful expression. The ghost crouched on the ground, frantically searching for her head. Oh no, my head. Please give me back my head. Giddy up. Xiaowanwan continued to pat the ghost's head. Lowering her little head, she brushed aside the ghost's hair and asked, why? The ghost shrieked in sharp agony, for this child was not like any ordinary one. With each slap, she infused her spiritual energy. The pain made the ghost, who already had a split mouth, grimace even more. Ancestor. You are my ancestor. Please spare me. The ghost wept, already lacking legs and now facing the loss of her head. Why? Giddy up. With another slap to her head, the ghost rolled after her head and began to flee. Xiaowanwan was thoroughly entertained, her face radiating a bright, satisfied smile. She rode on the ghost's head and made her way back to Xiaowanwan, dismounting and pointing at the ghost's head, saying, Here, gift, mud. Chapter 45. The tale of the female ghost. This head is for you. How amusing, how amusing. The chubby little girl pondered, her two plump fingers tapping together as she lowered her head, torn between using the celestial energy she absorbed in the palace to save her. If she saved her, she would lose her ability to speak and would have to wait to grow up slowly. She could no longer crawl as swiftly. Oh, what a dilemma. Had she known, she would have consumed more milk to grow faster. Her round little face was still conflicted about whether to save the ghost. Yet, Xiaowanwan was nearly frightened out of his wits by the scene before him. This ghost, whom even Master Yuan Tong could not subdue, was actually being ridden by his daughter. Particularly when he saw the ghost crawling in behind Xiaowanwan, searching for its head, he felt a chill run down his spine. Having lived for over 20 years, it was the first time he had witnessed such a horrifying sight. Xiaowanwan thought it remarkable that he had not succumbed to fear. Thank you, Wanwan. I appreciate your good intentions. My mother is currently out of danger. May I ask her a few questions? The villainous uncle spoke, and naturally, Xiaowanwan could not refuse. She slapped the ghost's head with a chubby hand, fiercely declaring, Suck, suck. Before the ghost could respond, she struck again, Suck, ah. Why don't you ask? The ghost glared at Xiaowanwan, as she dared not direct her ire at Xiaowanwan. This little child, despite her tender age, was surprisingly fierce. Having been a ghost for over a decade, she had some cultivation, yet she found herself bullied by a mere child. Oh, how tragic her fate was. Why do you haunt my mother? Xiaowanwan inquired, his eyes narrowing slightly. Humph. Do you think I wish to cling to her? Why would I forsake a good fetus to haunt her? You know better than I how the late emperor's beloved consort met her demise 10 years ago. Though her head lay sideways on the ground, her tone was chillingly proud. She continued to sob, searching for her head. Xiaowanwan stiffened slightly. The name, Consort Man, was so familiar. You are Consort Man? I am Xiaoyu, Consort Man's personal maid. After Consort Man was reported by the Empress Dowager, she was executed. In a dream, she implored me to avenge her. I poisoned the Empress Dowager, but was exposed. I was crippled by the late emperor and died. I spent many nights drifting here to avenge Consort Man. She treated me like a sister. I must avenge her. I will take the Empress Dowager's legs to fulfill my dream. As she spoke, the ghost wept bitterly, tears of blood streaming down her cheeks. Xiaowanwan's expression darkened. Do you know what crime Consort Man committed to warrant your aid? I do not know, but she said she was wrongfully accused, that it was all the Empress Dowager's doing, the ghost sobbed. She claimed that my father could not satisfy her desires and sought to seduce me. Xiaowanwan nearly ground his teeth in anger. Seeing the little one playing on the ghost's back, he lowered his voice. Since then, he has lost all interest in women. The ghost gasped. What? I did not take her. She then seduced my second brother. He, young and impetuous, fell for her. even in our father's chamber. Do you think our father would not execute her for such a scandal? Such secret affairs. How could you be privy to them? The ghost appeared skeptical, clearly doubting that her close friend could be so lascivious. At that moment, the Empress Dowager slowly regained consciousness, coughing softly. Consort man was entangled with that guard you fancied. The used pouch was left for you to wash. The late emperor executed her because she was caught with that red mandarin duck pouch still hanging from the guard's belt. The ghost was taken aback. She believed it, for she had indeed washed that red pouch. Anger welled up within her. Curse it! I considered you a dear sister, and you slept with my man. This is intolerable, absolutely intolerable. You wretched woman. No wonder you never mentioned your crimes. It turns out you have been with so many men, enjoying such luxuries, and yet you never told me. Furious, the ghost let out a chilling wail. I will expose her. Her soul is in the hands of a Taoist from the southern Mei kingdom. He claimed that if I take the Empress Dowager's life tonight, he would send me to reincarnate into a wealthy family. What is the Taoist's name? Xia Siheng inquired. I do not know. I only remember he liked to braid his beard. The ghost replied as she glanced at her own body. Xiaowanwan paused for a moment before climbing down from the ghost. She had merely been enjoying the spectacle, pretending not to understand.
Wo help.
She cooed, hoping the ghost would comprehend her intent. Though the ghost did not understand, the little one had crawled over on her own. She struggled to lift the ghost's head and pressed it onto her body. All right, all right. Xiaowanwan tilted her head, her round eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Is it done? Ancestor, are you certain? The ghost floated up, gazing down at her back, lost in thought. Oh no, my head is on backward. No wonder it felt wrong. My chest should not be so flat. Xiaowanwan shot her a glance. All right. The ghost dared not protest. Silently twisting her head until with a crack, it turned 180 degrees. She cast a lingering glance at Xiaowanwan before silently floating away. Oh, how I wish to see two female ghosts fight. Do you think they would pull each other's hair? However, that Taoist from southern Mei is not a good person. He seeks to aid the rebels from the previous dynasty. If only we could inform the villainous uncle. Xiaowanwan looked up at Xia Siheng, her eyes glistening with admiration. The ultimate antagonist of the story. Xia Siheng committed this matter to memory. He lifted Xiaowanwan once more and asked the Empress Dowager, Mother. She has paralyzed you for many years, and you would let her go just like that? The Empress Dowager smiled gently. She is a pitiful soul, used by others and lost her life. Why should we further torment her spirit? She is left with nothing but her soul, which is already incomplete. Xiaowanwan glanced at the Empress Dowager, and then at Xia Siheng. I just dripped a bit of milk on her. If she meets that Taoist again, I can track him down by the scent of the milk. Although she is pitiful, she has caused my dear Empress Dowager even greater suffering. I favor the Empress Dowager. We need not do anything. Her time in this world has come to an end. At dawn, her soul will disperse. Xia Siheng let out a slight sigh of relief. Truly, she was his daughter. Their thoughts aligned. His once stern brows softened with tenderness as he lifted Xiaowanwan, pressing a kiss upon her delicate cheek. Wanwan, you are a treasure bestowed upon the great Xia dynasty. Do you wish to become a princess? Speak up. If you call me father, I shall make you a princess. Xiaowanwan stared at him, her little face expressionless. If calling you father makes me a princess, I might as well call the emperor father. Then I could be a princess. Xia Siheng's expression turned icy, as if deep in thought. So, it seemed Wanwan desired to be a princess. Chapter 46. May I borrow your throne for a few days? Lu Wan hurriedly arrived, only to find that the once eerie palace was now bathed in the serene light of the moon. She breathed a sigh of relief upon noticing a trembling maid hidden beneath a tree. Approaching her, she helped her up and inquired about the events that had transpired. Madam, your daughter. What has happened to my daughter? Lu Wan asked, her voice laced with anxiety. Your daughter rode on the head of a female ghost, the maid stammered. Lu Wan stood frozen in disbelief, while the two attendants, Pan Chun and Wang Xia, widened their eyes in astonishment. It is true. She climbed onto the ghost and took its head away, riding off with it. The ghost cried out, calling her little ancestor, and chased her into the dowager's chamber. Madam,
It was terrifying.
The maid trembled as she recounted the tale. She had never encountered a ghost in her life, let alone a child more fearsome than one. The thought of dying and encountering such a child filled her with dread. The maid, though frightened, grasped Lu Wan's intent. Yes, I understand, I must have been sleepwalking. Before Lu Wan entered the chamber, she specifically instructed Pan Chun and Wang Xia that this matter must remain confidential. At that moment, Xia Siheng emerged, cradling the little one in his arms. Their affectionate demeanor resembled that of a father and daughter. Thank you, madam, for lending me Xiaowanwan. The dowager is now fine. With that, he entrusted Xiaowanwan to Pan Chun, his gaze never leaving the child. Lu Wan bowed gracefully. Your Highness has assisted me on numerous occasions. I too have done what I can to assist you. However, the child is still young, and I fear that certain matters or rumors may harm her. I hope that your Highness and the dowager can safeguard this incident to avoid tarnishing our reputation. What she referred to is not merely the incident involving the child and the ghost, but also the clandestine meetings between mother and daughter in the dowager's chamber. Though it was of little consequence, it could lead to unflattering gossip if revealed. This would be the only time she would owe a debt to the ninth prince, and she would never allow her daughter to take such risks again. Xia Siheng understood and nodded, observing Lu Wan's gentle figure receding. He felt a swell of tenderness in his heart, his gaze deepening. To have such a daughter was truly a blessing for the Jing'an Marquis and Lu Wan. Your fortune is yet to come. Later that night, he made his way to the emperor's quarters, abruptly awakening the slumbering sovereign.
Hey.
I wish to borrow your throne for a few days, as my daughter wishes to be a princess. The emperor jolted awake, bewildered. Am I dreaming? Ancestor. I dreamt that the late emperor told me that the child named Xiaowanwan is destined to bring prosperity to the great Xia dynasty. By the way, did you just say you want her to be a princess? A princess would not be worthy of her. Let her be my own mother, if need be. The emperor rambled on, casting a glance at Xia Siheng. After a moment's hesitation, Xia Siheng replied, Very well, dear grandson. The emperor was taken aback. The following day, Lu Wan arose early to assist the fifth princess with her makeup, instructing the maids and matrons to scurry about. The fifth princess's dowry was exceedingly lavish, and several matrons struggled to reconcile the accounts, necessitating Lu Wan's aid. After much effort, she finally concluded her tasks. She retrieved Xiaowanwan from beneath the coral tree, cleaned her up, and they both took a carriage together. As she spoke, tears threatened to spill. Yet Lu Wan would not allow it. The little one was still asleep, and she gently pulled her mother away. Mother, I am not being wronged. On my elder brother's joyous day, you must not cry like a weeping cat. Lu Wan teased with a smile. She felt helpless, as she owed a debt of gratitude for her father's life-saving grace, which needed to be repaid. Over the years, she had only shared good news, leading others to believe she was thriving. If it weren't for the full moon banquet, where her mother had discerned her troubles, she knew she would need to explain herself to prevent her mother from being distressed. Lu Wan nodded, suddenly feeling a pang of sorrow. Her family cared for her so deeply, yet she devoted herself entirely to the Marquis's affairs, even going as far as to use her own dowry to cover its deficits. With Li's family taking away the middle portion, she could at least retain her own belongings to be given to Xiaowanwan in the future. The Lu family rejoiced, and after resting for a while, Lu Wan instructed Pan Chun to dress Xiaowanwan beautifully. The little one, with her eyes still glistening with sleep, was stripped of her clothes and dressed in a festive red jacket, her hair adorned with 2 red tassels. The tassels swayed merrily with her mood, embellished with fluffy pom-poms. Gazing into the mirror, her mother praised her for resembling a little fortune doll. She covered her face with her tiny hands, burying herself in her mother's embrace, shyly laughing. Outside, anyone who caught sight of her would exclaim how adorable and festive she appeared, and some elders insisted on bestowing her with red envelopes. Xiaowanwan was momentarily taken aback. Isn't this my uncle's wedding? Why are they giving me red envelopes? It feels so embarrassing. Feigning modesty, she attempted to push them away, yet the large pockets of her clothing were inadvertently opened, revealing them stuffed with red envelopes. As the groom completed his bowing ceremony, Xiaowanwan thought to herself that she could finally partake in the feast. Braised pork, braised pork. Her eyes gleamed at the sight of the dish, and she pointed excitedly. Mother, meat. Luan had no choice but to offer her a small piece, allowing her to savor the meat juices. Minister Lu observed her in surprise, having never encountered such a precocious child before.
Wann
This little one has been calling for her mother since she was merely 2 or 3 months old. Her intellect is remarkable. She may be able to read by the age of 2. Perhaps we should send her to school at that age. Chapter 47. The culprit of the entire minister's residence, Xiaowanwan felt that the braised pork in her hand suddenly lost its allure. "Are you really my dear grandfather?" she exclaimed. "Do you even want to hear what you're saying? All right, I regard you as my grandfather, and you send me off to school. What a vicious scheme.
Take that.
Enjoy my braised pork." With that, she flung the meat onto the table, turning her pouting face away, her chubby cheeks puffed up in indignation. Minister Lu seemed to have heard the little one speaking and couldn't help but chuckle at her adorable, sulky expression. "Oh dear, Wanwan is upset. Grandfather is here to apologize. Come here for a hug." Minister Lu extended his arms. Xiaowanwan glanced at him, then turned her head again, her little face growing even more puffed. Starting school at 2 is indeed rather early. Even your elder brother began at 4. For a girl like Wanwan, it's perfectly fine to grow up healthy, Luan said with a smile. "Humph, that's more like it," Xiaowanwan replied, tilting her head back and reluctantly extending her arms for a hug. Minister Lu, both amused and exasperated, embraced the child and coaxed her while she slurped up the sauce, finding it quite entertaining. The thought of the kind-hearted Uncle Li softened Luan's heart. Indeed, Uncle Li's culinary skills were exceptional, as he was once one of the capital's renowned chefs. Do I have a personal chef now?" she mused. That spy is the male lead's grandfather, the father of the mistress, who later assisted the male lead in poisoning and drugging the little cousin, leading to the death of the aunt. Upon hearing this, the entire table fell silent. Minister Lu's hand trembled as he held his chopsticks, lost in thought. Mrs. Lu frowned slightly, seemingly pondering the truth of these words. She had been trying hard to ignore Wanwan's heartfelt words, but now she could no longer maintain her composure. Luan's lips twitched slightly. Finally, they were about to uncover the true culprit who had brought ruin upon her family. She turned to Mrs. Lu, saying, "Mother, I heard from the servants that a certain Uncle Su has been in the kitchen these past few years, and he is quite skilled. My daughter wishes to see who cooks better between him and Uncle Li." Mrs. Lu nodded, saying, "I will have them come for a comparison tomorrow. Although Uncle Su has only been here for a few years, he is indeed quite good." "Very well," Luan smiled, solidifying her resolve in her heart. Xia Zhao had already lifted her veil early and was sampling pastries at the table. "Be careful. Watch your stomach," Lu Yi sighed helplessly, brushing the jewels from Xia Zhao's hair, feeling a pang of sympathy. "I don't want to. You know I miss you dearly. Ever since Wanwan's full moon banquet, I haven't seen you again. Let me have a hug," Xia Zhao murmured, burying her head deeper. Lu Yi, slightly tipsy, inhaled her scent and felt warmth spread through him. With a resigned smile, he pulled her onto the couch, saying, "I've replaced the wedding wine with tea. We will follow the process shortly. You need not worry." Xia Zhao nodded in agreement. Soon, the maids and matrons arrived to create a ruckus for the bridal chamber. They followed the customs, lifting the veil and sharing the wedding wine, whispering some words that made Xia Zhao blush before departing. As the temperature in the room rose, she allowed Lu Yi to help her remove her headpiece and ornaments. After washing her face, he tucked her into bed, coaxing her to rest. Yet, she pouted in dissatisfaction, wrapping her arms around Lu Ye's back. "What kind of newlywed night is it if we just sleep?" Lu Yi turned to her with concern. "Be careful of the baby. It's already been 3 months. The physician said the pregnancy is stable." Xia Zhao's eyes turned slightly red. "Do you not like me anymore?"
Liu Yi sikhed,
helpless against her charms, and leaned down to kiss her brow and eyes. After kissing her until she made soft sounds, he assured her, "I will be cautious." Xia Zhao hummed in response, rolling over to pin him down, her hands tugging at his clothes. The next day, Xia Zhao offered tea to Mrs. Lu, who slightly inclined her body but did not kneel as per custom, presenting the tea to Mrs. Lu. Mrs. Lu accepted it, pleasantly surprised. "Zhaoer, now that you are married, according to tradition, you must move to the princess's residence in 3 days. If you find anything inconvenient there, feel free to send someone to tell me. If Lu Yi bullies you, do not endure it. The women of our family hold a higher status. Mrs. Lu's eyes sparkled with joy. Xia Zhao obediently linked her arm with Mrs. Lu's, eagerly affirming her understanding. Lu Yi, standing nearby, suppressed a smile. Who was really bullying whom was still uncertain. By the way, my sister helped me a lot yesterday. I was thinking of sending her and Wanwan some gifts. Upon hearing this, Xiaowanwan flailed in her mother's embrace, wishing for something made of gold or delicious treats. However, a maid soon presented 2 rolls of fabric. Xiaowanwan's expression turned blank. The others, however, were astonished. Although the fabric was of a simple color, the subtle patterns and embroidery indicated its considerable value. Is this shoe brocade from the shoe weaving bureau? Luan was slightly taken aback. Such fabric could not be bought with money alone. Shoe brocade was rare, reportedly producing only 2 pieces a year, and the embroidery shimmered with silver threads in the sunlight, revealing another color on the reverse side. It was double-sided embroidery. Shoe brocade was already precious, and such a large piece of Jiangnan double-sided embroidery would take 3 years to produce 2 rolls. Yet, Xia Zhao had gifted it to her. Unfazed, Xia Zhao remarked, I already have several outfits made from this fabric. Whenever Shu sends tributes, he brings me a piece, one for the Empress Dowager, and one for the Queen Mother. Since I have no use for it now, I might as well give it to you. Mother, please accept it. This fabric will be of great use in the future, Xiaowanwan chimed, sucking her fingers. She recalled that according to the plot, these 2 rolls of fabric somehow ended up in the hands of the mistress, who was caught as a thief. Unable to refuse her kind gesture, Luan instructed Pan Chun to accept it. Soon, it was time for lunch. She and Mrs. Lu made their way to the kitchen to see Uncle Li and Uncle Su. After explaining their intentions, both prepared supplementary food for Xiaowanwan before lunch commenced, bringing it to the dining hall. Luan discreetly had someone test for poison before allowing Xiaowanwan to eat, letting her choose for herself. Xiaowanwan pointed to the meat soup, nodding eagerly. Good. Next. Luan selected Uncle Li. Uncle Su's face darkened as he left in displeasure. Chapter 48. Poisoning Uncle Li, what an insufferable child. They simply lack any understanding of food. I thought I might have the opportunity to prepare a meal for my beloved grandson in the Ho residence, yet this fortunate task has fallen to that old fool, Li. Su Bo muttered indignantly as he retreated to a secluded area. In his aimless wandering, it was the heir who had informed him that the Lu minister's household was in search of a cook, which had led him here. Thus, he had quietly infiltrated the Lu family, relaying all the information he gathered to the heir and the old matron. Who would have thought it would come to this? Gritting his teeth in frustration, he informed the steward before departing. Unbeknownst to him, a maid dressed in a light-colored coat was following closely behind, accompanied by an elderly woman in the shadows, as a hidden guard arrived at the study to report this matter to Minister Lu. Wang Xia, the maid, the old woman, and the hidden guard trailed Su Bo to a local apothecary, where they requested a small vial of medicine and expressed their desire to meet the heir. The shopkeeper replied, The heir is currently away on business. If you have something to convey, I can relay it on his behalf. How could you possibly comprehend this matter? The heir is absent. What about the old matron? Surely, she must be present?
Su Bo inquired.
The shopkeeper sighed deeply. The matron has been confined by the emperor and is currently bedridden. Su Bo was momentarily taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that the only individuals with authority in the household were the 3rd and 4th young masters. He was familiar with the 3rd young master. What about the 3rd young master? Surely, he can make decisions. The shopkeeper sighed even more deeply, casting Su Bo a sidelong glance. You're bringing up a sore subject, aren't you? The 3rd young master has been taken by the authorities. Su Bo gasped, intending to inquire about the 4th young master, but the shopkeeper brusquely ushered him out. Do not think you can deliver messages here. We are not so foolish as to trust your kind. Concealed in the corners, Wang Xia nearly burst into laughter, as did the elderly woman and the hidden guard lurking in the shadows. Wang Xia purchased a vial of medicine identical in color to that held by Su Bo, which contained a laxative. The shopkeeper contemplated his accounts, pondering the recent surge in constipation cases. A little beggar gleefully took the medicine vial as a reward, proclaiming, Sister, I stole his medicine. Su Bo then collided with two other beggars, lamenting his misfortune before retaliating against them. Meanwhile, in the corridor leading to the kitchen, a tiny figure crawled across the floor, her little bottom wiggling like an electric motor, quickly vanishing down the hall. Since her entry into the palace, Xiaowanwan had not only learned to call out for her mother, but had also become quite adept at crawling. She broke free from the maid, using both hands and feet, her diapered bottom swaying as she made her way towards the kitchen. The maid chasing after her gasped in horror. Uncle Li was still busy preparing food for the little miss when he suddenly felt a tug on his calf. Looking down, he met the round face of the infant, her pacifier in mouth, gazing up at him with wide eyes.
Uncle Li.
Uncle Li could no longer contain himself, covering his eyes and exclaiming, "I cannot see you. I cannot see you." Xiaowanwan, undeterred, called out, "Uncle Li." Eventually, Uncle Li lifted her onto the counter, secretly offering her some meat puree. The puree made by Uncle Li was exquisite, melting in her mouth without the need for chewing. "Delicious," she exclaimed, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight as she looked at Uncle Li. He gazed at her through a rose-tinted lens of affection. How adorable! Truly, she was a picture of cuteness. Just as she was savoring this earthly delight, Xiaowanwan noticed Su Bo entering. This must be the father of the third young master. With his slanted eyes and thick lips, it's evident he is both vicious and dim-witted. Could he be here to poison Uncle Li? Oh, my poor chef. Seizing the opportunity, Su Bo stealthily poured the contents of the vial into the dish he had prepared. "Old Li, there's something off about today's dish. Could you taste it for me?" Uncle Li, smiling, approached and picked up his chopsticks, just as the little one swiftly grasped his arm.
No.
"Not that," she said seriously, shaking her head, her mouth full of food. Su Bo shot her a fierce glare, snatching the chopsticks away, nearly causing the little one to tumble from the counter. "What are you crying for? Why are you meddling in adult affairs?" As he spoke, he lifted Xiaowanwan and tossed her onto the floor. "Why are you crying? Where did this little imp come from, causing chaos in the kitchen?" Xiaowanwan wailed louder, her bottom stinging from the fall. Uncle Li was taken aback, unable to fathom how Su Bo could treat a mere infant in such a manner. He picked her up and dusted off her bottom, glaring at Su Bo. "How can you treat the little miss like this? At your age, you should know better than to quibble with a child. Do you not have grandchildren? Would you treat them this way?" Su Bo's face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. "Old Li, you dare to scold me for a child." He had always been so amiable, a man who smiled at everyone, even when they stole his ingredients. Who would have imagined that today he would scold him over a child? As Uncle Li comforted Xiaowanwan, he shot another glare at Su Bo. "Have I been too lenient with you? Do you truly believe my patience is endless? She is so precious. Why would you frighten her?" Xiaowanwan's cries tugged at his heartstrings. He could not comprehend how Su Bo could be so hard-hearted towards such a small child.
Su Bo's countenance darkened.
Realizing that Uncle Li was unwilling to back down. "I understand my mistake. I will apologize to the madam and young miss later. For now, please help me determine what is wrong with my dish." Seeing his apology, Uncle Li decided to let it go, taking the chopsticks to sample the dish. However, the little one, still cradled in his arms, reached out her tiny hand, shaking her head.
"No.
Not that." Su Bo's face darkened, and in a fit of anger, he slapped Xiaowanwan's hand away. Such a lack of upbringing, saying nonsense. Xiaowanwan's eyes turned red, glaring at him while sobbing. Uncle Li was displeased. He gently blew on the little one's red hand, coldly stating, "I will not assist you any longer. You must explain this matter to the madam yourself." With that, he intended to carry Xiaowanwan away. Su Bo's only thought was to prevent Uncle Li from taking the child to complain. If the poisoning scheme was uncovered, then he...
No.
He seized Uncle Li by the neck, forcibly pushing his head down towards the stove, shoving his own dish into Uncle Li's mouth. Chapter 49. The villain is punished. Xiaowanwan tumbled to the ground, her eyes wide as she witnessed her beloved chef being poisoned. Sobbing uncontrollably, she crawled forward in a desperate attempt to intervene. Yet, her small stature rendered her powerless to stop the villain from feeding Li Bo the tainted food. "How dare you poison Uncle Li right before my eyes?" she cried. "I curse you to consume every bite of that dish. Uncle Li will not perish." Fury coursed through her as she glared at Su Bo with tear-streaked cheeks. Unexpectedly, Su Bo faltered, caught off guard by Li Bo, who seized a plate and pinned him to the ground, stuffing the poisoned food into Su Bo's mouth. You dare to challenge me after I treated you kindly? What offense have you given me to deserve this? Li Bo's normally gentle demeanor transformed into a terrifying rage, leaving Xiaowanwan momentarily stunned. She clapped her hands, crying out, "Uncle Li is amazing! Beat him! Beat him!" The small kitchen erupted into chaos. Lu Wan and Madame Lu arrived, hastily led by a maid, only to be taken aback by the scene before them. Li Bo was mercilessly assaulting Su Bo, his neck bulging with tension, revealing the hidden strength in his arms. Su Bo lay battered and bruised, his face swollen and several teeth missing. Xiaowanwan crawled over, extending her tiny, reddened hand, looking utterly dejected. Lu Wan, filled with sympathy, lifted her daughter into her arms, whispering soothingly, "Tell me, my dear, who hurt you?" With a quivering lip, Xiaowanwan pointed at Su Bo, her wails escalating as she buried her face in her mother's embrace, her small shoulders shaking violently. The sight tugged at the hearts of both Lu Wan and Madame Lu. Li Bo spat on the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothes. "Ladies, you need not venture into the kitchen, but today, you must ensure justice for the young miss." With reddened eyes, Xiaowanwan nodded vigorously in agreement. "Mother."
Su Bo poison Unso Li.
That dish contained poison. Please, I cannot bear for Uncle Li to die. His cooking is simply delightful. Upon hearing Li Bo's words, Madame Lu, incensed, ordered Su Bo to be taken away. Su Bo, filled with despair, trembled and turned pale. It was over. The very dish he had poisoned was now forced upon him. Despite his frantic coughing, he could not expel it, and with Madame Lu's arrival, he felt as though death was imminent. How audacious to lay hands on your master! Take him out and beat him, if he breathes even a little. Send him to the authorities. Before long, Li Bo emerged from the restroom, clutching his stomach. Meanwhile, Su Bo retched violently. The servants believed they had struck him so hard that he had lost control of his bowels and rushed to seek Madame Lu's assistance. "Madam, we may have ruptured his intestines. He is soiling himself as we speak, and the stench is overwhelming. Should we continue?" One servant nearly gagged at the memory of the earlier scene. Suppressing a smile, Madame Lu maintained a serious tone. "Continue. Do not allow him to visit the restroom. After you finish, send him to the authorities." Lu Wan exchanged knowing glances with Xia, sharing a quiet laugh. In the study, Lu Xiangshu beamed as he listened to his informant's report. Each of the three believed they were responsible for the events that transpired. Thus, Su Bo languished in the dungeon, clutching his tumultuous belly, relieved to have survived. "Thank goodness that innkeeper sold me laxatives, otherwise I would have met my end." Across the cell, he spotted a familiar figure sprawled on the ground, disheveled and unkempt. It was Xie Sanyi. What a coincidence. I was just looking for you today. Xie Jinzhao shot him a disdainful glare. "So, you ended up in prison?" "No, I was captured for poisoning Old Li." Xie Jinzhao scoffed, "Fool." Xie Roro's father was indeed a simpleton, tasked to gather intelligence within the Xiangshu mansion. This imbecile had only brought forth tales of Old Li's exploits or of the young master suffering from food poisoning. Moreover, he had diligently noted the family's culinary preferences, even informing him that Lu Yi detested cilantro while Lu Shi adored it, leading to squabbles between the brothers.
Now,
the very act of poisoning had led to his capture, a level of foolishness Xie Jinzhao had never encountered before. And to think this man was the father of Xie Roro, who had always been gentle and sensible. A deep sigh escaped Xie Jinzhao as he lamented the incompetence of those around him, each one more self-serving than the last. Su Bo, feeling a surge in his belly, realized he could no longer hold it in. Finding a corner, he squatted urgently. The foul odor wafted across the room, prompting Xie Jinzhao to curse. "What on earth are you doing? Did you come to prison just to relieve yourself?" "My apologies, third master, but the laxative is too potent." Meanwhile, Lu Wan had summoned the physician to tend to Xiaowanwan, who obediently extended her small hand, her face a picture of grievance. Seeing her like this tugged at Lu Wan's heartstrings. Madame Lu and Lu Xiangshu soon joined with Xia Zhao and Lu Yi, surrounding Xiaowanwan. One by one, She reached out for embraces, and before Lu Wan could react, Madame Lu had scooped her up, whispering, "My precious, Uncle Li is fine now. Su Bo has been taught a lesson and sent to prison. Do not feel wronged." Xiaowanwan nodded, resting her head on Madame Lu's shoulder. Lu Wan noticed a glimmer of a smile at the corners of her lips. Hee, I knew Su Bo would be punished severely. He must be feeling quite relieved. Lu Wan, caught in a bittersweet smile, felt a reassuring pat on her shoulder from Lu Yi, beckoning her over. In Lu Ye's courtyard stood a lone plum tree, now flourishing with resilience. If I were to move to the princess mansion with Zhao, no one would care for this tree. Perhaps I should consider transplanting it to the Marquis mansion for you. Lu Wan's expression dimmed. There is no need. It blooms too late. It should have blossomed 5 years ago. Chapter 50. The poor little uncle, Lu Yi sighed. It seemed that several days had already passed, but she still wanted to try and see if she could plant the flowers. Therefore, Lu Yi sought the help of a gardener to assist her sister in planting the flowers. To her surprise, they truly blossomed the following year. Filled with joy, she expressed her anticipation of what colors the flowers would bloom. Yet, through her sister's gaze, he discerned the hidden expectations and excitement buried deep within her heart. On the day her sister agreed to marry Xie Jinan, he hesitated to voice his thoughts. But his sister remarked that the young man's earnestness in kneeling before the minister's residence in the dead of winter, along with a beautifully wrapped bundle of winter plums in his hand, truly resonated with her.
Liu Yesiket.
Realizing that it was not sincerity, but merely the fact that this was the only flower blooming in winter, Lu Wan smiled gently. Brother, let this tree remain here. I must take my leave. Behind her, a deep sigh escaped the man, and Lu Wan understood that these matters could not be concealed from her brother. A few days later, she had barely eaten when she hurriedly sought out Lu Wan after warming herself with a sip of hot tea. Fortunately, this matter went smoothly, and the task has fallen to me. Consider it a great fortune. Father mentioned that His Majesty intends to promote me from deputy envoy to a full envoy. Sister, once I attain a position as high as brother-in-law's, I shall seek justice for you. Lu Shi had long heard that his sister had lost control over household affairs to their mother-in-law, who favored sons over daughters and looked down upon Wanwan. Thankfully, brother-in-law was still decent. Lu Wan could only manage a bitter smile. Lu Shi's gaze shifted to the little creature in her arms, who was curiously pointing at him.
Ah,
it's little uncle. Little uncle is truly handsome, a spirited young lad. No wonder that Li Duoduo is always trying to get close to him. Heh? The Li family previously plotted for Li Duoduo to marry little uncle, but never had the courage to approach mother for an introduction. Now that little uncle is rising in rank, they surely cannot sit idly by. Later, the daughter of the Li family married into the minister's residence, and their family prospered as a result. When the male protagonist caused their mother's demise, Li Duoduo even assisted him in ensnaring little uncle. She even coerced little uncle to join in, ruthlessly humiliating him. Oh, my poor, spirited little uncle must have received Li Duoduo's token of affection by now. Xiaowanwan nibbled on the treats made by Uncle Li, her large eyes fixed on Lu Shi. Lu Wan's gentle smile gradually stiffened. She noticed Lu Shi's gaze drifting to the pouch at his waist. He had never worn such a pouch before. It was said that there had been an outbreak of avian flu, and without timely medication, it could lead to death. Naturally, he regarded Li Duoduo as his savior. Upon entering her boudoir, he felt obligated to safeguard her reputation. He accepted Li Duoduo's pouch and pledged that if this matter were to spread, he would have his sister speak on their behalf. Lu Wan was momentarily taken aback. During the full moon banquet, she had been preoccupied with saving the fifth princess and had completely overlooked her brother. Lu Shi, ever obedient and lively, was known to share only good news. Little uncle has fallen for her. The cat is still in the yard of the third uncle. Li Duoduo goes to the third uncle's yard every night to sleep, while simultaneously courting little uncle. A flurry of thoughts raced through Lu Wan's mind, leaving her heart in turmoil and her expression complex. Noticing something amiss in his sister's gaze, Lu Shi's heart skipped a beat. What is it, sister? I know Miss Li is connected to your mother-in-law's family, but I stand by your side. If you disapprove of my marriage, I shall not wed. Lu Wan shook her head. How could she refuse? Lu Shi had been by her side since childhood. She knew him too well. The more she tried to deter him, the more determined he would become. There was even a chance he might elope with Li Duoduo, disregarding his future. After pondering, she said, "Since you share mutual feelings with her, why not entrust this item to me? I shall help you with this matter. In a few days, come to the Marquis' residence, and I will arrange for you two to meet, shall I?" Lu Shi was deeply moved, his smile brightening.
Good.
I knew sister would be the best to me. He even took away the jade pendant left by their aunt. The journey was bumpy, and she had delayed for quite some time. Along the way, she heard the townsfolk rejoicing at the news of the disaster having subsided. They praised Lady Lu of the Ministry of Rights for her great compassion, enhancing their family's reputation. Luwan felt her spirits lift considerably. She kissed the little one still playing in her arms. "You are a treasure bestowed upon me by heaven." Xiaowanwan beamed, her eyes crescent-shaped, as she rubbed her mother's gentle face. "Mother, dear."
Ah.
Luwan smiled radiantly. "This is terrible, madam. A great calamity has struck. The Marquis' residence is finished. The accounts department cannot distribute the monthly silver, and the servants are in an uproar. Fourth Master has captured several troublemakers and intends to punish them severely." Chapter 51. Dirty water splashing upon mother. When Luwan arrived at the front courtyard, the lifeless body of a servant had just been carried away. She hastily covered Wanwan's eyes and cast her gaze towards Xie Jinqiu, who sat at the head of the table, flanked by Su Ro, who was clutching a child and glaring at her with a face full of resentment. If Xie Jinqiu had previously displayed a sickly pallor, he now appeared buoyant and cheerful, his smile warm and inviting, hardly resembling someone who would poison her. He had finally shed his pretense. "Madam, we have not caused a disturbance. We merely wish to inquire when the Fourth Master will distribute the customary silver. My child is ill, and we lack the funds for treatment. We can no longer delay." Ah Sheng had simply asked a question. How could Su Yinyang afford abalone and bird's nest, but not have the silver to distribute? As a result, he had been struck dead by the Fourth Master. A middle-aged man, Ah Meng, whom Luwan recognized, began to weep openly before everyone. Perhaps the child's condition was indeed dire. The deceased Ah Sheng had been his co-worker, a diligent and honest man. Luwan felt a pang of sorrow. A mere morsel of abalone or bird's nest could have sufficed for Ah Meng's child's medical expenses. She turned to Xie Jinqiu. "Although the household was strained, when I handed over the accounts to my mother-in-law last month, it was evident that there were sufficient funds to cover the servants' customary silver for over half a year. How could it be that there was none to distribute now? In truth, the accounts had long been in deficit. Out of concern for the servants' welfare, she had deliberately set aside 3,000 taels from her dowry to cover their customary silver. How could they not be dispersed now?" Xie Jinqiu gradually lowered his smile. "Sister-in-law, are you unaware that third brother is in prison and requires funds for his release? Su Yinyang's father, thanks to your good fortune, has also been incarcerated. This silver is merely sufficient to take care of them. The needs of the servants pale in comparison to those of their masters. If you truly care for them, perhaps you should contribute more to support the servants since the funds have vanished. It is a blessing if the Ho residents can ensure they are fed." Upon hearing this, Su Ro finally broke down, her composure unraveling. At this pronouncement, all the servants turned their incredulous eyes toward Luwan. Such matters regarding the young master's whereabouts were typically whispered among the maids and concubines of the inner courtyard. Yet, the most circulated rumor was that after the young master's wife gave birth, he had grown disdainful of her, preferring the company of a wet nurse rather than his wife. But the young master's wife had always treated them exceedingly well. No one would dare speak such words in her presence.
Now,
to hear that she had sent Su Yinyang's father to prison out of jealousy was clearly unbelievable to them. "Your father?
who is he?"
I do not know him. How could I have sent him to prison?" Luwan retorted. "My father works as a cook in your mother's kitchen. Just days ago, you and the minister's wife conspired to send him to prison. Surely, the young master's wife cannot have forgotten this?" "Indeed. We are but insignificant figures in your eyes. Your noble status allows you to bring ruin upon a family with a mere word. If given the choice, I would prefer not to be a burden to you at the Ho residence, which has resulted in my father's misfortune. My father, poor man at his age, I have yet to repay him for his kindness before he faced such calamity. Were it not for the fourth master's assistance, my father would have perished in prison. Yet you dare question where the funds for the fourth master went. Clutching her child, Su Ro crumpled to the ground in tears. Her once delicate appearance now seemed even more pitiful, evoking sympathy from those who watched. A bucket of dirty water had been splashed upon Luwan's head. She felt a mix of anger and amusement. First and foremost, it was common knowledge that the funds in the Ho residence had long been depleted, something even the matriarch was aware of. Last month, when my mother-in-law visited, I worried there would be no funds to distribute for the servants' customary silver. So, I specifically took 3,000 taels from my dowry to supplement their silver for half a year. Moreover, this money was meant for the servants' customary silver, not for your prison dealings. The account keeper can confirm the truth of my words. Fourth master, as the head of the household, how could you fail to distribute this money to the servants on time and, without permission, divert it for prison matters? Not to mention, third master was imprisoned due to grievances with the Zhong family and young Master Qin. What connection does Su Yinyang's father have with you? By what right do you use my funds, meant for everyone, to rescue them? Even in her fury, Luwan's logic remained clear. Wrong is wrong.
And right is right.
The account keeper stepped forward, affirming what the young master's wife says is indeed true. The source of those 3,000 taels is, in fact, the young master's wife's dowry, and it was allocated for the servants' customary silver. At this revelation, the servants could no longer remain silent. The young master's wife had always treated them with kindness. How could she possibly harbor jealousy against a concubine? Indeed, she even supplemented our customary silver, only to have it misappropriated. It is a disgrace to deny the young master's wife her rightful place in this house. The fourth master, for the sake of a mere concubine, misuses the funds meant for all. He is unworthy of leading the household. It had long been rumored that the young master was the fourth master's illegitimate son. Could it be that the fourth master was simply sympathetic towards his son's wet nurse?
Bah!
I suspect it is this shameless woman, having seduced the young master, now attempting to ensnare the fourth master. How many men has she entangled herself with? Such a person hardly deserved the title of concubine. She was merely a lowly mistress, not even worthy of the servants. A chorus of harsh voices erupted, piercing through Su Ro, who felt as if 1,000 needles were stabbing her heart. Breathless with shame and anger, she glared fiercely at Luwan. Wasn't it you who sent my father to prison?
Luwan!
You truly know how to cultivate a good reputation for yourself. Luwan regarded her coolly, offering no further explanation. Are you all not speaking the truth? Why has she become so flustered? Dare you glare at my mother? Do you want me to make you suffer? Mother speaks so well. If I could possess even half her cleverness, I would charge forward and tear her apart, taking that wicked man, fourth uncle, with me. I am furious. How dare she glare at my mother? If she has the courage, let her come forward for a duel. Luwan restrained the feisty little one in her arms. Meanwhile, Uncle Li, who had been listening from the back, stepped forward quietly. Su Bo, is he your father? Chapter 52. Mother forces fourth uncle into a corner. Su Rora shot him a glare. What qualification did a mere servant have to question her? Uncle Li chuckled and addressed the crowd. It seems everyone is curious about what Su Bo did to end up in prison, aren't you? Everyone perked up, eager not to miss a single word. Uncle Li looked at the pale-faced and trembling Su concubine with a smirk. Your father wanted to enter the Marquis' residence but lacked the capability, so he attempted to poison me to ensure my young lady would choose him. He put poison in the food to kill me, but fortunately, the young lady intervened. Later, he even struck the young lady and forced me to eat the poison dish. At this revelation, Xiaowanwan burst into tears, nodding while raising her previously injured hand, now healed. Oh, why isn't it red anymore? Never mind. Crying is the right response. How could he harm such a small child? It seems the Su concubine's family is not good people at all. The young lady is so adorable. Who wouldn't want to cherish her? I believe sending him to prison is not unjust. Indeed, for the sake of a mere position, he attempted murder. How vile. Some suggested the death penalty, asserting that the eldest lady was merciful for not executing him immediately. Su Ruru trembled at their words, nearly succumbing to despair. Fiercely, She retorted to Uncle Li, "You claim my father fed you poison, yet you remain alive. He merely administered a laxative, and you are blatantly slandering him." She was aware of her father's error in purchasing the wrong medicine, but was certain Xiaowanwan was unaware of her father's original intent to poison. For her father only possessed laxatives, and he adamantly denied any wrongdoing, leaving her powerless. How foolish of him to mistake a laxative for poison and suffer from it himself. But I fed him some too, as he was being beaten by the servants. He spat it out. The authorities had discovered poison in his quarters, identical in appearance to the laxatives, and the apothecary who sold him the medicine had been apprehended. The truth would soon come to light once the authorities made their rulings. The crowd stood in stunned silence. What a scandal! Imagining the scene of him being beaten while spitting, they could hardly bear to envision it. Would he truly not feel shame until death? Their gazes towards Su Rura shifted from disdain to amusement. After all, that was Su Concubine's own father. Su Ruru collapsed to the ground, devoid of strength, even too weak to cradle a child. She had never anticipated Uncle Li would speak in such a manner. Her father had merely purchased the incorrect medicine. How could poison have been found in their home? It was slander. The entire minister's residence was slandering her father. It had to be. Biting her lip fiercely, she felt her eyes sting and redden. In that moment, she truly loathed Xiaowanwan. She wished to kill her, even if it meant their mutual destruction. At that moment, a small hand reached out to her. She turned to see Huaishan sitting on the ground, patting her hand to comfort her. So obedient, yet with sharp eyes as if harboring countless schemes to share with her. Indeed, her child was a prodigy, filled with strategies that could elevate the Marquis' residence to new heights. How could she easily succumb? Her good days lay ahead. Slowly, she raised her gaze to glare at the beautiful infant cradled in Xiaowanwan's arms, adored by all for her beauty. But so what? She would eventually marry. A mere child who only knew how to cry in times of trouble was worthless. Her son would surely not find such a girl appealing. I was foolish to believe Su Concubine's words. I too am at fault. Bring Su Concubine under house arrest at the charity hall to care for the old lady. However, I believe third brother, as the master, cannot be left to suffer alone. The Marquis' residence is in turmoil, and you, as servants, should share in its hardships. Xie Jinqiu had been observing the situation and made this statement to save face. However, the servants of the Marquis' residence clearly no longer trusted him. They looked eagerly towards Xiaowanwan, hoping she would take charge once more. Xiaowanwan, however, loudly reassured them, "Rest assured, fourth master is merely temporarily in charge. In a month, the daughter of the wealthiest family in the capital, the Zhong family, will marry fourth master. At that time, will we not have faith that fourth master and the new mistress will resolve this matter?" The implication was clear to all. The new mistress was wealthy. How could she fail to provide the customary silver, even if she were reluctant to contribute? Fourth master's current promises and reputation depended on it. If she refused, it would be untenable. The servants felt reassured. Xiaowanwan met Xie Jinqiu's gaze and congratulated fourth master. With that, she led her people away. Xie Jinqiu watched her retreating figure, his fists clenched tightly. Xiaowanwan's words left him in a precarious position. This was a dead end, regardless of the circumstances. He had to compel Zhong Yuyan to provide funds or else. Damn it. He shouldn't have listened to Su Ruru and confronted Xiaowanwan head-on. He strode towards the charity hall. He acquired more funds, instructing her to buy a coffin for a sheng to ensure a proper burial. Wang Xia sighed, contemplating for a moment before saying, "You know a sheng's family." Xiaowanwan glanced at her. "Take 100 taels to support her and her mother." Then she whispered a few words into Wang Xia's ear. Wang Xia nodded, "I understand." Xiaowanwan lulled the little one in her arms to sleep and gazed out the window for a long time. The Zhong family would never let go of the Marquis' residence once they married in. The Marquis' residence was crumbling. She retrieved a dried flower made from cold plum blossoms, a gift from Xie Jinqiu when he proposed. The flower buds had grown moldy due to preservation issues. She tossed it out the window. Soon, Qingsheng would come and collect it for firewood. A substitute is always a substitute, even when well-preserved and outwardly splendid. No one knows how dark and foul it is inside. After years of marriage, she finally saw the filth and misery within the Marquis' residence. She could not change others. But she could find a way to leave with Xiaowanwan, severing ties with such a sordid place. At that moment, Xia Zixing was pestering Qing Sheng to teach him strength training and happened to pass by the courtyard, spotting the bundle of cold plum-dried flowers. He immediately recognized it as the bouquet his father had once given to his mother, the one that had been in the vase he broke. Since it was a gift from his father, he would not be polite. He stealthily approached, picked it up, and ran off, calling out to Qing Sheng, quick! Start the fire. I've brought you firewood. Chapter 53. The Conspiracy to Drug Mother Evening. In the kitchen, Granny Rong delivered the medicinal tonic. Luan cast a fleeting glance at her, inquiring, "How long have you been with me?" Granny Rong lowered her gaze. Ever since the eldest lady entered the manor. This old servant has been preparing medicine for her. Luan's eyes seemed to pierce through her, recalling the silver rewards she had bestowed upon this matron over the years, even securing a respectable position for her simple-minded son. Yet now, this Granny Rong persistently brought her the concoctions swapped by the fourth master year after year. Once, she deemed the daughter of the Zhong family to be spoiled and unworthy of the fourth master. Now, she believed that someone like Xie Jinxiu was wholly unfit for the audacious Zhong girl. To Granny Rong, she declared, "From now on, you need not prepare my medicinal tonics anymore. The kitchen is too distant, and the medicines arrive cold. I shall have Qingsheng build a small pavilion in my courtyard for brewing the medicine. You need not bring it to me henceforth." Granny Rong trembled, unable to meet Luan's gaze, merely responding with a soft yes. After her departure, Luan poured the contents of the bowl into a potted plant, which had been nourished by the medicine for quite some time, its green leaves now yellowing. Granny Rong hurried to the compassion hall to relay this matter to Xie Jinxiu. The latter's expression darkened as he turned to Su Ruru, asking, how did she discover the truth about the medicine? She should be unable to conceive after 5 years since my brother arranged for her to take those tonics upon her marriage. Now that she has given birth to Xiaowanwan, it seems impossible for her to have noticed. Su Ruru's eyes were red-rimmed, despite not having wept. She softly remarked, "Ah? Wouldn't it be too cruel for Jinan to act this way towards sister?" She feigned ignorance. Xie Jinxiu sneered. She has already taken action against her father. Can she still be pitied? Do not pretend you were unaware of the drugging. If my brother were not paving the way for you by eliminating Luan ahead of time, would he have sought my assistance in preparing the medicine? Those tonics contained ingredients that induce infertility. If you had not conceived and intended to swap the child with Luan, I would not have halted her tonics. Spare me your pretense. It is quite tiresome. Su Ruru's face turned pale as her schemes were laid bare.
Yet,
she consoled herself with the thought that she still had her son. Xie Huaishan was already able to sit up by himself, gazing deeply at Xie Jinxiu. The latter teased him, "Huaishan, call me father." However, Xie Huaishan merely regarded him disdainfully, pursing his lips in silence. Xie Jinxiu scoffed, "You won't even call me father. Yet you wish to deceive Luan into thinking you are my illegitimate child? Because of you, I nearly lost my own romantic prospects." A surge of frustration welled up within Xie Jinxiu. When did he find himself catering to a mere child? Su Ruru, sensing the tension, quickly intervened. "The fourth master has already aided us immensely. No matter what, Huaishan, and I shall never forget his kindness." Ruru lamented her own shortcomings, having failed to secure a marriage for so many years, and felt she had wronged Huaishan. "Luan's child will speak in 3 months, while my Huaishan cannot yet utter a word." Xie Jinxiu shot her a cold glance, snorting, "It is good that you understand." Before departing, he added, "It seems your eyes have developed styes. Consult the physician." Su Ruru hurried to the mirror, realizing that the itch and pain were indeed due to styes. It appeared the fourth master still cared for her. Their shared childhood and the bond of playing house still lingered. Time passed at a steady pace, and a month later, winter arrived, hinting at impending snow. This month, the various courtyards of the Marquis' residence were in disarray, and life became quite strained. However, the servants in Luan's courtyard thrived, now grilling meat over charcoal in the pavilion. Several maidservants presented the grilled meat to Luan, while Xiaowanwan eagerly awaited the savory aroma. Luan offered a small piece to her. The little one, with 2 adorable teeth, nibbled on the meat. She could now stand for a while, but was still hesitant to take a step. "Miss is truly remarkable. She can stand by herself."
Indeed.
As the weather has turned cold, we bundled her up like a little meatball. She is simply charming. A maid remarked. The one raised by Aunt Sue has just begun to speak, but it is curious. Luan interjected, there is no need for concern. After all, we are all family here. Upon hearing this, everyone leaned in closer. Among them was a little darling with a round head, who had momentarily paused chewing the grilled meat. Young Master Huaishan was peculiar. Unlike ordinary children, his voice was raspy and deep, far lower than the fourth master's. While such a voice was not unpleasant for a boy, it was rather strange for an infant to possess such a tone. The maid continued, glancing at Xiaowanwan. Our Mrs. voice is that of a normal baby. Yes, indeed. Xiaowanwan nodded proudly at her mother. She says I am normal. I am the most normal baby in the world. Luan chuckled helplessly. She then heard Wanwan proudly declare, Mother will be proud of me. Hee hee. Had they succeeded in their schemes, Mother would have had to raise an abnormal child. Moreover, within the small body of the male protagonist resides the soul of an adult from the world of immortals. Xiaowanwan could not help but ponder. The original author must have been a failure of a recluse, unable to shine in his own realm, thus relegating the male protagonist from the world of cultivation to the ancient household, reigning supreme in a manner full of mortals with his meager abilities. Everyone revered and pampered him. Even the brother Zimu, who constantly overshadowed the male protagonist, was depicted as a stepping stone for him. In the original narrative, Zimu willingly accepted being replaced by the male protagonist, even bowing before him.
Ha!
Xiaowanwan let out a scoff. According to the script, such a male protagonist would inevitably attract a multitude of admirers, slender-waisted and long-legged, either sultry or vivaciously cute. Yet, the male protagonist feigned deep affection, claiming to favor Xiaowanwan's little cousin, pretending to be enamored while secretly orchestrating her drugging, robbing her of her innocence. Contemplating this, Xiaowanwan's expression soured as she looked up resolutely at her mother. In this entire story, only the villainous uncle stands a chance against the male protagonist. Chapter 54, stealthily entering Uncle San's courtyard with little uncle. Suddenly, Xiaowanwan recalled that the author must have written side stories about her mother and the villainous uncle. Yet she regrettably had not finished reading them. Luan's hand hesitated momentarily, a glimmer of light buried deep in her eyes. If Xia Huaishan was truly that formidable, she must hasten her plans to escape this place. Only by distancing herself from this tumultuous realm could her Wanwan find peace and safety. She picked up a roasted leg and inquired of the little one, Do you wish to have more? Xiaowanwan felt a deep sadness. What was her mother doing? Luring her with a chicken leg, which she could hardly refuse. Leg. With joy, she accepted it, the chicken leg nearly larger than her face, and she began to nibble on it with her crescent-shaped eyes gleaming with delight. After all, she would protect her mother, unfazed by the male protagonist.
Hee hee.
Pan Chun raised an eyebrow. I thought you had forgotten about this matter. That old woman intended to silence the young master, but I secretly rescued her.
Yes.
Pan Chun took the letter, having not even touched the roasted meat, and withdrew. The wedding date for the fourth master was approaching swiftly. The dowry for Zhong Yuyan surpassed her expectations, filling Xie Jinqiu's courtyard to the brim. Everyone in the Marquis' residence was all smiles. During the wedding ceremony, several children were playing, laughter echoing through the halls, yet the visitors from the Zhong family wore grim expressions. This time, Luan did not refuse. She bowed in respect to the couple, Xie Jinqiu. The lively day finally came to a close. Lu Shi approached at that moment, his youthful face beaming. Sister, the task you assigned me is complete. That pouch. I need not return it to him, right? He seems to have lost interest in marrying now. Lu Shi nodded, surprised that his sister held a grudge just like him. Warmth filled his heart, finding her somewhat endearing for being so meticulous. Xiaowanwan steadied herself against a stool and took a couple of steps before stumbling and falling at little uncle's feet. She revealed a small grin, her two baby teeth visible, and grasped her uncle's leg in an attempt to stand. Lu Shi effortlessly lifted her, helping her to stand upright. Xiaowanwan's legs trembled as she cast an indignant look at her little uncle. You villain little uncle, such a scoundrel, not even providing a stool for me. There was nothing around her, so far away, while she stood unsteadily in the open, clutching a teething stick, looking utterly helpless. Sister, Did you summon me regarding my marriage? He hesitated, contemplating whether to divulge his decision to his sister, remembering how he nearly toppled a stool when praising Li Duo. Would it seem odd to suddenly express disinterest in marriage? He could not possibly tell her he could hear Xiaowanwan's thoughts, that she was the one advising him against marriage. Would anyone believe such a tale? Well, it is almost dinner time. You should eat, and then we shall invite Miss Li to discuss further. On his brother's momentous day, indulging in a few extra drinks was entirely justified. Lu Shi began to speak, but was interrupted by Lu Wan. I understand your thoughts. Sister would never harm you. Lu Shi had no choice but to relent.
What?
Mother, are you not going to check on your little baby? Your little baby can hardly stand, boo-hoo. Hearing these words, Lu Wan hurriedly scooped up the helpless little one. Xiaowanwan babbled in her sweet, innocent voice, scolding, Uncle, villain. The adults chuckled. After dinner, Lu Wan stated, to prevent the cat from causing further harm, summon Qingda to capture it. I will personally give instructions. Yes, the maid complied.
Oh.
That cat was caught by the third young master for Li's family. It understands human speech and is treasured by them. If mother sends someone to capture it, Li will surely be displeased. That cat is not something just anyone can capture. It is nearly a spirit cat. Even the old monk from Jinshan Temple cannot catch it. However, that cat faces a significant calamity in its lifetime. Should it encounter it, it will never attain spirit status. Xiaowanwan mused that it would be splendid if she could catch it herself. She would undoubtedly be faster than the cat. If little uncle takes me, I shall definitely catch that smelly cat and teach it a lesson. Lu Shi felt a jolt at her words. Such a charming little girl. How could she possibly catch that hefty tabby cat? Soon, Qingda arrived and Lu Wan specifically came out from the house to converse with him. Qingda candidly disclosed his actions concerning Xie Jinzhao and relayed various matters regarding the household. Lu Shi, disinterested, excused himself under the pretense of relieving himself. In truth, he wished to sneak into Third Master Xie's courtyard at night to verify the little one's claims. Yet, he understood that such actions were inappropriate. However, upon exiting the lavatory, he spotted Xiaowanwan stealthily crawling out while Lu Wan and Qingda were engaged in conversation. Indeed, she crawled with remarkable speed, faster than a burrowing rat or a clever cat. She was only slightly larger than a rat, referring to the southern variety. A chilling thought struck Lu Shi. This little one seemed to know everything, so perhaps it was not a bad idea to take her along for some fun. Xiaowanwan, sucking on her pacifier, locked eyes with her little uncle and quickly stood up in a panic. She placed her finger on her lips. Sure.
Veal.
Take mud, go. With that, she wiggled her diaper-clad backside and disappeared around the corridor's corner. Lu Shi promptly followed. On the wall of Third Master's courtyard, there was a cat-sized hole, and the little one slipped through it effortlessly.
Huh?
Where's little uncle? Why didn't he come in? This hole is quite large. Lu Shi stood outside the wall, gazing at the hole smaller than his head, lost in contemplation. Ultimately, he resolved to employ his lightness skills to leap over the wall. A gust of wind swept past Xiaowanwan's ears. Hey! Someone's discovered us. Chapter 55. The entire household gathered to feast on Uncle San's melon. Xiaowanwan suddenly turned her little head and spotted her uncle. Lu Shi crouched down, inserted a pacifier into her mouth, and quietly led her inside. Before long, they arrived at a brightly lit room where the anguished cries and furious curses of a man echoed within. Do you have any idea how I've endured this past month? That Qin Yan, a scion of the officialdom, actually came to the prison to beat me. I've been left with whip marks all over my body. And as if that weren't enough, he stripped me bare and whipped my backside. I've never experienced such humiliation in my life. Every morning, I'm dragged up for a beating. After lunch, the torment continues. In the adjacent cell is Su Ruru's father, that old man who does nothing but relieve himself, creating a stench unbearable. Next door is my informant, who relayed messages for me in the capital, all thanks to that fool Su Bo ever since they arrived. Someone has taken the brunt of the torture for me. Those guards have become utterly exhausted, preferring to haul bricks than continue this torment. I will not let that scoundrel Qin Yan or Qingda off so easily. I merely wanted to test his daughter. It's not like I wished for his demise. Does he really have to go to such lengths to ruin me? Recalling the last time I was stripped and beaten by Qingda, I felt both exhilarated and humiliated. How could those people in the prison even conceive of such things? Could you be a bit gentler? Xie Jinzhao turned to Li Duoduo, dissatisfied. At that moment, Li Duoduo was applying medicine to his backside and hurriedly apologized. I'm so sorry, I'll be lighter.
What are you thinking about?
Xie Jinzhao noticed her distraction. He shrugged off the medicine in her hand and hastily donned his clothes.
No.
No, Duoduo only has thoughts of third master. Even if Duoduo were to marry someone else, her heart will forever belong to third master, she explained earnestly. In truth, Lu Shi's circumstances were far superior to Xie Jinzhao's. He was far more innocent, yet it was third master who aided her when that cat scratched Lu Shi. Without third master, she would never have had the chance to associate with someone of Lu Shi's noble lineage. Rest assured, since I have assisted you, I will not obstruct your marriage. However, once you are wed, you must think of me. I have yet to experience the role of a husband, haha. If you think to shake me off by marrying, I shall conspire to reveal the incident of the cat scratching Lu Shi to him. Do you think he would still cherish someone as cunning and jaded as you?
Tonight.
Comply with my wishes. Outside, the figures of a large man and a small girl stiffened. Lu Shi covered his mouth, his teeth chattering. It turned out that what his niece had said was true. Lowering his gaze, he saw his niece straining to stand upright, her little bottom wiggling as she eagerly pressed against the wall to eavesdrop. Oh dear, Uncle San is even more perverse than I am. Poor little uncle. How pitiful for him. Thankfully, this green hat is still tender. If it's not snipped off soon, he shall be utterly green with envy. While pondering this, she gazed sympathetically up at her uncle. Alas, what a green-hatted man. She mimicked Lu Shi's words in a teasing tone. Sister is truly a wonderful person. Brother is endlessly grateful to her, in a sarcastic tone. Lu Shi turned green with envy. Then, a woman's surprised exclamation echoed from within. Third master. Lu Shi thought something was amiss and intended to knock on the door to inquire. But he heard Xie Jinzhao say, Open your mouth. I cannot move now. You must serve me well. Lu Shi, did you know you are such a lewd creature? From now on, shall we display this to him? Lu Shi trembled with rage, fists clenched tightly, his face turning an ominous shade of green. Were it not for the child's presence, he would have charged in to deliver a beating to the pair of shameless lovers. Will they come to blows? Poor little uncle. He's merely a pawn in their play. Hearing the child's thoughts, he managed to calm himself slightly, crouched down to scoop her up, covered her ears, and hastened away. Thank goodness, this little one knows nothing. If sister were to discover the lewdness of those two, she would surely kill him. Meanwhile, Qing Sheng rushed about, spreading the word. Arriving at the charity hall, she timidly addressed the crowd and Sururu. No, it's terrible. Something has happened in third master's courtyard. After notifying that courtyard, she darted off to others. Wang Xia also sprinted quickly, banging on the door of Xie Jinzhao's bridal chamber, shouting, It's terrible. Something has happened to third master. After a long while, Xie Jinzhao finally emerged, wrapped tightly. What now? It can't be that he's been beaten bare again by Qingda? Zhong Yuyan, clad in vibrant red, emerged, her makeup striking. She smirked, saying, Why the fuss? Is there not a more opportune time to discuss this? Wang Xia, catching her breath, exclaimed, It's a huge scoop. Zhong Yuyan raised an eyebrow. What is it? Speak it out. Wang Xia leaned closer to whisper in her ear, Fourth lady, I heard that a little wild cat that scratches has entered third master's courtyard. And third master has been terribly scratched. Zhong Yuyan regarded her with suspicion. Is that all? I'm not interested. Wang Xia insisted. Third master and the wild cat are engaged in a fierce struggle, a conflagration of passion. Zhong Yuyan gave her a meaningful glance, summoned a servant to fetch a fox fur cloak, and urgently grasped Wang Xia's hand. Let us hurry and see. Wang Xia thought to herself, This fourth lady is exceptionally swift. Had she not grabbed my hand, I would have been left behind long ago. As the two departed, Xie Jinzhao, feeling weak in the legs, nearly collapsed on the threshold. He rolled up his sleeve, revealing a shocking array of bruises and bloody whip marks, hastily applying some medicine before rushing to follow. Inside Xie Jinzhao's courtyard, the two were fervently engaged in passion, the bed creaking beneath them. Suddenly, the room was illuminated as Qingde led a group of people, knocking out the matron stationed at the door, charging toward Third Master's room. He laughed maliciously, shouting, "Quickly! Quickly! That feral cat that scratches has burst into Third Master's room. Protect Third Master."
Charge.
Upon hearing the commotion, Xie Jinzhao froze momentarily. Li Duoduo's face turned pale as she scrambled for her clothes. But it was far too late. With a loud bang, Qingde kicked the door open. Torch in hand. Chapter 56, The Catastrophic Revelation. Uncle exposed to the entire household, a piercing sound erupted within the room. Li Duo snatched the blanket, desperately covering herself. Trembling in the corner, Xie Jinzhao, battered and bruised, found his mobility restricted, and the only blanket he possessed had been seized by Li Duo. The icy wind from outside swept into the room, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. He felt an overwhelming sensation of being scrutinized, as if countless eyes were fixed upon him from behind. What a maddening thrill! His teeth chattered as he dared not turn around, furiously bellowing, "How dare you intrude? Leave this instant!" His hands trembled, recalling the humiliation of being pinned down and exposed before the entire household. The terror of being seen by everyone was too much to bear. It haunted him for several nights, manifesting in nightmares where he could not find a single piece of clothing to wear. If he were not the master of he might have wished for death. Remembering his status, Xie Jinzhao summoned his dignity, straightening his back and placing his hands behind him. "Do you seek death? Leave at once." However, Qingde was not one to be intimidated. Clearly emboldened, he fixated on Xie Jinzhao's posterior and suddenly shouted, "A wild cat! A wild cat is in Third Master's room. Look, Third Master is covered in scratches from the wild cat." The strong men surged forward, examining Xie Jinzhao's backside. Indeed, how could Third Master have been so badly scratched? Good heavens, it looks painful. Why isn't he howling? The gravity of the situation dawned upon them. If they were to be scratched, it could lead to infection. "Quick, catch that cat." At this moment, Xie Jinzhao's shame and fury reached a crescendo. He wanted to shout, "Is it courteous to gawk at another's rear?" But he could only stammer, "Get out." Before he could finish his sentence, Qingde covered his mouth from behind and dragged him out. "We must prevent the wild cat from harming Third Master again," he shouted, his excitement evident. Outside, a crowd had gathered, including Su Ro, Xie Jinqiu and his wife, and even all the masters and servants of the household. Upon seeing Qingde drag out the exposed man, screams pierced the night. The household erupted in chaos. The ladies turned pale, their ears flushed with embarrassment, wishing they could shield their eyes. The men, equally mortified and furious, hurriedly covered their womenfolk and children's eyes. By all that is holy, every time such news arises, Third Master makes an entrance that is nothing short of explosive. It is shocking, incredible.
Ah!
The visual impact was so immense that even the most illustrious words failed to encapsulate the scene. Qingde turned the exposed man around, and the servants emitted another round of piercing screams. What a perfectly intact man.
Ah!
What have I just witnessed? My eyes, my eyes. Erkong, where are you? I cannot see. I am tainted. Even an unmarried woman gasped, I have seen a complete man. What a stark contrast to the bland existence I have endured. In that instant, the courtyard was in disarray, a tumultuous spectacle unfolding. Xie Jinzhao felt his mind blank. When he opened his eyes, he was met with a sea of heads staring at him. The overwhelming shame surged within him,
causing his head to spin.
He trembled, hastily covering himself. It was over. Everything was lost. The cold was no longer of any consequence. He felt utterly unfit for this world. Farewell, beautiful world. He fainted. Xie Jinqiu, his face contorted in disgust, covered his nose, unable to bear the sight. Though he summoned a robe to drape over Xie Jinzhao in consideration of the advice his brother had once given him. It was the first time she had witnessed a complete man, utterly shattering her worldview. However, she and the others were curious about what had transpired inside. At that moment, the people from Luwan's courtyard arrived, and upon seeing the scene, they turned away in shock. The wild cat had reappeared, and if not captured, It would surely harm the masters and everyone else. I had to pursue the wild cat, which led me to Third Master's courtyard. Upon entering, I found Third Master engaged in a fierce struggle with the wild cat, oblivious to everything around him. As you have seen, Third Master is covered in wounds, undoubtedly severe. I bravely intervened to rescue Third Master, but there was also a woman inside, likely his companion. Before the wild cat intervened, they had scattered their clothes everywhere. What a pity! Qingda sighed dramatically. Seeing Third Master in such a complete state led everyone to draw their conclusions about what had occurred. The woman inside was equally shameless, daring to engage in such acts with Third Master without any proper introduction. Now, having committed such an embarrassing deed, she was fortunate to escape with her life. Xie Jinxiu's expression darkened as he turned to Luwan. Sister-in-law, do you believe Qingda's account? The sharpness of his words was evident. He was aware of her involvement, and she knew he was aware. However, Xie Jinxiu could not comprehend her motives.
Luwan,
Not intending to conceal her actions from him, had sent Wang Xia to relay the message. 3 parts credible, 7 parts. We shall see once the wild cat is captured. Xie Jinxiu had already deduced the origins of the wild cat, but chose to remain silent. That tabby cat was almost supernatural. Not even the skilled servants or the esteemed monk Yuan Tong could catch it. The cat resided at Jingshan Temple, and Xie Jinxiu had witnessed its agility firsthand. He had no faith that the incompetent servants of the could ever catch it. Master, the wild cat has jumped out the window. It moves swiftly.
perhaps it is a cat spirit,
Shouted one of the men. Those skilled attempted to give chase, but none could catch up. Xie Jinxiu chuckled. What wild cat? It is evident that Qingda seeks personal revenge, using this as an excuse to ruin Third Master's affairs and humiliate him. I wonder how he could orchestrate such a scheme without your assistance, sister-in-law? Luwan smiled wryly, but said nothing. Xie Jinxiu observed her closely, noting her forced composure and stubbornness. I shall see if you can catch that cat. For the first time, he saw Luwan flustered. His confidence grew as he trusted in the prowess of his mother's cat. He found it hard to believe anyone could capture that cat. If they did, he would kneel and call him grandfather. Just then, a plaintive meow echoed nearby, accompanied by an impatient voice urging, "Hurry up." Chapter 57. The fat cat scolds me. A chubby infant, clutching a pacifier, lay atop a large fat cat, her plump little hands tugging at its ears to urge it forward. Trailing behind her was a handsome young man, Xiaowanwan and Lu Shi. Xiaowanwan nearly tumbled off the cat's back, but was saved just in time by Lu Shi, who gently placed her into Luwan's embrace. With her fingers wet with tears, Xiaowanwan cried out, "Mother! Mother! Woo-woo!" She pointed at herself, sobbing pitifully. "The cat bullies me," she lamented. "That stinky cat ran up to the roof and wouldn't come down for me to ride it. Whoa. I was so angry that I cried and beat it. It even scolded me with such filthy words, mother. Whoa. The fat cat." The onlookers. Luwan, indulging the child, held her tightly and soothed her, turning to Qingda and asking, "Is this the wild cat that has caused injury?" Qingda glanced at Lu Shi, who nodded affirmatively. "Sister, I am quite certain it is the one that scratched me." The fat cat, meow? It looked at Qingda in confusion. "What a large pot. Why don't you ask if I can bear the weight?" Shouldn't the 4th master apologize for his earlier words? Luwan remarked calmly. Xie Jinxiu's expression darkened. The cat bore a distinct ingot-shaped marking, confirming it belonged to the Li family. However, this cat had always been wild, obedient only to the Li family. Why was it now so compliant to a child? It sat here without leaving or attacking anyone. He regretted coming out in the dead of night to witness this absurdity. It was truly uncanny. Shouldn't the 4th master apologize for what he just said? Luwan reiterated. Xie Jinxiu grimaced, realizing he had underestimated his sister-in-law's resolve. "I apologize, sister-in-law." Luwan continued. "You should also apologize to Qingda." Qingda stood tall and resolute. Xie Jinxiu's face turned ashen. How could Luwan ask him to apologize to a servant in front of all the household staff? It was an affront to his dignity. His fists clenched tightly beneath his sleeves. From this day forth, he and Luwan were irreparably at odds. "Husband, since the servant has committed no wrong, as masters, should we not show some humility to earn the people's respect?" At that moment, Zhong Yuyan spoke leisurely, casting her gaze upon Lu Wan for a while. Such an ethereal beauty, so pure and radiant, was being ostracized by the Marquis' household. It was truly a sight to behold. Lu Wan had once aided her, and she bore no ill will towards her. She merely wished to return the favor. Xie Jinxiu gritted his teeth. What my wife says is true. I was in the wrong earlier. Qingda, please do not hold it against me.
Qingda soto defiantly.
Mother, that person in the room is Li Duoduo. She was just playing house with third uncle inside. Xiaowanwan looked at Lu Shi with a grin, as if she had stumbled upon a monumental revelation. Lu Shi's expression darkened as he glared at the little girl, thinking how much easier it would be if she were a boy. So he could simply hang him on the wall and give him a good beating for mocking his uncle. Qingda summoned several maids to rescue the woman inside. She clutched the quilt tightly around her face. Hearing the cries, Lu Wan furrowed her brows. Why did that sound so familiar, as if it belonged to someone in the household? The crowd began to speculate which maid had climbed the social ladder. One of the maids, fuming, rushed over and yanked the quilt away from the woman's face. Let me see which maid dares to be so bold as to climb into third master's bed. Li Duoduo gasped, suddenly finding clarity under the bright moonlight, surrounded by a throng of onlookers who pointed and whispered. Even several masters of the Marquis' household looked upon her with astonishment. To make matters worse, she spotted Lu Shi nearby, his expression one of utter disappointment. It was Lu Shi. Her face flushed with shame and anger as she cried out, I am innocent. You must believe me. How could it be cousin? The lady raised her within the Marquis' household, intending to marry her off to a good family in the capital. But it seemed that was no longer feasible. What a disgrace. She had gone from one family to another, and she wondered how she could still hold her head high. Years ago, a punishment like drowning would have been warranted. The mocking voices surrounded her, and Li Duoduo felt as if she would suffocate. She disregarded their taunts. What mattered most was how Lu Shi perceived her. Even if she could become Lu Shi's concubine, that would suffice. Trembling and with reddened eyes, she crawled to Lu Wan. Cousin, I am innocent. You must believe me. I have loved Lu Shi since childhood. How could I possibly be involved with third master? You must stand up for me. Seeing Lu Wan sigh and shake her head, she turned to Lu Shi. Lu Shi, I once risked my reputation to save you. Do you not believe me? Her words elicited gasps from the crowd. What was this? The cousin had feelings for third young master? And she had even risked her reputation to save him? Goodness. When had she been seen in the company of third master Xie? Lu Shi's heart twisted painfully. He could not reconcile the image of this seemingly innocent girl with the raucous sounds he had heard in third master Xie's chamber. His reputation mattered little to him, but he could not allow his sister's name to be sullied alongside his own. Li Duoduo, the cat that scratched me, and your timely appearance to help. It is clear to both you and third master what has transpired. Your innocence or guilt does not concern me. But I cannot stand by as you are caught in such scandalous circumstances, pleading for my sister to save you. My sister knows nothing of your supposed rescue of me or your involvement with third master Xie. Do not attempt to drag her into this mess. With that, he gritted his teeth, producing a brocade pouch. I will overlook this matter. We shall part ways from here, as if we have never met. He tossed the pouch at Li Duoduo's feet and turned away. His feelings for her had been reduced to mere gratitude. Now that he realized his sense of obligation had been orchestrated, he felt a weight lift from his heart. Perhaps his sister was right. He should seek a true understanding and love in marriage, rather than cling to insignificant gratitudes that coerced him into compromise. Li Duoduo's face turned pale as she collapsed to the ground. Lu Shi knew everything. What would she do now? Where could she find a family as good as his? She cast an angry glare at the fainted Xie Jinxiu, her eyes filled with pain. Uncle is truly commendable. This corner has not been eavesdropped on in vain. Thank goodness they did not see it as part of a play. Xiaowanwan raised her hand, wanting to applaud, but was pressed down by Lu Wan, whose face was grim. Lu Shi, what have you brought her to listen to? The fourth master, fourth sister-in-law, you are the ones in charge of the Marquis' household. Please handle this matter. As for the cat. Mother, mere mortals cannot kill this cat. Allow me to teach it a lesson. What? It scolded me so vilely. Meow meow meow. That's how it scolded me. Chapter 58. The fourth aunt teaches the young mistress Xiaowanwan, in a fit of anxiety, extended her tiny hand and pointed at the fat cat, uttering a series of incoherent sounds. Luan paused momentarily before continuing. This cat has scratched my brother. Let Qingda capture it in my courtyard for punishment. The fat cat, with a languid gaze yet drenched in sweat, found itself seized by Qingda, lifted by the nape of its neck. Just as it attempted to resist, it was met with a scratch from Qingda. However, a childish threat echoed in its mind. If you dare scratch my Qingda, I shall ensure you live your life as a mere cat. Alas, no one was aware of the ordeal it had just endured. While it was climbing on the rooftop, a place it was most adept at, the infant's words caused it to slip. In its century-long existence, it had never stumbled before. Thus, it had no choice but to comply with the commands of this diaper-clad child. At the moment Qingda turned its gaze toward it, the cat feigned innocence, letting out a soft meow. Qingda pondered in confusion. Isn't this cat quite well behaved? Why does it scratch people indiscriminately? The question lingered, baffling him. Xie Jinxiu watched helplessly as his stepmother's cat was taken away, his gaze fixed and unyielding. Yet if he intervened, it would only confirm the suspicion that the Li family had set the cat upon Lu's third son to facilitate Li Duoduo's marriage into the Lu household. What face would the Hou residents have left then? He glanced at Zhong Yuyan, feeling a mix of displeasure and restraint. Zhong Yuyan, not one to be easily fooled, clearly understood the dynamics at play. With a smile, she inquired, "Husband, would you like me to handle this?" Xie Jinxiu acknowledged, "In this household, for now, you are the only one fit to take charge." She nearly burst into laughter. The two calamities of the Hou residents were quite amusingly matched against each other, sparing the virtuous young ladies and gentlemen from their mischief. Xie Jinxiu hesitated but ultimately remained silent, recognizing that only when Zhong Yuyan held the reins of power would she willingly contribute funds to alleviate the Hou residents' financial woes. The deficits were but a trifling sum compared to the substantial amounts he required for his endeavors outside, all of which depended on Zhong Yuyan. You are now the prospective matriarch. Your word is law. With that, Xie Jinxiu turned and left. Zhong Yuyan watched his retreating figure, a glimmer of hatred and pain flickering in her eyes. Since she had assumed control, none in the Hou residence who sought to exploit her would find respite. Turning with a smile, she commanded, "Little Fortune Star, find someone to deliver a marriage proposal to the Li family overnight. By morning, I wish to see the fortune teller set an auspicious date for their wedding." Fourth aunt, a gentle voice interjected from the side. Zhong Yuyan turned to see Su Ruru holding a small boy, gazing at her intently. "What objections do you have to my decision?" The Li family intends for Li Duoduo to marry into the Lu household, to assist her in overthrowing Luwan, she continued. Even though Li Duoduo has lost her purity, marrying a Lu illegitimate son or another branch as a concubine would suffice. Yet this newlywed fourth aunt, oblivious to the circumstances, has unilaterally decided this matter. The allies and pawns of the Li family have become intertwined. It is undeniably a substantial loss. Zhong Yuyan let out a cold chuckle. I had thought you possessed some standing. As a mere concubine, you dare challenge me? Guards, silence her. The maid behind Little Fortune Star promptly stepped forward to restrain Su Ruru's hands. Little Fortune Star seized Xia Huaishan and brought him before Zhong Yuyan. Upon seeing the unsightly child, Zhong Yuyan frowned. Is this the child of Xie Jinxiu's mistress? However, the child's voice only added to her disdain. Xie Huaishan opened his mouth, glaring fiercely, resembling a small beast ready to attack. Dare to hit my mother and die. His voice was coarse and deep, his small stature exuding a fierce demeanor, sending shivers down Zhong Yuyan's spine. Truly unlikable, she thought, turning her attention back to Su Ruru. Strike her. With that command, the maids disregarded Su Ruru's struggles, firmly holding her hands. The sound of sharp slaps echoed through the air. Su Ruru cried out, but no one paid her any mind. It wasn't until her face was swollen and reddened that Zhong Yuyan finally ordered them to stop. I hope you remember your place. You are but a lowly concubine. Should you dare to challenge my authority again, I could easily sell you off without a second thought. Zhong Yuyan leaned in closer, enunciating each word. Do not believe me? Feel free to test it. After delivering her ultimatum, She turned and left with decisive efficiency. Su Ruru, feeling utterly defeated, sank to the ground. The cold wind cutting across her inflamed cheeks as she covered her face, shedding bitter tears. Why must this be? The entire Ho residence supports my ascension. I am destined to be the matriarch. My son is the chosen one. Why must I endure such humiliation from just anyone who marries in? First Lu Wan.
Now Zhong Yuyan.
Once my son rises, I shall ensure both of them meet their end without a grave. Xia Huaishan crawled over to comfort her. Mother. He began, wanting to assure her that once he grew up, all these mortals would perish. Yet he was too young, his speech was unclear, and he couldn't find a place rich in spiritual energy to cultivate, so he could only endure. Once this body matured, and he could begin his training. Reaching even the foundational stage would allow him to trample all the mortals of this realm beneath his feet. Su Ruru held him close, wiping her tears. Huaishan, the deity has once again sent me a dream. Rest assured, Mother will eventually bring them all to their knees, granting you a noble identity. Her ascent had been guided by the deity's visions, allowing her to reach her current position. The Ho residence coveted Huaishan, and she too had her own cards to play. With the entire Ho residence aiding her, how could she fear that her fortunes would not rise? However, the deity had mentioned that once her ambitions were fulfilled, something would need to be taken away. Su Ruru did not hesitate to agree. As for what that might be, it certainly could not be her Huaishan or the wealth and glory. If not those two, she would willingly part with anything else. Chapter 59. Referring to the cat as a dog the following day, Lu Wan observed the unusual pair before her, one large and one small. Lu Shi, with his head bowed low, gazed at the little one seated on the ground, playing with her pacifier. Upon noticing that Xiaowanwan's pacifier had suddenly fallen to the ground, Lu Shi hurriedly squatted down to retrieve it, exclaiming, Hee sister, look. She made the pacifier dirty. I'll take her to wash it. Xiaowanwan looked up in confusion. Lu Wan said tersely, stop right there. Sister, I didn't mean to. Lu Shi immediately straightened up, never daring to act out in front of his sister. The cat belonged to the Li family. If you send someone to catch it, it would certainly offend them. Therefore, I thought to take matters into my own hands. When the time comes, you can tell others that I am reckless, but I do not wish to implicate you, sister. The youth spoke earnestly, his once proud head now deeply bowed, resembling a child who had committed a misdeed. However, Lu Wan was not swayed. She instructed Pan Chun to carry the still-playing Xiaowanwan outside, and then pinched Lu Shi's ear. Sister, I truly understand my mistake. Please be gentle. Tell me, what have you been teaching Wanwan? Why was she shouting all night long yesterday? Lu Wan found it difficult to voice her thoughts. Feeling a flush of embarrassment, Xiaowanwan had been shouting promiscuous little hoof all night long. Furthermore, she was singing in her heart. Love is a ray of light, green enough to make you uneasy, and if you wish to live well, you must wear some green above. There were many more, but Lu Wan could not recall them all. Although she did not understand their meaning, she knew they were undeniably related to Lu Shi's green hat. Even more infuriating was that the little one had mentioned treating her uncle to a meal, and regarding what dishes to serve, she mumbled to herself, which Lu Wan could not quite hear. In any case, it was certainly connected to last night's events. Lu Shi's ears reddened instantly, his face flushed with embarrassment. Sister, we truly intended to catch the cat last night, but we happened to pass by Xia Sanni's room, and inside there were things. He could not bring himself to finish the sentence.
Who could have known how those people played?
Lu Wan, exasperated yet amused, picked up a ruler nearby.
So,
you indeed took Wanwan to corrupt her ears. I shall teach you a proper lesson today. If you wanted to catch the cat, I wouldn't have said a word. But she's only 6 months old. How could you dare to take her on such a risk? Lu Shi, with a sorrowful expression, silently extended his palm to receive a hit. I didn't want to take her, but that cat is truly formidable, and only Wanwan could catch it. I really didn't mean it. He was already 16, yet his sister still treated him this way. Did he not care for his dignity? Lu Wan asked in surprise. How do you know that only Wanwan can catch that cat? Lu Shi pouted. If I told you that I can hear what Wanwan thinks, would you find it hard to believe? Lu Wan was taken aback. Thinking she had hurt her sister's feelings, Lu Shi stepped forward to console her. Sister, it's a good thing that Wanwan is close to me. Don't be sad just because you cannot hear her thoughts. I will protect her for you. Luan smiled faintly. Brother, kneel down. I need to ask you something. Lu Shi immediately knelt, as it was his reflex to kneel before heaven, earth, parents, and even his sister. Luan continued, this matter is known only to you and me, and it must not reach a third party. There have been rumors of evil spirits everywhere in recent years. Wanwan is absolutely a normal child. Do not let this matter spread. If it brings her harm, you. Brother understands, he replied. Luan nodded, striking his palm with the ruler. Get up. Lu Shi smiled slightly, pleased that his sister indeed cared for him. She never hit him too hard. He stood up happily. At that moment, Pan Chun rushed in. Not good. Miss is in trouble. Luan and Lu Shi hurried to the backyard, only to find Xiaowanwan sitting on the ground, sucking on her pacifier while crying and pointing at the fat cat. The fat cat sat with its ears drooped, half squatting on the ground, looking at her helplessly. Luan asked Qing Sheng what had happened. Qing Sheng chuckled awkwardly. The young lady saw the cat here and insisted that I let it out to play. After a while, perhaps bored, she pointed at the cat and insisted it bark like a dog, claiming it was a little puppy. But the cat wouldn't comply, continuously meowing, which made the young lady so upset that she cried. She attempted to pull the cat's fur, but I stopped her. Luan. Lu Shi. Why on earth would you make a perfectly fine cat bark like a dog? How could it possibly do that? Xiaowanwan continued to cry. When she saw her mother approach, she paused, smeared her saliva across her face, and resumed her wailing. Dog, doggy, bullied me. I just wanted it to bark a couple of times, and it insulted me. Whoa. Mother, do you know how rude it was? It meowed and meowed, scolding me. The fat cat thought, is this a joke, little ancestor? Yes, I appreciate your saving me from these foolish caretakers, but you cannot humiliate my dignity as a feline. Barking like a dog? Why not let me learn to meow like you? In ancient times, Zhao Gao pointed at a deer and called it a horse. Now you, Xiaowanwan, are calling a cat a dog, right?
Who understands?
It was utterly speechless. Xiaowanwan's lips quivered as her big eyes brimmed with tears.
It's
a dog. Doggy. The fat cat thought it had truly had enough. Xiaowanwan cried louder, it's a doggy. The fat cat, initially wanting to turn away, suddenly noticed the young uncle, sword drawn, and the girl with the strength of an ox, brandishing a spiked club, standing behind Xiaowanwan. The fat cat. Woof. Xiaowanwan ceased her tears, staring blankly at the fat cat. The fat cat barked, woof woof woof, woof woof woof, woof woof woof. Seeing the two put away their weapons, the fat cat was drenched in sweat. Xiaowanwan, no longer crying, struggled to rise, patting the cat's head.
good. Good doggy.
From now on, I'll be a little baby with a doggy. You must listen to me, and when I turn 3, I'll help you cultivate into a spirit. The fat cat paused, then immediately began to frolic around her, bounding joyfully. What a joke. It a dignified cat. Needed the promise of a little child? Whiff, 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 whiff. However, those who know how to adapt are wise. Having something is better than having nothing. Luan felt her eyelids twitching and could not help but give her daughter a thumbs up. She vaguely recalled that her daughter possessed a skill, a prophetic saying. That is to say, good omens do not work, but bad omens do. So, this cat. Forget it. As long as she is happy, that's what matters. Originally, she had planned for Qingda to dispose of the cat last night. But if not for Wanwan insisting on keeping it, this scene would never have unfolded. As soon as she finished her thoughts, Wang Xia rushed in. Madam, something has happened outside. What happened? Chapter 60. The return of the unworthy father and the odious stepmother. The citizens of Anyuan County welcomed them with fervor, daily offering their devotion at the altar. Despite indulging in lavish feasts, they found themselves devoid of freedom. Every moment was surveilled, whether relieving themselves or dining, and even during slumber, they were under the watchful eyes of the well-meaning populace. Had it not been for the imperial edict that arrived, they would have been unable to escape that wretched place. Now, the 3 bore sun-kissed complexions. Qingda initially intended to send them to the authorities, but seeing their lesson tan made the task more delicate. Thus, he promptly dispatched someone to inform the heads of the various households. As Luan stepped into the front courtyard, she was met with a scathing reprimand from Lady Li. How dare you conceal such a momentous occasion as the fourth young master's marriage from us? Have you forgotten your own mother-in-law? Her pent-up rage from months found its target in Luwan, who was the first to cross her path. Luwan opened her mouth to respond, but Lu Shi swiftly handed the child to Pan Chun and stepped forward. Lady Li, my sister was deprived of her rightful authority, and the fourth young master's marriage is a decision he made himself. My sister has done nothing wrong. Why must you speak to her so harshly? You, young master of the Lu family, should not take offense at my candor. Are you aware that a woman, upon marriage, must serve her husband and honor her in-laws? If she has done nothing, then she is at fault. A dutiful daughter-in-law would have sent a letter home. Yet she has not inquired about your well-being while you were here in Anyuan County for disaster relief. Though Lady Li's countenance was stormy, she remained somewhat courteous towards Lu Shi, for he was not of her bloodline. Lu Shi, however, held nothing back. Upon discovering Lady Li's deliberate abandonment of his sister, leaving her a widow in Jinshan Temple, and her coercion to extract the emperor's rewards from her, he had already cursed her in his heart countless times. Now, finally voicing his disdain, he felt a surge of relief. Lady Li's face turned a shade darker. Xie Jinan stepped forward, visibly displeased. Young Master Lu, while we welcome you to your disrespect towards the lady of the house is unbecoming of a gentleman. A gentleman? Lu Shi scoffed, sizing him up. When my sister was treated harshly, where were you as her husband? With your concubines, perhaps? Now that I speak a few words in her defense, you grow agitated. Why do you not reign in your mother? Xie Jinan's expression soured immediately. He then turned to Lady Li and himself. Madam, young master, after such a long journey, let the servants prepare for your rest. With the recent arrival of a new bride and the third young master's impending marriage, may you refresh yourselves to better welcome the joyous days ahead. Who is marrying the third young master? Whose daughter is it? Lady Li asked, bewildered. Her illegitimate son had always sought her approval. Surely, he would discuss any prospective bride with her before making such a decision. Yet now, he had hastily set a wedding date without her knowledge. She glared at Luwan. On what grounds do you decide the marriage for Jin Zhao? Lady Li was on the verge of apoplexy, convinced this was yet another instance of Xie Jin Zhao consorting with some lowly woman, now forced to marry due to the discovery of their dalliance. Such a woman could hardly befit a good family, even if she were deemed worthy. What benefits could she possibly bring to This folly was also a reflection of Luwan's poor handling of the matter. If the third young master wishes to indulge, let him do so. If seen, the worst that might occur is that he takes the girl as a concubine or a secondary wife. The position of the third young master's legitimate wife is not one that can be filled by a woman of questionable virtue. The moment those words left her lips, silence enveloped the room as everyone exchanged glances. Luwan took a step back and summoned a maid, who recounted the events of the previous night in vivid detail, leaving the attendees blushing with embarrassment. Lady Li trembled with disbelief, rising from her seat. What did you say? Who was consorting with the third young master? What harm has that wildcat inflicted upon him? What does that wildcat look like? And what happened to them?
Speak.
At the mention of the wildcat, Lady Li could no longer contain herself and cast a furtive glance at Su Xinbo, whose sun-kissed skin mirrored her own. That was a gift from Su Xinbo, one she cherished dearly. Lady Li gasped for breath, unable to fathom the revelation. The maid continued, the third young master sustained serious injuries, witnessed by all in the household. He fainted last night, and the physician is yet to revive him. Lady Li's vision blurred. As for the wildcat, it was a platinum-colored tabby cat, adorned with patterns resembling gold ingots, which inflicted the injuries upon him before being dealt with by Qing de. Lady Li's legs buckled, and she collapsed. Xie Jinan rushed forward to support her, calling urgently for the physician. As he watched her being escorted away by the physician and Su Xinbo, he turned to Luwan. Wanner, I appreciate your efforts regarding the household matters. However, the marriage between Cousin Li and the third young master cannot be hastily decided. We must await my mother's recovery before proceeding. Luwan smiled lightly. It is no trouble. I have not interfered with the household affairs. Xie Jinan's expression stiffened. She had not intervened? Was it merely the absence of the matriarch's jade pendant that rendered her inactive? Did she not realize that her lack of involvement would plunge into chaos? Wanner, my mother does not target you intentionally. You need not cling to past grievances. Were you not once adept at considering the bigger picture? Why have you ceased to manage affairs upon losing your authority? Wanner, you have changed. How have you become so selfish? Yet again, my mother is being berated. Oh, wretched father. Xiaowanwan rolled her eyes in exasperation. Lu Wan smiled gently. Your grace in elevating me is appreciated, but the attitudes of the younger brothers and concubines in the various households are well known to you, my lord. I, too, have my dignity and shall not demean myself to meddle in others' affairs. What do you mean by others? They are all kin of the... You have always been magnanimous and would not hold their actions against them, Xie Jinan retorted, displeased. Lu Wan responded simply, oh. Xie Jinan grew anxious, inhaling deeply. Very well. You claim to be uninvolved, but is it not your place to oversee the third young master's marriage? Who else has the authority to make such a significant decision? As soon as he finished speaking, a bright female voice rang out from outside, I am the one in charge. Chapter 61. The outbreak of the Duke's household's debts. A striking woman clad in a crimson gown with a high ponytail strode in briskly. I have met the young master and sister-in-law, she declared. After observing her for a moment, Xie Jinan inquired, Are you the fourth brother's wife? Xie Jinan twitched his lips, stating, This matter requires a discussion between my fourth brother and my mother before any decision is made. While you manage the household affairs, it is imperative to remember that Cousin Li is also a legitimate young lady. Thus, this matter cannot be handled hastily. Zhong Yuyan smiled faintly. So, the young master means I need not concern myself with it anymore? Indeed, this matter is no longer your responsibility, he affirmed. I have made my decision, and if there are any changes, I fear the servants may not heed my words. Please inform my mother that after this, I shall no longer involve myself in any affairs. Having said this, Zhong Yuyan cast a dispassionate glance at the others before turning to leave. Xie Jinan stood frozen in place, realizing that although he knew the daughters of the Zhong family were willful, he had not anticipated such blatant rudeness. Lu Wan also sighed softly and departed. One by one, others began to arrive, and Xie Jinan led them to see Madame Li. There was little time to thoroughly examine the accounts. After she regained consciousness, the accountant hastily presented the ledgers from the past few months. Madame Li frowned as she casually flipped through a few pages. Upon discovering a significant deficit, she nearly fainted. Just a few months prior, the losses had not been so dire. Why had they not acted promptly to mitigate the situation by closing that shop? Furthermore, what were all these expenditures for prison arrangements that required such a vast sum of silver? Hadn't the accounts been stable for years? How could they have incurred such a loss in merely a few months since her return? 18,000 taels. Even if she sold all the dowry she had brought from the Li family, it would not amount to such a sum. Not to mention, she had no intention of selling anything. The accountant bowed his head, explaining previously, the business was managed by the eldest lady, but after you took charge, she fell ill. Such a significant decision as selling a shop could not be made without her, resulting in ongoing losses. The household's expenditures were also supplemented by the eldest lady's own funds, allowing for stability. These past few months, the servant stipends were taken by the fourth master to assist the third master and Aunt Sue's father. Hence they could not be distributed. The implication was clear. Without Lu Wan's balancing presence, the Duke's household could not produce a single coin. Each master of the various courtyards had wealth, yet none would contribute to communal needs. Thus, the household relied heavily on the eldest lady. The accountant was perplexed as to why the matron was so antagonistic toward her. Why would someone so capable be targeted, even bullied by a concubine? Shaking his head, the accountant remarked, Madam, it is too late. Had you returned the management authority to the eldest lady months ago, before you went to Anyuan County, perhaps the situation would not be so dire. And if we cannot make up the deficit, what then? Madame Li inquired, her legs giving way as she sank onto the low couch, numbly raising her gaze. If the debts cannot be settled, the creditors will report to the authorities, who will seize all properties and shops under the Duke's name. There isn't much left of those either. 18,000 taels is no trivial amount. With a sigh, the accountant continued, selling the ancestral home of the Duke's household might suffice to repay the debt. At these words, Madame Li collapsed entirely onto the couch. the immense pressure rendering her breathless. It felt as if the sky were about to fall. She never anticipated that a moment of anger could lead to such an unmanageable situation. Yet, she could not entirely blame herself. The Duke's household was under strain, and Lu Wan was the one demanding funds for the soup kitchen. Why did Lu Wan punish Su Ro in her presence? Why did Lu Wan show her no respect? But Madame Li hesitated, unwilling to accept the truth yet forced to confront it. Evidence suggested Lu Wan was indeed right. Had she agreed to the soup kitchen then, perhaps she would have been a respected wife. Maybe the Duke's household would have gained the Emperor's favor and risen again. It was as if she had been struck by lightning upon her descent and had lost her senses after a night in prison. Yes, she had erred. Given another chance, she would never have abandoned Lu Wan, a widow with an orphan, at Jinshan Temple. She would not have interfered in how Lu Wan dealt with Su Ro, nor would she have seized the authority to manage affairs, leaving this mess for herself to handle. She regretted it. The remorse pierced her heart. The Duke's household would perish under her watch, and even in death, she would not be able to enter the Xie family ancestral grave. She was a sinner of the Xie family. With these thoughts, Madame Li felt utterly numb. Madam, allow me to speak candidly. Since the eldest lady's marriage, she has devoted herself wholeheartedly to the Duke's household. Nearly all the servants owe her their gratitude. She managed the accounts and even supplemented them with her dowry. Go out and ask which daughter-in-law can achieve such a feat. As the accountant spoke, he sighed softly. Madame Li shot him a glare. Enough. This is no matter for you to meddle in. Yes, I have come today with another matter. The accountant refrained from mentioning Lu Wan again and stepped forward to place an envelope down. The words resignation letter stabbed painfully at Madame Li's eyes. You have served the Duke's household for over a decade. It has treated you well. Now, just because a few months' stipends have not been paid, you wish to leave? The accountant departed, leaving behind the looming threat of insurmountable debt. If it remained unpaid, who would take the blame when the authorities came to investigate? Chapter 62. Returning the bad debt to mother. The accountant sighed. Madam, it is not the case that I have left due to the usual silver. There is no need for settlement on my part. I have an elderly parent and young children to support. I cannot linger indefinitely. If I do not find a suitable position soon, they may very well starve. I have already handed over the account books to you. I have done my utmost over the years. Let us part ways in peace. Regardless of the Li family's opinions, he turned and departed. The eldest lady felt deeply betrayed, having poured her heart into the household only to be treated thus by everyone. And what of herself? She had borne the burden of the debts for so long, fearing that the Marquis' residence might one day cast her aside to the authorities. Before leaving, the accountant penned a letter of gratitude, instructing Qing De to deliver it discreetly to Lu Wan. Watching his close friend depart, Qing De was filled with reluctance. In the household, aside from himself, the accountant had shown the most gratitude towards the eldest lady. All those outside her courtyard seemed eager to drain her of every last ounce of value. Upon delivering the letter to Lu Wan, she sighed and gazed out the window. Later that evening, Xie Jinan arrived, intent on ingratiating himself with her, offering many considerate words. Lu Wan observed him with a sense of irony. Xie Jinan cradled Xiaowanwan, playfully coaxing her. Wanwan, call me daddy. Xiaowanwan stared at him with wide, bewildered eyes. How could this scoundrel know that she could speak? Regardless, she would not utter a word. Instead, she continued to suck on her pacifier, occasionally setting it down to play. Xie Jinan's expression faltered momentarily before he forced a smile, saying, Wanwan is already over 6 months old and still cannot call me daddy. The boy that concubine Su raises can already call for his grandmother, and his voice is so sweet. Lu Wan cast him a languid glance and reached for Wanwan, stating, Hand her to me. Xiaowanwan was momentarily stunned. The male lead's voice is sweet? Surely there is a mistake. He must be exaggerating. How could a grown man possibly have a sweet voice? Humph, I am a person of principle. If I do not wish to call, then I shall not. She turned her head and buried herself into her mother's embrace, soft and fragrant. Mother, dear. She called in her babyish voice, yawning adorably, which melted Lu Wan's heart as she swayed the little one in her arms. Xie Jinan's expression darkened. It was evident that she did not wish to call him. Huaishan was far better. Huaishan would sweetly cling to him. Xie Jinan had no intention of leaving. He instructed someone to take Wanwan away, then took Luwan's hand and sat her beside him on the couch.
Vanea.
I know it has been difficult for you since the birth of our child. My mother raised me for so many years, and it has not been easy for her either. Given the current situation, can you not overlook her grievances? Luwan looked into his eyes, feigning depth of feeling, and her heart twisted painfully. 5 years prior, it was such a gaze that had ensnared her in this filthy vortex. Xie Jinan shook his head. At that time, we were in a hurry. There is no need for explanations. Mother is displeased with me, and I feel distressed as well. Your Grace, I believe I have done nothing wrong from the beginning. I shall not seek the head of the household's authority any longer, so please do not waste your breath. Luwan stood and gazed out the window, a thin veil of mist forming in her watery eyes. She had never wronged anyone. Xie Jinan approached her. All right. If you do not wish to take charge, then do not.
Just be a good wife to me.
With such words spoken, he could no longer pressure her into leadership. As long as Luwan was willing to remain in the Marquis' residence, there would still be a chance for redemption. Seeing the indifference in her eyes, Xie Jinan's interest waned. He did not wish to force her. Turning, he opened the door. Outside, Xiaowanwan, who had been eavesdropping, stumbled as the door swung open, only to be lifted up by Xie Jinan. Luwan rushed forward to embrace her, anxiously checking. Your Grace, she knows nothing. There is no need to hold her accountable. Xie Jinan felt a pang in his heart. How had he and his wife and daughter become so estranged? With a cold expression, he flung his sleeve and departed. Xiaowanwan clung to her mother's neck, rubbing her face against her, softly calling Mother, dear. Thank goodness Mother did not agree to stay in the Marquis' residence. The reason the scoundrel wishes to keep you is that the Marquis' crime has yet to be cleared. He needs your mother's amulet for protection. Mother's amulet has preserved the lives of hundreds in the Marquis' residence, yet they all wish for her demise. Luwan's hand trembled violently.
So that was how it was.
Thankfully, she was no longer the naive girl she once was. Thankfully, she had her precious daughter. She placed Xiaowanwan on the couch, kissed her several times, then retrieved a box from the hidden compartment, opening layer after layer until she revealed an amulet. A soft golden light enveloped the room. Wanwan, Mother is giving this to you. You must keep it safe, understand? After speaking, she took out the box that contained gold and placed the amulet inside. Xiaowanwan reached for it, and the amulet emitted a dazzling golden glow, causing all the gold hairpins and jade ornaments in the box to pale in comparison. Luwan was momentarily stunned. The golden light radiated from the amulet, converging into a beam that shot directly into Xiaowanwan's small mind. Xiaowanwan's big eyes still appeared unfocused, but she sensed something stirring within her consciousness. She reached out, and in her palm lay a jelly resembling the flavor of apple-flavored joy.
Ah!
Xiaowanwan emitted a sharp sound in her mind, nearly startling Luwan. Her head buzzing, Xiaowanwan realized this amulet was her possession. It was the most treasured item from her 21st life, a magical bag that had vanished during the explosion of her alchemy furnace. Inside it were many of her precious belongings, especially this apple-flavored jelly she had painstakingly crafted from supermarket jelly using her spiritual power. Consuming it would enable her to speak the truth. Chapter 63. The Marquis's oppression of the fourth Anta. How delightful it is that her Qianquan bag has followed her to this place. No wonder the male protagonist in the book frequently produces such peculiar items to aid his cultivation. The descriptions of those magical artifacts bear a striking resemblance to her own possessions. It turns out they are indeed hers. The mere thought that her belongings continuously assist the male protagonist in leveling up fills her with resentment, causing her to grind her adorable teeth in frustration. This is utterly infuriating. Luwan approached and gently patted Xiaowanwan's face, noticing her trembling and on the verge of tears. Wanwan, what is the matter? Do not frighten your mother. Xiaowanwan pouted and burst into tears in her mother's embrace. Ooh, that treacherous male protagonist has taken my treasures, causing distress for my mother. My poor mother, whoa. None of this is your fault. You have done nothing wrong. The mistake lies in the fact that my mother is not the female lead. Our entire family is merely cannon fodder for the male protagonist. Whoa. As she sobbed, her tiny shoulders shook, and she wiped her tears and saliva on Luwan. Luwan, forcing a smile to comfort her, thought to herself that at least her daughter was safe. She glanced at the golden token of immunity, surmising that it must be her daughter's treasure. Although it appeared dull and lifeless now, it still held some sway in front of the royal family. Thus, she carefully stored it away, cradling Xiaowanwan and soothing her for quite some time before the little one finally fell asleep. In her small palm, she clutched a peculiar, translucent green object, the nature of which was unknown to Luwan, so she decided to keep it as well. The next day, Li Shi, sporting dark circles under her eyes, arrived at the charity hall. The old matriarch had fallen gravely ill and could not leave her bed. Li Shi knelt before her, bowing deeply. "Mother-in-law, I am sorry for the Marquis." She wept as she recounted the issues with the accounts. "Now that the Marquis is in such disarray, are you satisfied? I have warned everyone that the Marquis cannot be without Luwan, yet you all insisted on targeting her. If the Marquis truly reaches a point where we must sell our estate, how will I explain it to the ancestor of the Xia family?" As she spoke, the usually stern old matriarch began to weep in front of Li Shi.
Panik sa isa, Li Shi.
The matriarch had always been resolute, and now that she seemed lost, what would become of the Marquis? "Mother-in-law, this is not the time to assign blame. We need your guidance. This is no trivial sum. If the corrupt court turns its gaze upon us, our entire family could face execution." The secrets within the Jinsi jewelry shop were too vast. None could bear the consequences if things went awry. The old matriarch gradually stifled her sobs and looked at Li Shi. "Send for your fourth sister-in-law. She must contribute to settling this account." Li Shi hesitated. What if she refuses? We married her in to settle the accounts, did we not? Otherwise, how could the daughter of a merchant family marry into the Marquis? She is now a member of the Marquis. Her willingness is not her decision alone. If we do not act quickly, even our lives may be at stake, and we cannot afford to let such a significant debt linger. Hurry, summon her. The old matriarch gestured for the maid to assist her, her expression grave and solemn. Regardless of the means, we must compel Zhong Yuyan to provide funds. This is our only path to preserving the Marquis. Li Shi hastily sent for her. Accompanying her was the visibly distressed Xia Jinqiu. The old matriarch lamented to Zhong Yuyan, explaining the difficulties faced by the Marquis. "Fortunately, you have married in and can support the Marquis's enterprises. In the future, all external matters will be entrusted to you. We consider you family, and I hope you do not mind my frankness. There is a jewelry shop in the Marquis that has incurred a loss of 200,000 taels due to poor management. If you can resolve this issue, your standing in the Marquis will be paramount, and even Jinqiu's mother will have the right to enter the ancestral hall." At this point, Xia Jinqiu's expression softened slightly. Zhong Yuyan discerned the underlying message and candidly inquired, "Does the old matriarch wish for me to directly provide funds to cover the losses? Or does she anticipate assistance from the Zhong family in business affairs?" The old matriarch's eyes brightened. Indeed, as the daughter of the wealthiest family in the capital, she possessed significant financial resources. She displayed the same generosity and obedience that Luwan had shown upon her arrival. It was puzzling why Luwan had opposed this marriage, claiming that Zhong's second daughter was spoiled. It now appeared that Luwan was simply petty. The old matriarch glanced at Li Shi. Li Shi affectionately took Zhong Yuyan's hand, saying, "You are the most amiable among the many daughters-in-law of the Marquis. I wish to entrust you with the management of our household. However, I must inform you of the financial shortfall beforehand. Regardless of the method, as long as it resolves this matter swiftly, the position of the matriarch shall be yours." Such flattering words could move any woman. The praise of a mother-in-law and the kindness of a grandmother were compelling. Yet, Zhong Yuyan understood that this was akin to purchasing the position of matriarch. It was a noble title that could elevate not only her but also her family and even Xia Jinqiu. How enticing it was! Zhong Yuyan offered a faint smile, withdrawing her hand from Li Shi's grasp. "Did not the heir mention to my mother-in-law yesterday? What did he say?" "He instructed me not to interfere in the matters of the third master and the cousin, and I have promised him that I will no longer involve myself in any affairs of the household. Therefore, I cannot oversee this matter." Li Shi was taken aback. The old matriarch was equally astonished. When did Xie Jinxiu express such sentiments? Xie Jinxiu forced a smile. Yu Yan, have you misunderstood my brother's intentions? He would never intend for you to remain uninvolved in household affairs. The very reason for marrying you in was to have you manage the affairs. My brother cannot be unaware of this. Zhong Yuan shot a cold glance at Xie Jinxiu, who shuddered slightly, her hand trembling. What my brother said is indeed true. Even if my mother-in-law promises that I will be the matriarch, I cannot guarantee that I will not be constrained by this or that. I do not appreciate being bound by restrictions, so I am unable to take charge of the household as you wish. Upon hearing this, Li Shi bit her lip tightly. As for the matter concerning the third master and the cousin, the old matriarch looked at Li Shi. Zhong Yuyan's lips curled into a mocking smile. It seemed the hearts of the Marquis's people were still divided. That was her allowance for 2 months. Chapter 64. The Grand Revelation of Uncle Si. How delightful. Jinxiu, you have truly married a remarkable wife. Take good care of her. She is now the treasure of our family. The old lady readily agreed, harboring no concerns that the Zhong family would object. Being a mere merchant family, if they had a daughter who could become the matriarch of the Marquis household, it would be an immense honor. Not only would it bring glory to their ancestors, but it could also elevate the entire family's social standing. The old lady, filled with contentment, planned to ask a favor from the Zhong family once they resolved the matter with the Marquis household, seeking their assistance for her own family, which had fallen into bankruptcy, struggling even for basic sustenance. As she observed Xie Jinxiu cautiously supporting Zhong Yuyan as they exited, the tension that had gripped Li Shi over the past few days began to dissipate. With the household's financial gaps beginning to be filled, it truly felt like a double blessing. Thus, she decided to check on Xie Jinxiu before visiting Lu Wan to have a serious discussion with her. It was quite ungrateful for a daughter-in-law to behave in such a manner. Despite the Marquis's financial struggles, the old lady and her companions could still produce such precious items. It seemed they were deliberately trying to curry favor with her. One could only wonder if Lu Wan had received such treatment upon her marriage. Xie Jinxiu pressed his lips together. These were the intentions of the elders, and he ought to accept them to spare the servants from difficulty. Very well. Let it be regarded as a reward for the little lucky star. Zhong Yuyan brushed her hair aside and bestowed all the gifts upon her personal maid. Xiao Fuxing beamed like a true harbinger of fortune. With a smile, she picked up a nearby whip and handed it to Zhong Yuyan. Upon seeing the fiery red whip, Xie Jinxiu felt a wave of unease wash over him, his legs trembling uncontrollably as he took a cautious step back. Zhong Yuyan said, "Husband, if you make me happy tonight, I shall surely speak well of the Marquis at my family home, and I shall also address the matter of my mother's ancestral tablet being placed in the family shrine." Xie Jinxiu's expression suddenly hardened. His lips quivered as he replied, "All right." In Lu Wan's main courtyard, Wang Xia discreetly confided in Lu Wan that Ah Sheng's daughter had told a maid that ever since the fourth lady entered the household, strange noises emanated from the fourth master's quarters each night. They were not the joyful sounds of a newlywed couple, but rather akin to the crack of a whip and muffled cries of anguish. Lu Wan felt her ears flush with embarrassment and chose not to listen further. However, neither of them noticed a little eavesdropper crawling near Wang Xia's feet, perked up and eager for gossip. Oh, what a wealth of information. Zhong Yuyan has someone she fancies in the story. I've even shipped their pairing. According to the plot, even without a mistress, Zhong Yuyan was reluctant to marry in the first place. Could she be secretly abusing Uncle Si? Lu Wan blinked in surprise, discovering the little one crawling over, clutching a pacifier. Indeed, where there is gossip, there she is. With a sigh of resignation, she was relieved the child was oblivious and not drawing any conclusions. If Wang Xia's words were to be believed, it was not impossible for Zhong Yuyan to confine Xie Jinxiu and mistreat him, especially considering they had been quarreling over a broken engagement. Suddenly forced into marriage, she would undoubtedly harbor resentment. Xie Jinxiu had always claimed to be frail, surrounded by medicinal herbs and possessing some knowledge of pharmacology. She now feared that the Marquis's financial troubles could lead them to covet Zhong Yuyan's dowry, prompting Xie Jinxiu to drug her, just as she had suffered herself. Had she not been fortunate enough to bear Xiaowanwan, she might never have realized that the tonics she had consumed for 5 years were, in fact, chronic poison. She needed to find an opportunity to warn Zhong Yuyan. At that moment, Qing Sheng rushed in, exclaiming, "Madam, the lady is here to see you."
What?
Luan stood, only to be embraced by the little one at her feet. Mother. Mother. Xiaowanwan blinked her large eyes and pointed to herself. Take me with you. I want to be at the forefront of the gossip, dear mother. Oh. Please notice me. Luan, with no choice, instructed Pan Chun to carry the little one along to the front courtyard. Accompanying Li Shi was Su Ro, and Luan had a good sense of the purpose of their visit. Su Ro's father was still imprisoned. Luan ordered a pot of tea, while Wang Xia deliberately fetched last year's moldy tea, even spitting into the teapot for good measure. Once served, she filled the cups for Li Shi and Su Ro. Luan noticed the froth on the tea surface dissipating quickly and smiled at Wang Xia. Li Shi remarked, I must say, I didn't expect the tea here to be quite aged. The mother-in-law was indeed a connoisseur. Su Ro also detected a hint of fermented pu'er flavor, affirming that the tea here was quite decent and likely expensive. Subtly pointing out the Marquis's current plight while Luan continued to indulge in extravagance. Initially composed, Luan's demeanor crumbled upon seeing Wang Xia's distressed expression. She suppressed a smile and inquired, Surely, you did not come here just for tea, did you? Li Shi had intended to chastise Luan to evoke feelings of guilt, then to feign magnanimity, providing Luan with an escape, while broaching the topic of Su Ro's father. However, Luan smiled slightly. I had thought my mother-in-law possessed keen eyesight. How could one overlook such a significant deficit? If you are blind, then so be it. You.
What do you mean by that?
Li Shi was caught off guard by the retort. Luan continued, Is it not evident from glancing at the account books? Do I need to spell it out for you? Surely, you have glanced through the accounts before today. Li Shi's gaze flickered. Of course I have. Then she added, I have come to assure you that I do not blame you for this matter. Do not carry the burden of guilt for the Marquis's misfortunes. Luan remained impassive. Li Shi continued, I have come to apologize on behalf of Su Yinyang. She should not have slandered you. Su rose, bowing to Luan, tearfully stating, Sister, I was wrong to you before. Now that my father's crimes have been established, you and I are to serve the young master together. I implore you to show mercy and spare my father's life. Chapter 65. Mother is morally coerced by the mistress. My father, a lone chef, has raised my siblings and me solely on the meager income from his monthly Weibo earnings. Now, before we could repay his kindness, he wishes to enter the Marquis' residence, constantly thinking of us. Oh, the heart of a parent is indeed pitiable. Please consider his hardships and spare his life. As Su Yu spoke, tears streamed down her face. She attempted to kneel and bow her head, but was halted by Qing Sheng's firm grasp.
Su Yinyang.
On what grounds do you presume that I possess the power to sway the authorities' decisions? It is true that your father raised you, yet he also poisoned Li Bo. He could not bear the weight of his own signature, and the shopkeeper has confessed. The law is absolute. How could I possibly wield such influence over it? Would that not be a futile endeavor? Luan shook her head slightly. If she truly possessed such extraordinary capabilities, she would have extricated herself from the Marquis' residence long ago. Historically, no respectable family has ever allowed a daughter-in-law to sever ties so easily. Sister, your brother has just been promoted to Deputy Minister of the Supreme Court. Surely it would not be difficult to exonerate a criminal. Are you still blaming me? Su Yu thought to herself, having already acknowledged her mistakes to plead with Luan. What more could she do? She was acutely aware that it was the Lu family who had conspired against her father. Thus, she had no choice but to bow her head to Luan, sacrificing her dignity in hopes of securing her father's freedom. The law is the law. It is beyond our manipulation. My brother's promotion is a result of his own merit in disaster relief. How could we contravene ethics simply because of our familial ties? Luan shook her head, preparing to leave. She truly did not wish to engage further with someone so foolish. Yet, as she turned, a stern voice commanded, Stop. As the legitimate wife, do you intend to ignore the matters concerning the concubine? Su Yinyang has raised the young master, the only true bloodline of the Marquis' lineage. Had you cared for him properly, we would not be in this predicament. Ultimately, this is your responsibility. So, My mother believes I possess such extraordinary capabilities to confront the court? Luwan inquired, perplexed. Li's expression darkened further. Do you not possess the death exemption token? Lend it to Su Yinyang. After all, it was bestowed by the late emperor as a permanent grant, not merely for a single use. Upon hearing this, all present fell silent. The maids, Ban Chun and Wang Xia, were horrified, hastily kneeling. Madam, you must reconsider. Think carefully, should the death token be used. It would be as if invoking the late emperor's spirit. It is unthinkable to save one who deserves death. Mother, please. You cannot use my precious token to save the father of the third child, who sought to poison Li Bo and would likely poison Aunt Lu next, leading to the annihilation of the Lu family. Xiaowanwan cried out desperately, clinging to her mother's skirt. She had even dropped her pacifier in her urgency. Even the young maids and children understood this principle. How could Li be oblivious? Her face paled, frozen in place. This time, recalling her previous lesson, she pondered whether opposing Luwan further would yield any benefit. Su Yuyu's lips turned pale. She could not comprehend why merely borrowing the token to save her father could be so severe. Moreover, could her discreet attempt to rescue a minor offender truly attract the emperor's attention? Who would dare disclose it? Luwan's reluctance to assist her father was evident. She bit her lip, her eyes reddening. If Luwan would not produce the token, what would become of her father? At that moment, Xie Jinan arrived. What is this? Young master, please speak a good word for Yuyu. I beseech you to urge my sister to produce the death exemption token to save my father. Su Yuyu fell to her knees before him. Xie Jinan hurriedly reached out to assist her, his expression shifting. What did you say? To use the late emperor's death exemption token to save your father? Su Yuyu looked at him in confusion. Why would he not help her? Xie Jinan turned to Li. Mother, how could you act so recklessly? Using the death exemption token to save a prisoner. What if the emperor learns of it? How could I maintain my standing in the court? Hasn't T grandmother's perpetual confinement already served as a lesson? They clearly did not grasp the gravity of the situation. Having navigated the court for several years, he understood the royal authority must not be trampled upon. Even a child knows this. Li stammered, appearing considerably awakened. Before coming, Su Xinhua had pleaded with her to save the man, and in a moment of weakness, she had conceived this plan. Perhaps she had been momentarily clouded by her emotions, failing to foresee the consequences. Xiaowanwan was rendered speechless. How could a scoundrel speak up for mother? The more you wish for me not to use the token to save him, the more I shall encourage mother to do so. Mother, please. Xiaowanwan clung to her mother's leg, mumbling incoherently. Su Yuyu, utterly disheartened, collapsed to the ground, abandoned. In a frail voice, she implored, Onlang mother. I have served diligently in the estate, caring for the elderly matriarch and nurturing Huaishan. Even if I lack merit, I have endured hardships. Yet, despite my efforts, the Marquis's residence still does not accept me as one of their own. Now that my father has been sentenced, you turn a blind eye. If my father dies, I shall not wish to live any longer. With that, she rose and hurled herself against a pillar. With a loud crash, blood blossomed on her forehead, leaving everyone present in shock. How could the eldest daughter-in-law remain silent while the concubine attempted to take her life? The scene erupted into chaos as Ban Chun and the others rushed to protect Luwan, who was startled and quickly crouched down to shield Xiaowanwan's eyes.
Quick.
Bring the physician. Hurry. Li and Xie Jinan were paralyzed with fear, hastily kneeling to check Su Yuyu's condition. Once they detected her breath, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xie Jinan looked at Luwan, disappointment etched across his face. He intended to lift Su Yuyu and carry her away, but found her too heavy, reluctantly enlisting Li's aid to carry her on his back. They hurriedly made their way to his courtyard. Soon, the commotion spread. Xie Jinxiu and Zhong Yuyan rushed over. And soon the heads of various households arrived at Xie Jinan's courtyard. Li held Su Huaishan tightly, who was wailing in her arms. The relic he wore faintly glowing, piercing the hearts of all present. Su Huaishan was the precious child of the Marquis's residence. No one wished to see him cry. Luwan also arrived, cradling Xiaowanwan, but as soon as she stepped into the courtyard, Li coldly questioned her. What are you doing here? Had it not been for your selfishness in refusing to help, Su Yang would not have sought to end her life. Chapter 66. Mother's Betrayal. As Luan spoke, she noticed Xiaowanshan's fierce gaze fixed upon her and the infant in her arms. The two little children exchanged wide-eyed stares. Luan gently patted Xiaowanwan's head to soothe her. After all, the incident occurred in her own courtyard. Even if Xie Jinxiu did not summon anyone, she felt it necessary to come and investigate. To her surprise, she was met with disdain upon her arrival. Not only did Li Shi regard her with contempt, but the other ladies present also kept their distance, while Xie Jinxiu coldly retreated to Li Shi's side. Before Lu Wan stood a multitude of people, yet on her side, there were only herself and her daughter. Xie Jinxiu smiled and addressed Li Shi, saying, "Mother, I invited my sister-in-law over. Her intentions are far from pure. Mother, beware of this cunning fourth uncle. He is treacherous, feigning illness while secretly plotting against others. If he dares to scheme against you again, I shall confront him when I grow up. This infuriates me to no end." Xiaowanwan clenched her tiny fists, her gums turning red from the pressure as she glared fiercely at everyone present. Luan restrained the squirming child in her embrace. Choosing silence, Li Shi regarded Xie Jinxiu with a cool demeanor. Xie Jinxiu continued, "Indeed, I summon my sister-in-law to announce that the Zhong family has agreed to finance the operations of the Marquis's estate. Since everyone is here, Mother, it is time for you to disclose your agreement with Zhong Yuyan." Li Shi's face lit up with joy. "Wonderful. It seems this gaping hole can finally be filled." She took Zhong Yuyan's hand affectionately, handing over the family jade pendant. "From now on, fourth madam shall be the matriarch of our Jing'an Marquis. All accounts will be entrusted to her management. Yuyan, the responsibility of the Marquis will fall to you henceforth." With such immense wealth suddenly bestowed upon them, the Jing'an Marquis, which had been on the brink of ruin, was now prosperous. Zhong Yuyan accepted the pendant with a beaming smile. "I almost forgot to mention to my husband and mother-in-law that my father is a shrewd businessman. Even if he provides funds, he is meticulous in his calculations. He has agreed to assist us, but what?" Li Shi's smile began to fade. "My father believes that the sum of 200,000 taels is too substantial to be presented all at once, as it may raise suspicion. This month, he will first provide 20,000 taels, and a steady management of the business will yield greater success. He has even sent a financial expert to oversee the accounts of the Jinxi jewelry shop. The business will undoubtedly flourish." As Zhong Yuyan spoke, she noticed Li Shi and Xie Jinxiu's expressions souring. Upon realizing this, Li Shi felt grateful for Zhong Yuyan's thoughtfulness. She nodded approvingly. "There is no need for a financial expert. Let the Zhong family manage the accounts. I trust in their commercial acumen to ensure the Marquis flourishes." Zhong Yuyan smiled and nodded. Xie Jinxiu, however, looked displeased. With a forced smile, he inquired, "If it is merely 20,000 taels each month, then that necessitates a total of 10 months. Are the creditors agreeable to this arrangement?" Last night, Zhong Yuyan had only mentioned that the Zhong family was willing to assist, but had not clarified how, leading him to mistakenly believe that the full amount would be provided at once. "Rest assured, I have examined the accounts. All the creditors are engaged in business with the Zhong family. My father has spoken to them, and they have agreed to a 10-month extension. With the Zhong family as support, how could you fear a loss at the jewelry shop?" Zhong Yuyan retorted, and Xie Jinxiu quickly shook his head. "I naturally trust in the Zhong family's capabilities." Li Shi removed a delicate gold bracelet adorned with intricate patterns from her wrist and placed it on Zhong Yuyan's. "This was given to me by my mother before my marriage, and now I pass it on to you. You are truly a wonderful daughter-in-law. Unlike certain individuals who neglect their responsibilities, dragging the entire family down." As she spoke, Li Shi turned her gaze towards Lu Wan and her child. The Marquis had once been grateful that Lu Wan had come with a life-saving token to marry into their family, preserving their lives. Yet, how could a bride's wedding night go without blood? They had harbored suspicions regarding Lu Wan's purity, and 5 years had passed without her conceiving. When she finally did, she bore a daughter deemed unworthy. They had kindly offered to raise Xiaowanshan, yet Lu Wan had shown such ingratitude, refusing to nurture him, and even expressing no intent to bear a legitimate son.
Now,
With a matter of 200,000 taels nearly leading to the sale of the Marquis' estate, it was impossible for Li Shi not to harbor resentment towards her. Fortunately, she had another excellent daughter-in-law to resolve this monumental issue. With Zhong Yuyan's presence, Li Shi's disdain for Luwan deepened. Who has dragged down the Marquis? You vile woman, come forth and clarify. Do you dare to insinuate against my mother? Xiaowanwan could no longer endure it. She dropped her pacifier and prepared to charge forward. Her hostility intensified as she caught sight of the profound disdain in Li Shi's eyes. Li Shi, cradling Xia Huaishan, shot Xiaowanwan a glare. Even the children born of some people are inferior to Huaishan. How dare such a young child stare down at her matriarch? Such a wild child is a disgrace, not worthy of being a child of the Jing'an Marquis. With those words, Luwan could no longer remain seated. Li Shi. Her usually gentle demeanor transformed as she addressed Li Shi directly for the first time. Li Shi was taken aback. Luwan stood. Since marrying into this family, I have diligently managed the Marquis, never transgressing against any of you. The authority and management were taken by you, yet you failed to handle them and instead blame me. Moreover, Wanwan is just a child. On what grounds do you criticize her? She is of legitimate blood. How does she compare unfavorably to those shameful concubines? Go and inquire in the capital. What honorable family would raise a concubine's child? By his status, he is unworthy to be compared to Wanwan. If I hear you compare my daughter to such people again, do not blame me for severing ties with you. She had had enough. Over the years, she had endured much suffering. Her innate education and upbringing forbade her from rebellion or disrespect towards her elders, compelling her to remain silent. Even upon discovering her husband's infidelity, she had not confronted him. She chose to remain blind, deaf, and indifferent, solely focused on protecting herself and her daughter. Yet, the more she endured, the more these individuals took advantage of her patience. Li Shi's expression darkened. How dare you speak to your mother-in-law in such a manner? Luwan glanced at Xia Huaishan and added, Am I not speaking the truth? This child is a concubine's offspring, while the fourth master himself is a mere illegitimate son. His concubine's child cannot even compare to an ordinary citizen's offspring. Why should she be compared to my Wanwan? My Wanwan will forever be the best. She is my celestial being and my salvation. Chapter 67. The relic exploded. Xiaowanwan gazed at her mother with wide eyes, her lips puffed out and tears glistening in her eyes. Her mother was exceptionally beautiful, truly her fairy. Oh, mother loves me so much. That wretched woman had the audacity to insult you. I wish her mouth would rot away. Mother, you will always be Wanwan's fairy. I love you. Luwan felt a surge of warmth as she gently patted her daughter's little head. Meanwhile, Xie Jinxiu's expression darkened as he slowly turned to look at Zhong Yuyan, his hands trembling beneath his sleeves. Zhong Yuyan, still smiling, observed the chaotic scene before her, thinking it amusing that her husband indeed had a mistress.
Luwan.
Do you not know that Huaishan is the precious child foretold by Master Yuantong, destined to bring prosperity to the Marquis? Luwan shot a glance at Xia Huaishan, noticing the relic hanging around his neck. She scoffed, Humph, precious child? What a ridiculous Master Yuantong. When did a man like him become a precious child?
Ugh.
That relic looks so familiar. Could it be my toy glass bead? Ugh. How could my glass bead be used by that old bald monk on the male lead? I wish it would explode. Not for him. It must have been the glass beads that spilled from her bag when she transmigrated into the book, which that old monk Yuantong picked up. Xiaowanwan, with a babyish voice, muttered her curses. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the room. The relic in Xia Huaishan's arms exploded. The explosion startled Xie Jinggan, who had just stepped out with the bandaged Su Ruru. Upon seeing the billowing black smoke in the courtyard, the two were nearly frightened out of their wits and rushed to investigate. Xie Huaishan, now covered in soot, opened his eyes in disbelief. What powerful spiritual energy! Who could have caused such a strong explosion? His gaze swept the surroundings, but found no one with the cultivation roots. Su Ruru wept uncontrollably, urging the household doctor to check on him. Only after confirming he was unharmed did she breathe a sigh of relief. How could the relic given by Master Yuantong explode for no reason? Suddenly, Li Shi clutched her mouth and rolled on the ground, causing chaos in the scene. Xie Jinggan assumed she had been affected by the explosion and called for the doctor. However, the instant Li Shi released her hand, everyone stood in stunned silence. How could someone's mouth suddenly rot away? Her crimson lips were torn and oozing pus, and combined with her suntan skin, it appeared eerily grotesque. The doctor was at a loss, only able to assist in carrying Li Shi into the room to apply medicine. Having not received his monthly salary for 4 to 5 months was already bothersome. Now with these bizarre happenings, the doctor was terrified. Once this case was resolved, he would retire to his hometown. That wretched woman's mouth has truly rotted away. Was it blown apart by the glass bead? I am truly formidable. Xiaowanwan proudly placed her hands on her hips, leaning into her mother. Lu Wan embraced her tightly, silently pursing her lips. The explosion of the relic was not a good omen. Su Ru shot Lu Wan a glare. She then looked at Xie Jinggan, onling, with the relic's explosion. Perhaps Huaishan wishes to join me. If my father dies, neither of us wishes to live. Xie Jinggan hesitated. Su Ruru could not die. Xie Huaishan was his only son, and they were of utmost importance to the Marquis. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Lu Wan. Wanner, can you bear to see them perish? Lu Wan sighed and replied slowly, Your Grace, I am neither a saint nor a heart of stone. I do not wish to witness anyone die before my eyes. If you believe that a pardon can save a murderer, then take it to rescue him. Madam,
Please, do not,
urged the eldest lady, Xia Qiqi. Even Zhong Yuyan was taken aback. A pardon? Was it the pardon granted to Lady Susu of the Lu family by the late emperor? This was something that even the emperor would fear. How could it be used to save a concubine's father? A murderer at that. The heir was gambling the entire Xie Jinggan Marquis. The jade pendant in her hand felt warm. Yet, seeing Lu Wan's calm demeanor, she felt a subtle sense of relief. For some reason, she believed Lu Wan would not implicate anyone else. Lu Wan continued, Do not persuade me further. Since Su Nyangzi desires it, I shall give it to her. However, I hope Su Nyangzi will bear the consequences herself. I am willing to bear all consequences as long as I can save my father. This has nothing to do with the Marquis. Su Ruru's lips curled into a smug smile. If she could successfully rescue her father, the matter would be settled. Should misfortune befall her and the emperor find out, she could easily shift the blame onto Lu Wan. Regardless, as long as Lu Wan was willing to give her the pardon, she would not lose out. Lu Wan turned to Zhong Yuyan. Did you hear? Zhong Yuyan nodded. At this moment, even a fool would know to distance themselves. Lu Wan said to Xie Jinggan, Your Grace, follow me. Xie Jinggan waited outside. In the room, Lu Wan searched for a box while sighing. What a pity about the relic. It was so translucent, undoubtedly a treasure of the world, and now it was lost. Mother Xiaowanwan sat on the couch, tightly clutching a transparent bead and offering it to her. It looked almost identical to Xie Huaishan's relic, the only difference being a hint of color within. Where did this come from? Lu Wan asked in astonishment. Xiaowanwan chuckled, her eyes sparkling. I picked it up, I found it. What a joke. This is the glass bead I played with as a child, just 10 cents each. All won from my little friends, and now they no longer play with me. I never expected they would regard this as a treasure here. It's hilarious. My mother can have as many as she wants. Lu Wan broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. What kind of miraculous existence was her daughter? So precious. She kissed Xiaowanwan's chubby cheeks several times, feeling the soft and plump flesh. Outside, Xie Jinggan had already grown impatient. Lu Wan brought the items out. When Xiaowanwan saw the black mysterious jade in the box, she couldn't help but lose herself in thought. The material looked so familiar. Chapter 68. Mother and aunt in alliance beside her. The green apple-flavored jelly from the Joyful Wolf was also hers. She was truly fortunate to share such a bond with her mother. Everything belonged to her. Now, the Qianquan bag had been retrieved from the gold medal, resting in her palm, ready to be opened with spiritual energy. Fortunately, her mother had crafted a small cloth pouch specifically for her pacifier, allowing her to extract items from the Qianquan bag without raising suspicion. She grabbed a piece of black jade and placed it into the pouch, followed by the jelly, which did not alter the pouch's appearance. Satisfied, Xiaowanwan patted her little belly. Gurgle, gurgle. Hungry again. She finished the milk in the bottle beside her and crawled down from the bed in search of more. Just as she was about to fall, Luan rushed in and caught her. I'm hungry, so hungry. Xiaowanwan pointed at her belly. Luan gazed at her plump stomach, lost in thought. That night, sounds echoed through the courtyard of Xie. The next day, Zhong Yuyan rose with a cheerful demeanor and sought out Luan. As Xiaowanwan was still asleep, Luan ordered tea to be brewed and brought out pastries made by Qingsheng. Sister-in-law, since I married in, I have not had the chance to pay my respects to you. I just visited my mother-in-law and thought to come by to greet you. Her tone was polite, devoid of disdain for Luan. Luan smiled gently and inquired, how is your mother-in-law? Fortunately, she only has a sore mouth and cannot eat solid food, having to consume only soupy meals. How could such a well person end up with a sore mouth? Perhaps it is due to a lack of decorum, Zhong Yuyan replied. Taking a sip of tea before continuing, did Aunt Sue frequently visit the fourth master's courtyard? Why does the fourth master's courtyard have a room for women's breast milk? Luan immediately understood Zhong Yuyan's intent. You wish to inquire about the fourth master's concubine that I mentioned yesterday? Yes, I inquired last night, but I do not trust him. This matter was conveyed to me directly by the old lady to protect Xia Huaishan from being implicated by the emperor. Eventually, the fourth master acknowledged it, stating that Aunt Sue often brought children to visit him. Since having this child, the fourth master's long-standing ailments have significantly improved. Luan replied meaningfully. Thus, the Zhong family's previous withdrawal from the engagement was due to your knowledge of this truth, which is why you spoke in their favor. Zhong Yuyan questioned. Luan nodded but lamented, regrettably. She still could not prevent Zhong Yuyan from marrying in. She saw her own past self in Zhong Yuyan, generously giving money only to be exploited by the entire household. I understand. Zhong Yuyan stood, bowing to her. Thank you for specially removing me from yesterday's situation. The Ho residence treats you unjustly. Do you not wish to leave? Zhong Yuyan was a straightforward person, and knowing Luan would support her, she saw no need to beat around the bush. Luan also recognized her lack of malice. Throughout history, has there ever been a respectable family that allowed their daughters-in-law to leave once they lost their value? They will naturally let you go once you are no longer of use. There are many ways. It merely depends on your willingness, Zhong Yuyan said with a cold smile. For the sake of your children, you must leave. I do not understand what you mean. Luan was taken aback, a sense of unease rising within her. Zhong Yuyan said, do you know why I agreed to fill their financial gaps? I gave them money, but it seems I did not give it all. Luan shook her head. My family has been in business for generations. We are all sensitive to money. Just a glance at the accounts and invoices reveals where the discrepancies lie. Zhong Yuyan continued, looking at Luan with confidence. The accounts from the Jinsi jewelry store were well crafted, yet they do not escape my scrutiny. The deficits are far greater than what is apparent. As for why the Ho residence is desperately trying to conceal this, I suspect there are secrets that involve the court behind it. Such a large amount of money for a jewelry store cannot possibly be justified even with the finest jewels. The only possibility is that they are using the jewelry store as a front for something far more sinister, something that must not see the light of day, which could very well involve the court. Having been in business for generations, she was clear on what should and should not be done. She loathed the Ho residents for exploiting her and harbored a deep resentment towards Xie Jinqiu for robbing her of her virtue, preventing her from marrying the one she loved. Thus, she was willing to financially support these individuals to uncover the truth behind it all and seek her revenge. The only person she did not wish to harm was Luan. Luan trembled slightly, quickly glancing around to ensure no one was present. She pulled Zhong Yuyan to sit down and lowered her voice. The accounts you mentioned, I do not comprehend.
Luan.
Zhong Yuyan questioned her. If you had no intention of helping me from the start, you would not have sent Wang Xia to find me that night when the third master had his accident. You know I despise Xie Jinqiu. Therefore, on that night, Luan deliberately made herself visible, confronting Xie Jinqiu directly. Yesterday's events further solidified her intentions. Luan smiled subtly. You are exceptionally astute. I will wait for the right moment regarding my own affairs, but I must warn you. Your husband is well-versed in pharmacology. You need to be cautious with your food and medicinal diets. Upon saying this, she turned to look at the withered potted plant. Zhong Yuyan immediately understood. No wonder. She had only been here for a few days, yet her inner strength seemed to have diminished significantly. A chill ran down her spine. Given her treatment of Xie Jinxiu, she should have anticipated his retaliation. She hadn't expected it to come so swiftly. Fortunately, she had sought out Luwan. Seeing Luwan in such a state, she felt a prickling sensation. Could it be that Luwan had already fallen victim to Xie Jinxiu's treachery? Luwan smiled faintly and reassured her. I am well for now. However, what you mentioned is of great significance. If we wish to find solid evidence, it may not be an easy task. Indeed. My family's account keeper is a descendant of the abacus masters. He reviewed the account books and could not ascertain when he might find the discrepancies. But as long as we continuously inject funds into the jewelry store and generate new accounts for a year, he will be able to pinpoint the flaws. Thus, within a year, I hope you will leave the Ho residence. I will certainly not let Xie Jinxiu go, nor anyone behind this scheme. Zhong Yuyan's eyes were icy. Her sentiments clear-cut. Luwan rose and placed her hand on Zhong Yuyan's arm. She understood how challenging it would be for a woman to undertake such endeavors. Yet, Zhong Yuyan was not an ordinary person. She was a heroine. Luwan extended an olive branch. Let us keep in touch moving forward. Zhong Yuyan nodded and bowed to her before departing. Luwan watched her retreating figure, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. After 5 years of managing accounts, how could she not discern the signs? However, she now had someone to protect. Each step must be taken with caution. Initially, she had worried that a girl as innocent as Zhong Yuyan might suffer harm, but now, seeing Zhong Yuyan's intelligence, she felt reassured. That evening, she embraced her daughter as they slept, the little bundle nestled in her arms, soft and fragrant. The small child pouted, her chubby hands clutching Luwan's clothing, seemingly murmuring in her dreams. Luwan caught a faint, indistinct sound, yet she could discern the essence of her words. Mother, I love you so much. Chapter 69. Can the unworthy father truly ascend? Luwan Xin's heart softened. After enduring 10 months of hardship and anxiety to bring Wanwan into the world, a sentiment that none could fathom, she felt that all her efforts were worthwhile upon hearing the affectionate call of mother. The following morning, when she awoke, Pan Spring hurriedly entered to prepare the child, wrapping Wanwan snugly like a little ball, causing her hairpin to tilt askew. While attending to the little one, she remarked, "Oh dear. We must hasten to the front hall. I've heard that the emperor is sending someone to proclaim the edict, likely related to the relief efforts involving the heir and others. It should be a notable merit. Wang Chun, make the young lady look more presentable and conceal any unsightly elements." Xiangxia interjected, her tone laced with indignation. Reflecting on yesterday's events, she felt a deep unease, unable to comprehend why the eldest madam would use a golden medal to save someone undeserving. Lu Wanxin soothed her, saying, "Do not rush. We are no longer in charge. There is no harm in taking our time." She deftly adjusted the hairpin on the child's head, setting it perfectly upright, which, paired with the little one's round, cherubic face, made her resemble a little ginseng. Unaware of the commotion, Xiaowanwan yawned and rubbed her eyes, only to be carried out of the courtyard by several people. The front hall was already bustling with members of the Marquis, led by Lady Li and Zhong Yuyan. Xie Jinxiu bore dark circles under her eyes, while Xie Jinan looked as if he had not slept at all. In stark contrast, Lady Li and Zhong Yuyan were brimming with joy as they awaited the imperial decree. "You truly are the lucky star of our Marquis. Ever since you married in, everything has gone smoothly. When the decree arrives, the rewards will be entrusted to you. I have faith in your abilities to manage the Marquisite's affairs." Lady Li's lips, swollen and blistered, struggled to form coherent words as she grinned while grasping Zhong Yuyan's hand. Despite the pain, every compliment she uttered seemed to alleviate her discomfort. A curious phenomenon indeed, confirming that Zhong Yuyan was indeed her fortunate star. Zhong Yuyan smiled and turned her gaze towards Lu Wanxin and the others who had just arrived. "Sister-in-law is here," she announced. Lady Li shot her a glare, her lips moving in a pained whisper. "I wonder what sins our Marquis has committed to have birthed such troublemakers, leaving our family on edge. If it were up to me, I would entrust everything to Yuyan." "Mother, perhaps you should refrain from speaking so much," Xie Jinan responded, his expression grim. After Lu Wanxin had given him the golden medal the previous day, He had endured a night of weeping from Su Ruru. If he did not present it, Su Ruru threatened to take her own life. The chaos had nearly led to a confrontation between mother and son. The pair had left him utterly drained. Su Ruru was merely coercing him to choose between the future of the Marquis and her son's lives. He feigned calmness, merely seeking a moment to breathe. As dawn broke, he received word to come here, having not closed his eyes the entire night. Now, he perceived Lu Wanxin as sensible and gentle, despite her occasional stubbornness. Ultimately, she was kind-hearted and had done all she could, fulfilling her obligations. Refrain from speaking? Why should I? If she genuinely wished to help yesterday, she could have revealed the golden medal earlier, rather than causing Rura to threaten self-harm. It was clearly intentional. As Lady Li spoke, a wave of pain surged through her lips, causing her to seek pain relief from the maid nearby. Indeed, every mention of Lu Wanxin seemed to exacerbate her discomfort. Mother, it would be wise to hold your tongue, Lu Wanxin said softly, her tone seemingly caring yet suppressing a chuckle, as her mannerisms were truly amusing. Xiaowanwan shared her sentiments, outwardly smiling cheerfully while internally ridiculing Lady Li countless times. What a wretched old woman. Her mouth is rotting. Yet she dares to speak ill. She truly lacks virtue. Humph. And she dares to confront my mother. Once I can speak, I will curse her. Listening to these thoughts warmed Lu Wanxin's heart. Xie Jinan observed his wife and daughter, the scene of maternal tenderness and joy stirring something within him. He recalled Su Ruru's tears and Huaishan's resentment, touching the golden medal in his pocket. Should he give it to Su Ruru, Lu Wanxin would lose her value to the Marquis, and he would inevitably lose her. To his surprise, he realized he did not wish to lose his wife and daughter. Xie Jinqiu laughed cheerily. Elder brother, what troubles you? Soon your rewards will arrive. Perhaps the Emperor will once again take notice of you. Aunt Su's father might even intercede on your behalf. The Marquis could be revived. Why the long face? Indeed, once the rewards are granted, many issues will resolve themselves. He need not worry about this matter any longer. After all, rewards typically entailed wealth and promotions. He secretly yearned for promotion. Mother's life has been difficult enough. If the unworthy father rises in rank, he may even neglect her feelings. Sighing, Xiaowanwan struggled to crawl to the ground, comforted by the warm little mittens Pan Spring had placed on her. Lu Wanxin lowered her heart troubled by the implications of Xie Jinan's cunningness, as he awaited the Emperor's decree. True to expectation, the royal carriage soon arrived. Lady Li's face beamed with delight as she hurried to greet the visitors. However, upon seeing the arrival of the prince, Eunuch Yu covered his eyes with a delicate hand, exclaiming, "Is there no dignified person in the Marquis of Jingan's household? Why send such an unsightly figure to receive the royal party?" Lady Li's expression soured instantly, but she dared not protest. Thus, she retreated to the side, oblivious to the fact that her lips took up half her face. Upon hearing the prince's arrival, Xie Jinan straightened his robes and approached respectfully, saying, "Eunuch, please disregard my mother. She has suffered a mouth ailment yet insisted on receiving the royal party despite her pain. Please excuse her." His heart swelled with excitement, realizing how much the emperor valued him. It seemed that after this incident, the Marquis was destined for greatness. Chapter 70. The noble infant of the Marquis residence, Xie Jinan bent at the waist, personally assisting Eunuch Yu and Xia Qianlin from their carriage. Eunuch Yu spat in disdain, grumbling about the audacity of those who had disturbed His Highness the Crown Prince. Lady Li hurriedly called for a handkerchief, her eyes lined with grievances. Upon entering the Marquis residence, Xia Qianlin immediately spotted a chubby infant playing on the floor. The infant looked up and exclaimed, "Wow, what a beautiful big brother." Xia Qianlin thought, he must be imagining things. Glancing around, he confirmed that the only child present was indeed this little one. Just as he was about to inquire further, Xie Zimu hurriedly scooped the infant away. "Your Highness, please do not take offense. This is my younger sister, Xiaowanwan. Your Highness, this is my little daughter. She is young and playful, often found playing on the ground. Truly useless. I do not understand how our grandmother could have entrusted these two inept children to me. Never mind. Is this not the legitimate eldest son of the Jingan Marquis?" Xia Qianlin assessed Xie Zimu, noting that they were of similar age, both with inscrutable dark eyes. "Stinky father. How dare you embarrass my big brother in front of the crown prince?" Xiaowanwan huffed, turning to cling to her big brother's neck. "Xie Zimu, I have heard of you."
So you're the one before me.
Xia Qianlin felt a sense of admiration as he regarded the child who was not inferior to himself. The infamy surrounding them had disturbed the ears of the crown prince. Xie Zimu pressed his lips together, tightening his hold on the little one. Infamy? Xia Qianlin looked around, realizing that everyone in the Marquis residence was present. Suddenly, he understood why Xie Zimu had said that. It appeared the Marquis residence held him in low regard, wishing to conceal his talents. Xia Qianlin could not help but feel a sense of respect, addressing Xie Jinan. "The Jing'an Marquis residence has received an imperial decree." All the residents knelt down. Xia Qianlin did not personally read the decree, but handed it to Eunuch Yu. Everyone looked bewildered. However, it was understandable. How could one trouble the crown prince to speak? Eunuch Yu cleared his throat and proclaimed, "By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, the heir of the Jing'an Marquis, along with Li and Su Xinbua, has assisted Vice Envoy Lu Shi in disaster relief and has been rewarded with 20 bolts of fine silk and 50 taels of gold." As he listened to these rewards, Xie Jinan grew increasingly perplexed. Why so little? It is even less than when Lu Wan distributed porridge. Lady Li nudged his arm. "Do not panic. The good things are yet to come." Indeed, there were good tidings. Eunuch Yu continued. 3 bronze statues from the coal mine shall be conferred, along with a talisman plaque for the Jing'an Marquis residence. The heir of the Jing'an Marquis, Xie Jinan, is granted the title of Xie Jinan's heart raced. Lu Wan and her 3 children also looked up, their expressions tense. The entire residence awaited the announcement of the heir's title, anticipating a promotion. How splendid! Eunuch Yu deliberately paused, cleared his throat, and continued. "The heir of the Jing'an Marquis, Xie Jinan, is declared the auspicious talisman of the current dynasty. Thus decreed." At this announcement, everyone was stunned, especially Lady Li and Xie Jinan, who nearly fainted. After enduring months of torment from the people of Anyuan County, they were left with nothing but the title of a talisman. The rewards were meager, particularly the 3 dark bronze figures held by the palace attendants, making Lady Li's eyes redden with rage. She wished to smash them. "Damn it, they look just like us. Why are you dazed? Accept the decree." Eunuch Yu's eyes twinkled with amusement. Xie Jinan's mind was blank. He trembled as he extended his hand. "I accept the decree." The bright yellow edict felt icy in his palm. How could the emperor treat him this way? Clearly, he had worked alongside Lu Shi. Why could Lu Shi ascend from assistant to vice envoy while he was merely a talisman? Oh no, 3 talismans. He had initially hoped to leverage his contributions to secure the release of Su Ru'er's father, but now not only had he received a paltry reward, but he had not even been promoted. These months had been in vain. He had become a talisman, and how would his colleagues mock him? He dared not imagine. Eunuch Yu smiled, congratulating the heir, saying that with the auspicious talisman of the current dynasty in residence, the Marquis household would surely prosper. "Thank you for your kind words." Eunuch Yu, Xie Jinan said, calling for some red envelopes to stuff into Eunuch Yu's hands. Eunuch Yu touched them, slightly disdainful. Xia Qianlin interjected. "I did not come merely to announce the decree." Everyone turned to the young crown prince, their faces filled with anticipation. Could it be that there was another important matter requiring the crown prince's attention? Suddenly, Xie Jinan smiled. He had anticipated that his fortune was far from simple. "Your Highness, could it be that later, the Dowager Empress's leg ailment truly improved, leading her to request the crown prince to bring the noble infant of the Marquis residence to the palace for a discussion?" Xie Jinan could hardly believe his ears. He and Lady Li exchanged glances, their expressions shifting from confusion to excitement. The noble infant of the Marquis residence, Xie Huaishan. They were finally witnessing what it meant to be a child of destiny. Huaishan had done nothing in the Marquis residence and was now brought to the palace by the crown prince, guaranteed a substantial reward. Fantastic! Fantastic! At merely 7 months old, he could bring the Marquis household to great heights. Quickly fetch young Master Huaishan from the charity hall," Lady Li urged, her entire being trembling with excitement. As long as she and Huaishan entered the palace together, perhaps she would have the chance to become a noble lady. This was an immense honor. The little maid hurriedly dashed toward the inner courtyard. Though Xie Jinan appeared joyful, he inwardly blamed Su Ruru for her temper tantrum. With such a grand occasion, everyone in the residence was present. Even Luwan's daughter was dressed festively to receive the decree. Yet Su Ruru was throwing a fit, having cried all night, now insisting on sleep. His dissatisfaction with her deepened. How much better it would have been if Huaishan were Luwan's son. Luwan felt uncomfortable under Xie Jinan's gaze. She turned and took Xiaowanwan from Zimu's arms, gently thanking him. "Thank you, Zimu, for holding my sister." Xie Zimu smiled faintly, pleased by his mother's praise. Xie Zixing huffed, declaring that next time, he too would help mother hold the sister. Xiaowanwan, sucking on her pacifier, looked curiously at Xia Qianlin and then at Luwan, pondering, is that the super nice Dowager Empress? Didn't her leg ailment get better long ago? How strange. Why is everyone looking for the male lead? Xie Zimu suddenly lifted his head to look at his sister. A heavy stone in his heart fell away. What a delightful misunderstanding this was. Before long, a maid rushed in, cradling Xie Huaishan, her eyes darting anxiously towards Xie Jinan. Not seeing Su Ruru, Xie Jinan assumed she was still sulking. He paid no heed to the matter, taking Huaishan into his arms and saying to Xia Qianlin, "Your Highness, this is my youngest son, the noble infant spoken of by Master Yuan Tong." Chapter 71. The authenticity of the relic. Xia Qianlin scrutinized Xie Huaishan, and when their eyes met, he felt an involuntary shiver run through him. That unsettling gaze was strikingly familiar. "Your Highness," Xie Jinan, noticing his pallor, interjected. He then turned to Xiaowanwan, his face a mask of confusion. Eunuch stepped forward, bowing to Xia Qianlin, and said, "Your Highness, it is said that Master Yuan Tong gifted the noble infant a relic. If he could produce it, clarity would ensue." At the mention of the relic, Xie Jinan's heart leaped with joy. The transparent relic had indeed been bestowed upon Huaishan by Master Yuan Tong. Everyone nodded in agreement. It would be a labor of courtesy for the young master to present it. Eunuch proclaimed. Xie Jinan's smile faltered. "But that relic exploded yesterday," Zhong Yuyan remarked quietly from the side. With that revelation, silence enveloped the room. Indeed, it had exploded, and they had witnessed it. Exploded? Eunuch expressed skepticism. How could a Buddhist relic simply explode? Fearing disbelief, Xie Jinan hastily asserted, "The entire Ho residence can testify that the relic indeed belonged to my son. The Jing'an Marquis' estate would never deceive the crown." At this, Li Shi and Xie Jinqiu nodded vigorously, eager to corroborate. Yet Xia Qianlin, ever the cautious observer, remained silent. Watching intently, the atmosphere grew decidedly awkward. Just then, a transparent sphere rolled to the feet of the prince. Eunuch quickly picked it up, examining it closely, and exclaimed in delight that it was indeed the relic mentioned by Master Yuan Tong. He presented it to the prince, then turned to Xiaowanwan, stating, "Your Highness." She threw it. Xiaowanwan huffed, turning to embrace her mother. I can produce as many of these worthless beads as you desire. What is there to boast about? Even the one on that odious male lead belongs to me." Xia Qianlin understood instantly and addressed Luwan, "Madam, please accompany us to the palace." Luwan was taken aback. Xie Jinan, in a state of urgency, stepped forward. "Your Highness, you must be mistaken. Huaishan is the noble infant Master Yuan Tong spoke of. Wanwan cannot possibly be the one." He refused to believe that a mere girl could surpass a boy, regardless of her mother being Luwan. Indeed, when Huaishan was born, Master Yuan Tong personally gifted me the relic. There can be no mistake. Li Shi urgently grasped Zhong Yuyan's hand. "I witnessed that relic explode in Huaishan's hands." Zhong Yuyan struggled to suppress a smile. "Impudent!" Eunuch admonished. "The prince's judgment is not to be questioned." Xia Qianlin raised a hand, holding the transparent sphere aloft. "You claim the relic exploded. Then what is this?" Seeing the identical transparent sphere in the prince's hand, everyone was rendered speechless. How could this be? The relic was a sacred artifact of the Buddhist faith. How could there be two? How could it be in Wanwan's possession? It must be a counterfeit. Perhaps hers is the fake, Xie Jinan argued. Before he could finish, a small voice piped up, and suddenly, the relic in the prince's hand radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, dazzling all present. Xia Huaishan stared in astonishment, feeling an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, wishing fervently to cultivate right there. How powerful! Could it be that this prince is also a formidable cultivator? With his soul awakening, he thought that he must seize the opportunity to embrace such a noble identity. As the light faded, Xia Qianlin asked coolly, "Are there any further objections?" No one dared to speak. With a disdainful huff, he pocketed the sphere and instructed that Luwan and her daughter be escorted to the carriage. Xia Zimu watched anxiously as his mother took his sister away. "Brother, do not be disheartened. We will find a way to enter the palace ourselves in the future." Xia Zixing tugged at his arm and continued. "I wrote a few lines of poetry. Can you help me review them?" Xia Jinan waved his hand impatiently. Xia Zimu felt a pang of disappointment. How could his father compare to his mother? If his sister truly shone brightly, their mother might never escape. As they departed, a maid who had gone to fetch Xia Huaishan stomped her foot in distress. "It's terrible, young master. Aunt Sue has hanged herself." What? Everyone was left in shock. Li Shi nearly fainted, and she had to be supported by an elderly maid, murmuring, "She cannot die. She must not die. Hurry. Go save her." Xia Jinan, after speaking, scooped up Xia Huaishan and rushed to the compassion hall. What will become of Roro? Zhong Yuan paused, sensing the unusually intense concern from the Ho residents for Su Roro. Yet, she felt it was both normal and peculiar, and hurriedly followed, calling for the auspicious bronze figurines bestowed by the emperor to be brought along. "Quick, bring this bronze figurine to Aunt Sue's brother." In the compassion hall's side courtyard, Yin Lu clutched Su Roro tightly, weeping, "Aunt, you cannot die. The young master and madam will punish me." "Yes, sister. You cannot despair. Father hopes you live well." Xia Xinbo had arrived, an anxious look on his face, as he scanned the surroundings. Seeing a hurried group approaching from outside, he signaled to Su Roro. She forcefully pushed Yin Lu away, crying out, "My father endured countless hardships to raise me. I cannot bear to see him descend into the underworld without having fulfilled my filial duties. Brother, you must live on to carry on the Su family bloodline. I will take my leave." With that, she looped a white silk ribbon around her neck and kicked the stool from beneath her. When Xia Jinan entered, he was met with this horrifying scene and dropped the child into Li Shi's arms, rushing to rescue Su Roro. She felt heavier than he anticipated, and he called for Xia Xinbo to assist. "What are you waiting for? Come help." "All right." Xia Xinbo swiftly lifted Su Roro off the ground. She collapsed in her brother's embrace, weeping bitterly as she looked at Xia Jinan. "Why save me? Just let me die." Xia Jinan held her tightly, saying, "Roro, do not act foolishly. The reason I have waited until today is to leverage the relief efforts to secure your father's release." Su Roro ceased her sobbing, her tear-filled eyes searching his. "Is it really true?" "Of course it is true." When the imperial edict arrived, the young master said just that. "You know, it's not as though there are no alternatives. Why seek death?" Zhong Yuan added quietly from the side. Su Roro's expression transformed into one of excitement as she grasped Xia Jinan's hand. "And gee, when will my father be released?" Xia Jinan remained silent. She then turned to Li Shi, who quietly looked away. Zhong Yuan cleared her throat and remarked, "Our residence only has labor, not merit. Surprising, isn't it?" Chapter 72, The Unexpected Revelation about Aunt Su. What is this? Su Ruru's face fell in disappointment as she sank to the ground. "Rest assured, Ruru, I will devise a solution for you." Xia Jinan had barely spoken when a matron hurriedly entered, exclaiming, "Young master, madam, the old lady cannot rise from her bed and wishes for you to come discuss Aunt Sue's father's matter." "Sister, see, the old lady is concerned about this issue. Please calm yourself. I will stay here with you." Su Xinbo reassured her before turning to Xia Jinan. "Do not worry. I will ensure she does not act foolishly." Xia Jinan nodded, releasing Su Ruru, and together with Lady Li, they proceeded to the compassion hall. "Goodness, the old lady is willing to speak on your behalf. Aunt Su is indeed held in high regard by the Ho residents. Even Luwan, a lady of noble birth who once saved the entire family, does not receive such favor as this." Zhong Yuan mused, pondering if they held some incriminating evidence against Aunt Su. Fourth sister-in-law, I am feeling unwell. I must ask you to leave. Su Ru's voice suddenly turned icy. Zhong Yuyan scoffed, leading her entourage away. She was eager to see what outcome the old lady and the others would reach. After receiving her orders, Mama Qing took her old friend to eavesdrop. However, she dared not approach the old lady's chamber, instead sending her friend to assist the servants with cleaning the old lady's mess. While she stealthily neared the old lady's room, Su Ru's door was tightly shut, and Zhong Yuyan found it strange. Just as she prepared to knock, she heard breathy gasps from within. Her mind went blank, and she froze. The ensuing dialogue left her speechless. You are truly bold. Just moments ago, you were crying inconsolably. Yet now you dare to entice me. A man caressed Su Ru's face with an affectionate expression. Zhong Yuyan was taken aback. The voice was not that of the young master or her husband, but rather, it resembled Aunt Su's brother. How could this be? They were siblings. I have missed you dearly. It has been so long since we were together. Su Ru's voice was particularly sultry. That Xie Jinan is a mere weakling. He cannot satisfy you, can he? If he had the ability, you would not be yearning for me, the man teased. To have a child, and still cling so tightly. He pressed somewhere that made Su Ru emit a soft sound. What are you saying? My thoughts of you have nothing to do with him. The sultry voice continued, leaving Zhong Yuyan petrified outside. What had she just heard? The young master could not satisfy Aunt Su? Xie Huaishan was Su Ru's son? Wasn't Su Ru the child's wet nurse? And was not Xie Huaishan the illegitimate son of the fourth master? How could Aunt Su, the young master's concubine, bear the child of the fourth master? It was all so chaotic, so intricate. Zhong Yuyan's face flushed with confusion, pondering the nature of those within the Ho residence. A maid behind her gently tapped her, but Zhong Yuyan swiftly covered her mouth. The intimate sounds from within continued, leading her and the maid to depart, utterly lost. Mama Qing and her old friend stealthily made their way into Zhong Yuyan's courtyard, closing the door behind them. Fourth madam, we have heard some intriguing information, Mama Qing whispered. Zhong Yuyan, momentarily shaken from her stupor, instructed her maid to guard the door. Her old friend continued, Fourth madam, I just overheard while carrying waste.
Get to the point.
Zhong Yuyan interjected, the air thickening with an unpleasant scent. Her old friend persisted. The old lady stated that Aunt Su must not die, nor must her father. She commanded the young master to procure a life-saving token for Aunt Su to save her father and mentioned something about a token that proves Aunt Su's identity. If they cannot obtain this token, her identity cannot be validated. Moreover, she added that the envoys from Nanmei Kingdom will be arriving soon, instructing us to prepare. Mama Qing had only gathered this information. Zhong Yuan nodded, handing them some silver notes. If you dare to speak a word of this outside, we would not. Her old friend replied, taking the silver and kneeling to bow. Very well, assist me, and you shall not lack rewards.
Now depart.
Zhong Yuan dismissed them. Her mind was in turmoil for a while, but once clarity emerged, she understood. It must be that Su Ru's identity could benefit the Ho residents in some way. Thus, they were willing to use a life-saving token to save Aunt Su's father. Perhaps Aunt Su's background was intertwined with the envoys from Nanmei Kingdom who would soon arrive. This matter seemed to involve the conflicts between two nations. Zhong Yuyan suddenly realized she was utterly at a loss regarding how to handle these affairs. Mama Qing felt aggrieved and on the verge of tears. Her old friend handed her a sheet of paper. This is all I have. Nothing more. The two women cheerfully resumed their duties. As they reached the outer courtyard, they received signals from outside, leading them to report the situation. Snow was soon to fall, and the eldest lady worried about the eldest and second young masters being cold while studying. She had prepared coal in advance, and the warming stove was crafted by a brother from her hometown, unmatched in the entire capital. Mama Qing beamed as she lit the fire for them. Xie Zixing rubbed his hands for warmth, while Zimu smiled slightly. Mama Qing, do you think my mother is good? Mama Qing chuckled, scratching his head. The eldest lady is the most intelligent and kindest person I have ever met. She saved him and his daughter. Therefore, it is only right for him to spend his lifetime repaying her kindness. Xie Zixing seemed to have uncovered something significant, suddenly exclaiming, Brother, this coal is different from what we used before. Chapter 73. The royal family Qing turned his head slightly and let out a sigh. Of course, it was different. This was the finest golden charcoal in the entire capital. The ordinary charcoal previously used in the mansion was something even the master deemed unworthy, merely sent by the old lady for the two young masters. This golden charcoal was something he had secretly exchanged with silver coins to repay the eldest lady's kindness. "Brother, could you take a look at these lines I've written?" The room instantly warmed up. Xia Zixing bounced over, presenting his written verses to Xia Zimu. Zimu glanced at them, sighed, and replied, "You know, I believe you excel in martial arts." Xia Zixing was momentarily taken aback.
Hey,
"The second young master has been running around with my family as Qingxing every day. He is in great shape."
King da Kaimdin laughing.
Upon hearing this, Xia Zixing opened his mouth and began to cry, exclaiming, "Brother, are you calling me foolish?" The young master, who often prided himself on his bravery, turned out to be a little crybaby. Xia Zimu suppressed a smile, tightening his grip on the book. There were still a few months until the spring examination. In the palace, the little one clamored to be buried beneath the coral tree. However, as a light snow had already fallen, Luwan was afraid it would chill her, so she did not comply. Xiaowanwan's large eyes filled with tears as her mother carried her to Su Hui Palace. To Luwan's surprise, upon arriving, they found not only the Grand Dowager but also the Emperor, the Empress, and the ninth Prince, Xia Xiheng. The long table in Su Hui Palace was filled with royal family members. The Crown Prince greeted everyone and Luwan followed suit. "Be seated," the Emperor said jovially from his main seat, instructing attendants to provide seats for Luwan and the Crown Prince. Luwan was somewhat bewildered. The Grand Dowager, seated just below the Emperor, smiled and said, "My leg is healed, and the reason I summoned you is that last time, Wanwan helped me drive away the evil spirit. Yet I have yet to reward you. That is why I called upon His Majesty." Holding her child, Luwan smiled and replied, "This humble servant accepts the decree. I shall wait outside." "No need for that. Today marks the first snowfall. It would be nice for our family to dine together. Please take a seat." The Grand Dowager insisted, urging the palace attendants to seat Luwan. Luwan was taken aback by the honor. She felt unworthy to be considered part of the royal family. "Do not misunderstand. Your aunt used to dine with us in the same manner. We all miss her dearly." The Grand Dowager's words warmed Luwan's heart. Family. The Grand Dowager and the Emperor regarded her aunt as family. Her aunt had indeed shown kindness to the late Emperor and had taught the current Emperor to read and write. The Grand Dowager smiled gently and turned to Xia Xiheng, who nodded slightly in gratitude. "Oh, who said you were family to this old woman? If it weren't for Wanwan's presence, I wouldn't have come at all. It's been ages since I last saw this little one." "Humph. If Luwan hadn't given birth to such a lovely daughter," the Empress rolled her eyes, though her mood appeared quite cheerful. Ever since the last encounter, people had praised her youthful appearance, claiming she looked 20 years younger. The Grand Dowager, displeased, remarked, "If you don't wish to be here, then leave. I did not invite you." "Oh, really? You think if you begged, I would come? You can't even compare to a fraction of my beauty. I wouldn't waste my time arguing with you."
Li Wantan.
"Do you dare to quarrel in front of the child? Come on. I'm not afraid of the Emperor. Why would I fear a frail old woman like you?" The Empress stood, elegantly rolling up her sleeves, and as their argument escalated, the tension in the air thickened. Yet, the onlookers remained unfazed, as if such exchanges were commonplace. "Enough. Thankfully, there are no outsiders here. Otherwise, you wouldn't want such embarrassment. Do maintain some dignity for the Empress and the Grand Dowager." The Emperor interjected, his face beaming with amusement as he rubbed his forehead. "Mother, really silence." "Silence." Two voices rebuked the Emperor, causing him to immediately cease his protests and resort to a dry cough. Luwan found herself in a state of unease, witnessing this spectacle. No wonder her aunt had advised her to steer clear of the royal family. How could one possibly provoke women who dared to scold even the Emperor? They had been this way for over a decade. There was no need for alarm. The status of royal women had always been elevated, and the late Emperor had endured similar situations. Xia Xiheng smiled lightly, sitting beside the Grand Dowager as he observed Luwan. Noticing her bowl was empty, he contemplated offering her some food but hesitated, his hand hovering in midair. Ultimately, He picked up a morsel and placed it before the child in her arms. Luwan felt her cheeks heat up, fearing that the ninth prince might overstep. Yet, it seemed her concerns were unfounded. Xiaowanwan, with wide eyes, attempted to reach for the food but then huffed and buried her face into her mother's embrace. How unfair. Mother 1T, let me be buried. Woe is me. Then let that baby starve. Let her regret it. Xia Siheng and Xia Qianlin paused slightly. Luwan, with no other choice, gently pushed the little one away, gazing at her pouting face and coaxed, "You drank a pot of milk before we left. Aren't you hungry?"
Xiaowanwan potet, no.
Not unfair. And pointed at the treat on Xia Siheng's chopsticks. Starve. Whoa, never mind. Mother, regret. Luwan struggled to suppress her laughter. How could her little Wanwan be so adorable? Heavens! Not only Luwan but everyone else found themselves amused. Xia Siheng, unperturbed, savored the food, exclaiming, "Truly, the imperial chef outdid himself. This treat is delightful and melts in one's mouth. Not only I, but even a toothless infant could relish it. It's simply exquisite. Nothing else in the world compares." After saying this, he had the dish removed. Xiaowanwan's eyes filled with tears upon seeing the food taken away. She pouted and cried out, "Bad, bad uncle." Her cries were loud and unyielding. "You truly are something." An adult still teasing a child. The Grand Dowager scolded him. Xia Siheng smiled gently. Xiaowanwan was then cradled in the Empress's arms, glaring at Xia Siheng with a proud expression. "Humph, you villain. Wanwan will eat in Auntie Empress's arms. Let us see what you can do." With that, she eagerly devoured the food offered by the Empress, savoring every bite with satisfaction. How delicious!
Just as good as what Uncle Lee makes.
The Empress is kind, and the Grand Dowager is nice too. I like them so much. What a pity. As she pondered this, her little face suddenly scrunched up. Oh, dear. Their fates were too tragic. Chapter 74. The prince's adventure in the dog hole. Luwan anxiously cast her gaze towards her companion, fearful of missing any significant detail. Alas, according to the narrative, the arrival of the Southern Mei Kingdom's envoys was imminent after the first snowfall, and those nefarious individuals were casting spells upon the Empress Dowager and the imperial concubine, persuading them to urge the emperor to relinquish territories, thereby causing turmoil within the great Xia dynasty. Eventually, the territories were indeed seized by the Southern Mei Kingdom, and the Empress Dowager and the imperial concubine fell victim to the curse. How infuriating! Why am I still unable to articulate my thoughts? If only my mother would scold me once more. At the dining table, everyone paused. Only the Empress Dowager and the imperial concubine were thoroughly engaged in play with the little one. The child wore a troubled expression, despite indulging in exquisite delicacies. Joy eluded her. Xia Qianlin observed him with curiosity. Xia Siheng broke the silence, noting that the little one appeared rather downcast. Did she wish to venture outside to play? Luwan chuckled in resignation, explaining that she delighted in playing beneath the coral tree in the splendid palace. Qianlin, you've had your fill. Take Wanwan out to play for a while. We adults still have matters to discuss, the emperor instructed the crown prince. Xia Qianlin rose, nodding, "Yes, Father, Uncle 9, Grandmother. Grandmother Imperial, I shall take my leave." Reluctantly, the Empress Dowager handed the child over to him. Luwan watched as the young prince carried her daughter out, refraining from intervening. She knew that no harm would befall the crown prince within the palace, and moreover, her requests for rewards from His Majesty were not something she wished for the child to overhear. However, the Empress Dowager was different. She longed to follow, wishing to regain her youth. Yet, she was halted by Xia Siheng's words. "Your Majesty, Luwan is well versed in the affairs of the noble ladies of the capital. It would be prudent to seek her counsel regarding the selection of the crown prince's consort." The Empress Dowager halted, turning to Luwan with a conspiratorial smile. Luwan felt a wave of relief. So it was about this matter. Upon exiting the Sihui Palace, Xia Qianlin sighed, contemplating that his elder brother, having reached the age of 14, was soon to consider marriage. Wouldn't the selection of a crown princess need to occur even sooner? One of the attendants, Lord Wang, inquired, "Your Highness, do you harbor no desire for matrimony?" Xia Qianlin shook his head, replying, "This palace wishes to marry someone truly beloved." Lord Wang chuckled, assuring him, "That will come to pass." As they passed the splendid palace, the little one in Xia Qianlin's embrace suddenly began to squirm, pointing towards the palace and babbling, "Want to go in." Xia Qianlin recalled the child's earlier yearning expressed during the feast. He bent down, asking, "Do you wish to play inside?" Xiaowanwan nodded vigorously. "Please let me in for a while. I need to grow quickly. As long as you allow me in, I shall forgive you for your disrespect towards my dear uncle." Xia Qianlin nearly burst into laughter. Nearby, Lord Wang remarked, "This is indeed the fifth princess's chamber. It has been locked since her marriage, but it is rumored that soon, someone will be sent to relocate the coral tree to the princess's residence."
What?
The coral tree is being moved? Let me in. Wah, it's my favorite. Xiaowanwan wriggled free from the crown prince's hold, her little bottom wiggling as she scurried towards the entrance of the splendid palace. Startled, Xia Qianlin quickly instructed Lord Wang to fetch the key. He chased after the determined little figure, but she had already found a dog hole and wriggled through. "You seem quite familiar with this place," he mused, contemplating whether to follow through the hole, as his princely status would deem such an act undignified. Yet, considering the affection the Empress Dowager and the imperial concubine held for this little sister, should anything happen to Wanwan inside, he would certainly face dire consequences. In the end, weighing his life against his dignity, he chose the former. "Oh well, no one is watching," he thought, crouching down to slip in. Inside, he found a chubby infant sitting on the ground, sucking her thumb and gazing up at him with wide eyes. Their gazes locked, and the crown prince felt a wave of embarrassment. "You can't fly? My uncle can fly. As a prince, you cannot fly?" Xiaowanwan pointed a pudgy finger at the sky. "But you are quite clever, little prince. You figured out how to squeeze in here with me.
Now you need not fly. Hee hee."
Xia Qianlin's face flushed crimson. "But I am still so young. My martial skills are not yet sufficient for such feats." However, he realized that explaining this to the little one was futile. He needed to enter first. As he attempted to maneuver himself further, he suddenly found himself stuck. "Oh no, this is embarrassing." Xiaowanwan swayed, attempting to stand and help him. Xia Qianlin was taken aback as the child tugged at his hair, her head larger than her own, grinning as she pulled him further inside. Both of them grimaced in discomfort. Xia Qianlin felt tears welling up. How could a child who could not even control her bodily functions manage to capture his hair? His scalp throbbed painfully. Soon, Xiaowanwan released her grip, plopping back down, panting with her cheeks flushed. "This carrot is so hard to pull out. If only the hole were a bit larger." Xia Qianlin felt like crying. He could not call for help without losing face. Hearing footsteps approaching from outside, he urged Xiaowanwan, "Be a good girl, Wanwan. Stand up and try again." She turned her head away, replying, "Too tired. If only the wall would collapse, we wouldn't need to pull out the carrot." As soon as the words left her lips, Xia Qianlin felt the walls tremble ominously. Just before a group of palace attendants arrived, with a loud crash, the wall crumbled, sending dust swirling into the air. Xiaowanwan, bewildered, crawled over to dig Xia Qianlin out. "I finally got buried." Unlike her, whose efforts to bury herself took forever. The young prince spat out dust, his face smeared in grime as he called out, "Hurry and save me." Being buried was not embarrassing, but getting stuck in a dog hole certainly was. The palace attendants, hearing the collapse and seeing the crown prince trapped beneath the fallen wall, were instantly struck with terror and rushed to rescue him. Once Xia Qianlin was freed, he stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and lifted Xiaowanwan into his arms. "As for the wall, simply find someone to repair it. It has been in disrepair for years. Thankfully, I protected little Wanwan." Xiaowanwan looked up at him, her large eyes filled with innocent curiosity. The attendants murmured as they cleared the rubble, questioning how it had collapsed so suddenly. Indeed, it had been newly constructed a few years prior, and its collapse was utterly terrifying. Xia Qianlin pressed his lips together, hurrying into the splendid palace while cradling Xiaowanwan. "Now, in light of your heroic deed in saving me, how would you like to play?" Xiaowanwan cheered, her excitement bubbling over as she jumped to her feet. She pointed at the dirt pit, incoherently exclaiming, "Bury, bury," while gesturing towards herself. "Is this how we bury ourselves?" Shouldn't we make an effort to rescue ourselves first? Chapter 75. The Crown Prince Guogua seeks to marry in seeing Xia Qianlin's puzzled expression. She boldly lay down in the pit. Indeed, it was her size. Burying herself, foolishly. Xia Qianlin snapped back to reality and squatted down, helplessly assisting her in covering herself with dirt. He dared not inquire further, for he could hear the little one's thoughts, and she had the power to bring down walls. There must be a reason for her to bury herself in the earth. Before long, Eunuch Wang hurried over, his face pale at the sight of the dirty prince and the charming child buried in the soil. He had heard whispers of the palace walls collapsing upon the prince. Surely, the child hadn't been crushed to death. He rushed over to find Xiaowanwan lying serenely in the ground, and he was horrified. Trembling, he asked, "Your Highness, this Miss Wanwan is cherished by the Empress. She cannot be buried just like that. At the very least, we must find a coffin. Is there not a suitable one in the palace? Should I go fetch one?" Yet the prince raised a finger to signal him to be silent. Eunuch Wang felt a burning anxiety. How could he remain quiet? This was the legitimate daughter of a Marquis, the Empress's treasured one. Meanwhile, at the Jing'an Marquis' residence, a baby sat by the artificial mountain pond, exerting all his strength to absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. The transparent shard of a relic in his hand assisted him in this endeavor. Xia Huaishan furrowed his brows tightly, contemplating the thinness of the spiritual energy here. If he could absorb even a little, he could send out a fragment of his soul. Before he could finish his thoughts, a warmth spread within him. He quickly opened his eyes and released a portion of his soul, which floated towards the imperial palace. Under the coral tree, the little darling remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Upon waking, she lazily stretched and yawned, her eyelashes glistening with tears. Just as she attempted to rise, someone grasped her shoulder and lifted her up, brushing the dirt off her.
Thank you. Thank you, she stammered.
Xiaowanwan never says thank you. I, Xiaowanwan, have never uttered a word of thanks in my life. This time, I truly appreciate it, little prince. Xia Qianlin squatted on the ground, silently brushing the dirt from her. Both children appeared quite disheveled. Xiaowanwan beamed. In light of your kindness towards me, I shall grant you one wish. Xia Qianlin smiled faintly. No need for thanks, Wanwan. I am rather curious about something you mentioned earlier. Is what you said about those thoughts truly genuine? However, before he could finish his inquiry, a flash of white light surged into Xia Qianlin's body. The little prince clutched his head and suddenly collapsed, writhing in agony. The male lead. How could his soul have arrived? He is clearly just a child. How could his spirit manifest? Xiaowanwan recalled the script, where the male lead had initially intended to seize the little prince's body.
Now,
the golden light sealing the prince's spirit had dimmed. It seemed he could hardly withstand the male lead's encroachment. That's not right. According to the script, the male lead was supposed to replace the elder brother's status before attempting to seize the prince's body. After usurping, he incited the emperor to execute the entire family of his mother and imprison his little cousin, all while fawning over the saintess from NNMI, trading the lands of the great Xia to please her, indulging himself in the eastern palace, surrounded by beautiful women. Why is it happening so quickly? Perhaps due to instinct. Xiaowanwan was nearly frightened by Xia Qianlin's appearance. Xia Qianlin seemed to have heard her thoughts, clutching his head and shouting with reddened eyes, "Get out!" The terrifying gaze and voice from before resurfaced in his mind, relentlessly tearing at his soul, threatening to consume him entirely. He was drenched in sweat, trembling in pain, rolling across the ground and into the palace.
Impossible.
As the future heir, he would rather die than cede territory or harm loyal ministers. Allowing the male lead described by Wanwan to succeed, Xiaowanwan crawled after him, her hands and feet working in earnest. As she witnessed Xia Qianlin, eyes bloodshot and dagger in hand, poised to stab his own heart, he clung to the last vestige of reason, unable to carry out even that simple act. His other hand gripped the dagger tightly, blood trickling from his palm. He gazed at the little infant who had entered, feeling an inexplicable trust in her. "Wanwan, kill me." Xiaowanwan shook her head seriously, her small face taut. "I cannot kill my savior." She pointed at herself. "I can help you. Consider it a repayment." Xia Qianlin was suddenly struck down by a force, desperately trying to stab himself with the dagger. As long as you can save me, I will grant you anything you desire.
Ah!
Get away. He was on the brink of madness, his soul nearly torn in two. Xiaowanwan thought, I want the imperial chef to come to my home. I want meat every day. Roasted meat, grilled chicken. When I grow up, I want to eat all of these. I also want a branch from the coral tree. Wanwan, save me. Ahahaha. The prince's voice grew weaker, replaced by another's maniacal laughter. Xiaowanwan crawled over, snatching the dagger from him and letting her blood drip onto the prince's forehead. I cannot save you completely. The male lead will keep coming unless... Unless what? Xia Qianlin had lost the ability to think. Unless your body contains my blood. You must become my kin, my protector, to shield me from all harm. I am willing. I am willing. Xia Qianlin could scarcely breathe. Xiaowanwan pressed her blood onto the wound in his palm. The blood intertwined, and a golden light slowly flowed into Xia Qianlin's body, bringing warmth to his mind. The tearing sensation gradually faded, and the seal within him awakened, forcefully expelling the foreign soul. Yin Lu dropped the cotton garment she had been holding, panicked, and shouted, Young master! What happened to young master Huaishan? Quick, summon the physician. Hurry. Elder sister Yin Lu, the physician has already retired. One maid replied. What about Aunt Sue? Aunt Sue went out with the heir long ago. She took the immunity token to save someone. Chapter 76. Aspiring to marry Wanwan as the crown princess within the splendid halls of the Jingxiagong, Xia Qianlin regained his composure. His attire tattered and soiled. Yet, on his youthful visage, determination was etched profoundly. Wanwan, henceforth, shall I be your kin, your protector? He pondered. Xiaowanwan, fearing he might retract his words, hastily rose to gesture. The honor is mine, truly. Xia Qianlin smiled, having just traversed the threshold of death. This experience had deepened his faith in the little one before him. She was no mere mortal. She was a celestial being incarnate. Very well. It is indeed my privilege. Since we are now blood relatives, I shall safeguard you for a lifetime. Xiaowanwan, her large eyes sparkling with anticipation, touched her plump belly. Did you not just finish your meal? Be good. We shall dine later. Come, let me take you to the coral tree. Xia Qianlin stood, intending to carry her out, but she, in her pride, turned away, crawling out independently while muttering, Stingy, stingy, not even a morsel. If I had known, I would not have gotten dirty. Xia Qianlin sighed and called for Eunuch Wang. Upon seeing him in such a state, Eunuch Wang was struck with terror. When he turned to see the lively Xiaowanwan, his legs weakened and he fainted, exclaiming ghost. In the Suhui Palace, several individuals sat beneath the emperor, discussing the marriage of the crown prince. Observing the Empress Dowager's dissatisfaction with the proposed bride, Luan felt troubled. It was no easy feat to navigate this situation, especially if she hoped to use it to gain favor from the emperor. The Empress Dowager insisted on finding someone like Luan, yet where in the realm was there another such woman? It would be quite shocking to have a divorced woman with a child marry the crown prince. Xia Siheng quietly watched the Empress Dowager, his eyes betraying an uncontainable murderous intent. The Empress Dowager, holding Luan's hand, extolled the virtues of the crown prince, suggesting even a bride older than him would suffice. The emperor remained silent, allowing the Empress Dowager to peel fruit for him. Just as Luan was about to be swayed by the Empress Dowager's words, Eunuch Wang rushed in, flustered. Not good, Your Majesty, Your Highnesses. The crown prince has encountered a malevolent spirit. The group sprang to their feet, hastening towards the eastern palace. The imperial physician had just bandaged Xia Qianlin's palm when he saw the emperor arrive with others and hurriedly knelt in greeting. The emperor instructed him to leave. Xiaowanwan, clutching a large piece of coral, quietly crawled away, with Luan quickly following, the Empress Dowager and the Grand Empress Dowager trailing behind. In the room, only the emperor and the 9th prince remained. Father, there is a malevolent spirit in the Jingxiagong that sought to usurp the child's body. It was Wanwan who saved him. Xia Qianlin recounted the events, omitting his ability to hear Wanwan's thoughts, fearing the emperor would perceive her as a monster. He merely stated that Wanwan's blood could repel the evil spirit. Xia Siheng nodded. Your Majesty. The ailment of my mother was caused by the ghost of a maidservant of the late emperor's consort, and it was Xiaowanwan who dispelled that ghost. He recalled the moment the little one had handed him the ghost's head, sending shivers down his spine. His daughter was undoubtedly a reincarnation of a celestial being. The emperor acknowledged, "I have always known Xiaowanwan was extraordinary. That little one has made me considerably more handsome." Thus, he believed Xia Qianlin and Xia Sihing's words. The late emperor had informed him in a dream that Xiaowanwan's origins were tied to the destiny of the Daxia dynasty. "You must understand, this matter must not be disclosed. If the Nanmei kingdom learns of it, targeting a child could spell the end for the Daxia dynasty." The late emperor had warned him that should anything happen to Xiaowanwan, he would rise from the underworld to drag him down with him. The thought alone left the emperor's scalp tingling. The two present nodded in agreement. Xia Qianlin, with a youthful yet resolute face, declared, "Father, I wish to request one thing." "What is it?" the emperor inquired. "Since Xiaowanwan saved me with her blood, I shall protect her for eternity," Xia Qianlin proclaimed, turning to the ninth prince. "Thus, for my vow to guard Xiaowanwan for a lifetime, I implore you, Father, to grant our union. I wish to wait for Xiaowanwan to grow, to marry her and make her the crown princess, ensuring she reigns over the Daxia dynasty." The emperor nearly collapsed, exclaiming, "What did you just say?" "I wish to marry Xiaowanwan as the crown princess," Xia Qianlin insisted wholeheartedly. The emperor stiffly turned to gauge Xia Sihing's reaction. "Did you hear that?" He said it himself. "It has nothing to do with me." Xia Sihing maintained a smile, but his eyes reflected a fierce intensity, akin to one surveying a graveyard. "Elder brother, you should step outside." The emperor raised a hand. "Linner is injured. You must know your limits." "I understand." Xia Sihing's gritted response sent shivers through both father and son. The emperor hastily fled, and Eunuch Yu promptly closed the door behind him. "Your Majesty, what has transpired?" Eunuch Yu inquired. The emperor wiped the cold sweat from his brow, invoking the heavens. "It is my two sons who are oblivious to their fate, not I. Ancestors, I have done nothing." Eunuch Yu looked perplexed. Inside, the cries of a child echoed, suggesting a severe scuffle had occurred. The emperor strode out, muttering, "If they strike him, they cannot strike me." In the courtyard, Luwan cradled the little one, allowing the imperial physician to tend to him. On either side sat the Grand Empress Dowager and the Empress Dowager, gazing at her injuries with profound concern. "Which audacious spirit dares to harm Xiaowanwan? This is outrageous. And the injury is grave. Had the physician arrived later, it could have become infected. Bring in Master Yuantong. Let him investigate. If he cannot find it, he shall descend into the underworld to question Yan Wang." The usually composed Empress Dowager was now so enraged that her hair stood on end, her dignified lips uttering words colder than a winter's day. The palace attendants hurried to summon Master Yuantong. Xiaowanwan, her face and clothing soiled and ragged, resembled a beggar seeking aid. Nestled in her mother's embrace, she stubbornly refused to shed tears. How pitiful! The three women present felt their hearts shatter, each taking turns to comfort her while arranging for fresh garments, ushering her into a warm room to change. Before she could even begin her lament, the aunts had stripped her of her tattered attire, replacing it with festive garments. The fabric was soft and warm, making her little face flush with satisfaction. "Where has the emperor gone amid such turmoil?" The Empress Dowager inquired coldly. "He has not come to see Xiaowanwan after her injury. Does he wish to deny her the title of princess? Her future beauty was to be supported by this little one. What event could possibly outweigh the welfare of my little treasure?" A young eunuch glanced up, then lowered his gaze. "It is said that someone used the late emperor's decree of immunity to rescue a murderer, who has now been brought before His Majesty by the officials of the Dali Temple." Chapter 77. The incident of the death-exempting token escalates in the imperial study. All members of the knelt on the ground, the death-exempting token prominently displayed on the emperor's desk. The emperor wore a stern expression, furrowing his brow as he regarded the prostrate and a fragile woman who had been apprehended by the Dali Temple. He could not help but feel a sense of disdain. The ninth prince remarked that the heir of the had kept a concubine before his marriage, and it seemed that the individual capable of wielding the death-exempting token to save this woman must indeed be his concubine. Such a person, it seemed, was undeserving of a wife as admirable as or a daughter as precious as. It was truly a waste of heaven's gifts. Your repeated provocations against their royal dignity have led you to believe that your father, far away at the border, can shield you from justice? A lowly commoner lacks understanding. Do you not grasp this? This death-exempting token was bestowed by the late emperor to Madame Su Su. Were it not for presenting it when she entered the would have long since been confiscated. There would be no opportunity for redemption, and they would have no right to act so audaciously beneath the imperial gaze. To use the late emperor's gift to rescue a murderer. The emperor's anger intensified, and he hurled the memorial at, causing him to bleed from a head wound. Kneeling on the ground, he attempted to defend himself, utterly unprepared for the fact that had brought him before the emperor. Coldly scoffed, declaring that this was his aunt's possession, and he would not permit such desecration. Glared at him. As for, she had never encountered such a grand display. She only knew that had it not been for the machinations of her father would not have been imprisoned. If not for this member bringing them here, His Majesty would never have been aware of the situation. They sought to annihilate her, and she harbored a deep-seated hatred for. Your Majesty. The death-exempting token was given to me by, and it was she who instructed me to use it to save my father. Please, Your Majesty, see clearly. Her voice trembled, her entire being quaking with fear. Indeed, it was all's fault. Nonsense. My sister cherishes my aunt's belongings as treasures. How could she possibly give you such a trivial token? You dare to slander my sister. Accused her vehemently. Others may not know, but he was acutely aware that his sister and aunt shared a bond akin to that of mother and daughter, not only the death-exempting token, but even the simplest items left by his aunt would never be bestowed upon another. Is it not true that if valued the token, I would not have acquired it unless she had given it to me? As she spoke to, S tone became less tense, was rendered speechless with rage. It seemed he had brought them before the emperor merely to allow them the opportunity to tarnish his sister's reputation. He cursed himself silently. Your Majesty, the wife of the heir, is requesting an audience outside. Upon hearing this, cradling her child, offered a faint smile of resignation. She had overestimated. Once, had sworn to bear the burdens alone in times of trouble. Now, she had audaciously shifted the blame onto herself. With the emperor's permission, she strode into the imperial study, casting a cold glance at the kneeling members of the. A dreadful thought took root in her heart. Your Majesty, I have heard that thee is under investigation. I wish to know why she feigned ignorance. See for yourself. The emperor pushed the death-exempting token forward, and immediately, a young eunuch presented it to. Upon examining it, her complexion turned ashen. She hastily placed her child aside and knelt heavily. This is the death-exempting token granted to my aunt by the late emperor, and I am unaware as to why it has appeared here. Quickly interjected, sister. It was my brother-in-law and this lowly concubine who brought the death-exempting token to rescue the one who poisoned Li Bo, and my brother witnessed it and brought them here. Sister, please tell His Majesty that you did not hand over the token. The emperor coldly inquired. Did you give the token to a lowly concubine? S face turned a ghastly gray as she fixed her gaze on, perceiving the triumphant glint in her eyes. Upon hearing those words, panicked. Such a person as had never been one to resort to deceit. Why would she not admit to having surrendered the token herself? 2. Was in a state of alarm, demanding, Madam, you cannot speak carelessly. This token was clearly taken out by your own hand. Indeed. I took it out while organizing my belongings. I had kept it in my room, unaware that it had been stolen. My lord, if it was not who stole it.
Could it be you?
As she regarded, her demeanor was chillingly devoid of warmth or emotion. Naturally, could not confess. If the blame fell upon him, they would be doomed.
It was not me. Not you?
Then, how did you come to be with?
Pressed.
Unprepared for his brother-in-law's tenacity. Was relieved that he had left himself an escape route by allowing to present the token. I merely accompanied to visit her father. I had no idea she possessed the token, smirked coldly. If followed her line of reasoning, it would only benefit her. Turning to the silent, who was prostrating herself, she asked, Mistress, did I not report to you a few days ago regarding the theft of valuable items from my courtyard? Lifted her head, receiving signal. It became clear that had deliberately excluded her from the vows made by in order to prepare for this moment. Yes. The theft involved more than just the death-exempting token. There were other valuable items as well. This was my first matter as mistress, and the theft of the token is a grave offense. I dared not escalate the situation, so I compensated you for the lost valuables while discreetly investigating the matter. Just today, my maid informed me that 2 valuable pieces of fabric were discovered in his chamber. What were they? Inquired anxiously. Lowered her head. They were presented to the imperial family by the manufacturing bureau of, and the exquisite double-sided embroidery from Jiangnan. Chapter 78. The disposition of the Marquis. What nonsense are you spouting?
Sududu et galim.
Tears welling in her eyes as she could hardly fathom that Zhong Yuyan would falsely accuse her. She had never committed such an act. She was utterly oblivious to what shoe brocade even was. With a smirk, Zhong Yuyan retorted, "Whether it's true or false will be revealed soon enough." As the foremost merchant lady, she was certainly well versed in valuable goods. Upon hearing of the heir's misfortune and subsequent imprisonment, she seized the pretext of theft within the residence to search everyone's quarters. When she arrived at Luwan's courtyard, Qing Sheng obstructed her. In a bid to clarify, she took some items from Luwan. Spotting 2 distinct pieces of fabric displayed on the shelf, she decided to take them. It was only when she reached Su Yinyang's room that she presented them, deceitfully claiming she had discovered them there. Hurriedly, she entered the palace with the evidence, hoping it would safeguard Luwan. To her surprise, Luwan, being astute, swiftly aligned with her. Little Fuxing presented the 2 pieces of fabric, inciting the emperor's fury. He hurled everything in his grasp, causing all members of the Marquis to be implicated. The palace servants in the imperial study fell to their knees, the atmosphere growing unbearably oppressive. Xiaowanwan, blissfully munching on a snack, suddenly found herself swept away by a hand emerging from behind the screen. Dazed, she looked up to meet an extraordinarily handsome face and whispered, "Bad. Uncle." Xia Sicheng smiled indulgently, producing a hawthorn stick and softly coaxing her. "It's better to watch from here. Don't disturb your mother's performance." With a huff, Xiaowanwan turned, taking the hawthorn stick to nibble on while leaning against him, finding a comfortable position to enjoy her snack. This generation of adults is truly difficult to manage. After this thought, she heard the emperor's furious voice from outside. Boldly, "You dare to steal what was bestowed upon the 5th princess by me." Su Ruru trembled, weeping, "I have no idea what this is. I did not steal anything." "Fortunately, you lack discernment. Had you been knowledgeable, Su would not have dared to steal," Luwan sneered. Xie Jinan looked at Su Ruru with disappointment. With the golden token in her possession, why must she remain so unsatisfied? He was weary. Ever since Su Ruru entered the estate, he had not known a day of peace. "It wasn't me." "Onling, you must believe me," Su Ruru sobbed. Tears streamed down her face, as she could not comprehend why Zhong Yuyan would frame her. "I believe the matter of the golden token is unrelated to you. But this shoe brocade." Xie Jinan hesitated, wanting to inquire if someone of Su Ruru's standing deserved to wear such finery. At this juncture, even if the golden token was not stolen by Su Ruru, she was still implicated. She had previously stated she would bear the consequences. It was time to uphold that promise. Su Ruru's complexion drained of color as she cried, repeatedly bowing before the emperor, her tone desperate and nearly shattered. "The golden token was truly presented by Luwan. I did not steal anything, Your Majesty. You must believe me." At this point, you still dare to argue. The emperor exuded a tremendous aura of authority, a hint of murderous intent evident in his demeanor. "Let it be known, the criminal Su Bo is to be executed immediately. Su Yinyang of the Jing'an Marquis is to be imprisoned. The Ministry of Justice is to conduct a nighttime trial. The head matron, Zhong Yuyan, upon discovering the loss of royal property and concealing it, shall be fined 30,000 taels to replenish the national treasury. Every individual within the Jing'an Marquis who is aware shall bear 20 lashes." Once the emperor had finished his decree, he lowered his gaze and met Luwan's eyes. Would it be inappropriate if all were punished while she alone remained? Recalling his inquiry to Luwan regarding her desired reward during their time at Suhui Palace, Luwan had knelt and requested the revocation of the title of lady. As the decree settled, despair enveloped all within the Marquis. Su Ruru fainted in public. Xie Jinan's face turned pale, his lips trembling, unable to voice a word. collapsing to the ground. His career and position vanished just like that. He turned to Luwan, who was now without the golden token, and even the title of lady was lost. The Marquis was doomed. Regret twisted in his stomach. Had he not aided Surura, the Marquis would not have met such a fate. Luwan would not have fallen to such depths. It was all his doing. His indulgence of a concubine at the expense of his wife, his inability to discern priorities, and his coercion of Luwan to assist the concubine, all of it weighed heavily upon him. A wave of guilt and fear crashing over him as he coughed up blood before collapsing. Gina. The air. Cries resonated within the imperial study. The emperor, feeling vexed, ordered all to be expelled. Luwan sought out Xiaowanwan, finding the little one blinking innocently in Xia Xiqing's arms, gnawing on a hawthorn stick, and sighed with relief. She bowed, thanking the prince for looking after Wanwan. Please return the child to me. Luwan's gaze darted away. What is there to thank for? It shouldn't be so. When she reached for the child, her fingers inadvertently brushed against a warm hand, Xia Xiqing's. Her ears flushed crimson, her heart racing. She hurriedly turned and fled, cradling the child. Xia Xiqing, eyes narrowed, felt the chill in his gaze melt away as he watched the mother and daughter depart, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Prince Nine, did you see how handsome I looked just now? The emperor produced a small bronze mirror, admiring his own reflection. If only he were 10 years younger, would Xie Jinan stand a chance? Of course. You are handsome. Xia Xiqing relaxed, reclining in his chair, exuding an air of languor. Returning to his former indifferent demeanor, the emperor set down the mirror, casting a glance at Xia Xiqing, suddenly overwhelmed by insecurity. Thank goodness he was a diligent and benevolent ruler, otherwise, he might truly be overshadowed by Prince Nine. At that moment, the empress rushed in, bringing the bruised Xia Qianlin to the imperial study, weeping. He's just a child. Why did Prince Nine use such heavy-handed methods? The emperor cleared his throat. Ask him what he did. Xia Qianlin appeared bewildered. I merely said I wanted to marry Wanwan as the crown princess. I did nothing wrong. The emperor replied. Did you hear that? The empress nearly leaped up, raising her voice an octave. What did you say? You want to marry. Who? Wanwan, the young crown prince declared resolutely. Then he was once again lifted by the empress, receiving a spanking. Xia Qianlin wept and wailed, confused about why he was punished despite his mother's insistence on clarifying matters. Why can't I marry Wanwan? Chapter 79. The origins of the mistress in the residence of the Duke of Jing'an. Everyone gazed at her in astonishment. Xie Jinqiu's lips turned pale as she confronted Zhong Yuyan. What are you doing? What am I doing? Mother-in-law, I took it upon myself to manage the mess of the Duke's household, and even called upon my family for financial assistance, and this is how you repay my efforts? Zhong Yuyan retorted, her voice laced with indignation and fear. Madame Su promised she would bear all consequences, yet she has falsely accused my sister-in-law, nearly putting the Duke's residence in jeopardy. Do you not understand that we could have lost our lives? I came to be the mistress of the Duke's household, not to seek death. You all shelter Madame Su. If you wish to disregard your lives, do not implicate me. I demand a divorce. Her accusation left the onlookers feeling as if they were pricked by thorns. Li Shi, still engulfed in sorrow over her son's demotion, was knocked to the ground by Zhong Yuyan's fervent words. This outburst jolted her out of her grief. Trembling, she attempted to explain, It is not like that, Yuyan. We had no knowledge of Madame Su's actions. She has already been imprisoned, and we... Her pallid face betrayed her fear as she continued, We are still alive. You must not act impulsively. If you leave, the Duke's household will have no one to rely upon. Indeed, with Xie Jingan having lost his official position, the loss of this financially supportive daughter-in-law would spell the end for the Duke's residence. She could not allow Zhong Yuyan to leave. Absolutely not. Zhong Yuyan scoffed. I truly cannot fathom why all of you protect a thief like Madame Su. Do you care so little for the lives of the hundreds in this household? If you still wish to rescue Madame Su, then let her take the place of the mistress. I shall never ask my family for another penny. As she spoke, she reached for the jade pendant of the mistress at her waist, but Li Shi, kneeling before her, clung to her desperately. Yuyan, I implore you. We will no longer involve ourselves with Su Ro. Please do not act rashly. Jin Xiao, quickly persuade your wife. Regret washed over her. Regret for opposing Lu Wan and repeatedly dragging the Duke's household into peril. It was her lack of foresight that had led to this predicament. Had it not been for Zhong Yuyan's timely intervention, the significant sum from the jewelry shop would have been irrecoverable. If Zhong Yuyan had not discovered the stolen items, the Duke's residence would have faced utter annihilation. Now, with her son's position lost, she was truly frightened. What would become of the Duke's household without Zhong Yuyan? How could she face the ancestors of the Xie family? As these thoughts consumed her, a chill ran down her spine, and her sobs were uncontrollable. Zhong Yuyan kicked her aside, declaring, "I hope you follow through with your words." With that, she turned with her companions and departed. Xie Jinxiu, trembling, fixed a penetrating gaze on Li Shi, witnessing her despair for the first time. "I shall check on Huaishan," he exclaimed before turning away. Li Shi sat on the ground weeping, experiencing despair for the first time. Su Xinbo approached to assist her, and she clutched his hand tightly. "Xinbo, you are all I have now." Su Xinbo, equally sorrowful, knelt before her. "Madam, my sister is the only family I have in this world. We cannot abandon her." Li Shi collapsed into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. "What can I do? What can I do?" Su Xinbo pushed her away, his eyes bloodshot as he fixed his gaze upon her. "Madam, our only useful connection is Lu Wan. She is the daughter of the Minister of Rights and has connections with the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Personnel. You are her mother-in-law. If you plead with her, she will certainly help. Moreover, my sister's identity is significant. If we can rescue her, the Duke's household will undoubtedly reap great benefits." At the mention of Su Rourou's status, Li Shi's eyes suddenly brightened. "How could I have forgotten? In a few days, the envoy from Nanmei Kingdom will arrive in the capital. If Su Rourou can be rescued, then the Duke's household will have powerful allies." She grasped Su Xinbo's hand. "I trust only you. Before your father passes, you must retrieve the token he has hidden. Only then can we save your sister."
Su Xinbo not dead.
His father had been sentenced to death, and it was impossible to save him now. He hurriedly rose and left the Duke's residence. Li Shi slowly stood, laughing maniacally at the doorway. She refused to believe that such a grand household would fall due to her opposition to Lu Wan. Once Su Rourou's identity was revealed, Huaishan would ascend in status, and they would soar to new heights. In the capital's prison, Su Xinbo hurriedly arrived. Grateful he had brought money, otherwise, he would not have been able to see Su Rourou. Crouched in a corner of her cell, Su Rourou leapt to her feet upon seeing her brother, crying out, "Brother, father is dead." He had been dragged out to be executed as soon as she arrived. Fear consumed her, plunging her into profound despair. The Lu family sought to eradicate the Su family. "I know, sister, do not worry. I will find a way to save you. Mother has already sought Lu Wan's assistance."
Lu Wan.
Su Rourou suddenly screamed. "It is she who is jealous of my favor with the heir and has given birth to a son, so she ordered our father's execution. She would love nothing more than to pin all the blame on us. She will kill me instead of rescuing me." Her eyes were red, nearly expending all her energy in her cries. "Brother, why should you trust her?"
Why?
"I do not want to die. If I die, what will happen to Huaishan?" Suddenly, Su Rourou regained her composure, alternating between laughter and tears, spiraling into madness. Su Xinbo had not anticipated such an emotional outburst. "Rest assured, sister, you will not die."
Why?
Su Rourou looked up at him. "Are you here to rescue me from prison? Because you and I are not born of the same mother. Your birth mother left you a jade pendant, which father has hidden. The old matriarch and the Duke recognize it. Your mother has ties to the royal family of Nanmei." Chapter 80. Old Deng threatens mother to rescue the concubine. Su Xinbo swore that his father had informed him of this matter, as well as the Marquis and the old lady, who had yet to move to the capital at that time, but he had kept it from his sister. So, was the kindness of everyone in the Marquis's residence towards me merely due to my identity? Su Rourou cried and laughed simultaneously. Having always believed that her gentle and understanding nature endeared her to everyone who helped her, little did she know that everyone was aware of her identity, while she remained oblivious. Su Xinbo shook his head, asserting that Xie Jinan did not know. Indeed, he was unaware. The younger generation in the Marquis' residence was unaware that it was her efforts to ingratiate herself with them that earned their assistance. Su Ro shook her head, tears streaming down her face. No wonder the old lady brought her to the Marquis' residence immediately after she gave birth. She thought her good days were about to begin. Unbeknownst to her, the old lady was cunning. With Huaishan in the Marquis' residence, even if she possessed royal blood from the Nanmei kingdom, there would be no escape for her. The Marquis' residence had a shrewd calculation. Su Ro nodded. This was her last hope for survival. Su Xinbo turned to leave, and Su Ro gazed at his retreating figure, a bitter smile on her lips. It was no wonder she had yearned for wealth and nobility since childhood, unable to endure the feeling of being trampled upon. She had once befriended the daughters of prominent families, yet she never felt inferior in their presence, as she believed in her inherent nobility. After 20 years of life, she had only just learned of her true identity. She let out a triumphant laugh. Ha! Luwan, once I escape, you shall be the first to meet your demise. Wang Xia hurriedly draped a thick cloak over her, for it was snowing and the weather was frigid. The eldest lady must take care of herself. Mother, someone is insulting you, Xiaowanwan said, sitting by the stove, extending her chubby little hand. Her cheeks flushed from the warmth of the charcoal fire. Luwan turned and lifted her into her arms, removing her shoes and socks to warm her feet by the stove, soon seeing steam rising from her little toes, appearing delightful and fragrant. Mother, I want to rebound. Who dares to insult my mother? I will help her retaliate. Bayu. Luwan kissed her rosy, warm cheeks, reassuring Wanwan that their mother would be fine, and soon they would have their own life. She had resolved to divorce, which led to the emperor stripping her of all honors. Now, she could only wait patiently for an opportunity, one that would allow her to take all 3 children away. The room was warm and cozy when a maid entered, handing Luwan a thick envelope. Madam, I am from the princess's residence. The matter you entrusted to the prince has been successfully handled. The residence on Chuanxi Road, with 3 entrances and exits, is currently being renovated and will take approximately 2 months. Luwan took the envelope, opening it to find a letter from her elder brother and a stack of property deeds. Chuanxi Road had always been a place for the wealthy and powerful. Acquiring a residence there must have required considerable money and connections. Warmth filled her heart as she thought, as long as she could protect her loved ones, she would strive to make it work, no matter how difficult. After sending the maid away, she rewarded her with some silver. Why are you buying a residence outside, madam? Wang Xia queried, puzzled by Luwan's intentions. Luwan smiled faintly, to have a place to belong in times of misfortune. Before long, a maid from the old lady's side arrived again. Madam, the old lady and the mistress request your presence. This time, her tone was much more polite. Having been rejected too many times, afraid that any slight misstep might provoke a refusal from Luwan. This time, however, it was urgent. Mother, I want to go. Together. Xiaowanwan clung to her mother's neck, refusing to let go. I want to accompany you and protect you. Luwan smiled helplessly and said to the maid, I will go shortly. As the maid left, she cast a puzzled glance back, wondering why the sun seemed to rise from the west today. Luwan warmed the little girl thoroughly before dressing her in a beautiful coat, wrapping her snugly, resembling a warm little ball, before confidently carrying her to the charity hall. The atmosphere inside the charity hall was tense. The old lady had suffered a setback. Lying on the couch, her eyes dazed. Despite the roaring fire beside her, she felt cold all over. Upon Luwan's arrival, she saw Li Shi attending to the old lady, both looking unwell. Wana, you're here. The old lady's tone was surprisingly gentle, which put Luwan on high alert. She inquired, May I ask why the old lady summoned me? I have heard of His Majesty's decision. It was Aunt Sue's fault. She should not have coerced you into presenting the gold medal, the old lady said earnestly. Luwan's expression remained indifferent, her voice firm. You are mistaken. The gold medal was stolen by her. Ah, you old deng, trying to manipulate my mother's words, truly ill-intentioned, Xiaowanwan thought, wanting to strike her, but was held tightly by her mother. I must have been muddled, the old lady admitted, allowing Li Shi to help her sit up. A wave of illness emanating from her frail body, permeating the room. Luwan frowned. The old lady continued, the grandchild-in-law must not feel wronged. This remark, laden with resentment, eased the old lady's suspicions. The old lady sighed. Now your husband holds the title of heir, but has no proper position, which is insufficient. You mentioned taking in 2 concubines, yet it has been over half a year with no progress. He is currently at a low point, and as his legitimate wife, you should assist him. Luwan furrowed her brow, confused by the old lady's implication. I know your family has connections in the Dali Temple and the official circles. If you are willing to help, Aunt Sue will surely be spared. You wouldn't want the Marquis' residence to suffer due to Aunt Sue's death, would you? What is this old deng talking about? Xiaowanwan tugged at her hair, utterly perplexed. Why is Aunt Sue's death a matter of such concern? Luwan's expression soured. I will not hide it from you. Aunt Sue's background is related to the royal family of Nanmei Kingdom, which concerns the peace between the Great Xia dynasty and Nanmei Kingdom. If she is executed, the 2 nations will turn against each other, and the Marquis' residence will be the first to suffer. Not just us, but Xia Zimu, Xia Zixing, and the entire Qing family, including your daughter Xiaowanwan. None will escape. The old lady's words were light, yet they carried a heavy threat. Luwan was taken aback for a long while, unable to fathom Aunt Sue's significant connections. How did the old lady know? What evidence did she possess? The old lady chuckled. The Marquis has campaigned against Nanmei Kingdom and is familiar with their royal matters. When we were in the border city, we saw the jade pendant left to Aunt Sue by her mother, which is indeed royal property. So, consider this. If you can use your connections to save Aunt Sue, I can promise you anything you desire. Upon hearing the old lady's words, Luwan clenched her fists secretly, while the little girl in her arms ceased her complaints, tightly gripping her own hair, deep in thought. Soon, Luwan made her decision. Chapter 81. The regretful father seeks forgiveness from his mother from the moment she acquiesced to the old lady's demands. Wanwan's small face had been tightly drawn, devoid of joy. Mother, this situation is not good. Having passed the new year, Xiaowanwan was on the cusp of turning 1, capable of expressing herself clearly, though her enunciation remained a tad halting. Even if mother wishes to part ways with the unworthy father, she cannot intervene to save the mistress. The mistress is quite wicked. Should she gain power, she would undoubtedly not spare mother. Oh, my poor mother. She gazed at her mother, her little face taut with concern. Luwan, however, smiled gently, assuring Wanwan not to fret, for she had her own plans. Xiaowanwan nodded, desperately trying to recall the mistress's identity, even biting her finger in thought. What was the mistress's identity again? Why can't I remember? According to the narrative, it was only after the mistress became the main wife that those from the NMI kingdom came to claim kin. Surely the noble house does not believe she is a princess from NMI kingdom? Goodness, how has the plot shifted so dramatically? What would the noble house's reaction be if they realized their efforts were in vain? Lost in contemplation, Xiaowanwan's furrowed brow suddenly relaxed. Mother, do not save anyone. Do not rescue the mistress. She cannot perish. Luwan nodded, clarifying that she merely sought a promise from the old lady and had no intention of rescuing her. Regardless of how Su Ro emerged, the old lady's words must be fulfilled. The little one tilted her head, pondering, steaming. Luwan chuckled and tapped her forehead playfully. Night descended swiftly, and after soothing the little one to sleep, Luwan heard the maid outside announcing the arrival of the heir. Luwan stepped into the outer room to meet Xie Jinan. He had only just recovered, his complexion still pale, with flakes of snow resting on his shoulders untouched. In his hand, he held a bouquet of winter plums, reminiscent of the ones he had presented 6 years prior when he sought her hand. Why did the heir not give notice of his arrival? Unlike before, Luwan gazed at the vibrant flowers without the slightest flicker of emotion. Noticing her reluctance to accept them, Xie Jinan's smile stiffened as he casually found a vase to place the blooms. He said, Waner, I've come to understand that since Su Yinyang's arrival, I have neglected you. I should not have favored her. You are my legitimate wife. And whatever you say henceforth I shall heed. Waner, will you forgive me? Let us live harmoniously as husband and wife, treating each other with respect. And I shall strive to be a good father, accompanying Wanwan as she grows, and a devoted husband, growing old with you. The reality proved that every decision Luwan made was indeed the right one. Under her stewardship for the past 5 years, the noble house had been peaceful, their lives comfortable and pleasant. However, everything changed with Su Ro-Ro's arrival. He, concerned for Huaishan and indulging Su Ro-Ro, brought chaos to the noble house, leading to a string of misfortunes. For the past half-year, he had not enjoyed a single night of restful sleep. Exhausted in body and spirit, he had once found solace in Luwan's presence. She was so wonderful, he should have cherished her. Alas, had he spoken such words a year earlier, it might have made a difference. Luwan smiled faintly, her cool demeanor akin to a fortress, keeping others at bay. The heir need not utter such words. As long as I reside in the noble house, we remain husband and wife. While you wish to lead a good life, what of the others in the house? The heir remains unaware, does he? Today, the old lady and my mother pressured me to use my connections to rescue Su Yinyang. I am but a woman. From where would I acquire such connections to save anyone? I am so weary. With a sigh, Luwan turned away, refusing to look at him. Xie Jinan, alarmed, reached out to grasp Luwan's hand, insisting, "It is they who are foolish. If you do not wish to act, then do not." I trust her judgment. Indeed, whatever Luwan chose to do could never be wrong. How could both grandmother and mother still be so oblivious? They were indeed foolish. Luwan shook off his hand, her head moving in denial. It is I who am being coerced. You cannot fathom the depths of my struggle. I have spent countless nights without sleep. Where lies the heart to live harmoniously with you? Seeing her on the verge of tears, Xie Jinan hesitated, wishing to offer comfort. Yet, he realized he should assist her in resolving her troubles instead. Rest assured, I shall not let you endure this hardship. With that, he sighed, pushed open the door, and stepped into the snowstorm outside. Luwan's eyes, which had been brimming with emotion, turned cold once more. She summoned Wang Xia, instructing, "Have that old woman at the charity hall inquire about the heir's activities." "Understood," Wang Xia replied, hastily departing. Luwan smirked, discarding the winter plums from the vase. The following day, upon awakening, Luwan was greeted by Wang Xia's cheerful entrance. Upon seeing her beaming, Pan Chun, who had just arrived, inquired, "Is there more gossip to share?" "You will find out shortly," Wang Xia replied mischievously. The two helped their mistress's dress, and when Xiaowanwan awoke, Pan Chun led her out, bundled like a small ball, with 2 little buns atop her head adorned with golden bells, looking exceedingly festive. "What gossip?" "I just heard there is more gossip to share." Wang Xia eagerly informed Luwan, "Madam, last night the heir and the old lady had a quarrel regarding Su Yinyang. The old lady invoked Master Huaishan, but the heir felt that Master Huaishan being with you is perfectly fine. He could not comprehend why the old lady insisted on rescuing Su Yinyang. Ultimately, I overheard that upon learning of Su Yinyang's background, the heir reluctantly agreed to find a way to save her, assuring he would not let you suffer, which left the old lady quite faint." How perplexing. I truly cannot discern where the heir stands. Last night he was so passionate, yet today he is out seeking connections to rescue Su Yinyang. Pan Chun listened, her expression one of disdain. He wished to reconcile with the madam while clinging to Su Yinyang's identity. How contradictory. Xiaowanwan, curious, pondered aloud, "Mother. Father, last night. Did he come? Oh no, I missed yet another significant event. Surely, mother will not easily forgive the unworthy father. My dear mother must remain resolute. Indeed, mother cannot do without me. Had I known, I would have stayed awake. That wretched father seeks to take advantage, does he? He still wishes to rescue the mistress?"
Impossible.
Luwan, both amused and exasperated, marveled at this little one's theatrical mind. She approached and lifted Xiaowanwan, planting a kiss on her indignant little face. Addressing Pan Chun and Wang Xia, she remarked, "I do not expect anything of substance from him. My actions are intended to reject the heir while simultaneously testing the old lady. Within a day, the heir shall return empty-handed." Her conviction was unwavering. For just moments ago, Wanwan had declared in her heart, to rescue the mistress? Impossible. Indeed. Chapter 82. The truth behind Mother's framing. That night, Xiaowanwan was still playing with a plump cat in the courtyard when Luwan quietly avoided her and headed to the charity hall. How infuriating. Once, I had a brotherly bond with Wu Chang'an, the Minister of Justice, often inviting him for drinks. 2 years ago, after someone insulted him, I could not stand idly by and struck the heir of the Duke of the State, which led to a public uproar and my brief imprisonment. Little did I expect that today, when I merely sought his assistance, he would refuse me without a second thought. Xie Jinan had faced considerable public criticism for causing a scene in the streets, even receiving reprimands from court officials. To think that a former friend would not even lend a hand in my time of need was maddening. When the old lady heard him mention the past, she cast a glance at Luwan, and upon seeing her untroubled expression, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. The old lady was well aware of how Xie Jinan had managed to escape from prison that year, yet this matter must remain a tightly kept secret, never to be revealed. She suggested, "Don't you have many colleagues who could assist you?" This only fueled Xie Jinan's anger further. Lord Qin from the government. I had generously supported him in the past, yet this time he allowed me to be beaten. He lamented indignantly, and I was struck on the backside. Luwan suppressed a smirk, having accurately guessed that given Xie Jinan's current status, no one would be inclined to flatter him. "Wanner, I plead with you. Please let my father-in-law assist me," Xie Jinan implored. Luwan scoffed internally, recalling how he had spoken just the previous night. How quickly he had forgotten.
Oh.
By the way, what became of Aunt Sue's brother, who was advocating for her? Luwan inquired. Both Xie Jinan and the old lady's expressions brightened. His face darkened, and he bore signs of a recent altercation, as if he had been beaten. The old house in the border town was demolished by the local officials. Claiming the land was theirs. When I arrived, all that remained was a pile of ruins. I searched for 3 days and nights, yet found no jade pendant. The local officials even beat me up. Upon hearing this, the old lady nearly choked in disbelief, and Li Shi looked sympathetically at Su Xinbo. "Heavens are determined to destroy our Ho residence," the old lady lamented, pounding her chest in despair. "Huaishan is injured and remains in a coma, and Ro Ro cannot find a token to prove her identity. Is our Ho residence doomed to this fate? Are we to remain powerless?" Her cries grew louder. The old Marquis had earned the title of Marquis through service to the late emperor, allowing the Xie family to rise to prominence in the capital. How many years had it been? Now their lineage was on the verge of collapse due to this generation's failures. How could she face her ancestors?
No.
There must be a way. Wanner, the usually arrogant Li Shi, suddenly turned her gaze towards Luwan, her voice dripping with desperation. Hearing her call, Luwan felt a surge of nausea. "I will find a solution, but do not forget the conditions you promised me, old lady and mother-in-law." Luwan stood up to declare. "Very well, if you can offer any advice, that would be splendid." The old lady ceased her weeping, pondering that whatever Luwan desired could easily be granted. What women truly sought were the reins of power and the affection of their husbands, both of which were manageable. Luwan nodded and took her leave. As she exited, Xie Jinan turned to the old lady. "Grandmother, I just thought of something."
What is it?
The old lady inquired. Xie Jinan continued, 2 years ago, I struck the heir of the Duke of the State, who is related to the Empress. How did you manage to persuade the royal family to overlook this incident and secure my release from prison in just 2 days? He awoke in Luwan's chamber on the 3rd day, his body aching, with Luwan lying beside him. He found it puzzling. The royal relatives he had offended were no different from the ones Su Ro Ro had now angered, both bearing accusations that tarnished the royal family's reputation. When his grandmother had been able to extricate him back then, why was it so difficult to save Su Ro Ro now? Upon hearing his inquiry, the old lady's face turned ashen. Indeed, what had she done? She had merely exploited the connection between Lady Susu and the 9th prince, sending Luwan into a stupor before delivering her to the 9th prince's residence. Yet, fearing failure, she had even administered a slight sedative. The 9th prince, having benefited, had no choice but to rescue Xie Jinan for the sake of his and Luwan's reputations. This was a matter she dared not disclose to anyone. Even silencing the assassin who had delivered Luwan to the 9th prince by cutting out their tongue and crippling them, leaving them to fend for themselves.
Now,
faced with Xie Jinan's questions, she naturally could not reveal the truth. They still needed Luwan's help to rescue Su Ro Ro. She had to guard this secret with her life. Xie Jinan, oblivious to her internal turmoil, bowed and departed. Just outside, he encountered Xie Jinxiu, who rushed towards him, trembling and nearly collapsing at his feet. He reached out to steady his fourth brother. What has happened? Xie Jinxiu's pallid face revealed his distress, and where Xie Jinan had touched him, he felt a tingling pain. Help me, help me. Zhong Yuan is trying to kill me. I can't take it anymore. She used a steel wire ball. Seeing his state, Xie Jinan quickly assisted him into the charity hall, where he fortuitously encountered Li Shi. Furrowing her brow, Li Shi asked, "Your grandmother is unwell and has gone to rest. What's the matter?" Xie Jinxiu quivered in fear. Mother, you must save me. Zhong Yuan, dear husband. What brings you here? I was just looking for you. A sweet, teasing voice interrupted, causing Xie Jinxiu to tremble and hastily hide behind Li Shi. Mother, save me. She hit me. He could barely articulate his plight. Zhong Yuan raised an eyebrow, drawing a small whip from her waist. Mother, you're getting old and don't understand the playful antics of the youth. My husband and I have always engaged in such games. It's just that last night, I may have been a tad too vigorous. And here he is, reporting me like a child. How embarrassing. Dear husband, if you're upset, here's the whip. Why not take a turn on me? Zhong Yuyan's words were frivolous, her demeanor refreshingly candid, unlike most women. It seemed a hint of her violent tendencies was quite normal. Li Shi's face flushed with embarrassment, while Xie Jinan's expression grew awkward. None had expected the fourth sibling and his wife to be so uninhibited, openly discussing their private affairs. How scandalous. Unable to bear it any longer, Li Shi scolded Xie Jinxiu. Such matters between husband and wife should not be aired publicly. What if others think you are quarreling? How shameless. Xie Jinxiu trembled, wishing to say more, but was interrupted by Li Shi. Chapter 83. The token of the mistress. Zhong Yuan gazed at Xie Jinxiu with a smile, while he looked on in despair as Li and his brother departed. As the door closed, a muffled groan of pain echoed in the air. This torment continued throughout the night, leaving Xie Jinxiu with crimson eyes as he fixated on the couple sleeping within the inner chamber. Despite their marriage lasting merely a few months, the relentless agony he endured was unbearable. His wife had never allowed him to touch her, and today, the situation escalated as she openly entangled herself with a shadow guard right before his eyes. Bound by Zhong Yuyan in the room, he could only listen to the sounds of laughter and play emanating from the inner chamber, driving him to the brink of madness. As the snow fell heavily, a hesitant maid stood in the snow, requesting to see the mistress. Luwan inquired of Pan Chun, "Isn't that Mama Qing who used to serve the old matriarch?" Luwan had no intention of involving herself in the affairs of the servants, but the child in her arms grew restless, gazing up at her mother with eager eyes, pleading to see her. This maid had previously assisted the old matriarch in numerous unsavory deeds. If only she could be swayed by my mother, perhaps a monumental secret could be unearthed. Luwan instructed Pan Chun, "It's cold outside. Let her in." As Pan Chun obeyed, Luwan added, "Bring her a hot water bottle."
Pan Chun, puzzled, complied nonetheless.
Upon entering the cozy room, Mama Qing returned the hot water bottle to Pan Chun, her eyes slightly moist. She addressed Luwan, "Mistress, I have something to give you regarding concubine Su." At this revelation, Luwan exchanged a knowing glance with Pan Chun, who promptly secured the door and stationed someone outside to guard it. Mama Qing retrieved a silk pouch from her bosom and handed it to Luwan. Opening it, Luwan was taken aback to find a piece of exquisite jade resembling the shape of a crescent moon. "What is this?" she asked, astonished. The old servant replied, "I do not know, only that someone paid me to deliver it to you." That person claimed it was found amidst the ruins of the border town and should be related to the Su family who once resided there. These words had been meticulously prepared by her, making them sound plausible. As for who the individual was, that was a matter for the mistress to ascertain. Suddenly, Luwan grasped the implications and concealed her excitement. She thanked Mama Qing, instructing Pan Chun, "Bring some golden seeds." Mama Qing was taken aback, quickly extending her hands to receive them. A handful of golden seeds could sustain her family for half a lifetime. This mistress was far more generous than the old matriarch. She regretted having previously aided the old matriarch in causing harm to Luwan. Seizing the opportunity, Luwan remarked, "With your qualifications, Mama Qing, Every stewardess in this household should look up to you. I shall speak to the matriarch about assigning you a more manageable position. After all, your hands have become frostbitten. It was indeed the bitter cold of winter that forced her to wash clothes. Even without touching cold water, she suffered excruciating pain at night, let alone having to wash in icy water now. Mama Qing could no longer contain her emotions. She knelt before Lu Wan, bowing her head. Mistress, despite past grievances, I am eternally grateful to you. Having served the old matriarch for nearly a lifetime, she found herself in such a dismal state, while the very person she had wronged treated her with such kindness, filling her with guilt and gratitude. Lu Wan entrusted the child to Pan Chun and assisted Mama Qing to her feet. Get up, the ground is cold. As Mama Qing departed, her eyes glistened with tears. Meanwhile, the jade pendant in Xiaowanwan's hands captivated her thoughts, and suddenly she recalled something. Mother, the jade, it is ill-fated. This piece of jade was indeed cursed. I remember now. The author emphasized this jade pendant, making it unforgettable upon sight. It was not left by the crown princess of an NMI, rather, it was seized by Su Bo during her 2 years of captivity, stripping her of all her possessions. Furrowing her brows, Lu Wan took the pendant from her. It was indeed a royal artifact. Yet, how could a dignified crown princess endure 2 years of captivity and defilement at the hands of a mere villager? It was impossible not to harbor resentment. Mother. Father. The little one gazed at her, babbling incoherently, and Lu Wan understood her unspoken thoughts. Later, the late emperor sent someone to rescue the crown princess and dealt with the Su family. It was grandfather Jing and who orchestrated their salvation. Grandfather had cleverly altered the course of events to save them. As for the reasons behind it all, Xiaowanwan remained puzzled. From that moment onward, the Su family and the Jing and Marquis' residents maintained a close relationship. Suddenly, Lu Wan comprehended why everyone in the household favored Su Ro. She caressed the jade pendant in her hand, pondering who might be the unseen benefactor aiding her in the shadows. Chapter 84. The envoy from Nanmei Kingdom. Time passed swiftly, yet Lu Wan's efforts to rescue the imprisoned remained fruitless. The elderly matriarch, unable to remain idle, frequently pressed her. However, Lu Wan exhibited remarkable composure, offering her agreement without taking any action, thus allowing Su Ruru to languish in confinement until today with no release in sight. Today marked the arrival of the envoy from Nanmei Kingdom. Lu Wan took Xiaowanwan out to the streets to join in the festivity. The little one had just begun to walk unsteadily, eager to explore. It was only with Xie Zixing holding her hand and Lu Shi standing protectively nearby that Lu Wan felt at ease, allowing them to frolic. Amidst the crowd, someone suddenly shouted that the envoy from Nanmei Kingdom was approaching. To prepare for their arrival, the emperor had dispatched troops to eradicate the bandits from the border towns a month prior.
Why?
One might ask. Over 20 years ago, the princess of Nanmei Kingdom had visited the capital and was robbed by bandits, disappearing for 2 long years. If it weren't for our advanced age, the younger generation might not even be aware of this incident. To prevent a repeat of such an event, the emperor had entrusted the task of bandit suppression to the 9th prince, underscoring the significance placed on Nanmei Kingdom. As the citizens conversed, they instinctively formed 2 lines, clearing the streets for the procession. It was said that the leading figures of this delegation included 3 prominent individuals: the eldest princess, her niece, Princess Yenner, and the foremost master of Nanmei Kingdom, Taoist Wuma. Renowned for their mastery of Taoist practices, they could even summon divine spirits to bless the populace. Should they cultivate amicable relations with our great Xia dynasty, it would undoubtedly benefit us common folk. Lu Wan absorbed all this information while holding onto Xie Zixing, with Lu Shi cradling Xiaowanwan. As the procession entered the city, the citizens erupted in enthusiastic cheers. The elegantly adorned woman atop one of the carriages cast a detached glance at the bustling crowd before disdainfully lowering the curtain and sighing in impatience.
Xiaowanwan,
Nestled in Lu Shi's arms, exclaimed in her small voice, "Wow. Is this the mother I'm supposed to recognize?" The surrounding citizens dismissed the child's innocent babble, not taking it to heart. Yet, Xiaowanwan's voice echoed in their minds. This princess seems rather impatient with the great Xia dynasty. Whatever the case, they are not here for any benevolent purpose. That familiar scent of milk. Could it be that bearded Taoist, the one who commanded the vengeful spirit to harm the Grand Consort?
Ah.
They intend to harm the Grand Consort and the Empress Dowager. How can I stop them? A sudden outburst sent a ringing in Lu Wan's and Lu Shi's ears. Abruptly, the procession halted, the horses rearing in agitation. Startled, Xiaowanwan clung to her uncle's neck, trembling slightly.
Princess Yaner, clad in a pink reading outfit.
Dismounted her horse and shot a glance at Xiaowanwan, scoffing at her apparent timidity. Such cowardice would be scorned back in Nanmei. Lu Shi was about to retort when Xiaowanwan spoke first, pointing at the Princess Mud. Your teeth are dirty.
Princess Yaner est face froze.
And she swiftly covered her mouth, glaring at Xiaowanwan before hastily regaining her mount, no longer daring to shout commands. Taoist Wuma, standing nearby, silently regarded Xiaowanwan. She pointed at his shoes, saying, Mud, your shoes are dirty. How filthy. How can one be so unhygienic? Taoist Wuma, speechless, found himself chastised for his unkempt footwear. Noticing the cleanliness of the citizen's shoes, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and hurriedly concealed his feet beneath his robe, scurrying away in small steps. Lu Shi and Lu Wan exchanged amused glances, unable to suppress their laughter. At not yet a year old, Xiaowanwan already knew how to evoke shame in others. These words were beyond the wit of adults. As the group continued their light-hearted banter, the princess in the carriage observed the scene and inquired of her attendant about the clever little girl, noting their fine attire. She commanded her attendant to discover the girl's family background. With her eyelids lowering slightly, she concealed her displeasure. Her purpose for being here extended beyond the affairs of Nanmei Kingdom. She harbored personal intentions. She sought the infant foretold by the divine prophecy and could not overlook any potential candidates. The procession soon reached the palace gates. Numerous dignitaries, summoned by the emperor, had also arrived, including those of slight stature. Finding little of interest in the commotion, Lu Wan intended to lead the children away. But Lu Shi had already followed the crowd to the palace entrance with Xiaowanwan in his arms. As Lu Wan turned to call them back, she unexpectedly collided with Xia Sihong, who was dismounting from his carriage. Tall and handsome, his presence was striking, clad in a dark cloak that captivated the attention of the women present. Approaching them, he said coolly, Xia Zhao and Lu Yi are here. They saved you seats. Come inside. Lu Wan felt embarrassed and waved her hands in refusal. Just then, Lu Yi assisted Xia Zhao, who was visibly pregnant and finding it difficult to move. Hearing that the envoys from Nanmei Kingdom had arrived with divine blessings, she had come to pray for her child's safety and well-being. Ah, sister, just in time. My husband mentioned you might not come, so let's go in together. Xia Zhao affectionately grasped Lu Wan's hand, making it difficult for her to decline. Your brother knows nothing of women's affairs. You look after me. I feel much more at ease. I also wish to see inside. I heard there are many delicacies: roast chicken, roast duck, crystal pork knuckles, and an array of mountain treasures and seafood. What a pity that the ants cannot partake in such feasts. Lu Wan abruptly turned to Xiaowanwan, who eagerly stretched her hands toward her mother, saying, Mother, Wanwan wants to go in. It cannot be helped. According to the storyline, the ant is about to be angered into premature labor. And mother and daughter nearly. Lu Wan's palms grew clammy with anxiety. Seeing the group in a daze, Xia Zhao hurriedly asked, Ninth uncle, husband, sister, little uncle, what is the matter? Shall we not go together? Lu Wan nodded in agreement. The group entered the banquet hall and took their seats. Lu Wan noted with curiosity that a seat beside the fifth princess happened to be a mother-child seat. What a remarkable coincidence. Sitting at the emperor's lower right, Xia Sihong casually glanced at them, offering a faint smile. The delegates from Nanmei Kingdom took their seats, and upon spotting Taoist Wuma with his braided beard, Xia Sihong's eyes narrowed slightly. Wow, that dirty-shoed Taoist is the one who commanded the ghost to harm Aunt Taifei. He still carries the scent of my milk.
Ugh.
After all this time, it must be rancid. Before Xiaowanwan could finish her thought, a foul odor swept through the hall. The guests began to sniff left and right, finally identifying the source as Taoist Wuma. The princess could hardly endure it and discreetly ordered, in such a grand gathering, you present yourself in such a disheveled manner? Go wash yourself clean before returning. It reeks. Taoist Wuma sniffed himself, puzzled. But I bathed just 3 months ago. How can I possibly smell? Xia Sihong looked at Xiaowanwan with affection, smiling at her cleverness. Daoist Wuma quietly slipped away from the banquet, and Xia Sihong sent someone to follow him. Soon, the banquet commenced in earnest. The princess unveiled the national treasure of Nanmei Kingdom, the golden and jade glazed cup. Upon its reveal, Xiaowanwan recognized the familiar aura and could no longer remain seated. Let me see what treasures have spilled from my precious bag.
Ah,
Isn't that the urn of my revered ancestor? Chapter 85. No one can open the golden jade glazed lamp. The profound Taoist arts of the Southern Eyebrow Kingdom have always been sheltered by divine beings, and thus, this is our nation's treasured possession, the golden jade glazed lamp. As the words fell, the young Taoists behind the princess placed the large, cauldron-sized golden glazed lamp at the center of the banquet. The lamp was entirely transparent, intricately carved, with a body of golden and jade hues, a material never before seen in the great Xia dynasty. It was rumored that should anyone manage to open the lid of the lamp, a divine spirit would emerge, bestowing blessings and nurturing the populace. The princess continued, her gaze dripping with disdain as she surveyed the attendees from the great Xia, a proud smirk gracing her lips. This lamp had only been opened once by their emperor, who was said to have cultivated Taoist skills to near-divine levels. The great Xia had long ceased to have anyone capable in this regard. Mother, the grand vase. This is Wanwan's grand vase. She was beside herself with excitement, forgetting entirely that this was a public setting. Xiaowanwan ignored the disapproving glances of the crowd, tugging at Lu Wan's sleeve, who hurriedly covered her mouth. Though her voice was not loud, it stood out sharply in the hushed atmosphere. The princess cast her a glance, thinking how short-sighted the great Xia truly was. Your Majesty, we are willing to present this item to the great Xia. If someone from the great Xia can open it, they will summon a divine spirit to nourish all. If not, our emperor is willing to come personally, provided your Majesty grants us a small request. The emperor, pondering for a moment, recognized their ulterior motives. However, feeling insulted by the notion that no one in the great Xia could open it, he felt a flicker of displeasure. Which noble would be willing to give it a try? Upon hearing this, the court ministers buzzed with excitement, realizing the emperor sought to uphold the dignity of the great Xia. If anyone could succeed, their future would be boundless. Your Majesty, I am willing to give it a try. General Zong, a martial official, shouted. As a fourth-rank general with numerous accomplishments, he believed that opening a mere lid would pose no challenge. Seeing him step forth, everyone felt reassured. Approaching the lamp, General Zong held the lid with both hands, gradually applying force. Tension filled the air as everyone held their breath. But despite his utmost effort, veins bulging on his forehead and sweat pouring down his face, the lid remained stubbornly shut, refusing to yield even a crack. Witnessing the general's embarrassment, an elderly gentleman could no longer sit still. He rose, declaring, "Old man will come." It was General Mo, the mentor of General Zong. Had it not been for the emperor's personal invitation, he would have been enjoying his twilight years in his hometown. The fact that General Mo had to intervene was indeed remarkable. General Mo approached the glazed lamp and recognized its extraordinary nature. He felt the lid, found the right point of leverage, and drew forth his indestructible sword to pry it open. Just as he wedged his sword into the seam, he exerted a forceful push. Crack. The sharp sound of breaking was particularly jarring. This was a treasured sword bestowed by the late emperor, renowned for its ability to cleave through solid stone. How could it break so easily? General Mo was stunned, as were the emperor and the ministers. Was it true that all from the great Xia were mere brutes, relying solely on raw strength? Did they not fear offending the divine? Princess Yena scoffed, her gaze toward the emperor laced with provocation. The emperor frowned, turning to Master Yuan Tong nearby. Surely, a revered monk would not resort to brute force. Master Yuan Tong recited a Buddhist mantra, Amitabha, asserting that the ancestors of Jinshan Temple disapproved of such methods, and he would attempt it himself. He approached with a group of young monks, chanting scriptures as they circled the glazed lamp. Rays of Buddhist light streamed into the lamp, yet there was no response. The people of Southern Eyebrow began to feel drowsy. Master Yuan Tong reached out to open it, but still, it would not budge. Losing his patience, he declared, "Today, I shall make a decision that defies tradition." With a shout, he tossed aside his staff and rolled up his sleeves to act. A surge of strength erupted from him, veins bulging, and finally, a crack appeared. A faint aura began to leak out, and the crowd felt as if they were bathed in a gentle spring breeze. "Look, Master Yuan Tong is on the verge of success," they exclaimed. "Is this the essence of the divine? How refreshing! It has cured my ailments. Ah! It feels like spring has arrived." The ministers beamed with delight. Yet their joy was short-lived. Master Yuan Tong was violently thrown back by the force emanating from within, landing outside the hall, where he was barely able to rise, spitting blood. He waved his hand, signaling his inability to continue. No one among the Southern Eyebrow people could contain their laughter, particularly the princess and Princess Yenner, whose mockery was unabashed. The emperor's expression darkened as he inquired who else was willing to try. Silence enveloped the hall. No one dared to speak. The laughter from the Southern Eyebrow people grew louder. At that moment, the emperor heard a faint, childish voice and turned toward Luwan. Xiaowanwan was flailing her arms, exclaiming, "Grand vase, grand vase! I'm coming!" Luwan hurriedly lowered her head to stop her, only to realize the little one was crawling swiftly, wiggling her way to the glazed lamp. The toddler, still sucking on a pacifier and dressed like a little dumpling, sat before the lamp like a tiny sesame ball. The people of Southern Eyebrow could hardly contain themselves, erupting into laughter. The great Xia had sent a toddler, under 1 year old, to attempt this? Were they trying to charm them to death? Still clutching a pacifier, what if she cried and no one would comfort her? The laughter left Luwan feeling utterly humiliated. How could the emperor allow Wanwan to play like this? The princess could no longer bear to watch and was about to intervene when she turned to the emperor, saying, "Your Majesty, if you are willing to cede the border city of Qingli to our Southern Eyebrow, our emperor is prepared to come personally to open the national treasure and bless the great Xia." A deathly silence fell across the hall. Qingli City was the wealthiest border city, abundant in fruits and silks. With a geographical advantage making it easy to defend yet difficult to attack, a pivotal defense for both the Great Xia and Southern Eyebrow. Southern Eyebrow's desire for Qingli City undoubtedly indicated their intention to feast on the flesh of the Great Xia. The emperor, recognizing their insincere motives, was about to refuse when an uproar of astonishment erupted. How did she climb up there? All eyes turned to the glazed lamp, where a toddler was now perched. Chapter 86. The Aladdin's lamp can grant you 3 wishes. Xiaowanwan impatiently tapped the lid. "Hey, come out, you old codger." The glass lamp seemed momentarily taken aback before emitting a series of ethereal chimes, as if expressing displeasure. "Quickly, bring her down. Do not provoke the deity." The princess's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly called for assistance. However, the next scene shocked her to her core. That little child produced an unknown packet, tore it open, and stuffed the contents into the crevice of the lamp lid. "Are those chips?" The lid of the glass lamp indeed opened a mouth, sucking the snack inside. The princess began to question her existence. As the little Taoist from the Southern Mei Kingdom carried Xiaowanwan down, she clung to the lamp lid. With a pop, she removed the lid. The Taoist was so frightened that he dropped Xiaowanwan and fled as if he had seen a ghost. Clutching the lid, Xiaowanwan stumbled toward the emperor, who was equally startled, and stood up to embrace her. "For the great Xia, I shall protect it. My nation, I shall defend." The emperor's eyes glistened with emotion as he repeatedly kissed Xiaowanwan, declaring, "You are the hope of the great Xia." Xiaowanwan turned her face away, wiped her drool, and pouted at her mother. A wisp of smoke slowly emanated from the glass lamp. The smoke, imbued with a faint purple aura, enveloped everyone, imparting a sense of warmth and comfort. Inhaling this can prolong life. At the master's words, the crowd eagerly inhaled. Xiaowanwan waved her hand dismissively. "I don't need this. Old man, I'm not interested in your spirit." The glass lamp gradually released more smoke, which coalesced in midair into the figure of an elderly man. His eyes kind, yet filled with mischief. "The deity descends. You must not gaze directly upon him." The Southern Mei Kingdom's princess gasped in horror and commanded everyone to kneel. The emperor, along with all present, followed suit, while Xiaowanwan, a little bundle in the midst, stared at the familiar old man before her. "Hey there, little one. Why aren't you kneeling? The old man chuckled.
Me?
Xiaowanwan pointed at herself. I can't. I can't bear it. Perhaps it was best to avoid provoking him. You old coot. Pretending not to recognize me? Be careful, or I might scatter your ashes. Upon hearing this thought, the old man trembled. This was no mere infant. She was his 251st true disciple, the formidable Xiaowanwan of the 21st century, feared by all. It's you. No wonder you know I love chips. You lured me out with them. The old man communicated through thought, leaving Xiaowanwan momentarily stunned. Before her arrival in this world, this glass lamp was merely a decorative piece in the alchemy room, housing the ashes of the ancestor. She would occasionally place flowers in it, and he would emerge to chat. However, the old man was quite greedy. He would watch her snack and yearn for a taste. Thus, Xiaowanwan often crushed tomato-flavored chips and mixed them into his ashes for him to indulge. This old man had been deceased for thousands of years. Had he been alive today, he could easily topple the Southern Mei Kingdom. Why would he bless it with bountiful weather? What benefit has the Southern Mei Kingdom provided you? Why assist them? Did they perhaps mix chips into your ashes? The old man shook his head. Xiaowanwan pondered. Did they place flowers on your ashes as well? He shook his head once more. Xiaowanwan queried. Not a benefit, then it must be a disadvantage? Did they use your ashes to build walls? The old man exclaimed. You little demon. Open my lamp, and I shall grant you 3 wishes. The old man announced to the crowd, his voice ethereal and otherworldly. Wow, it's Aladdin's lamp. Xiaowanwan exclaimed. Then, I shall not hold back. She inhaled deeply and pointed at him. I wish for blessings upon the great Xia, blessings for my mother, and I want to eat. The emperor, upon hearing the mention of food, swiftly straightened up, covering her mouth and whispering, Good Wanwan, I beg you, whatever you wish to eat, I will provide. Can your 3rd wish be for me to be the most handsome in the world? Xiaowanwan waved her little hands, protesting. Such a simple wish. I can fulfill that for you. Let me have crystal pork knuckles, spicy wings, and best of all, snail noodles and delicious duck necks. The emperor replied, A noble title? So that's what you desire. Wanwan, I shall grant you a title. Quickly wish for me to be handsome. Xiaowanwan regarded him with suspicion. The old man interjected. Ahem, mortal. You are wasting too much time. Xiaowanwan raised her hand, and as soon as she was released, she shouted, My 3rd wish is for 3 more wishes, compounding her desires endlessly. The old man stood frozen in place. Had it not been for this little child, his 251st direct disciple, he would have smited her into oblivion. Very well, if you wish to play this way. The 3rd wish shall be granted when I regain my divine powers. Go forth and bless all beings. With a flick of his dust, snowflakes as light as goose feathers, shimmering with golden light, descended upon every corner of the great Xia. With the arrival of spring, crops began to flourish, and the people's ailments gradually diminished. They could see the great Xia thriving, a nation at peace, flourishing and well-nourished. A beam of golden light floated before Luwan, finally landing on her forehead and vanishing without a trace. This signified eternal peace. Tears of excitement sparkled in Luwan's eyes as she bowed deeply to the old man. Nothing could be a greater gift than a lifetime of safety. The court members rose, their faces radiant. Merely inhaling a bit of divine energy could extend their lives. This journey was worthwhile. The young lady of the Jing'an Marquis was indeed a hidden gem. The entire household had been blind to her brilliance, favoring male heirs. The faces of the Southern Mei Kingdom's representatives turned ashen, reminiscent of someone who had consumed something foul, as they rose slowly, glaring at their national treasure, the glass lamp. They had not only failed to seize the city, but had also lost their treasure. Cursed child. The princess glared at Xiaowanwan, secretly praying that this child was not the prophesied spirit child. If she were not, there would be no need to spare her life. Before her departure, the emperor had solemnly instructed her to acquire Qingli City. It seemed they would have to resort to unscrupulous means. The emperor was overjoyed, raising a toast after toast with everyone present. Turning to Luwan, he said, You are truly fortunate to have such an extraordinary daughter. Following this, he inquired, What rewards do you desire? Whatever I can grant, I shall fulfill. Luwan gazed thoughtfully at Xiaowanwan, who was munching away at the food beside her. She had painstakingly shed her titles to prepare for a divorce, only to find her daughter achieving such remarkable feats. Luwan pondered, unable to refuse the emperor's favor. What should she do? Suddenly, Xiaowanwan lifted her head, and noticing her mother's contemplative gaze, she raised her little hand and said to the emperor, "I wish to change my father." Chapter 87. The rebound of malicious sorcery. The atmosphere in the room fell into a sudden silence as Xia Xiheng gazed at Xiaowanwan, filled with anticipation. "My dear daughter, look at me. I am your father. If you were to allow me to be your father, you would become a princess." In a fit of excitement, Xia Xiheng even whispered a prayer, urging her to tell His Majesty that she wished to have him as her father. Alas, all eyes were fixed upon Xiaowanwan. Leaving no one to notice the normally aloof ninth prince, Xia Xiheng, displaying a pitiable expression. Who could understand? Xia Xiheng was taken aback by this thought, secretly relieved that no one could read his innermost feelings. The emperor, momentarily stunned, inquired, "What did you say?" Just then, as Xiaowanwan opened her mouth, Luwan swiftly covered it, frightened and drenched in cold sweat. If others were to discover her intentions, she could only imagine the scorn that would befall her and her daughter in the capital. She addressed the emperor, "Children speak without restraint. My husband has angered Wanwan,
which is why she is sulking.
Your Majesty, it would be better to remember this merit and allow Wanwan to decide her reward when she is older." The emperor nodded regretfully, a sentiment echoed by Xia Xiheng and the Empress Dowager and Consort Ling, hidden behind the screen. "Your Majesty, this longevity charm is prepared by our court sorcerer for the Empress Dowager and Consort Ling, to be worn for everlasting youth and health." At this moment, Daoist Wu Mo caught the gaze of the princess and quietly rose to present the gift. 3 triangular red talismans, faintly glowing with golden light, were offered. The Empress Dowager and Consort Ling behind the screen could not help but stir with excitement. Everlasting youth, wasn't that the dream of every woman? They silently urged the emperor to accept the gift. Suddenly, the emperor's hand trembled, and in his mind, he heard the piercing scream of a small child. "Don't give it to Auntie the consort. Don't give it to Auntie the Empress Dowager. This talisman is cursed. The Empress Dowager and consort will die from this. Don't accept it."
Ah!
Rebound, rebound, rebound. If Luwan had not been holding her tightly, Xiaowanwan would have charged out to confront Daoist Wu Mo. How dare he target the 2 most esteemed women? One had buried her, and the other had fed her. She yearned to duel the Daoist, truly, even if it meant merely leaping to strike his knee. The emperor pondered for a moment and asked Daoist Wu, "Can you use this talisman yourself?" The emperor scrutinized him. "How old are you?" At this, everyone looked at Daoist Wu Mo's hunched back and graying hair, lost in thought, believing him to be at least 60 or 70. To their astonishment, he was merely 28. His talisman was utterly useless. The emperor smirked knowingly, thinking, I was far more handsome at 28. Then, I shall not accept this talisman." "What?" Daoist Wu Mo looked up. "I say, you need this talisman for everlasting youth more than the Empress Dowager and consort." The emperor intentionally raised his voice to ensure the women behind the screen could hear. The Empress Dowager and consort still appear to be merely 18 or 19 years old. What use would they have for your talisman? It is better awarded to you. Take it with you. Daoist Wu Mo was left dumbfounded, seeking help from the princess. The princess closed her eyes in exasperation and waved her hand dismissively. Daoist Wu Mo, realizing the emperor's favor, replied, "Since it is your majesty's kindness, I shall keep it for my own use." "Wait," the emperor interjected, "I have a splendid idea." Confusion spread across the faces of the onlookers. The emperor continued, "Why not offer the talismans you have to our princess and the county princess to wear? As a token of my goodwill?" Daoist Wu Mo was taken aback. The emperor's displeasure was evident. "What? Are you all refusing my goodwill?" Naturally, they did not dare. Daoist Wu Mo, trembling, turned to see the princess with her eyes closed, understanding that if he did not offer the talismans to her, he would be humiliated in the southern Mei kingdom. Xia Xiheng quietly interjected, "Could it be that there is something harmful in this that Daoist Wu dares not let his own people wear?" This remark darkened the faces of the southern Mei kingdom's representatives. Daoist Wu Mo had no choice but to kneel and place the talismans upon the princess and county princess. Xiaowanwan's face split into a radiant smile as she clapped her hands, her mouth stuffed with delectable food. So good, so good. Uncle Emperor and Uncle Villain truly have discerning eyes. Thankfully, they recognized the curse hidden within the talismans. Otherwise, Auntie the Empress Dowager and Auntie the Consort would have suffered. How wonderful, how wonderful. The Empress Dowager and Consort are safe, and Auntie 1T suffer a premature birth. My adorable little cousin will be born healthy. Hee hee. The banquet came to a tumultuous close, and the crowd dispersed at the palace gates. Luwan observed Xia Siheng for a prolonged moment, deep in thought. She leaned down to whisper to Xiaowanwan, who, clutching a jade pendant, stumbled over to Xia Siheng. Uncle, this is beautiful. She raised the crescent-shaped jade pendant, its dragon carvings emitting a gentle glow. The princess, just as she was about to board the carriage, caught sight of the pendant and turned pale, nearly losing her mind. Memories of humiliation flooded back, and had she not been supported, she would have dashed forward to tear the child apart. Xia Siheng knelt to pat his daughter's head. This was your Aunt Sue's belonging. She is still in prison. Wanwan should visit her when she has the chance. Xiaowanwan, puzzled, placed her pacifier in her mouth, unable to grasp why the villainous uncle would say such things. Luwan approached, lifting her up and bowing to Xia Siheng. Thank you, Your Highness, for your trouble. Luwan added, thank you for taking care of Wanwan. Yet Xia Siheng understood that Luwan's gratitude extended beyond mere words. With her intelligence, she likely deduced that he was the one secretly aiding her. He nodded slightly and mounted his horse. Investigate. Find out why that Aunt Sue is imprisoned and devise a way to get her out. Chapter 88. The morning at the Marquis' residence, the palace maid, having inquired no further, departed with several skilled warriors. Aunt, what troubles you? Princess Yenna stepped forward to support her. She was aware that the moment they donned the talismans, they had fallen prey to sorcery. Yet it seemed too soon for such a reaction. The princess's face contorted in anguish, her nails digging into her palms. Why do the Su family still exist? The former emperor of the Great Xia dared to shelter them. What has become of our nation's honor? Initially, the former emperor had assured her that this matter would be resolved discreetly. Why, then, did descendants of the Su family still linger? Those who knew of her humiliating past, how could they continue to exist in this world? As a dignified princess, she had endured such disgrace for 2 long years, and now, 2 decades later, she was informed that those responsible for her suffering were still alive. It was utterly inconceivable. Her life had been overshadowed by that stain, inescapable. Princess Yenner stood aghast. At merely 17, she had no knowledge of her aunt's past. Clearly, much had transpired during those 2 years to lead her aunt to such a state of despair. Aunt, this is not the time for despair. The sorcery of Wu Mo has ensnared us. You must find a way to break it. Or else how will you take your revenge if we perish? She implored, uttering many words until the princess gradually regained her composure. The princess murmured, quickly, summon Wu Mo. That night, in a heavily guarded room at the embassy, Master Wu Mo attempted to lift the curse. The 2 women were nearing the brink of agony. Yet, Master Wu Mo was unable to dispel it in one go. I beseech the princess and the county princess to endure. This curse was cast by my master and requires time to unravel. How long? The princess glared at him, demanding an answer. Approximately 1 to 2 months, he replied, lowering his gaze. From the moment he cast the spell, he had never considered breaking it. Once the Empress Dowager and the imperial concubine had finished with their use of it, they could perish as they wished. It was of no concern to Nanmei Kingdom. What? The princess, having momentarily found respite, was again engulfed in pain. The torment persisted until dawn. They dared not imagine the suffering that awaited them in the coming month. As the sun rose, the princess washed and donned a new garment, but what commotion had ensued? We disfigured that woman's face, imprisoned her, and swapped her for this one, making it appear as if she had committed suicide out of guilt. No one will recognize her. Well done, came the reply. After all, she was from the Great Xia. She is not one of our Nanmei people. To die with value is, in a way, her honor. Upon seeing Su Ro sprawled on the ground, The princess gritted her teeth and demanded, "What crime has she committed to suffer thus?" As she approached and kicked her, scoffing, "Fool. With a father like that, how dare you steal a death exemption to save him? The Su family is indeed a house of filth, a family of wretches. Princess, her bones are visible, and her back is covered in scars from torture. She is barely alive. How shall we deal with her?" "A palace," Maid inquired. "Find a doctor. Do not let her die," the princess commanded, a glint of malice flashing in her eyes. To die now would be too lenient. She wished for every member of the Su family to suffer a fate worse than death. Days passed, and the Marquis' residence received news of Su Inyang's suicide out of guilt. The body was sent to the Marquis' residence. Lady Li and Su Xinbo hurriedly arrived, carrying the old matron, only to be struck as if by lightning upon seeing the corpse. "Foolish child. The people of Nanmei Kingdom have entered the capital. Your good days are coming. Why take your life in fear?" The old matron wept inconsolably. "With Su Ro dead, must our Marquis' residence endure this forever?" Lady Li consoled. "Ro was not fated to be the mistress of the Marquis' residence. Your sorrow is in vain. Ro is my sister. She is my only kin. Madam, please allow the old matron to grieve," Su Xinbo remarked, his eyes glistening with moisture, filled with discontent over the situation. His hands clenched tightly, veins bulging. Luwan had promised to rescue Ro. How could she still perish in prison? It was all Luwan's fault. Xie Jinan rushed in, and upon seeing the corpse covered in white cloth, his eyes turned red.
"She is dead."
He knelt before the body, covering his face as he trembled. The subsequent arrivals, Xie Jin Zhao and Li Duo, were equally startled by the shrouded figure. Luwan came as well. To avoid alarming Xiaowanwan, she had not brought her child. The old matron and Su Xinbo raged at her. "Now that Ro is dead, are you satisfied? You clearly promised to save her, Luwan. I never imagined you to be such a person." Su Xinbo's eyes were ablaze with fury, ready to strike.
Yet,
as he lunged forward, Qingshim quietly restrained him, rendering him immobile. "Do not approach, the madam," Qingshim murmured. Luwan's expression remained impassive as she ordered the doors closed and dismissed the extraneous servants. "You should consider whether this is truly Su Inyang," she addressed the assembly. Su Xinbo was taken aback. What did Luwan mean by this? Noting the sluggish reactions of the crowd, Luwan stepped forward to lift the white cloth, only for her hand to be grasped forcefully by Xie Jinan. "Enough. Luwan, she is dead. What more do you want?" Ro was gentle and understanding her entire life. She merely wished to save her father. "You not only failed to rescue her but also," he lamented, his eyes reddened. Only at the moment of Ro's demise did he realize where his heart truly lay. He had been greedy, desiring Luwan's noble heritage and her gentle nature while longing for the companionship of his childhood sweetheart. Now that Su Ro was dead, she had become the greatest regret of his heart, a scarlet mark etched upon his soul. Had he known, he would never have brought her into his home. It would have been better to endure his struggles outside than to face this outcome. Luwan calmly withdrew her hand and addressed the old matron. "Old matron, I have fulfilled my part. I ask you to honor your promise." "Honor? Ro is dead. How can you be so shameless, Luwan?" Lady Li berated her.
Yet,
the old matron momentarily regained her composure and raised her hand to silence the others. "Quickly, let us see if it is indeed Ro beneath the cloth." Chapter 89. Request for divorce. As Su Xinbo stepped forward to lift the white cloth, a horrifying sight met his eyes. The woman's face had been viciously marred by a sharp instrument, bloodied and grotesque, seemingly infused with a heavy aura of resentment. Many present were so frightened that they turned away, unable to bear the sight. Su Xinbo tore away the white prison garb, revealing that there was no birthmark on her shoulder. "This is not my sister. My sister has a birthmark on her shoulder. This cannot be her."
"What?"
Xie Jinan glanced over, momentarily forgetting to think. Ecstasy washed over him. Indeed, Ro bore a birthmark on her shoulder. This was not Ro, she was alive. In his overwhelming excitement, he completely overlooked how Su Xinbo could possibly know about the birthmark on Su Yuru's shoulder. Luwan seemed to sense something, a faint smile playing on her lips. "Aunt Su is doing well now. She is recuperating at the embassy, and the princess of Nanmei has been quite attentive to her. Is what you say true? The old lady inquired. Of course, it is true, Luan replied. Wonderful, wonderful, Li Shi exclaimed, rising to her feet. I shall go to the embassy and inquire further. If what Luan says is indeed true, then all our efforts have not been in vain. Go quickly, and do not let anyone notice. The old lady instructed, then reconsidered and called for Xie Jinan to join them. He has held an official position. He understands the nuances better than you do. You two should go together. Very well. Xie Jinan rose and exited alongside Li Shi. The old lady turned to Luan and asked, Then whose corpse is this? A sense of foreboding washed over her. Luan replied nonchalantly. It belongs to a person who deserved their fate. A few days ago, I had Mama Qing use my aunt's jade pendant to request a favor from the ninth prince, who granted it. The body lying here is that of a skilled palace maid serving the princess, while the one beside her was a spy planted by Xia Xiheng, disguised by others. The old lady pressed her lips together, refraining from asking further. Luan instructed, prepare a coffin for burial. Though she committed wrongs in life, death absolves her. The body was carried away. Excellent news, old lady. Ro is not dead. She has been placed in the embassy for recovery. I saw the exquisite dishes being brought to her, and many palace maids are attending to her. Aside from her injuries, she is otherwise well. Li Shi beamed. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a wave of relief, except for Zhong Yuyan and Luan, whose expressions were far from pleasant. Luan said, Old lady, it is time to fulfill the promise you made to me. She frowned with displeasure, realizing that in their eyes, she was merely here to contend for this troublesome situation. I do not desire this position of matriarch. As long as the Marquis' estate marries the princess of Nanmei's daughter, His Majesty will surely promote Jinan to the second rank as a diplomatic envoy, and the estate shall receive countless honors from foreign nations. The Marquis' estate will be transformed. Luan cast a glance at the assembly and continued, Old lady, if Aunt Su can become the legitimate wife, I believe she can contribute far more to the Marquis' estate than I ever could. I do not seek anything for myself. I kindly ask you and the heir to grant me a divorce certificate. Chapter 90. The Marquis takes action. What? What did you say? Lady Li exclaimed, rising abruptly from her seat. The old matriarch looked upon Luan with shock. You wish to divorce? How has the Marquis wronged you? Even Xie Jinzhao and Li Duo were taken aback. Elder sister, as a woman without the support of her husband's family, do you not fear the ridicule of others if you pursue a divorce? Indeed, cousin, if you wish to marry into a family of such standing again, that will be impossible. Xie Jinzhao spoke weakly. I see you are causing a commotion again. If you desire something, just state it plainly. Luan turned her resolute gaze towards Xie Jinan. I wish to divorce. I request my husband to draft the divorce document. Wang Xia swiftly provided the necessary stationery and ink, addressing Xie Jinan. My lord, one must honor their word. This is what the Marquis promised Miss Lu. Please write it. Indeed, this was the promise made to her by the Marquis. Xie Jinan stood frozen, the joy he felt upon learning that Su Ruru was alive dissipating entirely. In its place was profound disappointment. Do you truly harbor such jealousy towards Ruru? Jealousy so fierce that you wish to leave me? Luan, how has our Marquis wronged you? You have held the position of mistress for 5 years. Now you simply wish to pass that role to my fourth sister-in-law. And you throw a tantrum. He continued, now that I intend to take Ruru as a secondary wife, I do not believe this will affect our feelings. You will always be my only wife. Are you so petty that you cannot even tolerate Ruru? A sense of dread enveloped Xie Jinan. Luan had previously been a source of comfort for him. Now, the thought of her leaving him filled him with panic. His heart felt as though it had been wrenched from his chest. With reddened eyes, he smashed the ink and brush to the floor. Bang! The atmosphere grew unbearably tense. Xie Jinan glared furiously at Luan. Speak. Why do you not wish to stay with me? Luan cast a glance at him before addressing the old matriarch. Let us part amicably. Do you need me to enumerate your misdeeds? If this escalates, none of our families will fare well. The old matriarch's face drained of color. She understood that Luan referred to the incident of swapping the legitimate child. Luan then asked Xie Jinan, you and Su Yinyang share a childhood bond. A match made in heaven. I should never have been in your midst. Now, a divorce aligns perfectly with your desires, does it not? Xie Jinan's legs buckled, and he crumpled to the ground. Several rushed to assist him as he trembled. Wanner, but my heart belongs only to you. He had erred. Since his official dismissal, he had come to realize his mistake. Luan was his true match. He could not pinpoint when he had fallen for her, only that he could not bear the thought of her leaving.
Nana, I love you.
Can we not reconcile? I will not marry Ruru. Please forgive me. He staggered toward Luan, nearly collapsing to his knees. Qing Sheng reached out to steady him, murmuring, do not come too close. Xie Jinan was almost thrown against the wall, and Lady Li and the others hurried to support him, inquiring if he was all right. The old matriarch struck her cane upon the ground. Enough. How far do you intend to escalate this matter? Luan, our family has never known divorce. Only the loss of a wife. Given that you saved Ruru, I can grant you a letter of divorce. Jinan, write her a letter of divorce. Xie Jinan, trembling, grasped the brush, but Wang Xia snatched it away and cast it to the ground. I do not want a letter of divorce. I demand a divorce document. Luan's stance was unwavering. A letter of divorce would brand her as a discarded wife, the one at fault. Moreover, the unmarried daughters of the Lu family would face dire consequences due to her being cast aside, forever tainting their reputation. She would never accept a letter of divorce. Divorce? Impossible. Wanner, I could never allow you to leave. Xie Jinan laughed heartily. How will you survive without me? This is for your own good. The old matriarch threatened. Indeed. Luan, choose between the white silk or the divorce letter. The Xie family will not have a divorced woman. Luan smiled. The choices you present? I wish for none. Your conduct has left me disillusioned long ago. She had prepared both witness and evidence, all in her brother's hands. Today's confrontation was merely to gauge their intentions. Parting amicably would be best and would spare the children from harm. Yet if they failed to honor their promises, she would not hesitate to retaliate.
What do you mean by that?
The old matriarch felt alarmed, realizing that Luan was clever and would not come to negotiate without a plan. It seemed Luan had a backup strategy, and to retain her, force would be necessary. She summoned individuals from outside. All the servants wielded clubs and surrounded Luan and her companions. Qingda stood before Luan. How dare you act against the eldest lady? Qing Sheng quietly drew his wolf-tooth club, positioned protectively before Luan, his face resolute and silent. Indeed, madam. Please do not escalate this. We do not wish to harm you. Madam, your stubbornness will only bring you harm. Several matronly figures urged her to relent, but this scene pierced Luan's heart. Those she had personally cared for, those to whom she had given financial support. After 6 years of marriage, she had nurtured and aided them, and they had once knelt in gratitude, pledging to follow her through fire and water. Among them was a servant whose child was gravely ill. She had provided him with silver when his friend was beaten to death by the fourth master, even purchasing a coffin for burial. Now they all stood against her, brandishing weapons. Suddenly, she laughed. I, Luan, have never committed any heinous acts. When Marquis Jing'an inadvertently saved my father's life, I repaid his kindness by marrying into the Marquisate with a token of immunity for 6 years. I have diligently managed household affairs, served my elders, and cared for my servants. Ask yourselves, who has not benefited from my kindness? I, Luan, have no shame before heaven or you. Yet despite my efforts, even as I sought to avoid conflict, you have turned against me. You raise swords against me. No one is born with a good temper. Should you inflict harm upon me today, I shall return it tenfold in the future. Chapter 91. Either death or divorce. Her words were resolute and powerful, her gaze bright and clear, yet the stubborn expression on her face exuded an invisible sense of oppression. A woman as fiercely determined as Luan would never willingly endure humiliation in the Marquis's residence. Luan, the Marquis's house is no longer what it once was. You will either die or be divorced. This matter is non-negotiable. Lady Li declared fiercely. Luan cast a cold glance at her. Do you dare to try? You actually dare to speak to me like that? Lady Li had long desired to strike, and seeing Lu Wan in a vulnerable position, she almost lunged forward, poised to slap her. Eldest Miss Qi Sheng and Cheetah were held back, their eyes wide with horror as the impending slap neared Lu Wan's face. In that critical moment, everyone gasped in shock, curious about the fleeting flash of white light, while anxiously rushing to check on Lady Li. The Marquis' residence descended into chaos, a cacophony of disorder. Yet, Lu Wan smiled faintly, for this was the divine power that ensured her safety. No one could harm her. Enough. Enough. The old lady, already incapable of descending from her elevated position, was now furiously hammering the ground in frustration. She was astonished. How could Lu Wan possess such formidable power? If this stalemate continued, both sides would suffer, yielding no benefit to anyone. She called out, "Yu Yan, you are the mistress, you." The old lady nearly choked on her words, feeling faint as she teetered. Xie Jinan was injured, Lady Li was unconscious, and the old lady feigned death. Lu Wan realized that getting a divorce decree today seemed unlikely. She understood that if Zhong Yuyan did not emerge to take charge, she would suffer at the hands of so many adversaries. Lu Wan glanced at her indifferently, then took Qi Sheng and Wang Xia by the hand, turning to leave. Outside, Xie Zimu, who had been eavesdropping, hurriedly scooped up his sister and fled. His heart was heavy with despair. Why did he still lack the ability to aid his mother? Xiaowanwan stood dazed outside the door, the chirping of her little bird now lifelessly drooping. Mother. Mother is deliberately avoiding me today, just to obtain the divorce decree. That old scoundrel, his words are meaningless. That wretched father, harboring affection for San Air while still coveting mother. If I hadn't happened to see my elder brother eavesdropping, I would never have known how they bullied mother. Wanwan felt a pang of injustice for her mother. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she looked up at her brother Zimu. Big brother. Wanwan, help. What could Wanwan do to help her mother? Xie Zimu knelt down, lifting her up and wiping the tears from her round little face, soothing her. Wanwan is still young. These matters are for brother to handle. Xiaowanwan blinked her big eyes at him, her little mouth pouting, big brother. What are you going to do? Xie Zimu's expression darkened as he stroked her head. Tell me, do you think brother can pass the imperial examination? Definitely. Absolutely. Absolutely. Big brother's intelligence will surely ensure success. Xiaowanwan was somewhat curious about why her brother asked this. They waited outside for a long time, Zimu cradling his sister close. Qi Sheng and Wang Xia stood solemnly in the courtyard. Qi Sheng, who had always been timid in speaking to others, cried out in anger, denouncing the Marquis' household for their treachery. They had clearly agreed to the eldest Mrs. terms, but had reneged on their word, daring to strike her. I am filled with rage. Sister Pan Chun, Sister Wang Xia, I despise myself for being so powerless that I cannot protect the eldest miss. Woo woo woo. Sister Pan Chun embraced her in comfort. She fought back her own tears, her heart aching at the injustices the eldest miss had endured over the years. They are not good people. They would not even allow me to send a message. This is confinement. Pan Chun, I will report to the authorities. Wang Xia declared fiercely. She was willing to risk everything, even if it meant dire consequences. Do not act rashly. The eldest miss will find a way. Pan Chun replied, recalling the evidence she had collected. Just then, they heard a creak as Lu Wan opened the door. The two young ladies rushed in, followed closely by the others. Everyone's eyes were red, their faces grim. Lu Wan composed herself, but her slightly swollen eyes could not escape notice. Xiaowanwan stumbled forward, embracing her mother. Wanwan, will exchange achievements for Emperor Uncle to help you obtain the divorce. Mother, do not be sad. Wanwan is heartbroken. Foolish child, this matter is not so simple. Lu Wan lifted her, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead, her words tender and loving. Xie Zimu frowned. His hand clenched tightly. Mother, wait for me for 2 months.
Zing.
Lu Wan looked at him, knowing he had registered for the county examination. Her gaze filled with both hope and concern. Xie Zimu dared not say another word, afraid he would break down in tears. He bowed to Lu Wan. I will go study. As he left, he thought, Mother, in just 2 months, you will be free. Zhong Yuyan was restless. She had intended to personally comfort Luwan but feared being discovered. Now that Luwan was aware of many things, the old lady would surely not let her off easily. Thus, she sent Mama Qing in her stead. Luwan expressed her gratitude to Mama Qing, acknowledging her tireless efforts, yet lamenting that her wishes remained unfulfilled. Mama Qing sighed and offered words of encouragement. Luwan raised her gaze, aware that Mama Qing was referring to the ninth prince. However, the ninth prince was neither kin nor ally and had already assisted her numerous times, even giving her a jade pendant to request favors. She felt too ashamed to ask the ninth prince for help again. Mama Qing could not bear to see the confusion on her face and added, "For the sake of Miss Xiaowanwan, the ninth prince will surely assist you." "I will consider this matter," Luwan replied. She recognized that Xiaowanwan had saved the imperial concubine, and the ninth prince was not the type to be ungrateful. After a moment's thought, she took up her pen and wrote a letter, filling 5 pages. She handed the letter to Mama Qing. "My family letter cannot be delivered by anyone near me. You'll have an easier time. Be sure to deliver it to my mother." Mama Qing accepted the letter, noticing the tear stains on the envelope. Her heart ached. Years ago, the old lady had gone to great lengths to rescue the imprisoned heir, even resorting to drugging Luwan to send her to the ninth prince's residence. What difference was there between a woman losing her virtue and losing her life? Even more tragically, Luwan remained unaware of this matter, despite the imminent divorce. She remained in the dark. The old lady had dealt with the assassin who had sent Luwan to the ninth prince's residence, but had hastily confined Mama Qing, forgetting that she had also been involved. If she ever realized the truth, her life would surely be in jeopardy. At this thought, Mama Qing felt a chill run down her spine. Yes, only by standing united with Luwan and the ninth prince could she hope to preserve her life. She wanted to reveal the truth to Luwan. Chapter 92. Luwan observed that Xiaowanwan lingered, and thus inquired, "What troubles you?" Qing Mama took a deep breath and suggested, "You should write a letter to the ninth prince. He will surely assist you." "How can you be so certain?" Luwan questioned, perplexed by the underlying implications. With her lips tightly pressed together, Qing Mama suddenly knelt before Luwan with a thud. "Please rise." "What is this?" Luwan rushed forward to help her up. "No, my lady, I have committed a grave error, and I owe you an apology."
King Mama persisted,
ignoring Luwan's attempts to stop her, and bowed her head 3 times. Luwan felt helpless. "There is something I must tell you. In truth, Miss Xiaowanwan is..." Suddenly, a series of urgent sounds erupted from outside, causing Qing Mama to pale and fall silent. It seemed that the person outside wished to keep Luwan uninformed. Rising quietly, she hinted, "The old lady has done more to you than this, my lady. You are always so astute. Consider why the ninth prince has repeatedly come to Miss Xiaowanwan's aid. Do Miss Xiaowanwan and the young master resemble each other?" As Qing Mama departed, she left those words hanging in the air. This statement rendered Luwan speechless, as if struck by lightning. Do Xiaowanwan and the young master resemble one another? This thought plagued her throughout the night. With her daughter peacefully asleep, she took advantage of the faint moonlight to examine her features. Gradually, the moonlight seeped into her heart, conjuring an indistinct image of a little boy, one who had once stealthily plucked a winter plum, only to be brutally punished by a eunuch, nearly freezing to death. Winter plum. Luwan's gaze shifted. The winter plum was rooted deep within her heart. As a child, she had merely been curious about the enchanting powers of that flower, which had compelled the small boy to risk everything to protect it. Later, when Xie Jinan sought her hand in marriage, he too had presented a bouquet of winter plums. And only then did she realize how deeply she had buried her affections. Foolishly, she had even entertained the notion of making Xie Jinan a substitute for that boy. With a sigh, Luwan reminded herself that it was merely the lingering memory of a childhood encounter, one that had left a lasting impression. For the sake of her daughter's reputation, she could only pray that Xiaowanwan was not connected to this matter. That night, sleep eluded her. The following afternoon, the little girl whom Luwan had observed the previous night stumbled in, her face smeared with dirt, her lips pouting in apparent distress. "Miss, you mustn't behave this way again," Pan Chun, guiding her, lamented. "What happened?" Luwan gently lifted the little one, wiping the grime from her face. "Miss encountered Xia Huaishan while playing in the outer courtyard. For some reason, he was in a foul mood, almost as if he were afflicted with a rage disorder. Pan Chun recounted, shuddering at the memory. She had seen similar children at home, those who appeared possessed. The male lead is unstable and tempestuous. Upon seeing me, he attempted to push me away, thought Xiaowanwan, feeling increasingly aggrieved. Pan Chun continued. When Xia Huaishan saw the miss, he lunged at her, trying to push her into the lake. It was utterly terrifying. And then, Lu Wan's heart raced with concern for her daughter. Then, when I tried to intervene, I was stopped by Lady Li and her entourage, who claimed the child was too young and that such playful antics need not be interrupted. Just as it seemed Miss would be thrown into the lake, she suddenly pulled out a small iron hammer. Yes, you heard correctly, a hammer.
Pan Chun exclaimed.
Xiaowanwan, despite her diminutive stature, pursued Xia Huaishan with the hammer raised high. Miss, you are such a charming girl. How could you wield such a fearsome weapon?
Pan Chun quitted.
Xiaowanwan nodded, realizing the absurdity of her choice. She stowed away the grimy hammer and instead produced a pink, bow-adorned one, chasing after Xia Huaishan once more. Xia Huaishan wailed as he was struck, while Xiaowanwan pinned him down, her infantile tirade filled with expletives. Seeing this, Lady Li attempted to intervene. But the pink hammer slipped from Xiaowanwan's grasp, landing directly at Lady Li's feet, leaving her with a bruise. Crying over the loss of her hammer, Xiaowanwan lamented that it had become dirty, demanding a replacement from Lady Li. Lady Li's face darkened, her irritation palpable, as she longed to retaliate. Pan Chun retrieved the hammer, astonished by its weight. She wondered how such a small girl could wield it. Before Lady Li could react, Pan Chun whisked Xiaowanwan away. Halfway through their escape, Xiaowanwan insisted on walking herself, only to stumble and fall. She had been aggrieved ever since. Xia Huaishan suffered a fracture due to her hammering. Thus, when Pan Chun admonished her, she wept, arriving before Lu Wan in tears. Lu Wan couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. The little one, having been exposed, nestled into her mother's embrace, softly calling to her, yearning for a hint of maternal affection. Yet, her inner thoughts betrayed her. As long as others do not wrong me, I shall not retaliate. I, the formidable Xiaowanwan, have never feared anyone. Once the male lead matures, I shall challenge him to a duel. Each encounter shall end with a strike. In the future, I shall craft explosive talismans to obliterate him. I shall also target Lady Li, my worthless father, and that old fool. In the midst of her musings, Xiaowanwan's hand rummaged through her little pouch, eventually retrieving a piece of yellow talisman paper. Upon closer inspection, she recognized it as an explosive talisman she had sketched previously. How fortunate that I did not discard my past creations. They are all safely tucked away in my storage pouch. Soon, she plotted to stealthily blast the roof of Lady Li's quarters. Lu Wan stood frozen for a moment, struggling to comprehend the true meaning behind her daughter's thoughts. Nevertheless, her daughter's demeanor struck her as that of an untouchable little tyrant. Gently placing the child on the ground, Lu Wan offered sage advice. You handled the situation well. If someone wrongs you, retaliation may be warranted. For instance, if he pushes you, you may push him back. But if you retaliate excessively and injure him, it becomes your fault. However, if you were to strike him down, who would dare provoke you again? Chapter 93. The roof of the Li residence explodes. Pan Chun was utterly astonished. Mother, you truly are a living embodiment of the King of Hell. All right. I have slain the male lead. I must repay the virtues accumulated in my past life. Every action has its consequence. Mother, the Sandman is not good. It will bring about retribution and deplete your fortune. We cannot engage in wicked deeds. The heavens are watching. Lu Wan nodded, seemingly grasping this principle. Tonight, you shall forfeit your share of meat paste. Summer Wan's expression changed. I have been deceived. Yet, as night fell, her forlorn little face transformed into a radiant smile. Her mother had prepared chicken legs for her. Now that she had teeth, it was time to replace the meat paste. Concerned that she might struggle to gnaw on it, her mother shredded the chicken into tender morsels for her. Summer Wan's little face was nearly beaming with joy, her eyes narrowing with satisfaction like a crescent moon. Delicious food. At last, I can indulge in delicacies.
Outside,
The melting snow and the warmth enveloping the room allowed the mother and daughter to relish their cozy days together. Meanwhile, Li was unable to swallow her resentment and, accompanied by Xia Huaishan, went to the charity hall to lodge a complaint. The newly appointed physician had treated Xia Huaishan's injury, but the old lady's eyes were filled with fury. Lu Wan knew far too much. That little wretch was certainly not a good child and could not be allowed to remain. Li glanced at her, hesitating to speak. Old madam, if Lu Wan and her mother were to perish, would it not raise suspicion? This would solidify the accusation against Xie Jin and for favoring his concubine over his wife. Even if he were to marry a princess, he would find himself imprisoned and forever barred from a political career. The old lady sighed, playing with fire. Lu Wan may expose those matters. Do you believe the Marquis would emerge unscathed? This affair must remain shrouded in secrecy. Who could possibly uncover it? Grandmother. Xia Huaishan looked at Li with tearful, pitiful eyes. Li was initially worried but softened upon seeing Xia Huaishan's gaze. If that little wretch were to live, Huaishan would eventually suffer her wrath. Leave this matter to me. However, as she approached, the little fortune star at the door hurriedly attempted to enter. Stop. Why are you running? Li snapped. The little fortune star nervously glanced inside, rubbing her hands together, and cleverly replied, I merely saw that you had arrived, madam, and was rushing to inform the master. Why have you come here? Do I need to report my intentions to you? Step aside. No need for announcements. Li arrogantly shot her a glance. With Yen being her daughter-in-law, she felt entitled to act as she pleased. It was only in front of Yen that she could find pride in her role as a mother-in-law. The little fortune star whistled a few notes and followed Li inside. Madam, would you like to have some tea in the hall? She asked, fearing the young lady might still be occupied. No need. During the day there is likely nothing worth disturbing. Li hurried on until she reached the door, where she paused upon hearing sounds that made her cheeks flush. Fourth madam, the lady has come to see you. The little fortune star called out. After a considerable time, Zhongyu Yen leisurely adjusted her clothing. Her face flushed as she opened the door. You are looking for me, mother-in-law? I came to find Jin Xiao, to take some things and then leave. Quickly called Jin Xiao out. Li's ears burned. She knew Zhongyu Yen was straightforward, but did not expect such boldness in broad daylight. Though somewhat envious, she dared not express it. Mother, he has fainted from exhaustion. Zhongyu Yen pouted. Li eyed her suspiciously and pushed past her. Indeed. She saw a pile of clothing strewn about and a man lying bare on the bed, his back to her. Her face reddened and she retreated. Let me tell you what I need. Just give me the key to Jin Xiao's little pharmacy. Li declared. How casual. My Zhong family has a medicinal shop. Take as much as you need, and I shall replenish it. Having you is indeed a great fortune for our Jin Xiao. Just be gentle. He is frail and cannot withstand too much turmoil. Li smiled as she accepted the key. Zhongyu Yen nodded, and as she saw her leave, her expression turned cold. Fortunately, upon hearing Li's voice, she had already knocked him unconscious and tucked him into bed. She instructed the little fortune star, see what she takes. Once she finishes, have someone sneak in and empty the entire pharmacy. Let us pin a heavy blame on Li. With a resounding explosion, the roof was blown apart. She was caught in the chaos, writhing in pain, shrouded in darkness on the ground, exhaling a cloud of black smoke. The medicine in her hands was reduced to ash. Today, the young lady was in high spirits, claiming she wanted to present a gift to Li. To ensure her safety, she had accompanied her. Little did she expect to arrive and find her hiding in a corner, producing a piece of yellow talisman paper. After reciting some incomprehensible incantations, she handed it over, instructing her to toss it onto the roof. Ban Chun threw it. To her shock, it exploded. Ban Chun was frozen in fear, believing she had caused the calamity. Chapter 94. Is the mistress a princess? Meanwhile, at the embassy, Su Ruru had finally recovered from her injuries and was able to move about. She felt as though she were still dreaming. She was a princess, the daughter of the Grand Princess of Nanmei, of royal blood. She asked a maid when the Grand Princess would be willing to meet her, as she had something of utmost importance to convey. The maid cast an impatient glance her way. What are you in such a hurry for? The Grand Princess is occupied with countless affairs. She is not someone you can simply request to see. The maid's disdainful gaze made it clear that Su Ruru was nothing in her eyes, daring to demand an audience with the Grand Princess.
Ha!
When you finally meet the Grand Princess, that will be the beginning of your nightmare. Seeing the maid's attitude, Su Ruru gritted her teeth. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you know who I am?
Who are you?
A cheerful female voice interrupted her, and Su Ruru turned to see a woman dressed in pink, exuding confidence as she kicked the door open. Greetings, Princess Yenner. The maid hurriedly bowed. Su Ruru's eyes widened in surprise, but she quickly regained her composure. This was indeed a princess of Nanmei, and her status was not far removed from her own. After all, she was the daughter of the Grand Princess. She too should be considered a princess. She stepped forward, affectionately grasping Princess Yenner's hand. Finally, someone sensible has arrived. Sister, do sit down. I instructed this maid a few times, and she dares to show me disrespect. You must ensure she is punished appropriately. Sister? Who do you think you are calling sister? Princess Yenner frowned, clearly displeased, and shook Su Ruru off. You, a commoner, not only failed to bow before me but also presumed to call me sister? How audacious. Su Ruru fell to the ground, the pain from her old wounds resurfacing. She looked up in disbelief, finding both the maid and Princess Yenner regarding her with contempt.
No.
It can't be. Her mother was the Grand Princess. What was wrong with calling a princess sister? Xiaowanwan, slap her. Princess Yenner commanded carelessly from her seat. The maid, Xiaowanwan, hesitated, but, Your Highness, she is the Grand Princess's. Are you ignoring my words? What are you afraid of? Just do it. Princess Yenner had lost all patience. Yes. Xiaowanwan seized Su Ruru and struck her face repeatedly. Su Ruru's face turned red from the blows, glaring fiercely at Princess Yenner. I understand my mistake. Your Highness, please allow me to meet the Grand Princess. In due time, she would reclaim her identity and ensure that this Princess Yenner would kneel before her, begging for forgiveness.
Oh.
Who are you trying to appear pitiful for? Princess Yenner scoffed. The type of weak woman who can only pretend to be helpless and beg for a man's pity is the very sort I loathe the most. Let me tell you the truth. It was the Grand Princess who sent me to bring you to a certain place. Princess Yenner held her head high, utterly disdainful of fragile women who spent their days embroidering and relying on men for support. She was different, brimming with vigor, training in martial arts, and traversing the world, able to share a drink and camaraderie with men. Su Ruru's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Where are you taking me? You'll find out soon. Xiaowanwan, prepare a decent outfit for her. We shall be leaving shortly. Yes. Does this princess not know that I favor pink? How dare you bring her pink clothing without considering if she is worthy? Xiaowanwan trembled in fear, quickly exiting to fetch another outfit. This time, she returned with a light green fitted gown, which suited Su Ruru perfectly. After applying makeup to mask the swelling on her face, Su Ruru appeared enchanting, resembling a delicate flower. Princess Yenner examined her critically. She's passably attractive, but men aren't particularly drawn to this sort. They prefer someone like me. Surrounded by a group, they escorted Su Ruru to a luxurious carriage. As she climbed aboard, she nearly lost her balance, but was swiftly pulled up by Princess Yenner. From a distance, they appeared to share a close relationship. Really? The princess personally took her to the residence of Prince Xiaowa? An old lady inquired, to which a servant nodded affirmatively. Indeed. I have been keeping watch at the embassy for several days. Today, the Grand Princess went out alone to visit Prince Xiaowa, and Princess Yenner accompanied Su Ruru. They appeared as close as sisters. Wonderful. It seems the Grand Princess intends to acknowledge Ruru. In due time, we shall bring her back with Huaishan. The old lady was overjoyed. Prince Xiaowa was a figure of immense stature. Even the current emperor referred to him as uncle. For the Grand Princess to take Ruru to visit him was a significant gesture. At the banquet in Prince Xiaowa's residence, the Grand Princess spoke extensively, primarily about cooperation for mutual benefit. The prince, now over 40, surveyed her with narrowed eyes, neither agreeing nor refusing, making the Grand Princess's efforts rather strenuous. Inwardly, she derided Prince Xiaowa as a cunning and lecherous old fox. Before long, Princess Yenner and Su Ruru entered the hall. Prince Xiaowa's gaze scrutinized them both. The Grand Princess smiled slightly, introducing, "This is my niece, Princess Yenner, And as for the other? Su Ruru looked at her with hopeful eyes, tears brimming, while the Grand Princess smiled back. A warmth spread through Su Ruru. Her mother was indeed a noble princess. Yet, the Grand Princess's smile turned cold as she continued, "The other is merely my wet nurse." Upon hearing the term wet nurse, Prince Xiaowa's apathetic eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed the Grand Princess had done her homework, understanding his peculiar tastes. He quickly motioned for them to be seated, and the Grand Princess offered him a reassuring glance. The servant respectfully presented the food and drinks. Su Ruru felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Why wouldn't her mother acknowledge her? After Prince Xiaowa raised his cup, toasting one after another, Su Ruru began to feel dizzy and soon fainted. As the Grand Princess prepared to depart with Princess Yena, she addressed Prince Xiaowa. "I have finally nursed her back to health. You must treat her well. Rest assured." "Grand Princess, I would never disrespect your wishes," Prince Xiaowa replied with a smile. The Grand Princess knew with this, her plan was secure. "Cousin, that Su Ruru is truly oblivious, thinking she is your daughter." Princess Yena laughed upon hearing Su Ruru's thoughts from Maid Xiaoyan. The entire Nanmei nation was aware of the royal taboo. The Grand Princess was born without the ability to bear children. She was a stone woman. One could only imagine the depravity of Su Bo, who had once humiliated her. Now, at over 40, the Grand Princess not only had the Emperor's permission to remain unmarried, but also wielded power in the court, living in luxury despite her childless status. How dared Su Ruru impersonate her? The Grand Princess's gaze deepened. She shot a frosty glance at Yena, who shivered slightly. If Su Bo had not spoken so, do you think he could have preserved his wretched life? She dispatched people to the border town, uncovering Su Ruru's sordid history. Starting at the age of 12, she had entangled herself with the brothers of the Jing'an Marquis, even seducing her own brother to secure a place in the Marquis's household for wealth. On that day, she could have escaped, had it not been for Su Ruru's loud cries that alerted the villagers. Su Bo intended for her to be the mother of 2 children, imprisoning her for life. The Grand Princess pondered, her heart pierced as if by 1,000 arrows, her breath labored, her nails digging painfully into her flesh. Princess Yena dared not utter a word. She had already surmised what had transpired with her aunt. Would offering that wretched woman to Prince Xiaowa not serve her interests? She mused that if her aunt sought vengeance, it could not be so easily executed upon Su Yuyu. Prince Xiaowa's tastes diverged from those of ordinary men. Even if Su Yuyu were to survive the night, she would surely lose half her life. According to her clandestine reports, Prince Xiaowa had peculiar preferences, particularly favoring women who had borne children. His entire household was filled with an array of twisted individuals. The torment that Su Yuyu would endure would not be limited to just one person. Living would be worse than death. The Grand Princess felt a surge of satisfaction at the thought of Su Yuyu's fate. The carriage headed towards the embassy. In the dead of night, a shadowy figure rushed in to report. "It is grave news, Your Highness. Trouble has arisen at Prince Xiaowa's residence." The Grand Princess, dismissing her own agonizing afflictions, hastily donned her garments and raced over. Upon entering Prince Xiaowa's chamber, she was met with a suffocating stench of blood. A servant was attending to a wound on Prince Xiaowa's shoulder. Su Yuyu had been restrained, her attire disheveled, her eyes bloodshot, her expression wild as if on the brink of madness. After inquiring of Prince Xiaowa, she learned that Su Yuyu had awakened during the ordeal and had even managed to stab him with a hairpin. Had he not evaded in time, it would have pierced his heart. Upon entering, she cast Su Yuyu to the ground, delivering a resounding slap and berating her for disrupting her plans. Su Yuyu, heartbroken, tasted blood at the corner of her mouth. She stared vacantly at her, reflecting on the disdain she had endured since childhood due to her mother's absence. "You find me only to subject me to such humiliation. With a mother like you, I would rather have none at all." She had always believed herself to be a princess, only to discover that her biological mother not only denied her, but had also offered her unconscious self to that perverse old man. "Who is your mother?" The Grand Princess replied with a cold laugh, devoid of any trace of pity in her gaze. She harbored a profound hatred for the Su family. "Indeed, you are the exalted Grand Princess, so it is only natural you refuse to acknowledge me. Yet blood cannot be deceived. Your lineage flows through my veins." I feel the disgrace of having such a mother. Su Yuyu collapsed to the ground, her spirit broken. The Grand Princess's refusal to recognize her was one thing. Pushing her into the fire was another. What purpose did her life serve anymore? I shall reiterate. You are not my child. I was born barren. This is a well-known fact within the royal family of Nanmei. As she spoke, a shadow of profundity crossed the Grand Princess's face. What do you mean? How could I possibly not be your child? Su Yuyu remained convinced of her resolve. However, upon witnessing the Grand Princess's expression, cold and profound, devoid of maternal warmth, she could not help but question the truth of her words. Yet the Grand Princess had left behind tokens, a birthmark on her body. Her father and brother had spoken of her mother being the Grand Princess, and the entire Ho family was aware. How could this not be the case? In a near breakdown, she tore open her garments, exclaiming, "Look at this birthmark. Is it not familiar? And this jade pendant, crescent-shaped, etched with your royal dragon insignia. If I am not your daughter, why would you leave behind such tokens?" The Grand Princess glanced at her dismissively, scoffing, "What does this birthmark signify? The pendant indeed belonged to me, but it was taken by your father when he imprisoned me for my beauty. I later seized the chance to escape, yet you summoned the entire village. I cannot fathom why, at merely 1 year old, you exhibited such malice. Had it not been for you, I would have been free long ago. How could I not despise you?" The Grand Princess crouched down, gripping Su Yuyu's chin to force her to look up, her eyes brimming with hatred and disdain. "Look closely. Where do you see any resemblance between us?" This statement nearly shattered Su Yuyu's psychological defenses, tears streaming down her face. She cried out, "My father clearly told everyone that you are my mother. How could this not be true?"
Ha ha ha.
The Grand Princess replied, "After I was rescued, your father, in a bid to save himself, told Duke Jing'an that you were my daughter. Duke Jing'an wished to align himself with the royal family of Nanmei, thus sparing your lives."
It cannot be. It cannot be.
Su Yuyu was utterly despondent. No wonder Duke Jing'an had continuously assisted their family, helping them relocate, concealing their identities. The young lords of the Ho family had been quite fond of her, and her childhood companion, Xie Jinan, was orchestrated by Duke Jing'an.
No wonder.
No wonder the elderly matriarch of the Ho family, Lady Li, and Duke Jing'an had shown her unconditional favoritism. No wonder Luwan, despite her commendable efforts, faced constant opposition. All to clear a path for her. The Ho family awaited benefits from her. The realization struck her that she had been deceived her entire life. Her lineage, in her moments of despair, brought forth a glimmer of hope for survival. Just as she thought she had finally endured her hardships, reality mercilessly plunged her into despair once more. "Humph. I care not whether you believe it or not. I rescued you from prison solely to exact revenge on your Su family. My long-held grievances have found no outlet. Do you think that by wounding Prince Shua, you will find peace? I assure you, I shall not allow you to die. I will ensure that your beloved Xie Jinan, your son Xie Huaishan, and your brother Su Xinhua each perish before your very eyes." Ha 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 ha.
Do not blame me.
Blame your father.
Su.
Do you wish to know how your true mother met her demise? Chapter 96. The abuse of the mistress. With tear-streaked eyes, Su Ruru trembled as she gazed at her, her lips quivering as she inquired, "How did my mother die?" "Your father, recognizing the value of my garments and jewelry, poisoned his lawful wife to win my affection so that I might become your mother," she replied. "Your brother, fully aware of this treachery, did nothing to intervene, for he, too, wished for me to assume the role of mother and bask in the luxuries of life. Cursed be my father.
And you.
You all deserve death." The princess, caught in a whirlwind of laughter and tears, bore a gaze filled with madness. Indeed, for 2 years, her sanity had been preserved solely by her desire for vengeance. How could a princess of the realm ever consider marrying a mere peasant like Su Bo or accepting 2 lowly children as her own? Her hatred for the Su family, for Marquis Jing'an, and even for the entire De Xia dynasty consumed her. She summoned Taoist Wu Mo, tears streaming down her face, and commanded him. Taoist Wu Mo was horrified by the princess's demeanor. "By doing this, the consequences will inevitably fall upon you." The princess retorted furiously, "Hurry up." Trembling, Taoist Wu Mo approached, plucking several strands of Su Ruru's hair to perform his incantations. Overwhelmed by despair and helplessness, Su Ruru collapsed to the ground, even forgetting to resist. The thought that her son and brother might perish because of her gnawed at her heart. Yet, she found herself powerless to act. The princess's venomous gaze returned to Su Ruru. "Look what I have prepared for you." A massive iron cage was brought forth, causing Su Ruru to tremble, her face pale with terror. "Please, no." Don't, she recoiled, but was seized by the hair and thrown into the cage. "You wounded Prince Shoa. I intend to present you as a gift to him as an apology. He has a fondness for women trapped in cages. The entire family does, ha ha ha." Su Ruru recalled the princess' depravity from the previous night. Desperately, she struggled, tears cascading down her cheeks. "You cannot treat me this way. I am a citizen of Xia. If the authorities discover my fate, they will not spare you. Woe is me, let me out." Yet the princess coldly threatened, "The authorities? Do you understand that you have already committed a grave offense against the royal family? When I rescued you, it was by substituting a dead body outside. You are already considered deceased. If you dare let the authorities know you are alive and have escaped, how do you think they will punish you? You would face brutal torture, your body reduced to a mere mass of scars, or worse, be executed like your wretched father. Su Ruru, be sensible. Here, at least, you may keep your miserable life and witness the demise of your son." "Ah, devil. You are a devil." Su Ruru cried out in desperation. "I curse you to meet a wretched end." But speaking of your son, you seem remarkably spirited. I wonder when I shall bring him to see you." The princess found this situation utterly delightful. "No, do not harm my son. He is of the bloodline of the Marquis' household. You cannot lay a hand on him." Su Ruru's eyes widened in disbelief. Tears mingled with blood streaming down her face, her voice a raw, anguished cry. How could she survive this ordeal? "Oh, Xia Huaishan is of noble blood? What I have discovered tells a different tale." The princess scoffed. Su Ruru's disbelief was palpable as she stared wide-eyed. Could it be that even his lineage had been thoroughly investigated? No, it was impossible. Only she and her brother knew this secret. She had never confided in another soul about Huaishan being her brother's son. "How could you possibly uncover?" she murmured in disbelief. "Do you believe your brother to be a virtuous man? He revealed everything under the slightest pressure. However, I did not keep him as a guest. He has quite the spectacle awaiting him at the Marquis' residence." The princess laughed heartily as she issued her commands and turned to exit the room. Su Ruru lay collapsed on the ground, numb and weeping. The news of the explosion at the Li residence soon spread throughout the Marquis' estate, prompting all servants and stewards to intensify their investigations, fearing an assassin might seize the opportunity amidst the chaos. Even passing dogs were questioned. "Do you know who caused the explosion?" During this commotion, a maid approached Lady Li, stating, "Yesterday, during the explosion, I saw Miss Xiaowanwan sneaking around your courtyard." Could it be her doing? Lady Li swiftly slapped the maid across the face. "Fool. That little wretch barely reaches my knee. What could she possibly use to cause an explosion? Do not be absurd." The maid, feeling wronged, covered her face, insisting she had seen Xiaowanwan instructing Pan Chun to throw a paper ball onto the roof. Lady Li, incensed, felt this incident had only exacerbated her already thinning hair. She donned her hat, determined to seek out the fourth young master for medicine. However, upon arriving at Xia Jinxiu's courtyard, she encountered Xia Jinxiu, furious, accompanied by a group of young servants, all armed for a confrontation. Chapter 97. The confrontation between Li and fourth uncle. Xia Jinxiu pointed at Li with vehement accusations. "Do you comprehend the value of the medicines in my pharmacy? You may have taken a few packages, but you have emptied my entire pharmacy. How am I to treat my ailments now? Li, do you wish for my demise?" Li was taken aback. "I only took 2 packets of poison. Who emptied your pharmacy? What nonsense are you spouting?" She retorted. "I merely took 2 packets of medicine. Who stole your herbs?" Xia Jinxiu, however, was incensed to the point of physical pain. Those medicines were meant to sustain his life. Li had truly crossed a line. "If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? Clearly, you were the only one who visited the pharmacy yesterday. My stepmother, I have done many things for you, yet you turn out to be this kind of person, bringing me ruin. If it weren't for his current frail state, he would have confronted her physically. I shall assist you no longer. Li, in a fit of rage, denied. I did not take anything. You ungrateful child. How dare you accuse me? Accuse you? Do you dare let me search your courtyard? Xie Jinxiu was bewildered by her behavior. She had once been the lady of the house, yet now acted so disgracefully, even resorting to theft of his life-sustaining herbs. My room was just blown up. Go ahead and search. If you find anything, I shall bow to you. Li cursed as she walked away, summoning others to follow her into her courtyard. Xie Jinxiu turned his gaze toward Zhong Yuyan, who coldly laughed. Your herbs? My Zhong family's pharmacy is overflowing with them. They are nothing to me. Otherwise, would you kneel and plead for my help to replenish your stock? Her words cleared the suspicion against her entirely. Xie Jinxiu clenched his teeth. Who needs your charity? Go, search Li's place. Feeling wronged and seeing the roofless bedroom, his agitation only grew. As a result, several young servants, under the suggestion of Xiao Fuxing, unearthed a box of herbs from the cellar in Li's backyard. Li's face darkened. Someone deliberately planted these to frame me. Xie Jinxiu's lips twitched. He had reached his breaking point. He turned and slapped Li across the face. Li was stunned. You dare strike me? Unfilial child. I am not your son. Li, your theft of my herbs is tantamount to seeking my life. A slap is too lenient. Do you not realize that this box is identical to what was stolen from my pharmacy? Li, at a loss for words, frantically protested, her tone sharp. Just then, the young servants brought out another box from the cellar, revealing a century-old ginseng, precisely what Xie Jinxiu needed for his survival. Furious, Xie Jinxiu engaged in a physical altercation with Li, who, no longer willing to endure, retaliated with whatever she could find. However, Xie Jinxiu seized the few remaining strands of her hair, causing her to grimace in pain as she cursed. I will fight you. The chaos erupted, with even those in Li's courtyard clashing with Xie Jinxiu's associates, creating a tumultuous scene filled with noise and disorder. Zhong Yuyan discreetly stepped back and instructed Xiao Fuxing to report to the authorities. As Li was taken away by the officials, she continued to curse vehemently. Her remaining hair now gone, leaving her completely bald. Clearly enraged, her entire being trembled with fury. Damn it, not only did assassins infiltrate the Marquis' residence, but thieves as well. Xiaowanwan was punished by Luan to stand at the door, sucking on her milk bottle. Her small mind could not fathom how her mother could possibly know about her blowing up Li's roof. Suddenly, a voice floated from inside. Oh, I feel so sleepy. Xiaowanwan's eyes sparkled. Hee, mother is going to sleep. She quietly set her milk bottle down and stealthily crawled on the ground, her little bottom wiggling as she made her way outside. Pan Chun spotted her and widened her eyes, but Xiaowanwan hurriedly stood up and gestured for silence. Aunt Pan Chun, we're going to play. Mother is sleeping. Pan Chun was initially reluctant, but she caught sight of Wang Xia signaling her insistently from the shadows. With no choice, she took the young lady towards the charitable hall. Luan sighed helplessly behind Wang Xia. The eldest lady only wishes to avenge you. You know the moat outside the capital? Wang Xia replied. What about it? That's the water I released for her. Wang Xia was left speechless. Outside the charitable hall, a small bundle of fluff crawled stealthily over, specially donning a black bib as if it were nighttime attire. However, Pan Chun felt that wearing black in broad daylight was rather conspicuous. I will use whatever talisman I possess, and old Deng will be subjected to its effects. She rummaged through her bag, producing a piece of paper. Upon closer inspection, aha, this is my self-created stealth talisman. She squatted down, biting her finger in contemplation. If I use this, it may have side effects. A destination must be set. Otherwise, the one enchanted will wander aimlessly. What if it crawls into my room and scares Mother? Miss, what do you intend to do? Pan Chun inquired, her brow furrowed with concern. The eldest lady cannot condone such mischief. What if you are discovered? Xiaowanwan bit her thumb, her round face scrunched in thought, as she pondered where it would be suitable to crawl. Suddenly, she noticed Pan Chun's creased forehead, reminiscent of the emperor, who often wore a frown in the depths of the palace. The emperor must be unhappy every day. I shall send him a gift to cheer him up. With her decision made, Xiaowanwan rose from the ground, supporting herself against the wall as she awaited the old lady's appearance. She squatted there until sunset, but still had not seen the old lady emerge, likely due to her illness. Oh, dear. If only my talisman could walk itself to old Deng. As she mused, she folded the talisman into a small paper figure. Before long, the door to the old lady's room swung open, and she immediately infused some spiritual energy into it. The small paper figure sprang to life. Scurrying towards the old lady's chamber, Xiaowanwan reached out for Pan Chun to carry her. Hurry, or it will be too late. Pan Chun understood, and scooped her up as they hurried away. Behind them, anguished wails erupted from the charitable hall, a wretched cry that likely startled their very souls. Xiaowanwan chuckled inwardly, finding the situation amusing. The emperor should surely appreciate such delightful antics. Chapter 98. The emperor uncle is frightened into a whimpering creature within the charity hall. The elderly matron twisted and crawled in the shadows.
Erige visage contorte di una grotesque lauter, a cacofonio fa, ah.
She was unable to restrain herself, moving on all fours, writhing like a maggot as she slithered towards the door. The matrons and maidservants screamed, covering their faces, trailing behind her in silence, too terrified to touch the old lady. For one touch would elicit a sinister grin from her, followed by her spiraling towards them. Hurry, find a master to exorcise her. The old lady is possessed. As they witnessed her maniacal laughter, their fear only drove them further away, and in a frenzy, they chased after her, weeping. Damn it. Working in the charity hall has never brought a moment's peace. The desire to redeem themselves reached a fever pitch.
How terrifying.
This old crone is truly dreadful.
Sobi.
In the imperial study, the emperor furrowed his brow, rubbing his forehead as he listened to several officials report on the whereabouts of the South Mei Kingdom's eldest princess. The officials exchanged glances, feeling uneasy about receiving benefits from the national treasure while offering nothing in return to the South Mei Kingdom. The emperor slammed his hand on the table. This clearly belongs to Xiaowanwan. Her belongings are equivalent to those of the ninth prince. The ninth prince's possessions belong to the great Xia dynasty. Moreover, it contains the ashes of Xiaowanwan's revered ancestor. It is quite unbecoming to leave it in the South Mei Kingdom. Would it not be better to construct a grand temple in the great Xia for our revered ancestor, where thousands may offer their devotion? Why should it belong to the South Mei Kingdom?
Why?
The emperor thought this but refrained from voicing it. As the sovereign, he naturally believed in reciprocity but was unwilling to grant them a freebie. They dared to show disdain towards the great Xia dynasty and even plotted against the Empress Dowager and the imperial mother. If only something could be sent to intimidate them. Suddenly, an idea struck the emperor, and he said to the officials, "The more terrifying, the better." The officials looked at the emperor with a perplexed expression, as if constipated for years. Like what? How should I know? If you can't even think of this, what use do I have for you? The emperor snorted coldly, tossing aside the memorial in his hand. The officials quietly retreated. The emperor then took out his small bronze mirror from his robe, tracing the frown lines on his forehead.
See?
My frown lines are a result of being vexed by these useless fools. Damn it, what a pity for my handsome face. These good-for-nothings couldn't even think of a frightening specialty. What use are they? Should I be the one to come up with ideas? If I could think of something, I would have just packaged the Jing and Marquis and sent it over. After all, they are quite fearsome as a family. Your Majesty, perhaps you should drink some chrysanthemum tea to cool down, Eunuch offered, bringing in tea to soothe the emperor. The emperor set down the mirror and mused. Why hasn't T, that little rascal, Wanwan, come to ask for her rewards yet? Didn't she want a title? I could grant it to her. Who says a 1-year-old girl cannot hold a title? He longed to see Xiaowanwan, imagining burying her beneath the coral tree, looking 10 years younger, becoming the most handsome in the great Xia dynasty. Your Majesty has already thought of a title for Miss Wanwan? Eunuch inquired.
Indeed.
I have always been concerned for her, pondering what gift to send her. The great Xia is currently at peace, all thanks to Wanwan. I wonder if Wanwan thinks of me. I also wonder if she will send me a gift. The emperor sighed deeply, lamenting that such a wonderful daughter was not his own. Alas. Eunuch felt a twitch at his temple and quickly reassured him, of course she will. Your Majesty should rest. Perhaps if you elevate your pillow tonight, you might receive a gift from Miss Xiaowanwan. The emperor could only prepare to sleep fully clothed. He truly took Yunikyu's advice, propping his pillow high. Delight filled his thoughts about what gift Xiaowanwan might prepare for him. Just then, a strange noise emerged from outside. The emperor turned to glance and caught sight of a crawling shadow on the window. The shadow suddenly vanished, and he breathed a sigh of relief. But upon opening his eyes again, he found an old woman, grinning ominously, crawling through the window. Her bones creaked as she twisted, laughing with a sinister cackle. The emperor was startled, leaping 3 feet into the air, nearly losing his soul. He covered his face and screamed, "Help! Assassins!" Yunikyu rushed in with the imperial guards, only to see the old woman twisting her body in a bizarre chase after the emperor. The emperor fled, his feet barely touching the ground, on the verge of tears from fright.
Kaka.
The old woman emitted an eerie laugh, using all 4 limbs to pursue the emperor. The emperor ran ahead, his spirit trailing behind. He fled while she chased, finding escape impossible. Just as the old woman was about to pounce on him, an imperial guard leapt forward, kicking the old woman away. However, the old woman, with greedy eyes, clung to the guard's leg, laughing in a manner both sinister and lascivious. The guard exclaimed, "Damn it! What kind of old pervert are you? Get away from me!" He raised his sword to strike her down. But Yunikyu shouted, "Isn't this the old matron from the Jing'an Marquis?" The guard hesitated, forcing himself to suppress his anger, and delivered a slap to the old woman's head. She was sent flying, disoriented, rolling and crawling on the ground. Yunikyu then ordered a bucket of ice water to be brought over, dousing the old woman completely. The talisman clinging to her became drenched, gradually losing its potency. Meanwhile, the emperor hid behind Yunikyu, covering his face and sobbing. This incident transformed the once majestic and solemn emperor into a whimpering creature. "Curse the Jing'an Marquis! I shall destroy you all," he fumed, penning an imperial decree that initially intended to condemn the entire family. Yunikyu urged him to remain calm, reminding him of Miss Xiaowanwan. Thus, for Xiaowanwan's sake, the emperor amended the decree to strip the Jing'an Marquis of its title. The next day, the old matron was dispatched by the emperor's edict, presented as the Great Xia's unique terrifying specialty to the South Mei Kingdom's eldest princess. Without even packaging it, they inscribed on her clothing that it was a unique product of the Great Xia dynasty and sent her directly to the embassy. The emperor declared, "This old woman can communicate with the divine at night. She is our Great Xia's shaman, and the princess must treat her with great respect." The princess, upon seeing the half-unconscious old woman, fell into contemplation. Could it be that she has journeyed to the spirit realm in her unconscious state? The emperor then instructed Yunikyu to take the decree stripping the marquisite's title to the Jing'an Marquis. Xie Jinan was pleading with Lu Wan, asking her to rescue the Li family. Lu Wan unhesitatingly refused, stating she would consider it only if he produced a divorce document. Xie Jinan was infuriated, berating, "I will not let you leave. Is it because I have no official title now that you disdain me? I tell you, the emperor will eventually see the loyalty of the Jing'an Marquis, and once I clear my name, you will surely regret this." Just as he was scolding, someone reported that an imperial edict had arrived, personally delivered by Yunikyu. Xie Jinan's face lit up with joy. The emperor must have uncovered the truth and would restore his position. Was he finally going to see the light after the clouds parted? Haha, Lu Wan. Just wait for your regret. He eagerly tidied his robes and went to receive the edict. Chapter 99. The abolition of titles. Xie Jinan arrived in the front hall to receive the imperial decree, brimming with confidence, and had even prepared a red envelope for Yunikyu. He had summoned the entire household to witness his ascension. Everyone knelt in unison before Yunikyu, eagerly awaiting the proclamation. However, Yunikyu's expression was frigid, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if he were gazing upon a gathering of the deceased. He began to read the decree. By the will of heaven, it is declared that the House of Jing'an Marquis harbors ulterior motives. Not only has it repeatedly offended the dignity of the imperial family without remorse, but it has also sent an old assassin to the palace to threaten His Majesty. Therefore, the title of the Jing'an Marquis is hereby revoked, and the house shall henceforth be known as the Xia residence. At this pronouncement, everyone was left in stunned silence. Xie Jinan's eyes widened in disbelief. His legs weakened as he cried out. What? Revoked? This is an injustice, Your Majesty. We did not send an assassin into the palace. The situation of the Marquis was already precarious. He was not foolish enough to court his own demise. And to send an old assassin? Even if one could kill the emperor, what would it matter? It would not grant him the throne. How could they dare to do such a thing? Surely, someone had slandered them, and the emperor believed it. He crawled forward, grasping Eunuch Yu's leg, pleading, Eunuch Yu, I must see His Majesty. Please, allow me this audience. Someone must have framed the Marquis. Oh, I understand now. It must be the Lu family. Luan wanted a divorce, and since I refused, she must have orchestrated this scheme to defame me. Eunuch Yu, I beg you, let me see His Majesty. The Marquis is truly wronged. Xie Jinan's voice trembled, nearly breaking into tears. He had been stripped of his office and was now deprived of even the title of heir. What difference would there be between him and a commoner? He would be looked down upon. His father and ancestors would blame him. He had betrayed the efforts of the Xie family as forebears. The Marquis' legacy could not be destroyed by his own hand. Eunuch Yu disdainfully kicked him away and said in a high-pitched voice, Receive the decree, Young Master Xie. The title of Young Master Xie sent a chill down Xie Jinan's spine. He took the imperial edict and implored, The Marquis is truly wronged. I must appeal. I must clear her name. Eunuch Yu sneered coldly. Wronged? Do you dare to question His Majesty's decision? Let me remind you, where did your grandmother go last night? Xie Jinan's face suddenly turned ashen. Last night, his grandmother had fallen under an evil spell, abandoning her attendants and disappearing without a trace. Could it be that she truly attempted to assassinate the emperor? The mere thought sent Xie Jinan into a panic. His grandmother must have been harmed by malevolent forces. He needed to find Master Yuan Tong to speak with the emperor. Young Master Xie, do not blame me for not warning you. There are many in this household you cannot offend. As for your appeal, I advise you to reconsider. How could the people of the Marquis allow a confined elderly lady to venture out, especially to the emperor's presence? Do you not respect the imperial authority? The revocation of your title is already the lightest punishment His Majesty could impose. If not for the Marquis being away at war, your entire family would have been executed. If not for the emperor's consideration of Miss Xiaowanwan and Luan, your entire family would have already faced death under the pretext of assassination. And you, a grown man, even dare to shift the blame onto your wife. Eunuch Yu internally scoffed, finding himself far more manly than Xie Jinan. Xie Jinan collapsed to the ground, asking Eunuch, Where is my grandmother? How would I know? Perhaps if you search around, a benefactor might assist you. Eunuch Yu coldly snorted, elegantly turning to leave. With that, he felt a swell of pride. It seemed there truly were men lesser than eunuchs in this world. Alone, Xie Jinan knelt on the ground, gazing at the once glorious house of Jing'an Marquis, now desolate and cold. As the servants prepared to replace the plaque with that of the Xie residence, he cried out in protest. Why? What have I done wrong? How did the Marquis come to ruin in my hands? When did it all go awry? His stomach twisted with regret, his entire being crumbling under the weight of despair. Luan learned of these events and turned to glance at the small child devouring a chicken leg, oil smudging her face. The little one was now a year old. Her teeth still not fully grown, yet she relished her meal, her round face barely larger than the chicken leg itself. Luan asked her, How did you persuade your grandmother to enter the palace? The child paused, bashfully lowering her head and hiding the chicken leg behind her. I didn't lose the chicken leg. But mother, weren't you asleep yesterday? How did she know I secretly went to the charity hall? Oh dear. The new protective period under Mother's care is utterly useless. In her small mind, a battle raged as she pondered how to conceal this matter. Suddenly, Luan could not help but laugh. Go on, eat. Your mother won't take your chicken leg. Xiaowanwan hesitated, then quietly pulled out the chicken leg and began to nibble, her little face alight with contentment. How wonderful! I've fooled mother. Hee hee. Luan struggled to suppress her smile. This time, her daughter had indeed been of great help. With the Xie family in dire straits, she pondered what actions to take next. Mama Qing delivered a message, informing her that the elderly matriarch was being held in the embassy by the Grand Princess. She sent several unfamiliar maidservants to relay the news to Xia Jinan and, after much hesitation, instructed Mama Qing to deliver a letter to the ninth prince. This would be her final plea for assistance from the ninth prince. Success or failure hinged upon this moment. Having arranged these matters, she thought of Xia Zimu, who was to take his examination soon. Anxious for him, she specially prepared nourishing soup to visit him, eager to hear his plans. Zimu looked at the wall behind him, lined with shelves of books, radiating confidence. Mother, do not worry. I shall not fail your expectations. All these books were purchased by you, including my education and expenses. I shall forever have only one mother, Luwan. That night, Luwan spoke at length with him. When Xia Jinan learned that the matriarch was with the Grand Princess, he was overwhelmed with excitement. Wonderful. It must be Ro who implored the Grand Princess to save our grandmother. And let us bring Huaishan along, too. Chapter 100. Bringing the concubine home within the embassy. The walls bore the marks of teeth, bloodstains, and unmentionable injuries. Every touch sent waves of pain through her. She felt utterly numb, her face marred by traces of blood and tears. Thoughts of ending her life crossed her mind. Yet, the Grand Princess scrutinized her with satisfaction, remarking, "It seems Prince Shua has spared my dignity. Your face remains intact." Su Ruru's wounds were concealed beneath her garments. The Grand Princess was pleased that she had not lost her composure. Su Ruru's eyes were bloodshot as she seized an opportunity, breaking free from the palace attendants and hurling herself against a column. The Grand Princess's expression shifted, and one of her skilled maidservants swiftly intervened, seizing Su Ruru by the hair. Nevertheless, she still collided with the pillar, resulting in a bruise on her forehead. "Ah Shu, your skills have improved," the Grand Princess exclaimed. Ah Shu bowed her head in silence. The Grand Princess then kicked Su Ruru to the ground, questioning her desire for death, asserting that she had plenty of capable individuals to ensure her survival. Su Ruru's expression remained unchanged, her gaze vacant, teetering on the edge of madness, embodying a chilling calmness. The Grand Princess, sensing her disinterest, suddenly received a report from a maid. "Princess, the heir of Marquis Jing'an has arrived, accompanied by a child, requesting an audience." Su Ruru's eyes flickered as she lifted her gaze. Noticing her reaction, the Grand Princess clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "How wonderful! 2 gifts have come to my doorstep just when I was feeling bored." She exited to greet Xia Jianan, who bowed respectfully and placed the gifts aside. "Thank you, Grand Princess, for rescuing my grandmother," he said. The Grand Princess paused, confusion etched on her face. "What grandmother? What have I saved?" Xia Jianan continued. "Ruru and I have shared a deep bond since childhood. Without your intervention, I feared I would lose my beloved forever. Princess, I implore you to allow the child to see his mother." The Grand Princess suddenly understood. Xia Jianan regarded her as a benefactor. How intriguing! This was far more entertaining than simply eliminating him. Nonchalantly, she remarked, "So you are the heir of Marquis Jing'an? Su Ruru has mentioned you before." Xia Jianan was taken aback. The Grand Princess added, "However, I cannot permit you to meet today. Return in 3 days." With that, she turned to leave. Panicking, Xia Jianan pleaded, "Grand Princess, may I at least see my grandmother?" The Grand Princess furrowed her brow. Having surmised that the grandmother he referred to was the elderly woman the Emperor had sent a few days prior. The previous night, she had startled her while crawling in the dark corners of the embassy. Fortunately, Daoist Wum had discovered the talismans on her, appearing damp and dried. He had spent the entire night examining them, yet found nothing remarkable. Clearly, they were the work of a master. Could there be a skilled individual within the Marquis's household? The Grand Princess pondered, realizing that returning the woman to Xia Jianan would undermine the Emperor's authority, potentially inviting trouble from the Daxia dynasty. She resolved not to do so. Absolutely not, she coldly refused. Xia Jianan rushed forward to intercede, but was restrained by the maid, Ah Shu. Impertinent! Nearby, Xia Huaishan, witnessing his father's predicament and unable to see his mother, felt tears welling in his eyes. The Grand Princess turned, meeting the furious gaze of the 1-year-old, feeling a twinge of annoyance. "Such a cute child. Keep him away. He is quite unsightly. Don't let my parents see me. I will Fight you, came the child's low voice. Struggling fiercely in the maid's grasp, Xiaowanwan swung his fists at the Grand Princess, appearing more deranged than a typical child. Indeed, he broke free and lunged at her, his small form surprisingly fierce, nearly toppling the Grand Princess. "Protect the princess," she called out. At that moment, Daoist appeared, chanting a spell to restrain Xiaowanwan. I see now. It appears he is experiencing a soul disturbance," Daoist observed, using his powers to stabilize the agitated child. Xiaowanwan watched in shock, kneeling before the Grand Princess, begging her not to hold the child's behavior against him. A soul disturbance? The Grand Princess was taken aback. How could a 1-year-old experience such a phenomenon? Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she instructed Daoist to explore the child's inner energy. Placing a hand on Xiaowanwan's head, the child struggled desperately, sensing a powerful force probing inside him. Residual energy lingered from before his soul disturbance. Soon, Daoist withdrew his hand, addressing the Grand Princess. "Indeed, he may be the spirit child we have been seeking." The Grand Princess felt as though struck by lightning, her expression one of disbelief as she fixed her gaze on Xiaowanwan. How could the spirit child foretold by the deities of Nanmei Kingdom possibly be a child of the Su family? Xiaowanwan glared at her with a fury that belied his age, entirely devoid of the innocence typical of a child. Gritting her teeth, the Grand Princess suppressed her displeasure, realizing she would have to devise another means of tormenting the Su family. Bring the heir inside for tea, and have Ruru prepare herself before meeting him." With that, she swept away. Xiaowanwan stood in stunned silence, gazing at his son, increasingly convinced of the spirit child's existence. The Grand Princess's attitude had shifted since the revelation regarding his son. Hope blossomed for the Xia family's resurgence. He scooped up his son, planting a kiss on his cheek. "Huaishan, you shall be the treasure of the Xia family." Xiaowanwan's expression remained grim. Soon, the maids had adorned Su Ruru in fine clothing, leading her to the chamber where Xiaowanwan awaited. The moment she laid eyes on him and her son, her previously vacant gaze faltered, and she collapsed into Xiaowanwan's embrace, weeping despondently. Su Ruru gasped in pain, quickly releasing her hold. She dared not disclose the Grand Princess's actions. Such revelations would surely lead to Xiaowanwan's disdain, and she would be forever barred from seeing her son. Here, she felt she could only await her demise. Xiaowanwan inquired, "Has the Grand Princess acknowledged you?" Su Ruru averted her gaze. The Marquis' household favored her because they believed her to be a princess. If she revealed the truth now, they would cast her aside, leaving her with no chance of survival. Yes, she could not speak. Xiaowanwan was moved to tears, realizing that his beloved Ruru, who shunned the title of princess, truly cherished him. How could he betray her? As he prepared to leave, Su Ruru urgently stopped him. "No need to tell her. I will disguise myself as a maid and accompany you. That is out of the question." Xiaowanwan was determined to impress the Grand Princess. Only with her approval would he receive assistance. "Onling, do not go." Su Ruru was in a state of panic. Just as Xiaowanwan opened the door, the Grand Princess stood smiling at the entrance, casting a chill over Su Ruru, sending shivers down her spine. Oblivious, Xiaowanwan approached her with enthusiasm. Chapter 101. Elevating Sanner as a concubine. Ruru had not seen her brother for quite some time. Occasionally, it would be beneficial for the siblings to converse more after all. The princess looked at Su Ruru with a smile. Su Ruru felt her heart leap into her throat. She silently prayed, "Please no." At that moment, Xiaowanwan joyfully interjected, understanding that his brother-in-law was Ruru's kin, and it was natural for family to spend more time together to foster affection. Jianan would certainly heed your advice and allow them to be alone. He also intended to arrange a grand courtyard for Ruru, so she and her brother-in-law could reside there together. Xiaowanwan was filled with delight at his arrangements. He was ecstatic to discover that his mother-in-law cared for him so deeply. Ruru was a princess, and having such a brother-in-law would surely bring numerous advantages. Truly splendid. He was quite satisfied with his plans. However, he wondered if the princess would share his sentiments. The princess raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback, and remarked that such an arrangement was indeed commendable. "Thank you for your approval, mother-in-law." Your considerate care for Ruru fills Jianan with immense gratitude. I would willingly traverse mountains and seas for you. Xie Jianan immediately knelt in reverence. Su Ruru clenched her hands tightly, her complexion pale, and her heart racing like a drum. She feared the princess would unveil her true identity, leaving her with no chance of survival. Rise, the princess commanded. As for your grandmother, it is best to let her stay here at my palace to avoid any disturbances and recuperate. The princess smiled, though a glint of malice flickered in her eyes for just a moment. Xie Jianan was profoundly touched. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, mother-in-law. He bowed deeply, serving tea to the princess while expressing his heartfelt sentiments. It was then that Xie Jianan took Su Ruru and their son to depart. How wonderful it was! The princess was both considerate and kind. Having such a high-ranking mother-in-law was far superior to the Lu family. Yet she was wary of the princess's possible ulterior motives. Your grandmother wishes to elevate you as a concubine, placing you on par with Lu Wan's status. Furthermore, my mother has arranged a separate courtyard for you, so you can comfortably reside with your brother-in-law. Xie Jianan rambled on, leaving Su Ruru astounded. She could not help but release a sigh of relief. Indeed, she was on the verge of becoming the lady of the Marquis. It would not be easy for the princess to execute any further schemes against her. Would not comprehend the plaque that had been changed in the estate. Suddenly, a gambler was seen berating Xie Zimu. You ungrateful wretch. Now that you've become prosperous, you've forgotten that I am your father, haven to you? If I hadn't tea mingled around waiting for the examination to conclude, I would have never known you've become the Marquis' son. Now that you have money, why don't you offer a little to honor your father? Do you know how I've suffered at the hands of those debt collectors? Xie Zimu lowered his head slightly. His gaze darkened, and only when he heard Xie Jianan call his name did he lift his head, his eyes filled with helplessness. Father, this man is my former stepfather. Here, to demand money. Xie Zimu explained. Upon hearing the mention of money, Xie Jianan was filled with anger. Once such a person had been given anything, they would incessantly return for more. This simply could not be tolerated. He commanded a servant to drive the man away. Thank you, father, Xie Zimu said. Although he was not Xie Jianan's biological son, being registered under his name would still be an honor if he could achieve academic success. Indeed, such an important matter as the examination should not be left to the young master alone. Xie Zimu replied, lowering his head. It was Lu Wan again. Even under house arrest, she remained so restless, insisting on causing such turmoil. Xie Jianan, hands on his hips, scolded. However, in a good mood, he probed Xie Zimu. What do you think your chances are for this examination? Xie Zimu replied, a few months ago, the teacher predicted this topic, and I feel quite confident in my writing. Good, good. No wonder you are my son. Zimu, since Lu Wan treats you this way, allow me to make a decision for you. How about we find you a new mother? Xie Jianan mused. If Zimu could pass the examination, he would become a legitimate son under the princess's patronage. The Xie family would rise again. Yet Zimu knew he could not agree so hastily. Father, why not wait until the results are announced? Xie Jianan found this reasoning sound and patted his shoulder. If you succeed, your father will ensure you have an honorable status, allowing you to soar high. Xie Zimu nodded with a smile. However, upon witnessing Xie Jianan and his family enter the Xie residence harmoniously, his smile abruptly vanished, and his expression grew cold. He turned the corner of the alley, producing a bag of money to hand to the gambler. Get lost, and don't come back here again. Thank you, young master. The gambler's eyes gleamed with excitement as he ran off, having encountered a benefactor today and played a role in a grand performance, resulting in a considerable sum. How splendid! The young master also mentioned elevating Su Yinyang to the status of concubine, providing her with a separate courtyard to live in. She would even be treated as the lady of the house. When Wang Xia spoke of this, her expression was filled with disdain. Xie Jianan had lost his title and could no longer be called young master. He should be referred to as sir. Lu Wan sensed this was an opportune moment. Without the old matriarch present, obtaining a divorce would be much simpler. She had anticipated this. The spies of the ninth prince had informed her of Su Ruru's experiences at the embassy. She needed to seize this opportunity. If Su Ruru's true identity as a non-princess was exposed, it would be challenging for her to escape later. She instructed Wang Xia. Elevating Ruru to concubine status requires the clan elder from the Xia family to come from the border city to inscribe Ruru in the family genealogy. That should happen in the next few days, right? Wang Xia, go investigate further. Once the clan elders arrive, our Lu family elders should also make an appearance. This was an exhilarating game of strategy. Wang Xia, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, "Understood," and dashed out. Xiaowanwan, however, appeared dejected. Alas, if only my useless father would explode. Why isn't he here? Her disappointment at not being able to confront him caused her little headband to droop. She had failed to avenge her mother. Luwan lifted her and kissed her cheek. "What's the matter, Wanwan?" Luwan reassured her. "In a few days, you can play to your heart's content." Chapter 102. The Lu family aids mother in obtaining a divorce letter that night. Su Ruru, having been anxious and fearful throughout the day, finally relaxed upon realizing that the crown princess had not taken action against her. She intended to sleep fully clothed. At that moment, Xie Jinan arrived, eagerly embracing her and uttering sweet nothings. Su Ruru winced in pain from her injuries as she was held tightly. Though she longed to be close to Xie Jinan, the multitude of wounds on her body made her hesitant to reveal her condition. Pushing him away, she used the child as an excuse. "Onling, I haven't attended to Huaishan for too long. He cries the moment I leave him. Let me soothe him first, and then I shall accompany you." Xie Jinan's expression darkened slightly. Since learning of Su Ruru's true identity, he had been filled with a sense of novelty and was eager to spend an intimate evening with her. Su Ruru, avoiding his gaze, suggested, "In just a few days, we shall be newlyweds. Won't it be more meaningful to wait until then?" Xie Jinan found her reasoning reasonable. Ruru is indeed considerate, he thought.
Suzudusa my aquadili.
Xie Jinan continued, "Then tonight, I shall sleep beside you and promise not to touch you." With no other option, Su Ruru reluctantly agreed. Throughout the night, Xie Jinan occasionally brushed against her, causing her to grimace in pain. Particularly when he turned over, she desperately clutched her clothing to prevent her injuries from being exposed. After a night filled with anxiety, Su Ruru felt utterly fatigued, her spirit taut. She wondered how long such days would continue. The following day marked the occasion when the elder of the Xie family would present Su Ruru's lineage. Having heard of her extraordinary identity, they wasted no time in arriving early. Upon seeing the plaque of the Xie residence, the elders exchanged puzzled glances. Their confusion was short-lived, however, as the elders of the Lu family soon appeared. The Xie family patriarch exclaimed, "Su Ruru now possesses an extraordinary status." Fortunately, Luwan understands this and has summoned the Lu elders to lend her face. Lu patriarch remained silent, leading his family into the main hall. Lu Xiangshu and Madame Lu were present, along with Lu Shi. The only one absent was Lu Yi, who was attending to the fifth princess during her confinement. Nevertheless, the Lu family felt their presence was sufficient. In the inner courtyard, Wang Xia rushed to report, "Madam, the Lu elders and the Lu Xiangshu family have arrived. The Xie family elders are also here." Lu Wan promptly woke the still sleeping Xiaowanwan, dressing her hastily. She then instructed Pan Chun to call for Xie Zixing and Xie Zimu. As Lu Wan attempted to leave the courtyard, a maid blocked her way, reminding her, "Madam, have you forgotten you are under house arrest? Without the matriarch's or the elder lady's command, you cannot go out." The maid was well aware that today was the day for Su Yinyang's lineage presentation and feared Lu Wan might act out of jealousy. Lu Wan coldly called, "Qing Sheng." Immediately, Qing Sheng appeared with a wolf's fang club, swiftly dispatching the two maids. They collapsed, unconscious on the ground. The main hall was bustling with activity. The two families of elders were seated apart, one side rejoicing in the prospects of the Jing'an Marquis, while the other bore a grave countenance, their eyes ablaze with fury threatening to engulf the Xie residence. Xie Jinan had arrived first with Su Ruru. The elders of the Xie family joyfully accepted tea from Su Ruru. The patriarch, slightly puzzled, asked, "By the way, Jinan, Wanner wishes for you to elevate Ruru as a concubine, yet she is not present?" The Xie family elders held great esteem for Lu Wan, having witnessed her commitment to the family, often taking the lead in resolving matters. Xie Jinan's expression shifted subtly as he discreetly surveyed the Lu family elders. Relieved to find none opposed him. Wanner is unwell and resting in the courtyard. We need not wait for her. Let's proceed with Ruru's lineage presentation. He added, Patriarch. Ruru now carries the surname Tuoba, in association with the Crown Princess of Nanmei. This decision, long contemplated, was made to ensure Su Ruru's safety and anonymity, as she had already attempted self-harm in prison. The Lu family remained silent, refusing to speak until Lu Wan arrived. Even when Lu Shi attempted to confront the situation, he was restrained by Lu Xiangshu. The Xie Patriarch smoothly inscribed Tuoba Ruru's name into the family registry, expressing satisfaction with her status. Having completed the entry, he inquired, Isn't the little girl born to Wanner now 1 year old? It is time for her to be recorded as well. Since we are here, we might as well include her. Just as he was about to write, a cold female voice interrupted from the entrance. Hold on. Xie Jinan's expression shifted as he turned to see Lu Wan approaching with her daughter. He put on a gentle smile. Wanner, you should not be out when you have yet to recover. Get away from me. Lu Wan retorted, pushing Xie Jinan aside and shielding her sister behind her. The atmosphere grew tense, leaving everyone at a loss. Young Master Lu, what is the meaning of this? The Xie Patriarch inquired. Lu Wan patted Lu Shi's shoulder, handing her child to him and addressing the Patriarch. There is no need to record Wan in the lineage. The Xie Patriarch looked on in confusion. The Lu Patriarch and Lu Xiangshu stepped forward, stating, We have come to propose a divorce. Madame Lu tenderly pulled her daughter close, assuring her not to fear. The Lu family, numbering in the thousands, stood firmly behind her. Xie Jinan implored Lu Wan, Wanner, please, do not cause a scene. You know the Xie family cannot have a divorced woman. Even if Ruru is among us, I will always treat you well. The implication was that Lu Wan was envious of Su Ruru, yet if she did not agree, Su Ruru could never become a concubine. The Xie Patriarch was taken aback. Lu Wan's expression was frosty as she replied, Patriarch, you need not heed Xie Jinan's words. According to him, it should be Xie Huaishan being recorded. Confusion spread among those present. Lu Wan continued, When I gave birth, Xie Jinan brought Xie Huaishan to me while I was unconscious, intending to swap my child for him. Fortunately, I woke in time to thwart his plan. Had he succeeded, my daughter would have been murdered, and the legitimate heir would have become Xie Huaishan. She laid bare the entire scheme. The elders gasped in shock. Swapping a legitimate child and obscuring lineage was a grave offense within the family. They turned their gaze towards Xie Jinan and Su Ruru. Xie Jinan's expression soured, but he was confident that his grandmother would handle the matter appropriately. Wanner, wasn't it clarified before? It was your wet nurse who acted on her own accord, bringing Huaishan to substitute for you, ensuring you had a son to solidify your position. Why do you now wrongfully accuse me? Lu Wan chuckled coldly. Ah, sure. Bring them in. Chapter 103. The truth about the unfaithful father and the mistress is revealed. A nurse and a maid were the witnesses who had once been involved in the exchange of Huaishan. Xie Jinan's face turned pale with panic. Su Ruru was so anxious that her palms were sweaty. It was her idea. She had even instructed someone to poison Lu Wan, leading to her difficult labor and eventual death. In this way, Huaishan would not only be recognized as the legitimate son, but would also be motherless. The mistress would rightfully be her. The nurse and the maid were the ones who had participated in the exchange during the delivery, and after their plan failed, they had nearly met their demise. Now, they had confessed everything. Lu Wan stated. The nurse knelt on the ground, continuously bowing her head. I am sorry, madam. It was all the orders of the young master and Miss Su. The maid also wept. I swear, what the nurse said is true. With their testimonies, the elder of the Xie family glared at Xie Jinan, berating him for his foolishness. How could you dare to commit such an act? Do you not fear the shame it brings to the Ho residents within the Xie clan? Jinan, you are foolish. The bloodline of the legitimate child cannot be confused. However, due to Su Ruru's current esteemed status and the Xie family's desire to rise again, they still plan to speak in favor of the Xie family. After all, the elders cherish Lu Wan, and without her, Jinan would likely never find a wife as good as her again. Is this not a failure? Wanwan is doing well now. It is the Xie family that has wronged her. Wanwan, would it be all right for your father to apologize? Xiaowanwan. who had been drowsily awake, suddenly jolted up upon hearing her name called. Damn, I almost missed such a huge revelation. She waved her hand, her small round face resolute.
No.
I refuse. Don't apologize. No. Don't, father. She pointed at her mother, indicating, or separation. The expression on the elder of the CF family changed. I will have Jinan explain this matter to you. But there is no need to go as far as a divorce, CF patriarch declared. Lu Wan, her face cold, commanded, bring her up. Another nurse approached, trembling as she knelt down. It was Rome nurse, who had been supplying Lu Wan with restorative medicine. Su Ruru suddenly tightened her grip, her fists clenched, afraid to speak. The nurse said, I apologize, madam. When you were in labor, Miss Su instructed me to add poison to the medicine I delivered to you. What nonsense are you spouting? Su Ruru stepped forward and slapped Rome nurse across the face. Rome nurse covered her face and cried, revealing the poison Su Ruru had given her. Fortunately, I did not dare to truly harm the madam. I only added a nail-sized amount, allowing the nurse who swapped the babies the chance to act. I truly regret it. Please forgive me, madam. Jinan knew about the poisoning as well. Rome nurse wept bitterly. She had been taken hostage, her entire family threatened. If she did not confess, they would be killed. Su Ruru provided you with poison? This wrapped paper resembles the one that CSCE typically uses for medicine. Lu Wan scoffed. Su Ruru stepped forward. What nonsense are you saying? I never took anything from CE. This was purchased outside. She feared that the matter of CE preparing medicine for Lu Wan would be exposed. Xiaowanwan was astonished, her little hand digging into her pocket, unsure of what she was searching for. Su Ruru's words shocked the elders of the Xie family. Absurd. Xie Jinan, you are favoring your mistress over your wife. This is a grave sin. How dare you harm your legitimate wife? Su Ruru, you are audacious. The Xie patriarch suddenly regretted including Su Ruru in the family tree. Even if she had royal blood, such a malicious heart was unacceptable. Su Ruru's face drained of color. She was overwhelmed with anxiety. She stammered, hoping Xie Jinan would speak on her behalf. Meanwhile, Xie Jinan, having distanced himself from Li and his grandmother's influence, was at a loss. In terms of intelligence, he could not compete with Lu Wan. Yet, burdened by such a grave sin, if he did not defend himself, it could escalate to the authorities. Wanner, I truly did not know about the poisoning. I never intended to favor a mistress over my wife. Such a cowardly father. With no sense of responsibility, still trying to deny it. Xiaowanwan scoffed internally. Suddenly, she felt something soft in her hand. Ah, a truth jelly. The translucent green jelly sparkled in her palm. If only I could find a way to make the scoundrel eat it, all his truths would spill forth. Just as she was pondering, she looked up at Lu Shi, who was gazing at her expectantly. You should speak the truth. Adults probably won't believe her. But Lu Shi did believe. He took the jelly from her, gave it to Lu Madam, and stepped forward. Xie Jinan, you and Su Ruru grew up together. If you truly favored her, why are you kneeling here at the Lu residence, begging to marry my sister? I thought you were sincere. But it seems you covet our Lu family's immunity and wish to use us to save your Ho residence. If it weren't for the fact that the Ho Lord once saved my father, my sister would never sacrifice her happiness. Now that your Ho residence is safe, you turn against us, allowing a mistress to bully and poison my sister, allowing your entire family to target her. My sister merely gave birth to a daughter. What crime has she committed to deserve such treatment? Is this not favoring a mistress over a wife? You deceive with marriage and favor a mistress while neglecting your wife. You deserve to die. Write a divorce decree immediately. Otherwise, our Lu family will not spare you. Lu Shi's outburst left everyone in shock. Xiaowanwan clapped beside him. Hooray! Hooray! Mother is brilliant and uncle is formidable. The first time a divorce is mentioned, family should have been brought in. It made my mother endure for so long. Lu Shi's words left Xie Jinan blushing with embarrassment. He lowered his head, kneeling before Lu Wanwana. Believe me, I never intended to favor a mistress over you. You are my only wife. I never wished to harm you. Never. But Lu Shi could not contain himself. He grabbed Xie Jinan. Dare you swear you never wronged my sister? Dare you say you never considered poisoning her? Dare you say you never indulged your mistress?
Can you say it?
Xie Jinan was about to raise his hand to swear. But Lu Shi produced a transparent object, saying, "This is something I obtained from the temple. Eat it, and you will speak the truth." Xie Jinan, do you dare? Chapter 104. The Divorce, the Scoundrel Father and His Family Expelled from the Clan Registry. How can I trust that you are not poisoning me? Xie Jinan inquired, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Yet, doubt lingered in his mind. Could a single morsel compel one to utter the truth? Do you take me for a fool? If I were to poison you, would I not be putting my own life at risk? Lu Shi retorted, delivering a sharp slap that echoed in the air. Although Xie Jinan was unable to retaliate, he shielded his face in silence. The elder of the Xie clan rushed forward to mediate. Young Master Lu, why resort to violence? The elder of the Lu family, unable to remain passive, interjected, even if you confess to favoring your concubine over your wife, there is no need for a divorce. We shall simply report the Xie family to the authorities. All eyes turned towards Xie Jinan, who, gritting his teeth, declared, to prove that I have not harmed Wanner, I shall eat it. He took the object from Lu Shi's hand and consumed it, his stomach convulsing in disbelief. Tell me, did you have a mistress before marrying my sister? Lu Shi demanded. Xie Jinan shook his head vehemently, yet his lips betrayed him. Roa is my childhood sweetheart. We have been together since our youth. Before marrying Lu Wan, we were still together. Ha ha ha, Lu Wan, that foolish girl, diligently manages my affairs while I lead a blissful life next door with Roer. The revelation darkened the faces of the Lu family. Lu Wan clenched her fists, fury radiating from her eyes. Xiaowanwan, gritting her tiny teeth in anger, glared at Xie Jinan. I truly wish to confront that scoundrel. Xie Jinan, clutching his mouth, perceived the dismay on the elders' faces, feeling as though he might explode. Lu Shi seized his hand, pressing further. Did you allow your concubine to poison my sister and switch the legitimate child? Xie Jinan bit down on his lip, blood seeping out, the pain numbing him. Yet, he could not hold back. It was Roer's idea. I thought it was merely a drug to induce a faint during childbirth, not poison. Lu Shi's fist connected with Xie Jinan's face, sending him sprawling to the ground.
Anlang,
Su Roer exclaimed, rushing to help him.
and what about you?
Did you ever intend to harm my sister? Lu Shi's eyes blazed with rage. Had it not been for this incident, he would have remained oblivious to the injustices his sister endured.
I
only had my fourth brother switch Lu Wan's restorative medicine to weaken her a little. I never intended to harm her. She manages the Duke's household admirably. The household needs her. Xie Jinan, in despair, began to strike his own face, the sound echoing painfully. Yet, he continued, I wanted Lu Wan as my wife and Roer as my concubine. I hoped they could both support me in managing our affairs and live harmoniously together. Huaishan is my son, and I desire him to inherit the Lu family's prestige and resources. I made a grave error, intending to drown Wanwan during the switch. At that moment, the truth-telling jelly's effect waned. Xie Jinan, on the verge of collapse, wept uncontrollably, his hands clasped over his mouth, eyes swollen. Su Roer, upon hearing his words, stood up, her expression darkening, no longer inclined to assist him. She had done so much from the beginning, only to realize that he sought to exploit her, devoid of any genuine affection. Very well, then you must choose between Lu Wan and me, Xie Jinan. Xie Jinan refused, bowing to Lu Wan, pleading for her not to leave. I will not allow Lu Wan to depart. Su Roer's heart shattered. Lu Xiangshu, with a grave expression, stepped forward, resolute. It was Duke Jing'an who saved me from bandits. When the Xie family fell into turmoil, I consented to Lu Wan's marriage here, never anticipating such treatment of my daughter. I regret my decision. I have doomed my daughter's happiness. Xie Jinan, I shall die before you, repaying Duke Jing'an's debt. From this moment, the debts between our families are settled. Spare my daughter. With that, Lu Xiangshu unhesitatingly lunged at a pillar. Father! My lord! Lord Xiangshu! Chaos erupted as everyone scrambled to intervene, but it was too late. No one could stop a man determined to end his life. Lu family members wept, fearing for their patriarch. The scene spiraled into despair, the cries echoing as Lu Wan's family crumpled to the ground, lost and helpless. The Xia clan members stood frozen in fear. A high-ranking official's death in their home could spell doom for the entire clan. The Xia clan leader, trembling, glanced around. Other elders urged him. It is all Xia Jinan's fault, the duke's folly. He indulged his concubine and neglected his wife. We must salvage what we can. Yes, indeed. The leader's survival was paramount. Preserving the clan's foundation was essential to cultivate future scholars and achieve success. Should the duke's lineage be implicated, the reputation of the Xia family would be irrevocably tarnished. After much deliberation, the clan leader made his decision. He would forsake titles and riches to preserve the Xia family. Xia Jinan, you have favored your concubine over your wife and poisoned her. Now, you have caused a high-ranking official's death in the Xia residence. After consulting the elders, we have decided to expel you and all associated with the duke from the Xia family registry. The clan leader produced the family registry, tearing out the pages pertaining to the duke's lineage, shredding them into confetti and casting them at Xia Jinan's face. Acting swiftly, he signaled the elders and departed hastily. Xia Jinan stared at the fluttering scraps, each one bearing the names of his family members, including Rower, whom he had just added. A profound terror enveloped him, and he curled up, teetering on the brink of madness. His official title was lost, the duke's rank vanished, and he had thought his family would provide support, only to be cast out. He was the pariah of the Xia family. He had never experienced such a low point in his life, a despair so deep that it made him wish for death. What could he do? What was he to do? He trembled, clutching the torn paper and weeping. At that moment, representatives from the Examination Institute entered, bearing news of joy. Congratulations! Young Master Xia Zimu has placed third in the imperial examination, making him the youngest scholar of this dynasty. Those words ignited a spark in Xia Jinan's eyes. And he stood shakily, incredulous. Is it true? Really? The institute representatives were momentarily taken aback. Of course, it is true. Here is your official certificate. You may begin preparations for a celebration. With that, they handed him the certificate and departed. Gazing at the crimson document, Xia Jinan's heart raced with warmth. Yes. He had not erred. Zimu had succeeded. Zimu was the hope of the Xia family, the youngest scholar in the entire dynasty at just 8 years old. His future was limitless. This monumental honor would resonate throughout the great Xia dynasty. He was on the verge of redemption. The Xia family would rise again. Laughter filled his heart, oblivious to the Lu family's frantic attempts to save Lu Shangshu. He pulled Zimu from the crowd, excitement bubbling over. Do you hear? You have succeeded. The youngest scholar in the great Xia, adorned with honor. I am your father. Xia Zimu swiftly concealed his ire, responding coldly, I know, father. Xia Jinan laughed maniacally. However, Xia Zimu interjected, but father, if I embark on a political career with 2 mothers, I will be subjected to ridicule and scorn. The Xia family's hopes of rising again would be dashed.